Hello, and welcome to the Call of Duty League. Atlanta FaZe versus London Royal Ravens.
In time. Get him now.
Afro gonna get one. Tries to get out. Looks for the second. Afro.
Simp will be able to find one. Is gonna find zero as well.
The flank. It's gonna be Arcitys and a gunfight for Gizmo, and they shut them down. Still flawless in this stage.
Coming up next, we have the Florida Mutineers facing off against the Paris Legion.
With the squeeze through, they have the bodies, and they are gonna fly into this one. Johnny makes another one. That's a glide bomb coming through. He continues his streak. Oh my goodness, Johnny's still alive. Oh my God, he's still alive. Terrell's gonna be in there as well. Terrell finds it. Terrell finds a second and make a bit of a break. How about it? Jimbo's gonna find the first and the second.
Major Mid Air pushes up mid-map as well, just stopping them and on his own. 2 kills fall his way.
Finds the first, finds the second. Florida Mutineers, they have secured the win versus Paris.
We have the Minnesota Røkkr facing off against the Seattle Surge.
Minnesota really off to a great start, and a lot of that is because of this man right here, Colt Havok. Players in his sight, 20 seconds to play with. Does not want to one away. There indeed, Pred, who was on that 10 spree, does have a glide bomb to work with. He is jumping at everybody. He's got an Australian Shepherd ready to take him down. Not for one, but for three. Any corner, you gotta catch them all. You gotta look everywhere. Minnesota denied the reverse sweep from Seattle Surge.
Welcome to the Major 4 on qualifiers to kick things off with the Minnesota Røkkr and also Paris Legion.
And for the first time, the Røkkr actually were able to get out past A and start to get some kills. They once again get daggered.
Some Paris Legion, they do get in. Havok going a 6, makes it a 7. Unbelievable now. Havok, what a shot on the second. And that is it. It is over. The final kill lands.
We have Toronto Ultra facing off against Boston.
He's on I'm wrapping ring right now.
He's gonna find one, gonna find a second though. Nero beats into the gunfight, it opens up a gap. Pants out of the boat. The inside is waiting and a little bit of bad timing. I say that, and somehow he still wins it. I don't understand. TJ is ready for him, and he's just stuck. That's the game done. Boston breach. Find it in the search and destroy.
The Los Angeles Thieves, who's been looking really good this stage, are taking on the Florida Mutineers.
And it is an absolute magnificent round out of the Mutineers. Forward, Major Maniac up next. Can he find a kill? No, he can't. Too real off spawn. The clock is still ticking, and I don't believe it. Too real. No, he gets dropped, and the LA Thieves, they force a game 5. He's played this so slow, and so sensibly. The defuse, Major Maniac. And the league has just been spun on its head.
We have Seattle Surge and Atlanta FaZe.
And now you can see whether or not FaZe can hold this. There's a lot of Seattle players making their way through, but the kills all coming through for FaZe so far.
Gets a couple shots onto Mack, but accuracy is on a bomb. Huge one-on-one. Now you have to get him a bomb. And Cellium with the 1v4.
Red finds 2 though. He's got his Simp, dives into it, finds the first and comes the second. And oh my goodness, Atlanta FaZe in 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, with an incredible year of the Call of Duty League in my first year here, it has been incredible, but we finally made it to the end. LAG versus the London Royal Ravens.
They don't have Afro. That is a nice kill out of the young gun. As he soars forward, it's a 3, it's a 4, it's a sensational start. Front, Hook's gonna be there as well. Now pressure on. Oh baby, Hook, the reach out. Here come the Ravens. Afro through the front, all brought down. One player on the side door. Neptune and the LAG boys force game 5. Decent tags once again. Slasher, this is it. It's nearly done. That is one hell of a series. That's 10K richer.
Toronto Ultra versus OpTic Texas.
Oh my goodness me, they're going to jump on it very, very quickly, but Dashy lines them up. 1, 2, give him the third.
He sees the first player and he just holds his gunfire. And Pants makes the play. And now OpTic are in. Bant has to win this gunfight to try and give them an opportunity to come back through, and he finds 2 as well. He will not find himself out there. He will eventually fly out when the time is right, and Scump has no choice, and they refuse to go down. It's the reverse sweep for Ultra.
NYSL versus Los Angeles Thieves.
Here he goes, and the fight does get it. Kismet gets into the battle a little bit late, and it's a massive bit of work out of Crim.
Another 2-piece for Crim. They're trying to cut through Trey, but they're also getting cut down by Kenny along the way.
Hydra finding kills all over the bloody place. It's a 3 for him. Crim's gonna get the plant down. The kill, is it good though? The slide. Crim frantically staying alive. No more. The LA Thieves have done it. Just like that, Call of Duty Vanguard's online season is now complete. We cannot wait to see you all at the upcoming major. Ladies and gents, thank you so much. Good night.
You in the big leagues now. You in the big leagues now. Yeah. My bare palm something to blow up a bomb shelter. My palms palm blow, aka
1, 2 for Crim, and it's still Subliners. Crim, can he hold it down? Oh my good God!
It's either firm handshakes or your firm's hands breaking. Part of my patience as I pound the paper.
Fighting over Barn, and Hydra gets 2. Hydra finds 1. He's looking for the second again. It's Hydra with a 2-piece.
Keep your eyes to yourself, but I know you can't help it. It's the way that I dress, and all the girls say.
So he is absolutely wheeling and dealing death. He gives me 5-1, finds the second.
You in the big leagues now. Yeah, you in the big
That
leagues.
is that. The New York Subliners, they are looking spectacular. Ball from the top. Hydra finding kills all over the bloody place. It's a 3 for him. And it's a massive bit of work out of Crim.
The win is in. The miracle run continues for Subliners.
But don't put
Simp
me in a
dives
box.
into it, finds the first and got the second. Trying to center, can't quite do it, but it's Cammy. On the other side of it, it's King Cammy goes off.
Havok going to 6, makes it a 7. Unbelievable now. Afro gonna get 1. Does, and tries to get out for the second.
You got Kenny in the spot against Vivid. He takes Afro down.
Brett finds another for the game.
This is day 1 of Major 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're in the big leagues now. Welcome to the concrete jungle where dreams are made of. Now, we just came back from the 6, and the energy here is just built different than Toronto. Don't believe me? Ask the teams, because with the most competitive event to date, these squads are coming out with an Empire state of mind. Now, in a place that's also built for royalty, welcome to the King's Theater and also the Majors 4, and most importantly, welcome to the Call of Duty League. Take a look at all the activations and engagements right now. The audiences are having a great time. We have a lot of fun stuff to see, but most importantly, we have our last major of the year before we head over to the Galen Center in Los Angeles for champs. But here we are and breaking it all right here on the desk. It's gonna be me, Velly, as your desk host. We got aLLeY, we got Nameless, but most of all, we have a guest analyst, and you're kind of native from here, man. Where we at right now?
What's up, man? You know I'm here. We in the big city of New York, baby. I cannot wait for this tournament to get started. You can already hear the energy. This is the first tournament for me where I didn't have to go to the airport. And that was absolutely amazing. But I know the energy in this place from start to today all the way to Sunday is going to be outrageous. I can't wait.
Hey, yo, crowd, I know y'all heard him right there. Hey, one more time, New York. Make some noise. This is just day 1, baby. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket to see exactly how things are going to go down. When I said this is our most competitive event today, I wasn't playing. Take a look at the losers bracket if you want to on your own. aLLeY, we have how many great teams down there?
Every single major champion this year is in the losers bracket. Val, that's Major 1, Major 2, and Major 3 champs, followed by the Paris Legion as well. You talking about having an easier side of the bracket. There is no easy side to this bracket.
Yeah, this is absolutely pandemonium. Nameless, man. OpTic Texas, loser side of the bracket. What universe are we in?
I mean, this is wild, right? They finally have iLLeY back, though, so that's interesting. But then you look at the bracket, it's like the loser of New York and Minnesota goes down to play OpTic. So we're just going to have bangers all around. I mean, talking about LAG, like they're in the losers bracket as well after winning a major a couple months ago. But these guys in their last couple series, they've looked a lot better. So it is just a gauntlet down there.
Right, and these teams are playing for more than just, just bragging rights and whatnot. They're playing for a whole lot of money. Jeremy, $200,000 for first place. This is incredible.
That is incredible, man. With that amount of money, I'm probably going to invest in a nice corner bodega, get me non-stop bacon and
That is
cheese
so New
flowing
York.
out of that place. That's a lot of money to play with right there.
Oh, exactly. Now, this event is just so important for multiple reasons, right? So it's not just about the money. It's not just about the bragging rights and whatnot. It is about the crowd going crazy like that, but also this is all about champs. Now, there's a limited amount of teams that will be able to go from the CDL. We have 12 teams currently in the CDL, but only 8 of them will be there. And when it comes to the points, all the talk lately has been about the bubble. Nameless, this event is being ran by NY, man. And when it comes to Subliners, they're not even in the top 8.
Listen,
We're
man.
looking at a squad that has to win their own division.
Listen, man, and they're doing everything that they can, right? Like, they went 4-1 in this qualifying stage, and they still need to make a run here. We talked to them. They're focused on just winning this tournament. They're not even thinking about champs, which is the right approach and has worked for them so far. But the teams above them as well, 7 through 10, only 10 points of differential between these squads. Only 2 of these teams will make it into that top 8. So every single match counts so much. You gotta get out hot early on.
Ooh, now, this is exactly how points work here in the CDL. First place, you walk away with 65. But if you're NYSL, you're looking to get top 3 or better in aLLeY. In this bracket right here, this isn't gonna be easy at all.
Not at all, like we've said, this is the hardest bracket to date in Vanguard, and New York Subliners have to win. Not only, I mean, it's their home major. We talk about just trying to make it to champs. This is your home. You got to defend the land that you come from. So New York expecting a very good storyline out of them this weekend.
Now, you want to know what's even better than that storyline? The games that's going to be played today. Let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule. And we're going to kick things off with a little European rivalry, right? We're going to have the London Royal Ravens facing off and going toe-to-toe against Toronto Ultra. But the third game of the day is going to be something special because we have the hometown team, the New York Subliners, facing off against the Minnesota Røkkr. I hear y'all, that's right. Yo, Steady, I'm expecting this theater to go crazy.
Oh yeah, for that match, it's gonna be insane. Obviously, if you're NYSL, you go 4-1 throughout this stage. You lose your last matchup all the way into 3-2, dropping both search and destroys. That's something that they need to work on. But when they're looking this dominant in hardpoint, 9-1, they're taking care of the controls when they need to. For me, it all just comes down to their search and destroy. Going up against a Minnesota Røkkr team who are fairly good at that mode.
Right, and taking a look at the stage right now, the boys are getting ready on the side of Toronto Ultra. But the important thing is going to be all about what's going on with New York, right? They're facing off against Minnesota Røkkr. Now, the thing is with both of these teams, Minnesota, they had a great run when it came to the last online qualifier, went to LAN, and that was pretty much it, right? But when it comes to NYSL, they've been on a tear lately, aLLeY, almost going undefeated.
They have, and the big storyline is with Crim, right? Like, this is a team that if they had formed just a little bit earlier, I mean, they have been gross the past 2 stages. Unfortunately, at Major 3, they did not get the showing that they wanted, but they did go 4-1 in qualifiers. And now for me, I'm looking at Crim to seriously step it up. I mean, he has a .95 overall this stage, and when we talk to him, he's like, you know, it's nice. I get to sit back and get carried by these younger players. I mean, Hydra and Paul with a 1.13 overall this stage, but for them to make it to champs, I'm looking at him to step up big time for the squad.
Right, and take a look at the bracket right now. Ayo, Nameless fan, in order for Subliners to move ahead, you got to go against Røkkr, possibly Florida, or even worse, Boston Breach.
I mean, it's not the worst bracket that you could have, though, right? Like, if you were to pick a side to be on, that's the side that you would want to land on. And, you know, for this New York Subliner squad, everybody has stepped it up. I mean, Kismet was the top 7 performing SMG throughout this entire stage. You just heard her talking about Hydra and Paul, and then even Crim, like, you know, this is the first time he's really been tasked with being the leader of the squad, right? He's always had that co-captain when you think of players like Scump, like Aches, like Clayster. So this could really cement his legacy if he can get these young guys in a position to make a run at champs. It starts here in New York in front of their home crowd. He's the one that I'm expecting to step up.
And when it talks about legacy and whatnot, some of the best players in Call of Duty history, this could possibly be the first year that Crimsix would not be at champs.
That's crazy to think about, man, because, you know, we are former players up on this desk, so I played against this guy a lot of my career, and to see where he's at now, 3 rings, 36 championships, the guy's an absolute beast, the GOAT of Call of Duty. But if you are Crim in this situation, you're currently fighting to make your way to champs. I feel like this would do wonders for his legacy to even make it there at this point, not even try to win the damn thing, because he started off so bad, at least in the beginning of the season, a lot of adversity with this NYSL roster, subs in, subs out, players in and out, a lot of things happen with this team. But if you're Crim, your legacy is on the line if you do not make it to that champ.
I think the biggest thing he just needs to focus on right now is he needs to be the rock for this team, right? Like, should any player fall a little bit short in this opening matchup, I feel like it should come down to Crim being the one to kind of step it up and put everything back together.
Right, and taking a look at the bubble right there and the points. NYSL, this is definitely like a must-win thing for them outright, right? But Minnesota Røkkr are sitting right underneath that yellow line right there, trying to get that spot for champs. Nameless, they're trying to win games, man.
They're trying to win games. You know, they did what they needed to do throughout the stage, at least. They came back, and It was tough in the Search and Destroy, which has been the game mode that they've leaned on, but then towards the end, they sort of figured it out. We heard Attach talking about how it was sort of a free-for-all with the play calling. The SMGs are a little bit too aggressive sometimes early in the round, relying on that. So he kind of became the in-game leader where they just listened to his calls, which I think was the right move for these guys. But this is a Minnesota Røkkr team that has just been struggling on LAN all season long. Majority of their points have come from the online stage, so these guys have to translate that to some LAN wins. It's been a struggle, though.
And in a must-win scenario right here, take a look at the stats as well. aLLeY, this is possibly the second best stage that they've had so far, but it's just not enough.
It's an interesting angle to take with the Minnesota Røkkr team, because when they added Havok to this roster, we saw across the board every player got better, right? He added a lot in the slaying category, but even Attach getting moved into that AR role, like this Minnesota Røkkr team looked so much better than they did before, but now I feel like we're starting to see a little bit of the cracks show when it comes to this team. I feel like they're just losing some of that composure and clutch factor that Major Maniac added to this squad. Even when we talked to Attach, he was like, you know, in our Search and Destroy, sometimes, you know, it's a free-for-all, as Ant told me earlier, like they just don't go with one person. So he kind of took the reins. They started winning Search and Destroys, but he has to continue doing that here at this major. They need to continue to have a leader in the likes of Attach. And I know Havok's capable of doing it as well. So they really need to focus on just not talking over each other.
No, you're right. And with Minnesota Røkkr and also NYSL really putting the pedal to the metal and trying to speed things up for that race to go to champs, there's one team that's definitely found the need for speed. And they're really fun to watch, by the way, because the Florida Mutineers will be taking on the Boston Breach. And aLLeY, when it comes to Boston, we got to be outright honest right here. They're one of the most exciting teams to watch. They're so fast.
And I feel like it was a really underrated roster change, right? We were like, oh, they're just kind of swapping out two players that are very similar in role, but we've seen it has completely transformed them. And what's funny about the new SMG duo is Vivid's not even the fastest, it's actually Nero. He's somehow gotten faster with this move, so they end the stage 4-1. I mean, they're making to look a run here, but they're still close on that bubble. Yes, they're at 170 points, but that's only 10 above Toronto Ultra. That's only 20 in front of the big bubble at the end of that. So, Jay, they still have a lot of work to be done.
They definitely still have a lot of work, but if you're going into this stage 4, looking at what Boston Breach's schedule was like, coming off of a roster change, you're probably thinking it's one of the most tough schedules you have to go through to try to even make it in the winner's bracket. They go 4-1, and it's all about this new identity for Boston Breach. Instead of playing the more Gavutus, the Berlins, where it was all AR based, now they're focusing on their SMGs. Nero was sitting at like a 1.1 throughout stage 4, and also TJHaly. He's been playing a lot more consistent ever since adding Vivid to this team. They look a lot more comfortable. The only thing that they need to work on is their Search and Destroy. That usually happens when you have a roster change, but with more time underneath their belt, they definitely have to sharpen it here.
I mean, you can see like they got a ton of points throughout this stage, and they're a tough matchup for a lot of these teams because you don't know what's coming into the veto process. Like these guys, they're winning bouquets to start off a lot of these series. Their Berlin hardpoint also look fantastic, but then they're 4-1 in control. And in their last matchup they had before heading out to here, they played 2 Gavutus versus Toronto Ultra, one map 1 and 3 dominating fashion. So for Boston Breach, strategically, it's been all there. This is a team that their SMGs have been super frying, and then on the AR maps, they look a lot better as well. So it's gonna be hard to read them. I would be scared going into the veto process. Like, I don't know what to expect.
Well, and we have to talk about Vivid, right? Like, this has been the talking point, and their first matchup is against the Florida Mutineers. Like, what a better revenge tour for him, because he has overturned this squad. He's found consistency. I mean, he had a .88 overall with Florida. He now has a .93 with Boston, and even their control. Like, Vivid has added so much to it to where Florida is now dropped off because of the plays that he makes on the map. And so, with Vivid added into his roster and their first matchup being the Florida Mutineers, I'm expecting a grueler right off the bat.
Yeah, Boston, they're primed and ready to go just about outright, right? But meanwhile, on the other side, taking a look on the other side of the table, the Florida Mutineers, 2 team changes, not a lot of wins, a lot of headaches in this team. They're struggling to find themselves right now, and being one of the main teams on the bubble, nameless, they're looking to get everything out there to win.
Just the struggles with that roster change, right? But they figured it out their last 2 games. Able to get it done in game 5, but you know, a lot of that credit is going to go to Major Maniac.
Yeah.
I mean, this guy was taking over, just muscling them through in these Search and Destroys. 1v2s with a couple aces, just big performances all around, right? So you can't say enough about this guy. But for Awakening and Skies, those players need to be better. They are the star players on this team. They're supposed to pop off and respawn, and they had a very underwhelming qualifying stage. Now, the story with this team throughout the season is those two players typically do play better on LAN, so they are still in a good spot when it comes to the points. But if those guys don't step it up, Major Maniac's not going to be able to solo get them through these games with just Search.
Exactly, like Nameless said, I mean, Major Maniac has just been backpacking Florida when it comes to these search and destroys. I mean, they were 9th in the league before he got added to the roster, and now they are 2nd. Major has a 1.22 overall in this split when it comes to search and destroy. And what are they still struggling in? They are still struggling in respawn. They have Skies and Awakening. The slang is there for these players, and I feel like a lot of flack is getting thrown towards TwoReal, but they had Vivid as well in the beginning. So you got to start thinking, if your SMGs are continuously getting put into a blender, it is a bigger problem than just one person.
Well, that's that risk that you take. You bring in Major Maniac, you search and destroy, it just looks beautiful. You bring in TwoReal, you take out Vivid, and you start to struggle and respawn. The question is, can Florida get back to form? We'll find out very soon, but also, these next two teams are going to be very fun. All right, when it comes to the Los Angeles Thieves and also the Atlanta FaZe, we're talking about two teams that are very consistent at something. Atlanta FaZe consistent at going to the championship game and getting second in. LA Thieves are consistent at being inconsistent. Now, my question is, Nameless, when it comes to LA, man, I mean, I don't know about you, I personally like them this stage.
I mean, yeah, LA Thieves, and where we at? We're on land, so this obviously there we go. A lot here. LA Thieves, though, I mean, their search and destroy. I mean, you talk about inconsistency. This is the team that really just it lights up the light bulb in my mind when I think of that word. Because in search and destroy, they get 12-0 by Atlanta FaZe, and they get through a couple series by winning S&D. You know, in their last one, 2 search and destroys. And then when we look back at the major, they fixed their search as well. I mean, everybody, not even just the team, the players are inconsistent on this roster. So this is the one team that I truly just do not know what to expect from. All I do know is that when Drazah was struggling throughout this stage, it was tough for them, and he started picking up towards the end. So he's the X-Factor player for me on this team.
But when it comes to the tie-ins in the game as well, Atlanta FaZe is always a topic of conversation. Now, the fact of the matter is this team has now looked as hot as they used to look lately, and aLLeY racking up a string of consecutive losses, and their rankings dipping right now. This Atlanta team isn't guaranteed anymore.
Yeah, well, the fact of the matter is, yes, they are disgusting at search and destroy again, and we've seen Atlanta FaZe in their scariest form is when they are basically undefeatable when it comes to that game mode, but their respawn has dropped off so much this stage, where they were a team that already heavily relied on breaking, heavily relied on gun skill, heavily relied on the pressure that they put on the map. Fundamentally, they're rotating a little bit more now, but their break percentage has dropped over 20%. They could not get the fundamentals down, and Search and Destroy does win championships, but they need to at least get one respawn under their belt.
And I completely agree with you. When you're talking about the fundamentals for Atlanta FaZe, this is a team throughout all of stage 4 with dead last in break percentage. And that's usually a struggle for them. At least at the beginning of the year, Nameless told me that they were 11th on rotation win percentage, but winning a majority of their hard points still. They were just using their raw talent at that point. But now every team is starting to catch up, starting to play to their mistakes. And every time they make a mistake, you see teams like Seattle always able to capitalize on it. If you're Atlanta FaZe, your S&D is looking sharp, but it all comes down to your respawn. You have to make sure you're playing fundamentally correct.
Now, one team that's playing sharp and fundamentally correct right now is going to be one of the top teams in the last stage, by the way. It's going to be London Royal Ravens, but they're going against another good team as well, Toronto Ultra. We all saw what they did in the 6. Now, the thing is, the tell of both of these teams are quite different. As we take a look at the matchup between Zero and Bands, Nameless, these are two legendary names.
I mean, yeah, but we know the record when it comes to Zero and Bands. Beats them basically every time. Bands has a couple wins, though. I think it's like 2. But yeah, I mean, talking about this matchup, right, everybody's been gassing up the London Royal Ravens, and rightfully so. The hardpoint's been unbelievable, but I have some concerns with this team. They cannot win control. That is concerning, because if you come out, land jitters, lose that map 1, you are in a terrible spot. So for London Royal Ravens, God knows, man, I hope they fix their control in the couple days they had before they came to this event. But aside from that, Hardpoint, Search and Destroy has been great throughout this stage. When Gizmo came back into this team, everybody started to play better. Afro is at the top of his game, making those plays on rotation. The break percentage is #1 in the league. Like, these guys are phenomenal in every game mode outside of control.
But I'm almost getting a little bit of a flashback from stage 1, right? They were popping off when Gizmo was on this roster, and then when we went to LAN, it was like, what kind of happened? So we're hoping that that doesn't make a repeat here for the London Royal Ravens. But for Toronto Ultra, I mean, I feel like they've lost their way fundamentally. Like, I think with our Toronto Ultra, we're so used to them being a teamwork-based team, where I feel like when it comes to this game, and especially from what we saw at Major 3, they are more momentum-based than I think they know. Like, when they added Scrap Scrappy. He is a very outgoing player who is going to stand up. He's going to yell. He's going to get people hyped. You get something gross, he's going to be screaming it out in the comms. And I feel like that really helped that team right away. And I feel like it's dropped off a little bit. And they're not going to have the Toronto crowd here, but I feel like we're going to see a better Toronto Ultra on land than we saw online.
I completely agree with you. At least Toronto, their backbone right now has to be control. They kind of fell off throughout the last stage in Search and Destroy, going 3-5. And usually, ever since the beginning of the year, hardpoint has always been a struggle for them. For some reason, though, when they get on land with the energy, like you said, aLLeY, they usually like to find a lot of success. But in order for them, at least in my opinion, to beat the Ravens, it has to come by taking that control and then winning in the Search and Destroys, keeping the hardpoints close as well.
Yeah, I mean, what do we know Toronto as? They're the 2-3-5 team.
Yep.
Yeah.
Roster. The problem is 2 and 5 have not been good throughout this entire stage. It's just been inconsistency, especially in the Search and Destroy. I feel like Cleanex is getting ISO'd. Like, they figure out where he's at. Like when we saw the Tuscans, P5, they're playing for the kills over there on him now. When he gets taken out, it seems like Ultra just doesn't really know what they want to do. Some of the Desert Sieges have been sloppy as well. So we'll see, though. This is a team. The land energy, like you said, in Search and Destroy can be very dangerous.
Hey, we're in New York. The energy's definitely going to be up there. But ladies and gentlemen, that's it for this part of our pre-show headquarters. But on the other side, we have a lot more to talk about. Most importantly, the matches that are coming up. And also, we're going to give you an update on what happened in Challengers when we were out in Boston. We'll catch you guys on the other side of the break. And once again, welcome to Brooklyn, baby. We'll catch you guys on the other side.
Shot when the camera's up. But this one you gon' have to duck. Tell me about your lifestyle, really. We've been on the road to the tank go empty. I'ma keep going to the Lord, call. Give me if you wanted me to stop, then you can't come with me. Thinking you the best, silly. We about to put it in your chest, really. And I don't think you really want problems. Think you know the outcome when you come around, dog. You thinking you kidding me? Is you kidding me? Ripping everything I was again in the vicinity.
Listen up, boys. We're new in town.
So grab your Zennies. We're breaking into Fenway. Once you're all inside with the precious cargo, it's time to blend in. We need to crack the Jumbotron code, figure out the cipher, and relay it to Nero. Once you have it all figured out, meet us down at the home dugout.
We're only gonna have one shot at this. Let's play.
Yo, didn't you hear? Champs is running it back to Cali.
Champs is going back to Cali.
See you there.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to beautiful Brooklyn out here in New York. And we are at King's Theater where just the views are just vibey outright. Oh, I'm loving it. This is the most beautiful event I've personally gone to. But something else beautiful happened over the past few days. And aLLeY, the AIM Lab scouting report. There was a Challengers event out there in Boston.
There was a Boston Challengers event. Unfortunately, the home team only placed top 4. But I tell you what, that grand finals was a grueler between Toronto Academy, NA, and Electrify Steel. It went to a game 5 in the first series. Scrappy ended up going like 14-5, but they ended up winning the Search and Destroy in a 6-4 fashion.
Right now, Challengers, it's been incredible this year. The Passion Pit has gone state to state, and we saw it in multiple events so far. Nameless, man, this is the future of Call of Duty, and it's basically a rite of passage.
And what we're hearing is like Vidcool and Scrappy are next up, man. These guys have been taking over. You know, we're talking to some of our friends that are in Challengers last night. Me and Jay were talking to them, and they're talking about the players in Challengers, who's Nastie, and these guys have been dominant all season. And then Scrappy, just one of the most confident players in the entire, like, honestly, anywhere between amateur and pro players. Like, I've never talked to a player with more confidence. So I'm excited for him, man, and his future in Call of Duty. They're going to cling on to him, though. Ultra better not let that boy go.
I'm absolutely loving it. Now, these guys played for a lot of money. First place with Ultra Academy NA, 24 racks. That's a lot of money, but I'm also one of the stars of the event, Scrappy. We saw Scrappy fill in for Toronto Ultra, where he was just an outright playmaker. He was fearless, and the thing is, aLLeY, when you're a player of his confidence and stature, those are the plays you make.
Not even confidence and stature, but like the fact that he backs it up. I remember when we first started talking about Scrappy, it was like, well, we gotta make sure, you know, he's not all bark. He also got bite. Well, he does across the board. I mean, first in almost every category. And I mean, he's made noise in the league as well, and even helped his main team, Toronto Ultra, get some of their swag back during stage 3. So I saw him backstage. Hopefully he gets the boys pumping for day 1.
When I see Scrappy at events, it just makes me happy. But talking about getting some swag, ladies and gentlemen, we got some swag for you, because when it comes to the Champs Pack, you can get your 2022 Champs Pack today. Dominate the competition with the Patamati Operator Skin, SMG, and AR blueprints. Go to CallOfDutyLeague.com to get yours right now. And also, all right, check this one out. The Mutineers tee is absolutely beautiful. I'm loving it. Check out the Call of Duty shop, where you can get these awesome native tees, new takes on your favorite teams. Order yours today.
Fire, you know I love the graphic tees, man, so I gotta get my hands on those. Whoever's
Florida
handing
is
this out,
fire.
Hear me, let me get one.
Yeah, I need that Metro Card t-shirt. I definitely need that Metro Card t-shirt from Subliners.
It's so nice. But ladies and gentlemen, guess what? That's it for the pre-show. On the other side, we're finally gonna kick off this event. It's been a long time coming. Major 4, Brooklyn, New York, London Royal Ravens, Toronto Ultra. You do not want to miss it. We'll catch you guys on the other side of the break to finally get this game going.
York Subliners, they had 2 huge chokes to get bumped out of the tournament at Major 3.
It's because of the point disparity, right? New York, they sit in that 11th seed, only 70 points to their name.
This is a must-win game for NYSL, and really in a scary position to even make the top 8.
And it's Paul again! It's Paul again!
They need every match win that they can possibly get.
They're on the outside looking in the champs.
Crim, this could be the first champs he's not even gonna be at. He's the GOAT of Call of Duty.
Don't say that, Jay. Don't say it.
Man.
It feels like this game 1 is about to be theirs.
After all this struggle, and after all this pain, I'm just gonna keep on fighting. The world don't know my name.
London Royal Ravens really came out the gates and surprised so many people at the beginning of the season.
The question still remains, what about now? What about the future?
Well, it's time for Gizmo to really show us what he's made of.
The fans of this team are excited to see if he can kind of right this ship.
Gizmo, it's a 2-piece!
A round 11 ace.
And the London Royal Ravens cause an upset.
You know they tried to stop me, they tried to bring me down, but now I'm at the top seat, so how you like me now?
Nero is flying around the map like Prime Scump here. He's 12 and 4. Look at Nero, he's still going.
It's Nero the hero, over and over again.
It's a casual 49 and 33 from Nero. 5,500 damage. That man was running around shooting suns out of his MP40.
You know they tried to stop me, they tried to bring me down, but now I'm at the top seat, so how you like me now? I can't stop, I won't stop until the top.
It's going to be the debut of our champion from Major 3 heading into Stage 4, the Seattle Surge. Every single one of these players, you could call them an MVP for what they bring and what they do on the map.
Fred's now set up for the kills. He's got himself an AR. He's got himself 2. Here comes a 3rd.
What a shot from Simp!
And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. It's a 3-0. Seattle Surge get the job done. Your major champions have not skipped a beat. They have not missed a step, and they have come right back in swinging.
Seattle, they're just flying high.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Brooklyn, New York, where we have the first matchup of the day. Getting ready. We have the London Royal Ravens versus Toronto Ultra. And when it comes to both of these European teams, kind of like this theater, they're trying to see who the king is right now. I can't wait to see who comes out on top of this rivalry. But here on the desk, we're going to break it all down. My name is Belly. We got aLLeY, Nameless, and also Standy, the New York native, right? But Standy, for this matchup right here, man, if you were to give me an elevator pitch, what are we expecting?
Oh, this is going to be an absolute speed fest. When you're talking about the SMGs on both sides, you got Afro and Nastie going up against Banson, Kleenex. So far throughout this stage, though, obviously Toronto not having the best performance. They go 2-3, get the reverse sweep versus OpTic Texas, but overall it just hasn't been a clean stage for them. On the opposite side for London, great in that hard point, okay in the search and destroy, and an abysmal in control. So this is going to be a battle, at least at the respawn.
This map set is wild to me. We're talking about London's two best S&D maps.
Yep.
And then looking on the opposite side, there's the auto veto for the Toronto Ultra and the Bocage SD, and then Desert Siege, which is also one of their worst search and destroys. I mean, it's still decent there, but this is just wild to me that they went with these maps in this series.
Oh, yeah.
And then also the map 1, we're looking at London on a 6-game win streak. Now, granted, Ultra's been decent there as well. I mean, this is going to be crazy. Everything points to a London win.
Oh, this is going to be real fun. And when it comes to London, by the way, this is going to be Gizmo's first time back on LAN with his team. And talking about raw skill, there's no protection against him, right? The Royal Ravens right now, Nameless, 4-1 in the online qualifiers, one of the best teams in the game.
One of the best teams in the game. Like we said, these guys have been unbelievable in hardpoint. And, you know, to talk about one player specifically, Afro has been lights out.
He has.
They've had a massive improvement in search and destroy. I mean, a lot of the credit has to go to Afro. Like, this guy literally is the first blood machine. He makes plays, and he gets out with his life, which is like the most important aspect to me. So, you know, I'm excited to see these guys on LAN with Gizmo back in the roster. They've been having a lot of success for the game field keys to victory. aLLeY, what does London have to do?
I mean, for me, it's just keep doing what they've been doing. Like, their respawn in hardpoint has been disgusting. And of course, we just kind of want to sweep control under the rug. Obviously, that's not a favorable situation, but when it comes to a major, there's only so much you can do to fix a game mode you were struggling so much in, and they got to lock down the Desert Siege. When we talk about this matchup, they played Toronto earlier in this stage in the same 1, 2, and 4 maps, and London won all 3 of those. So definitely scary for like the Toronto Ultra, but if you're a Ravens fan, you're flying high.
Well, you're flying high if you're a Ravens fan, but Toronto Ultra has kind of been struggling lately. We just came back from the 6 at their last major, and even though they put on a spectacular show for everybody out there, they weren't able to finish as high as they wanted to, and then the online qualifiers after that were kind of a struggle. But the thing is, you just can't give up on this team when it comes to LAN. aLLeY, when it comes to Toronto, they're still in the bubble right now, and I'm looking at this team to really make a statement.
A really interesting stat for me when it comes to this Toronto squad is they're 3-5 in search and destroy right now, but they have an overall team KD of 1.09, meaning the slaying is there. Mostly I'm looking at the likes of Insight. So again, I think that they have just lost some of their way fundamentally. But when it comes to the game tool keys to victory, and take it away.
Yeah, SD has to be better than the qualifiers to make a run. 3-5 record during stage 4 qualifiers. It's a 2-3-5 team, like we said. And, you know, looking back at the maps that we had, they're playing like their auto veto and Bocage, so coming with a different look. Because like we said, some of the players have been getting ISO'd. They've been getting easy red and then take the swing game, Tusk and control. In my mind of the series, that is a must win. London have not won a control throughout stage 4 qualification. They have to win that control.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, with all this build-up, I'm ready to explode. And while I'm excited, let's keep it going. I'm gonna put everybody here on the hot seat, starting with you, Jay, man. When it comes to predictions and pick'ems, But you got one in this first series.
I think this series is going to be a grueler from start to finish. For me, though, I think I'm going to go with the veterans on the team. I'm going to go with Ultra all the way into Game 5. Okay. They're going to be able to get it done in a 2-3-5 manner. It's going to be close hard points, but as long as they're looking as good as they are, usually in Search and Destroy, they're going to be okay. Control needs to be a lockup.
All right, aLLeY, we got Bans, we got Zero, we got Gizmo. Listen, these lobbies are going to be stacked. You got to be on top, though.
I was hesitant, Val, but after seeing that 1, 2, and 4 maps that London's already beat them on, and knowing Zero's record against Bans on LAN, I have to go with the London Royal Ravens. They are just looking so good this stage.
All right, Nameless, you're always honest and you say it with your chest every single time, man. London?
I gotta keep it a buck, man. Toronto Ultra, I just have faith in them on LAN. Like, I feel like the Search Destroy, they take that, then into the Control, they'll just be in such a good position. So I'm gonna go with the Toronto Ultra.
Really?
I've always wanted to prove it to me type of guy. London have not proved it to me on LAN yet.
All right, well, London has proved it to me since stage 1. The thing is, we were just waiting for the culmination of this team's potential to really blow up and go sky high, right? But the thing is, Gizmo's back, the swag is there, and this team is better than ever. And when it comes to hardpoint, you better watch out for that main AR, a.k.a. Zero. But ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to finally say welcome to Major 4. It's finally time to get this game started between the London Royal Ravens and Toronto Ultra. Let's get into it.
They got players in every single corner of the map right now, too. London is Afro.
And oh my God, there are just a legion of players here. Peekaboo, I've been here the whole time.
Haters talking to me, tell them pipe down. Or it's lights out. Zeros on the debit, baby, all I do is swipe now. Gucci sweater 5,000. Stunning, buzzing. I be going up, no ceiling. Wow, ballin', running. Getting to the paper, I'm peeling. Ow. They gon' know me as legendary. You in the stands, I ain't need no commentary. They gon' know me as legendary. You in the stands, I ain't need no commentary. Ain't no option, ain't no secondary. I just throw it out like a Hail Mary. Legendary.
What's up, Call of Duty fans? It is Major 4 time, and I'm your stage host, Blaze, to help kick off all the action this weekend. Now it is time to bring out our first squad. Help me introduce the Kings of the North. I give to you the Toronto Ultra. Give it up for Benz, Cammy, Insight, and Kleenex. Let's go Plus Ultra.
Our teamwork is on point, but when it comes to this event, I'm just looking at players like Insight, like Band, to get loud, to get hype, and New York, they're gonna need you behind them.
And Toronto, they've been here before, getting all that hype behind the crowd, and Toronto ain't gonna be here this time around. We're going to get some old friends. It's about that time. Hey, yo, Blaze, it's time to bring out those London boys.
Yes, it is. Going up against some old friends, looking to fly high on this stage. Make some noise for your London Royal Ravens. Give it up for Zero, Nastie, Gizmo, and Afro.
It's a bird, it's a plane, it's the London Royal Ravens flying high, and Zero with that AR clapping you. When it comes to hard point and just about everything out there, this team is so dynamic. Hear me out. Gizmo coming back to the squad, and Zero hitting peak has been perfect because Nastie and Afro has been on another level. The question is it going to continue? Better against Toronto Ultra than anyone else? I can't wait to see what this team is made of. Guy, let's go ahead and get it going, man.
Yo, Valley, I am so ready to get this international banger kicked off, and I can't think of two better casters to call to action, okay? Give it up for Bryson Tons to shut the stage down.
Well, thank you very much there. The stage is set, and of course, I feel like we're being a bit typecast because we're on the Ravens and Ultra again. But there is one thing I know, the game's going to be good regardless.
It always is. How good was the game online that we've seen? It was Gizmo's first introduction back into the CDL after a small hiatus, which was up against Ultra. And what a game it was. It was a game that surprised both of us. We came into it, we didn't think we would see that level from the side of the London Royal Ravens, but they came out screaming and did not slow down throughout the whole stage.
No, they really didn't, and it's a very interesting story between these two teams. The Ravens, the return of Gizmo, have looked back towards the top of the CDL, whereas Ultra, after an incredible Major 3, a little bit of wobble in the camp, and we'll have to find out how that translates into LAN against these two teams.
To delve into the maps just a little bit, though, the desk we're talking about, I wholeheartedly agree. I'm very curious when it comes down to these maps, especially for the side of Ultra. But we bumped into Marky B backstage, and I went, right, okay, what we're saying about the maps. He said 3-0. He's confident. He's confident. And it has to be because it's online. Ultra have looked better online than they have done online. Ravens, you can possibly say the opposite.
Well, say what you like, but we just saw Gizmo bouncing out of his seat there. very, very confident coming into it. A little bit more pressure on Ultra for this one, actually. I feel they barely squeaked into the major bracket at the end of the qualifiers. And also, they aren't 100% safe. Their odds aren't the worst, but they're not looking as peachy as they would like.
Yeah, a winner's bracket definitely helps you from the start, of course, with the points and how it does go down. It does give you that opportunity to lose 2 games in a certain, lose that 1 game, I should say, in a certain sense. But yeah, that's definitely not safe when it does come down to that bubble that we have talked about for the last 3 to 4 weeks. But it should be an interesting one. I can see Gizmo's already starting to point over towards them. There's a little bit of smack talk going on now and then against these 2 teams. But yeah, as mentioned, when it does come down to these maps, so Brycey, it's the same 3 maps outside of the control, as Ali said on the desk, that we've seen online. And that was the first instance we've seen from Gizmo. But one thing that I'm going to want to touch on throughout all of this has to be the sense of how Zero has been playing and how good he has looked all stage long. Can he continue it is going to be the question for me.
Yeah, that is a big question. Obviously, there were questions about Kismet before we come into this, and I think he's answered an awful lot of them. This is just one step further for them. One of London's biggest things is they stopped that backslide. They were slowly but surely sliding down the table point-wise, and they've stopped that dead. They're all but guaranteed now to go to champs. Realistically, all that's left for them, a bit of polish, and see if they can win Major 4. It'd be a big boon to them.
Can they start it here with a Tuscan hardpoint? London right now are on a 6-win streak on this map as the crowd in New York gets loud for these 2 teams. What a major this shall be in the beautiful King's Theatre in Brooklyn. One of the sexiest venues I think we've had, Brycey, if I'm honest with you. It's beautiful.
It's very, very beautiful here in the arena. And we are looking forward to some beautiful COD alongside it. We go right into this one. A little bit of revenge for Ultra. They haven't had the best of times against London. But today, that won't matter if they can pull off the W as we head into P1.
Well, here we go then. For the side of London, as mentioned, that win streak is very, very strong for them at this moment in time. For the side of Ultra, how do you break back onto it? Well, you started with that with Cleanex finding 3. He's going to open things up here. London on the back foot.
Already pushing it out. Cleanex looking to do some extra work there. That's 4 for him already, and he's not going to get out of it. Afro with the nade will shut him down, and the pinch will be coming onto Ultra. London looking to regain this straight away.
Shots in from both 2 teams. Of course, we are going to be fighting for this control over towards P2. Gunfights were starting to go the way of London. Inside we'll find 1 more though, and Ultra just hold on by the hairs on the chinny chin chin. Zero will find 2, can't quite find the 3rd on the entry, but good start from Ultra. This is what they would have wanted, especially with being such a high, heavy, statistically sided map for the side of London Royal Ravens. It's always good to have a good start.
It is, and if you kind of cast your minds back, the last time we saw them on this map, Zero was the man at the moment. Currently 4-1 in this, looking for Cammy towards back tag. He's just going to get that stun out and get away. The rotation of P2 is in for Ultra, but they've got to hold this pressure. Nastie going to come straight through platform, gets 1, but gets shut down by Bans.
Great, not looking good so far for the side of the Royal Ravens, but a man that has performed all season long, Zero. 5-1 to kick things off. Yeah, hasn't necessarily worked out too much for the Royal Ravens, but the break is going to come on through. Ultra still towards the back though, so they get a chance to try and break. Nastie doesn't find the second. Cammy will answer this one back. Ultra still here in numbers, but so are the Ravens. 2-2 trade.
And at the moment, Ultra were here first. They haven't really been able to get into the hill. London have just put the pressure on, and it may have shocked Ultra just a little bit. As you can see, they are fighting from the back foot. They just have not been able to get back in since Nastie first broke, and it's more kills for the Ravens.
Kills come through, but that rotation now for the side of Toronto Ultra is what is going to be important. We have really harped on about the London Royal Ravens on this map in particular, but Ultra, very, very successful over the last 5. 4 out of the 5 last times they have played this map, they have won it. Both 2 teams going toe-to-toe, and it was nice for Ravens to get some good time there. Bryce, P1 was not going their way whatsoever, but they're going to have to break a strong Ultra hold here. Look how far they're pushed up.
Well, this is going to be the first push here. Nastie throws a nade out with his teammates. He's ready to push this P5. We can see already Cammy's going to try and hold it against them, but it's Cleanex and Cammy so far for the first 2 kills. Nastie gets 1 towards back tiles. And now they've got to worry about the pinch. Gizmo going for Ban straight away, cuts him down, and Ultra are now left a little bit floundering.
Inside towards the back, though, he could be the hero. Cleanex will find 2 inside of Broken. Inside should get picked off here by Nastie, but he's momentarily the only one here. If he can stay alive, the rest of the team are on their way. Will fall pretty much immediately. Gizmo with the shots. 25 seconds to go here. Ravens still fighting it.
There's a little bit of bait and switch there coming in from the Ultra. They hold this for a bit more. Cleanex finding his feet again, but it's taken down by Nastie as both teams swarm in for this scrap time, but it will be the Ravens that walk away with it. They're keeping their lead alive.
Trying their best. Good hold in the end from the side of Ravens once they did break on through. Afro will find 2 towards the church, find a 3rd as well, all on his own. And this man has been lighting up the stage during stage 4. Ultra gonna have to deal with it, but the advance comes in with a 2nd of his own. Nobody able to seemingly get any control here, Brycey. It's back and forth, trade for trade. It is looking like it's going to be the Royal Ravens who were here, but again, it's just trade after trade after trade with 45 seconds to go.
Yeah, both these teams committing everything to get into church at the moment. It's just going back and forth as the gunfights come in for them. Mutineers goes down. The Ravens are here in numbers. Nastie gets 1. And it's just going back and forth again. It is chaos in church.
Well, the Royal Ravens with a little bit of a hold on this now, though, but the spawn's there for Ultra, always going to help them. They're the closest to it. Bounce over towards top church, should break this for the squad. It's only Gizmo who is left at 8 and 10. He will eventually fall, so Ultra find a break back. It's going to put them within touching distance as we do head over now towards P5. Transitional kills, though, starting to come Ultra's way. 2 for CleanX in mid-map, and that is going to be a rotation for Ultra, scrap time for Ultra, everything you could have possibly wanted.
Yeah, it's made a huge difference for them. They're now trying to lock this one down. Can the Ravens find a way in? They've already got 2 kills. Can he manage to fire back with 1? Nastie's in towards the bottom, though. Ultra going for the pinch, and it's just Nastie. He needs to hold this open for the Ravens, and he's got 1, but Inside's going to get 1 back as well. Ultra are now back into P5 and looking to shrink this lead.
Kami on a 4 spree. He find himself in a position to maybe get something going here. We know how good the glide bomb can be on Tuscan. So keep an eye on Kami as this 4 spree continues. Can he make it 5? Of course he can onto Gizmo. Players above him as well. London Royal Ravens trying to fight their way through here, but Ultra have held on very, very well and are going to take the lead here in map number 1.
Yeah, it's been a huge P5 hold from that rotation. Really mattered, but Nastie's got in. They're looking for the scrap time. Inside's going to struggle. The Ravens get another one. That is a full wipe for the Ravens. And now the rotation of P1 is going to be what matters. You can already see players hitting back church. Afro is going to be around there. Ultra will regain the scrap time, but they will not have P1.
0. Shots coming in, not going to be able to get the transition over. Ultra will lock in this P1 rotation. These rotations have been really good for the side Ultra. When they're the first ones there, they seem to be locking it in. It's going to be a hard break for them here. The grenade's starting to come in though for the side of London.
Well, all on CleanX here. He's going to wait for it. He's not going to find any of them. Eventually finds 0. Looking to pinch this again. He finds Gizmo, but no good. Inspo just absolutely destroys him, and the Ravens have found back into it. Afro pushing Ultra all the way back.
Afro on the front foot once again. The tip of the spear so often for the side of Ravens. Haven't seen him lose a gunfight yet. CleanX will fall. Gizmo is there with him. Kami will eventually be able to answer back here, but the London Royal Ravens find a nice break and will have a healthy lead heading into P2.
Yeah, pretty similar last time around. You can see Ultra now setting up. They got to be careful. Keep an eye on Kami. He's going to be trying to hold this back closed against the pressure he knows is eventually coming towards him, this time in the form of Gizmo.
Big gunfight for Gizmo to find. That's 4 now for him. Nearly the 5th, not quite there. Bance will find it. Can they come and hold it from the front though? Over the top is Afro. Dunks on Bance, but it will not matter as Ultra are still here alive and kicking. They really do need these points, but London are the ones putting the pressure on, but Ultra are still here.
Well, this looks like last rotation. Ultra were here first, they did not get the point. Eventually the pressure from London got away from them, but they have got the kills now, looking to secure P5 to plat. You can see the pressure from Ultra now ramping up in intensity as they look to just close off London as much as possible.
Inside can find 1. 2nd isn't there though, but this was looking like good time for the side of Ultra. London are fighting every single second. 0 will find 2, Gizmo will find 1. The break comes through, Ravens will get on the rotation, but Gizmo will start locking in time. No, he will not. That scrap time will go over towards the side of Ultra. It's a 10-point game by the time we head over towards P3. Last time around, Ultra were the first ones here. They locked it in. Can London be as successful this time around?
Well, they've got Nastie on a heater. He's 25 and 17. He's closing down P5. It will be first points now to London. It's a long way for Ultra to go. Sierra push Miles out. It doesn't matter. The double snap comes through. He gets it. Pressure now towards Tyre. Ultra are looking to go through the back. Inside and Kami are going to be there. But still, Ultra spawning out.
Gizmo needs to stay alive yet. Needs to stay alive. The fight will go his way. It's only CleanX who can answer. A good hold so far from the Ravens. Vance appreciating that 0 might try and push it out and finds the kill inside of Broken. So another opportunity here for the Ultra to find a breakthrough. Nastie will be the first one they have to get rid of. Kami and Co coming through the side door as well. Shots are in, trades are there though for London once again. This has been a phenomenal hold over towards P3.
Yeah, they've really put the screws to Ultra. This is a massive turn for them. They have to get church control. They've lost an awful lot of time, and we are coming close towards the end of this game. Crimsix hasn't found Zero. Keep an eye on number 5. Going all the way through the back, and he might be an issue. Ultra don't know where he is, but where are his teammates? They've got to spawn. They've got to spawn towards the back. Keep an eye. Ultra are going to have to react to this. Everybody from London's in a great position for it as well. Inside shuts down one, looking for the second. Shuts him down as well. And Ultra, they may have got the spawn against them, but they are holding in church.
Huge kills coming in from Insight on the outside. Isn't going to be able to find Nastie. London's still spawning here, but Ultra very aware. Zero now sending the kills through. Gizmo with another, and it's Afro. London cleaning up.
Well, they've managed to get it back into this one, but let's find out how Ultra are feeling with a listening.
One back flowers, flowers. On the flower side.
Dead on time.
Nice.
Stop church though.
I'm one shot.
Help.
Flowers.
Flowers in time.
Flowers in time. Make sure we get there.
I'm gonna go deep. It's easy, right? It's just one new, okay?
Try getting there. It's Afro.
Slope.
Afro third. One might already be low well.
Yep.
It's mid on you.
One shot, mid truck, on to bow.
One more. Big trade.
Real well.
He's on the right side.
Play together. One stop out the window. Nice, that's it. Left, nice.
Alright, let's go.
Whoa. No broken.
You got it?
Nice.
Keep holding mid if you want.
Stack kill together. I don't have mid.
Close
Afro.
Afro dead.
Nice. Low broken.
Need their side.
Let me go for deep.
He's dead.
Nice.
Not the guy, yeah.
Was I him, yeah? I think so.
Yeah. On plat absolute. Nasty. Both one shot. Both one shot. Afro Nasty.
They're low, I'm looking low.
Could be low, yeah.
This is shit low.
Yeah, I got a fire.
Got two. One. Three. Move it, Joey.
Time me the window. Last guy.
Let's go. 1v1. Nice, we're close ready. Nothing mid. We're near pasture. Yeah.
Try to hold it.
Nades, don't push up.
Naded.
Yeah.
There's my bad.
Well, the pressure is mounting for Ultra. They're back on the P5. You can hear the comms getting a little frantic as they desperately try to hold this down like last time. They are still behind, but they have done so much work. Bats again on a 4. He'll be looking to go all the way with this one. P1 currently in control of London.
These rotational kills are so big as well. It's momentarily only Zero and Gizmo who's left. That's Gizmo's second inside the hill. Insight will trade it. Zero is here. It looks like London do have the purchase on this site. Crimsix trying to find a route through. London can of course win it in 15. The kills started coming through for them. London in prime position.
Well, the nades are coming from Ultra. They've completely cleaned them off. They can actually win it here. They have to hold every single second. Can London find their way in? Gizmo already opening up that mid corridor. Inside pushing through. Nasty looking for it. Inside and Bans combined. Ultra trying to hold every kill.
23 seconds away. They're holding on, but those spawns being flipped. It's caught them off guard. Ravens have found a breakthrough here. 3 kills falling on through. Kami needs to find something. So does everybody else from the side of Ultra. Cleanx is here, but he needs support.
They have to get in. Ultra are looking to open the door. As you can see, they're ticking down seconds by seconds. It's still possible for Ravens to win this one, but Ultra are in. They are in. 2-second tick. Insight hiding for his life. He hasn't got it.
Rotation.
Here it comes then. London, Nasty diving through, finds Kami, finds one more! Not going to be it! Cleanx is alive! They are still here, Ultra, but the numbers of Ravens are putting pace in! Bans for 2! Afro in! Insight's in! 10 seconds! The Ravens have to move! Nasty trying to get through! They're throwing up the defenses! They are putting everything into this! Here they come! 1v1! London!
Oh my god!
Rebirth, the resurgence, the rejuvenation, and the return of the Royal Ravens. It's a clutch moment of 1 point in Tuscan to open up the major.
The Eagle has landed in New York. My goodness me! What on earth was that start? It looked like London had it on lock. And then the rotation came through. Ultra tried their hardest, but the deficit was too much. A 1 point game to kick off the major. Are you kidding?
Well, didn't really expect to blow my voice out in the first round of the major. But let's have a little rewatch and see what went right and what went wrong.
So let's have a look. You can already see Ultra on the rotation because they know they need it. Those final few kills come through for them, which allows them to get there. But Nasty, up through ramp, finds one. The break comes through, and then the trades start to flow. Initially, Ultra starts to win it. They find the kills themselves. It's Bans with 2 huge kills from ramp himself, Afro finds a breakthrough, but Insight trades it. At this stage, Ultra in the driving seat. Where does this initial break come from? Well, not that. Must be Zero and Afro through Church. Yep, there it is. Nastie finds a kill with a grenade on the site. You've got Bance left. Bance and Insight find a kill each, but Gizmo with the 2 is what does it for the Ravens.
And they are pumped, and rightfully so, Ton. That was one of the most chaotic endings I have seen. Ultra could have lost it on P1. They got in a P2, and London just set. Full sprinting towards the hill. That doesn't always work, but in this case, they won the gunfights. They got it right. P5 was hit. Short round from Church was hit. And the difference was basically nothing, but a point matters.
26 non-traded kills for the side of Nastie there. A very, very good game out of him. A very good game out of these two teams. We said coming into it, this could be the major for the whole of the year. That could be the craziest one. Can every map be like that? I don't know if it works that way.
I really hope not. I'm feeling that my voice was gone for the last 30 seconds of that hard point. I do apologize for sounding a bit breathless, but we're back on land, and it's time for 100%. And what a way, what a map to kick off this set of events. I'm sweating, I'm tired already, but Call of Duty is life.
Oh man, I mean, what a crazy way it started, but let's go big picture here. This was a map that London would have went into and said to themselves it was a 6-game win streak for them. Ultra hadn't been doing too badly themselves, of course, as we had mentioned, but this was a map that a lot of people would have put over towards the side of the London Royal Ravens. Maybe not in such close of a nature, but I suppose, you know, that's one of those games. If you're Ultra, you push it right to the wire, you are a point off. But does that not hurt you maybe that little bit more sometimes? It can be one of those things you can sort of say, right, okay, that is literally a gunfight difference. That's all that's kind of lost us that game in that scenario, or do you really rest on that laurel a little bit?
I think the benefit for Ultra is they're very used to losing hard points. Yes. So they can probably move on for it. But speaking of moving on, let's take a little look at Desert Siege. Here are some statistics that might illuminate how we think it is going to go.
Looking at this for the side of the London Royal Ravens, that's pretty one-sided when it does come down to the statistics over the season. 6-3, which has them at second. But the big ones for me here, First Blood, they only are the 4th team in terms of how amount of percentages they are getting them. But when they do get them, that's what's important. 89% of the time, when they are in a 4v3 situation, they are coming away with the win. That's efficiency from the London Royal Ravens. They'll be looking for those First Bloods as much as they possibly can do. But I think when we talk about this map, how many times have we seen Ultra do relatively decent on it through the sight of Insight? I'm curious about the sniper battle that's going to go down. Haven't seen too much of the form we've seen at the beginning of the season from Insight, but if you can bring that here to the major in New York, London are going to have a problem, and those stats will be a little bit skewed.
Yeah, but tell you what, 1 hour up in the series, going on a map you're statistically looking forward to, the London Royal Ravens have got to be feeling pretty good. We'll have to find out how this all plays out as the map is ready to go.
Well, here we go then. As mentioned, those stats very, very one-sided. The side of London Royal Ravens, especially with managing to get themselves that lead in that series. Having a look to it though, Insight, we mentioned that he's maybe fell off, well, I don't want to say fell off, but maybe hasn't necessarily looked as strong as of recent. Overall, a 1.37 KD. As we head into Desert Siege, he is going to be the catalyst for the side of Ultra if they want to get back and tie this series up.
Well, I'm going to find out exactly what they can do. It's always tense between these two teams, but already a First Blood for Ultra.
It's Insight who found it as well. He's going to find a second here on the Zero. Not quite, but Gizmo was quite far pushed up here. Keep an eye on him as that was now start coming on through, and can he find anything with this pressure? The rest of the Ravens not there to help him out necessarily.
Oh, Insight, I don't know if he's seen him. I don't know if he's looked at him. He has. The nade's coming through. They're going to cut him down. They called out the teamwork from Ultra paying off. And they now have it in a 3 versus 1. Can Zero find some magic straight away on this S&D?
It's a difficult situation. He wants to try and find the pick onto Insight as best as he can and then go from there, but 33 seconds. Doesn't have the bomb. Not the best spot to be in. Seems like Insight might have this read. Turned around at the wrong time. Zero's got through. Oh, I heard that though.
They're going to make a bit of noise. Will have the bomb, looking for Insight, knows he's there. That's going to be a shoulder thrown, and Ultra will react.
Woo! Huh? They make them different in Copenhagen, I think.
Crimsix is not going down quite yet. Gives Zero no real room to maneuver, but Ultra get that first round done on the S&D.
Just good defensive hold over towards that B side. The first kill comes through from Insight is always going to make it a little bit more difficult for the Ravens to find their pushes there. We said he's going to be one of the big reasons if Ultra can find something here. The stats all do lie in the favor of London Royal Ravens, but if Insight can have one of those magical search and destroy games that he does have, they're going to mean very little.
Last time we were on LAN, the secret to success for Ultra was going to be their S&D. They'll be looking to repeat that feat right here in New York. Already a little bit of Paulehx control coming through. Ultra will have it, but no pressure onto a site yet.
Pressure in here from the side of Toronto. This first split will be huge. As mentioned, when London find them, they're converting them 89% of the time. Neither team wanting to make a misstep here. A minute to go. That works out better for the defensive side. Shots starting to be fired though. Desert Siege has awoken. And here comes the push now from Ultra. The grenades coordinated from London, and that's into the first blood.
Well, Afro has been so prolific at getting them here on Desert Siege. Opens it up, and Ultra looking to try and get a kill through. Keep an eye, Bats trying to sneak, but it's not going to be worth it. Ultra finds him eventually. Cleanx tries to take the fight, eventually almost goes down. And Ultra left a little bit high and dry with 28 seconds left to go.
And that's the problem you have when you take your time on these attacking rounds. Nothing really for Cammy and Cleanx to do here. It's going to be a difficult one. Cammy can't find Afro. He just gets out with his life, and Cleanx is going to find one of his own, but they really need to start pushing the tempo. 13 seconds remaining. Cleanx will do well.
Free for Afro. Eventually going to go down this round as well. 8 seconds left. He's not going to be able to do anything in it, but London Royal Ravens get one back onto the board.
And that was very typical of an Ultra setup when it does come down to these attacking rounds on Desert Siege. They do prefer that neutral setup, playing for the picks. 49% of their rounds go that way, but it is their least effective strategy when it does come down to these attacking rounds, or their least effective at least when it is coming up against some of these other teams. Cleanx at 4-1 though. There's Ultra now back on the defense, and it was very much about the first blood that came in from Insight down this left-hand side. He will, of course, be heading back towards that mound. We so often do see him there. Zero now has the big stick out, and he's going to try and deal with Insight this way.
Looking. Does Insight hold him off again? Did a great job. Around, and Bance gets caught. First blood for them. Looking for that second one. Insight being very careful. Now he knows. It means he cannot afford to peek out in any direction. It gives London a great opportunity to get onto this site.
And that will not be the only grenade heading over there, I'd imagine. Yeah, Insight already down to, what was it, 4, 6 HP, something along those lines. Gizmo will find another, but Cleanx, oh, well, he did find the breakthrough. Gizmo was ready and waiting. The call-out comes through. It's Insight left on his own. We'll find one, and he needs 3 more.
Oh, it's their clutch master at work, but it's a lot to do, a lot to do. Gizmo is ready for him as well. Afro is ready for him, and he is going to go down. No clutch today for Insight. The London Royal Ravens take the lead in the S&D.
London, when it does come down to these attacks, A is really where they are finding much more of their success. B is not typically something that they do go towards as often, but 45% of those B breakoffs working for them. Add that to that percentage. That was a really clean one there. Thanks to Zero, finds that initial kill onto Bance, and it makes things a lot easier. Cleanx 4-2, helping Ultra out in those close quarter gunfights, but they're losing it at range at the moment.
Well, can Ultra get back into this game? Can they bring this back to a tie? Paulehx control again for them. They're not going to know where they are, and Cleanx gets that first blood. However, already it's Afro again on this map. Insight gets one more on a Gizmo. Down to a 2 versus 3.
Oh, good shots coming in from Afro, needed that. Bomb now going down. Is Zero going to be there to answer the question? Yes, he is. Bance falls, 2v1.
Insight looking for this. He knows the pressure's going to be on him again, but he's last alive.
What's the plan here for Insight? 30 seconds remaining. Zero on Overwatch. That's a problem here. Zero with the sniper. It's not going to be easy for Ravens to do something with Insight here. It's going to have to be Afro to find something.
Oh,
there you go.
Him. It's Afro again. And the London Royal Ravens go up 3-1 in the S&D.
Nicely done. It's a good comeback there, actually, because Ultra seem to be in control of these trades. Oh, that's... Yeah.
It's got too much junk in the trunk.
Yeah, You hate to see it. Either way. Kill comes through. It would have been difficult for Insight either way, but one of those players that in those situations, you can never, ever count them out.
You certainly can't, and they're going to need him firing on full form to get back into it. London probably feeling very confident now going into this next round. They have the attack. They have Zero, who is hitting his snipes so far. Admittedly, only 2 of them really necessary. Almost gets caught. Ultra trying to play the counter to him. And they've taken a lot of map control away.
Yeah, Ultra are very far pushed up yet. Nastie, oh, he can't find the gunfight, but Gizmo will find that trade. Another first blood over towards the side of Ultra, but they haven't been making them count. Try and have a look which way London are presuming to go here, but I think it's just going to be a slow and steady one. Try and find some sort of pick. Vance is in the position already and waiting for this one. Cammy pushed up as well. Awkward map here, not too sure who's actually in control.
They're trying to figure this one out, and Gizmo's already found Insight towards the back. Somehow he stays alive! Zero absolutely destroys Cammy. Afro has gone down now. Bance has made a play for it. Insight's in trouble. He needs reinforcements. You can see Bance sprinting over there to try to shut it down. But with 27 seconds left to go, London have to make a move.
Not much utility on the side of Bance to help him out here either. Will he be expecting Gizmo so far pushed up as well as the bomb does go down? Insight on his way over, but this is a precarious position now for the side of Ultra. It's a big round, 2v2.
It's going to be a really difficult retake as well. You can see London are stacking this ready. He's going to find it, but Zero's on Overwatch, and that's the issue. The setup was ready for it. Insight, this is another attempt at a clutch for him. Statistically, one of the best players at it. Going to see his head, finds the first, 19 seconds. Zero's going to play time, surely.
Gotta go.
He's
got to go, he sees him.
He's found him, he's found him! Oh, the 1 versus 2! Zero gave him the eyebrows, and Insight took them off.
This man never fails, really, does he? I mean, he's quite often left on his own because he is that slower player for the side of Ultra. He's always playing a little bit on an island, taking his time. But when he's put in these positions, it doesn't matter, 1v2, 3, he's very much at an advantage. It always feels, doesn't it? Well played from Insight. The first pick comes through, and Zero just shows him a little bit too much. That was an important round for Ultra. Stop the bleeding. 3-2 down is a lot different than 4-1. So let's see, can London bounce back after that one? Afro at 7-3. It's the SMGs who have been performing on both sides. On the side of Royal Ravens, it's just about the advantage their way.
Well, already looking for the wall bank. It will be Ultra. All about getting control once again. Afro has pretty much been their kryptonite every time they've tried to make a move. Can he do it one more time on this map? We know how prolific he is, and Cleanex is in a lot of trouble. 27 health, but still alive. And there's Afro again.
These first bloods inside the Paulehx is really what both these two teams have been fighting over time and time again. Two of the best performers in the league, Afro and Cleanex, really going at it. At this moment in time, though, it's Afro with the advantage. London Royal Ravens with the advantage. Ultra now, though, will make Ravens have to come to them. Can Cleanex get out? Never gonna happen. A 2 versus 4 now for the side of Ultra.
So much pressure they have to watch for. They know a flank could be incoming. They know players, but Insight gets one already. They're looking for this. It might be a double chow. Kismet already Cammy finds him. It's a 2 versus 2. Ultra trying to hold this off, but Afro's already going to find one. Insight going to be left alive, and they found him in the back. And it was 2 bodies too many. London Royal Ravens wrap that round up.
And Ravens just closing that gap all the time there. Tightening their grip on the bomb site, and as soon as that first 2 kills comes in from Ultra, they're already buttered up just a little bit. The Ravens can then put that pressure on. Because they had so much time as well, as soon as that bomb goes down, they find that next kill. It's a 4 versus 2. They have that full 45 seconds to wrap all the way around, and that's where you see these flanks come on through and finally secure that round for the side of the Royal Ravens. 4-2 now. 9-3 out of Afro. Typically on a map that you would say is more AR oriented, more about your snipers. Your SMGs on side of Paulehx have got to do their job, and Afro is exceeding at this one at this moment in time.
Well, Bant's going to take an up position. No hit markers. They don't know he's here, but Cleanex is going to get caught. Nastie takes him down. It's a trade coming through, though, as Bance tries to find them, but Afro manages to outgun him. Bance cannot get the bullets on targets. And now it's Insight again, left alive, all alone, without a lot of chance. And the Ravens, they continue this march towards victory. 5-2 now in the S&D.
Sensational from Afro. You got to save your bans. It's an awkward gunfight at the best of times, but that's a third kill in the round coming through from Afro. Very well played from the Ravens, matching aggression with aggression that time around. But how big of a star has Afro been on this stage? He's been phenomenal, S&D specifically. Of course, you would maybe say Bakaj is more of his playground, but he's making Desert Siege as best as he can. 4 streak for him, 11-3. Ultra need to find a way back in somehow.
Oh, he's looking for it, thread the needle, he's threaded it. Gizmo gets taken out, first blood to Ultra. However, Afro instantly brings it back. And Afro only shows him it for a second. Inside gets out.
It's Afro every time. Every single time. The problem here now for Ultra, though, that bomb's already committed over towards A. Makes it a little bit more difficult. Cammy with the shots, though. Afro gets taken down. That's off the battle if you're Ultra. This bomb will now go down as well. The flank kill is going to be huge, though, in sight. Is he going to check the corner? Oh, peekaboo. Zero will find the kill. Now it's 2 versus 2. The bomb is down for Ultra.
Can they hold? This is for the map if they can try and just keep it alive. But Ravens, it's going to be 0, 1 versus 2. If he makes it, they take the S&D. But Cammy shuts down any hope of ending it right now.
Ultra just about holding on. That flank kill that comes in from London make things maybe just a little bit more dangerous, but good hold in the end. The first picks coming in. We haven't seen that enough. Well, we haven't seen it converted enough to the side of Ultra. We've seen plenty of first bloods, but they haven't been going their way for the most part. 5-3 now, still doable here for the side of Ultra. They got rid of Afro pretty early there, though. It's going to help you along your way when he's 12-4.
He has been the difference maker, but it's still a long way for Ultra. 3 more rounds for them without dropping 1. A first blood would be disastrous. Losing the numbers would be disastrous, and even bomb down at this point could be just a step too far.
And Ultra with a lot of pressure here, but Ravens inviting it on. These neutral setups for the side on the Royal Ravens may well work because it is neutral. Apart from the side of Afro, and well, that neutral that we had is gone. His band pushes up, finds 2. It's now a 2 versus 4, but look at the positioning from Afro. This may help things out here. The map is split in a weird kind of way.
It's all going to be on Afro.
Has to be.
He's looking for players. He's trying to figure this out.
Oh, wow.
Great position. Can he make the difference? He's going to find 1, holds his fire, eventually finds Cammy. Ultra have to react to it. There's a snake in their midst.
30 seconds remaining here. Ravens have got so much to do, though. Bance in that position towards field may well be the dagger, but if a second kill can come Afro's way, just at the wrong time, he turns round. Kleenex will find it. It's now an impossible situation for Zero.
Zero going to try and clutch this one up, but he finds Bance, and Bance takes him down. Slowly but surely, Ultra are making this S&D competitive. 4-5. Pressure's still on them.
Clawing their way back. They're clawing their way into this one. First blood starting to be converted just that little bit more now. Very nice push there from Bance as well. When things are a little bit neutral, they know that London didn't have that map control. They're aiming down the sides. He pushes up and catches them on the transition into Paulehx. 5-4 though, job's not done for Ultra. 1 round away from tying this up. Last time these 2 teams met on this map, it was a round 11. Insight missing a sniper. It doesn't happen very often. That would have helped them on their way to that round 11, but still, pressure coming in here from the side of Ultra and Paulehx. Kleenex is in. Can he do anything with it?
That was something Ultra wanted to convert, just the tiniest of pixels away. So much pressure from London. You can see it on the minimap. Ultra have got to try and figure out this puzzle that has been laid out before them. Is anybody going to try it for it? He sees an elbow. But it's not the people's, it's just Nastie's.
Nastie's staying alive, he's got to be the pick! And there it is. Another first blood for the side of Ultra, and Royal Ravens are flapping just a little bit now.
Keep an eye though, keep an eye, it's Afro! Finds 1, brings it back to a 3 versus 3. The bomb will go down though, Afro's been found down to a 2 versus 2. Bomb down now for Ultra. Kleenex on the flank.
You see him?
I think he did. I think he saw Gizmo as well. Gizmo finds 1. Oh, he's not going to get it. He's not going to get it. And it's going to be trouble. Tries to turn and burn, but fails in the end. The London Royal Ravens take the S&D, and they go up 2-0.
Got a little bit shaky for a second. but the Ravens lock in what was another statistically very good map for them. They would have known heading into this series, maps 1 and 2 do lean their way, and they will head into a small break with themselves 2-0 up now. Good spot to be in for the Ravens, and just honestly, resilience time and time again. It felt like Ultra had a few more first bloods there. We'll have to actually check this one over. Just maybe the 1 or so, I would say, in the end. Yeah, 6-4. So yeah, 2 more first bloods to the side of Ultra, but Ravens making theirs count a little bit more.
Yeah, they certainly did. Afro obviously just being a force to be reckoned with. 14-6 on that S&D. And Ultra could have potentially come back, but it just did not work out for them, even in the final 2 versus 2.
It's always hard in those kind of positions. Ultra kind of had the setup there, but honestly, Afro staying alive, finds that kill around the site. It creates the chaos a little bit, doesn't it? Yeah. It's always in that situation, you're like, right, okay, we need to find Afro, we need to find Afro. You can't. The kills fall the side of London Royal Ravens, 2-0 up now. But we're heading into control, so we might as well just go map number 4.
Yeah, there is a little bit of a silver lining there for London, for Ultra. It's the fact that Control is next and London haven't been great on it. But we'll have to find out exactly what does happen in this game. Because while it's the first game of the major, it's a very, very good one. Ultra now under a lot of pressure. The Ravens will be wanting to lock this one down and move on to top 6. And they can do it with just 1 more map in this series. And I'm hoping every single map will be like the ones we've just seen. But we'll see you after this break at the Call of Duty League, Major number 4.
Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew and Zenny. Armor your eyes with Blocks gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty Major number 4. We are here in beautiful New York. We got the crowd ready. So Thursday, we've only just begun, but already pretty glorious.
Oh, it's pretty popping in here. Let's be honest. It's been crazy. And well, what has also been crazy has been the games. I mean, social media has been pretty crazy after that first one. It was a wild, wild way to kick off the major. And we hope you guys at home are enjoying it too. It was electric inside the venue for that 250 to 249 map number 1. But let's just relax a little bit now because London Royal Ravens are 2-0 up, but we're playing Control. They have looked horrible on Control. Let's be honest, they've just not looked good. Every other game they look fantastic. They've nearly went perfect throughout, of course, the LAG match towards the end of the stage. I want to say you can put maybe a small asterisk with all the issues that were going on around it. They lose a couple of games there, yes, of course, but Control has been their bugbear all the way through the stage, yet to win one. So they need to turn around very, very quickly.
They really do. Obviously not looking great for London, but possibly a way back in for Ultra. They'll be pretty devastated with how those first 2 maps went. The opportunity was there on the hard point. The S&D, something we've seen them be pretty good at. Unfortunately, London have just looked better in this stage. The return of Gizmo has really turned around the Ravens.
Yeah, and we were surprised by that. We knew that Gizmo coming back in would probably help them. You know, things hadn't necessarily been going their way. But to see such a change in the team, it has been the big surprise to me. I feel like Nastie stepped his game up. Zero has been lights out all stage, and Afro has just been doing Afro things. Gizmo said he just brought the vibes back, and maybe that's all it was. Maybe that's all it was, but the vibes need to be there now for Ultra. As we head into Control, here are your top performers throughout that. Cammy there for the side of Ultra, Afro for London. I'm curious who's going to get it done here on map number 3, though. It's an interesting one because for all that London, they haven't looked good in the Control. There's sometimes to the point of, like, if you were wanting to have a bad game mode, it has to be Control, right? You'd rather it be that than hit a hard point on Search and Destroy, but you do still need to fix it.
Yeah, and maybe they just needed to get to land. Maybe they just needed to turn up at the major. But it would be an incredible time for London to win their first Control in a while and put Ultra down 3-0. Ultra, well, we were thinking maybe when they come to land, it would be a little bit different. Unfortunately, London look every bit as good as they did.
And that was a lot of people's questions, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was a lot of people were asking that question of London because it, I want to say, kind of rang true throughout the season. You know, the first event that we had, not the Kickoff Classic, but of course in Texas as well, and stage number 1. They came in a decent enough performance, but we didn't see the levels from Gizmo that we'd seen online. We didn't see the levels from Afro that we had seen online. But that transition has been somewhat seamless so far in this series. Can they keep it going, though? Do you think, though, when they're heading into it, and that's going to be the question for me, will they be heading into this with a sort of defeatist attitude and sort of saying, well, look, our Control's not great, we don't expect to win it? Or will they be heading into it like, let's see if we can turn it around? A 3-0 will be fantastic. Do they put it in the back of their minds already, heading into map number 4? I'm curious where the where the mindset is, I should say, heading into this one. But for these guys, they will know how poor that London have been on Control, and they will be looking to take this one quickly.
If there's one thing Ultra can do, it's regain.
Oh yeah,
be the perfect opportunity for them to do so. Go on to a weak map for Ravens. Now, we did have a chance to actually catch up with their coach, who's unfortunately not in the venue today. Dominate, hope you feel better. But he did say they haven't looked terrible in the scrims. London have been winning Controls in the scrims. It just has not translated to events or anything online in the qualifiers yet. So there is a glimmer of hope for the Ravens.
Yet. I wonder if we will get there with them, though. I mean, there's so many times that we're picking up on mistakes that they're making. Too passive on the defense. I mean, we're not playing Berlin at this point, but so many times where you're defending that B side, you would expect the push-up to start to come through. But they don't do that. They sit too passively and invite the pressure on. But then again, I spoke to Dom about that myself, and I was like, oh, okay, well, why are we doing this? And he was like, well, we don't do it in practice. So it's just about putting it into play when we do get to the major. Let's see if they can do so here. A 3-0 would be massive for them. I think it would give them so much confidence. If they can start winning Controls, Brycey, they become quite terrifying.
Yeah, they certainly do, and obviously going into it straight away into the top 6. One of the things we haven't spoke about too much, because Ultra are technically in that bubble that we have highlighted going towards champs, but they are on the upper side of it. So a lot of people haven't paid it a lot of mind, but if they get no points here at the major, it is still very possible that they don't make champs, and that's the horrifying thing.
And look at that losers bracket. How crazy does it look? I mean, you drop in, and it's not a good position to be in whatsoever. You'd never want to be down there, especially not in this event with some of those teams. You've got champions from every single major basically down there at this stage. You don't want to be down there. So if Ultra, yeah, as you said, if they walk away with 0 points, it becomes plausible that they don't make champs. It becomes plausible. Still, they're in a better position than many.
They are.
But it becomes plausible.
They are. It definitely does become a little bit plausible for them, but we are getting ahead of ourselves. There's still an awful lot of Call of Duty to go, and I know the first 2 maps have been pretty spectacular between these teams, but we'll have to find out, and this is the bubble we are talking about. You can see Ultra are not safe, and that's the pressure that's probably worrying them just a little bit. The Ravens win this game. They are more than safe. They are absolutely rocketing up the table. But for Ultra, they do not want to put their future, their opportunity into other teams' hands. They want these points. They need to get them in this tournament. It's a weight off their mind, and then they concentrate on moving forward to trying to win the tournament and potentially win champs.
It's a storyline we've been pushing, and rightfully so. So many times we've seen some of these teams, and I think, you know, your home crowd here will be behind the Subliners when we do get there later on. They're the ones that really have to make that miracle run. For any of you guys want to go through any of the permutations or anything, Chance put up a nice article. It's on Twitter there as well. I was talking about it there before. Such a talented Mike can right cast. He's got that, honestly.
Way too good looking as well.
It was really annoying, actually.
Yeah. So it's awful, the talented people we have to work with. They make us work much harder than we should be able to. But speaking of working hard, going into this control, we are waiting just for this map to get ready. I know you're probably sick of listening to us already, but as we go into it, the London Royal Ravens, the cusp here, a 3-0 to kick off their tournament would be so huge. Just an unbelievable feat for them. They automatically rocket themselves into one of the favorites to win it. They came into this as the #1 seed. This is 1 versus 8. Ultra, if you aren't familiar with how it worked them getting here, the very last game they had to wait to see the result, and they aimed down to a 3-way tie, and they had the advantage in the 3-way tie to actually make themselves get into winner's bracket. It was kind of a crazy way to get through. They didn't have a good qualifier, and we were wondering, is it just the qualifiers? Is it just a little bit of a downturn since Major 3? So far, they haven't told me that's the case.
No, absolutely not. I think, you know, if you're looking at these 2 teams, though, and based on how Ultra played at their own home major as well, was it just the crowd buff? I wonder, because we haven't seen that form from them online whatsoever, and we haven't seen much of it here so far either. To be fair to them, let's be honest, map #1 comes down to 1 or 2 kills. That's literally it. Of course, there would have been mistakes or different moments here and there throughout of it, but if you really put it down, it comes down to a final couple of kills. So it could very, very easily be 1-1 here. Heading into control, they'd be feeling confident. It's a very, very different outlook on the series, that 1-point difference on Tuscan, because they'll be feeling super confident heading into this one. But yeah, I think, you know, the conversation about Ravens, and you talk about that control, you say how good they've looked in their other game modes. If they can find a control here, a lot of people will be starting to think about tipping them for the win.
So, to kind of flip this script for a second while we've got a second to talk.
Go on then.
For Ultra, it could have been a very different story. Like 1 point. London break through in unbelievable fashion on the half point. They would be up 1-0 in the series. The S&D was very, very close. There's opportunities for Ultra all over that map. Bearing in mind that Afro did have an incredible game on it. This could have been potentially a 2-0 Ultra. Going into this, we would have said it was over, right? Going into the control. But the issue being, of course, is that London have just looked like the better team. And I do apologize. I know you don't want to see us here at the moment. You want to see gameplay. Trust me, we do as well, and we'll get to it as soon as we can.
Yeah, I think, you know, realistically, it's these small margins we talk about time and time again. The tiniest of margins in map #1, of course, but small little moments here and there for Ultra in the Search and Destroy, yes, it does make the difference. Control, though, as mentioned so many times, Ultra will be looking to try and take this scalp as soon as they possibly can, as quickly and as efficiently as they possibly can, and just head into map #4. But I agree, I kind of go back to what the Des was saying. This map set really does suit the London Royal Ravens. I think everyone would have seen it and plausibly said a 3-1 victory is definitely on the card. So I'm very curious about London's control and see if they have fixed any of it. That has to be the thing.
It's funny, really, because everybody's kind of predicting like a 3-1 win if you're picking for London, because nobody has faith in the control. Nobody has faith in it. There have been some criticisms saying about maybe they're playing a little bit too defensive, that they're turtling up a little bit, they're playing too passive on the defense. When we know one of the things that is very important in control at the moment is having somebody hit those flanks, trying to get them off the respawn, farm those players, keep them staggered, essentially, not allowing attacking teams to bunch up and get the execution in. With London against Ultra, Ultra are very good at those executions. They're very good at being all together.
Having a look through some of the search and destroy those, we get this lobby up and running. And Ravens, honestly, Afro was just an absolute enigma throughout that game. Finding these kills in mid, it just helps out so much. And I wouldn't care, you know, Ultra had a good start, a very convincing defense, and that's really where you would put a lot of your stock in them. Those long-range gunfights, it's always going to be 0 against Insight in a certain kind of way. Insight just didn't really get going. He did have that 1 versus 2 to bring them to a better position, did have those moments, but like throughout the rounds, there wasn't too many of those first blood picks that we kind of associate him with that helped the team out, and they didn't really convert much of those first blood picks when they did find them as well.
Yeah, and it's just been the case in Desert Siege for Ultra. They've just not been really able to find what they want, and relying on some of their teamwork to try to get them through hasn't worked. We see Crimsix trying to hit a flank here. This could have been huge for them. Unfortunately, it wasn't going to work out. And Insight, we call him the clutch master, but in that game, he was left alone repeatedly and got one of them. Now, the funny thing is, clutches aren't really supposed to happen. No. It's one of the things, it's a statistical anomaly. You aren't supposed to be able to clutch. Trading should always come through. Insight does it more than most, and I feel like we sometimes give him unrealistic expectations. Like, oh, he's left the line in a 1 versus 3. He'll probably get it. Yeah, the truth is, it's unbelievably difficult.
It's very difficult to find yourself winning these situations time and time again. It's unbearable for the other teams, I would imagine, to be honest, when you see him there. Is it something that you start quaking in your boots a little bit? I wonder, but this series is not done by any stretch of the imagination. Control, we're getting into it. Issues are fixed, the crowd is nice and noisy. It's only Thursday as well. My goodness, what a major we have on our hands. We've had a great series to kick things off here as well. But can Ultra find a route back into this game? It's gonna be tough.
It certainly is. Well, the first step of a long road for Ultra does begin here on Control. And London are going to try and make it their final one. Let's see how it kicks off already. Insight going towards A, and so are London.
It's the obvious push, obviously. Side of Ravens, secure this one in, see where you can get going. Good conversion for the side of Ultra, and honestly, they're going to be looking on the back of Afro. If he can continue these performances, Tuscan is going to be a map that he will have a lot of success on. And a lot of success is what Ravens are having here over towards A. Kills coming their way. Kills then go in the way of Ultra. Nastie trying to lock this one down as quickly as they possibly can, give them as much time possible to hit over towards B.
Well, you can see already they're trying to go for it. The nades of Ultra rain down once again, and Cammy wins the gunfight. They have stopped the full tick onto A. Their objective for Ultra now is to try and get as many kills off this respawn as they can. Keep London pinned back as far as possible. Gizmo versus Cleanex, and Cleanex now on a 4 streak is forcing London into a position they do not want to be in.
Cleanex now on a 4 spree himself, he will fall. Cammy now can't find anything here either. Nastie and co finding the kills over towards A. Well played, Afro with the gunfight win, and that's going to be A locked in now for the side of the Royal Ravens.
Gizmo yet to find a kill, but he's going all the way around here to find Cammy, and he gets it. It's a huge push already. London are in, they are on to B, they have the numbers, they have the opportunity. Insight already shuts one down. 0 versus Cleanex, and they lose every gunfight in the end. Ultra have a second to breathe, and they will push up as far as possible.
We'll catch up, Venue, don't worry. We'll get there. Vance and Co now looking to try and lock this defense in as best as they can. London trying to find a way through 6 kills in the lead for the side of Ultra in a very good spot.
And now they're looking to try and hold this down as long as possible. Still bleeding the kills. The Ravens are losing the bodies. It's 18 to 10, 17 to 10, but it only takes 1 break ton.
That's all it does take on Control, doesn't it? It's very much not over till the fat lady is singing. Zero and Co now, just making sure they can try and find something, but inside Vance, Cleanex all combining. And that's another push just completely deferred from the side of Ultra. London Royal Ravens can't find a breakthrough.
They're still looking. They're still trying to get this one. And Ultra, they just need to continue to trade all over the map. 5 lives for London. 4 lives for London. Absolutely flawless from here on out to have the opportunity to take this first round.
They haven't really looked likely. Not even remotely. Push going to start coming on through. Afro will find 2 though inside the maps, but still 3 lives remaining for the side of London. A little bit scary now, possibly.
Cammy's been found, but he gets a kill. And now it's a 2 versus 8, a 1 versus 7, and almost makes the kill. Afro not able to do anything there in the end. And Toronto Ultra take that first round in control.
Solid from them. Really good. Just forcing themselves up the map. London can't get themselves anywhere near it. And Ultra lock it in nice and easy.
Well, first blood to the Ultra, but it is a defense on Tuscan. So it doesn't really mean the most.
Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't. But at the same time, London Royal Ravens didn't get any takes over towards me. They didn't even look likely. So for Ultra, it's confidence for them. Can they find anything in themselves on this attack inside Cleanex? Combining well, those kills will fall on through over towards A. Same story as what London tried to do. Get a hold of A nice and early, and plenty of time to push over towards B.
Well, they're still looking, still cooking. Cammy finds one towards Midchurch. And it's all going to be Ultra at the moment. 5 kills to nothing. And they're going to be making a move for it. Kismet finds one back to it as well. Zero gets the second. They are going to shut down B before Ultra have an opportunity. Nastie getting another one. Ultra do not have A yet. They haven't been able to answer this push by London. Cleanex eventually finds 2. A will go the side of Ultra. God. Finds the third. He dances through the middle. And it's Ultra with the pressure.
Can London hold on here? They don't have the bodies whatsoever. Cleanex staying alive there is going to be massive as well. Ultra will start tightening that grip.
Well, let's see. London have a lot of work to do as Ultra come hounding them all the way through. Let's find out how they are feeling, though, with the London Royal Ravens. Listen in.
No comms, nice. That's a 3. Missing Ben. Missing Ben, okay?
We're going to close. We twice. Close left. Push you. Nice. Nice. We can.
Chatting out, Drazah.
Ramp's open. Ramp's open, boys.
Push low, bro. That's like one shot, bro. That's like one shot. You went to fire. You're right.
Trying to hold us right.
You have a quick mark. Do you have right?
Goes right. No.
I'll get right.
Church.
He's back over. He's not monks. He's stunned.
Joe, if you want, I can help him.
I'm wrapping over.
He's bottom church, Joe, bottom church. One shot, bottom church. He went, he's still bottom, in the door.
Yeah, I'm sorry,
still bottom in the door, bro. On your left, Joey. Nice, bro. Get out.
I'm
going mid-alley. Get right.
Get right.
I need to get right, yeah.
I've got mid-alley. Top fire's open, though.
How far?
Stone, dead.
Fire, dead.
There's one left. Maybe one left. I'm wrapping over. Get mid-alley. I'm helping you. Give me a sec.
Ben is when maps up. There's 2. Ben and Jimmy.
Mid-alley, can me one shot.
Alright, listen, take out dive. Let's go left. Hold back on spawn, okay?
What's up your maps?
Well, the London Royal Ravens just making sure they deflect all the pushes from Ultra. You can hear it. Figuring out with the small talk exactly how to deflect it. Ultra, though, have lost a lot of lives. They will now be trying to get over this life advantage and get into the point.
And in Farm Ultra, you need to be careful of Gizmo here. 5 spree for him. So that might be something that they can potentially use in an attack if you can't get a hold of this glide bomb. Insight with the shots into 0, though. Is there maybe one final opportunity for the side of Toronto Ultra with 30 seconds left to go?
But looking for it, Ultra are going to be in. Do they have the players they need to get it as well? They get 2, but not the third. It comes back to it. And that's bad for Ultra because they need every single kill, and somehow they find it. They're going to stop the clock. It's a 6 versus 6. Onto the point, it's stopped. That's more players going down. The Ravens may have found a route through. Afro trying to hold down Charge! Afro! Unbelievable stop there in the end.
Oh my God.
It's a 3 versus 4. London are going flawless. Just when they needed it. Ultra, they teased us. They showed us maybe they can make it. In time, bring it back to a 2 versus 2. It's not over. It's not over at all.
Huge gunfight by Cleanex as well. It's a 1 versus 2.
Zero has to get there. He has to find these kills. He's looking for them. He has to get onto the point. 6.5 seconds and a dream! And Ultra walk away. They take it. They're 2-0 up in the control. And the Ravens, this could be a continuation of their lack of form so far in control.
And we've seen the collapse starting to happen. You know, Ultra find that break on through. It looks a little bit dangerous for Ravens, but they find the kills coming back, but it comes down to Ultra clutching up. 2-0 up now in this control onto the defensive side. We may well be heading into map number 4 a lot sooner than maybe advertised. Ravens now trying to find something over towards A. Ultra getting aggressive. It feels like that swagger might just be back in the Toronto side.
Well, they found a couple of kills to begin with. Obviously, London just trying to capitalize on 8. Can we get another one? Can London regain? As CleanX gets one. Nastie stays alive though. Stops the clock, keeps the progress coming. They will need every single second to try and crack that nut that is B on this map.
Fine purchase over towards A though. 2 ticks are already locked in. Insight 6 free. Let's keep an eye on this. If he can secure a 7, as he often does, then it may well be Ultra on their way, as that 7th is, of course, locked in. Glide bomb in hand now for the side of Insight. Kills coming in, and I tell you what, London Ravens may struggle here. They're being forced back. Look at the life difference as well. Gunfight from Afro. Ridiculous from him.
Oh, Ultra.
I think we've got you in the venue now. We got you now. We're good. We're good. We're good.
We're back on time. It's all good. Afro though making his way through, looking for the second kill, and he gets it. It's a huge 2-piece from Afro. And London are going to try and get something going. They've already got the shot coming through. Afro again. 6 streak for him. Inside's going to go down. They may call in the glide here. Straight away, they need the breathing room. They're not going to get it. They're not going to get it. They're not going to get it. London are in. Afro's calling it in.
Has to call it in because the pressure's going to start coming from the side of Ultra. You need this round. The glide bomb finds nothing. CleanX has found the kills in the point, and it's all falling apart for Ravens. But a hellishly good push. 2 ticks are in. It's very much not done yet.
And CleanX managed to get through the gaps and shut down London. Afro was still in the glide, and they found nothing with it. It could have been all over for this round, but it still breathes. They will need Afro to do it again to find their way into this B point.
Have to take their time here. There's still a minute and 15 seconds. You need one semi-decent push. Ultra are not allowing them any room right now. Good gunfight win from Bance as well, but remember, Insight still has that ace in the hole, still has a hold of that glide bomb. He'll call it in if and when needed. 2 kills from Nastie though, here we go.
I love this from Gizmo, stopping the point. It's forcing Ultra to adapt. Unfortunately, the kills are not coming through for them. Afro again! He's trying to do it, but CleanX gets his own 3. The problem now for London is while they have a little bit of time, they do not have the lives, they do not have the position, and they've got to get through Insight. Insight is 22 and 10. 4 lives for London. And each one of them must be spent in the most efficient way possible.
It has to be pretty much perfect. 3 lives remaining, 2 lives remaining. London Royal Ravens. They had a sniff at this, but Ultra will shut it down. We said the controllers being an issue. Unless a minor miracle can come through here from the side of Zero, it's not going to happen. That is dominant in the control as we expected. The wars continue for London. Ultra back into the series.
Ultra, it's kind of a gimme map, and you know what, London don't even seem that upset. It's kind of like, yeah, we've done that a lot this split. Just not been able to find really anything going on the control. Even with Afro doing everything he could to break it open, they just couldn't hold on for him. Like, he went into the glide, he caught everything out. London did not find the kills they needed.
Yeah, and it's that sort of situation. How many times have we seen it when it is a must-win round? The teams have this small advantage of that glide bomb. It gets called in, but that's then a body that you do not have firing. And somebody like Afro not shooting his gun at people is sometimes not something you want if you're the side of London Royal Ravens, but you got to call that in. And the fact that he finds nothing with it is always a little bit disappointing. But that was the moment for maybe Ravens could have got back into it, because then they're onto the defensive round themselves, which is, you know, a little bit more plausible than an attack. But there were at least moments there for Ravens. You know, the clutch round that Ultra came up with, Ravens would have said should have been 1-1. This moment right here, of course, it was a 4v4. Ultra come through far too easily. And it's just curious, though. There was at least, I want to say, flutters of hope for the side of Ravens. A 3-0 scoreline is still not great, but there was still moments here and there that they could have possibly done something.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing for me now that we've seen it again is that moving on in this tournament, regardless of what happens in this series, it is going to be a potential map for every other team London have to play that they might go, all right, no matter what happens, if we get one of the first hard points or S&Ds, it is a good statistic possibility that they will go up in this series, and that is not where you want to be for London. Having a weakness, don't get me wrong, if it's control, it's probably the best weakness you can have. We know how it went when it was like Ultra and their hard point, they could never get a game down, and we know FaZe's issues on S&D way in the past. Control's the one game where you're like, okay, it's just once, it is mid-series, it can be potentially annoying to have that weakness.
It's that swing though, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's that moment where you're 2-0 up, you're cruising in the series, you lose a map convincingly like that. It is a potential momentum swinger, especially in such a huge game like this. It might just be the first game of the week, but it's winners bracket. It's important. You want to make sure you stay up here as long as possible. You're going up against a rival, if you like. You know, all these boys know each other really, really well. It could be that momentum swing that Ultra needed to get them back into this series. But again, the whole map set, we're leaning towards London and everything apart from the control, obviously.
Yeah, you are right. Essentially coming into this, London are the #1 seed. Everybody should be realistically picking them coming forward. The question we had is whether or not Ultra will be better on LAN. And I feel like it's disingenuous for me to sit here and say that they don't, because the first map was hardpoint, it was 1 point.
It's close.
The S&D, obviously, Afro again putting up huge numbers for the Ravens. This game does rest a little bit on a knife edge. Neither team has looked completely dominant, apart from on the control, obviously. But fortunately, we don't play control again. We're going into a hardpoint, so...
Yeah. If you're the Ravens, you're happy with that. And it's a hard point that they beat Ultra on the last 2 times, the last time that they actually went up against each other at the beginning of the stage. As we mentioned, it was the first game back for Gizmo, and it was a surprising win, wasn't it? That Search and Destroy last time around was a lot closer as well in Desert Siege. That goes to around 11, where Gizmo finds an ace to get Royal Ravens in the driving seat. Similar story, though. It's looking like a 3-1 for Ravens if they can close out this hard point. And it's one, as a lot of us have kind of been predicting, we would have thought they're going to take the win.
Well, I'll tell you something, I'm trying to figure out how these two teams are feeling here on the main stage. To a wonderful New York crowd who are making some noise for us in the venue all the way through this. And you can see the coaches on stage as well. They're figuring out, they're making sure to remind their players of the fundamentals and what they need to get this win on the next map.
They'll be known though. I said, like, where is the mindset for the side of Ravens coming into this? They know that their control has been put. They head into it and they just sort of say, well, okay, yeah, we lost it, so what? Is that their mentality? Or are they still really trying with it? Are they then going to be like, oh, we're downbeat about our control? Hopefully their mentality is in a good place here, because not like, look, let's be honest, a lot of people questioned it after what happened last week. They were in a good spot against LAG, delays, obviously nobody's fault in particular. It doesn't help them at all, and they seem to crumble very, very quickly. This Subliners, this New York crowd has been fantastic. Can they be fantastic a couple more times, though, this week? I'd imagine it'll continue at Pricey.
It will do. Here are our top performers going into this next one, hardpoint-wise. Insight, a 1.02. He has really stepped up his respawn. It's been very good for Ultra when they need it. Gizmo, 1.08. Obviously, the return of the prodigal son for the Ravens. It's what they were waiting on, and it has made a difference. But speaking of difference, it's time for Berlin Hardpoint. This could be the last map, or it could be the catalyst for a reverse sweep. Only time will tell.
Both these teams in very good form heading into this map. London, 4 of the last 5 have went their way. Ultra, 7 of the last 8. So the confidence will be there for both teams, but Ultra need it more.
Well, you see already, it's going to be Ultra on the preferred side. They're into P1 first. They're looking to lock it down. Nastie on stairs. Afro towards the back has caused some problems. Still getting the time here at the moment, Ultra, but they know London is close. Can he win the first gunfight? Looks for Nastie. Nastie breakthrough. Trades going all over P1. Gizmo comes to reinforce.
Ultra with the good spawn side coming on through, especially towards P1. And statistically, it's definitely more beneficial for some of these teams as they continue to hold just about. Nastie as they trade things out. But when it does come down to Berlin Hardpoint, starting on this blue side that Ultra are on, 63% of the time, that team is coming away with the win. And that's down to the fact that they always do tend to have a lead heading over towards P2, but London, best P2 team on the game.
And this is going to be one of the reasons why. Zero just trying to hold down that street, not let any players from Ultra put the pressure on a P2 yet. London aren't going to be in quite at the moment. They are waiting for positioning. They are trying to make sure they have a clean setup and they can win these trades in the point. Zero eventually comes through. Clean X going to be looking for him. Picks the wrong corner. Zero's still alive, flying! And Cammy eventually takes him down.
Good break coming in from Ultra. London Royal Ravens are the team you talk about when it does come down to breaks. Ultra find a nice way through. Have the side of spawns they want to keep a hold of. You'll not see Cammy move too much further forward. And imagine he wants to try and lock that down as best as he can. But inside the point, it's in sight. He's the only one who can find a kill, though, as Ravens come flying back into this one. Still a bit of a trade fest back and forth, but look at the top of your screen. London Royal Ravens are yet to break 10 points.
He's going to actually go through. Bance wants to try and find one more. He's going to find two players on the hill. He will not win that gunfight. Now, the most important thing is to keep an eye on that minimap. Afro already into fire. He's trying to open this up for his team and get the pin through.
45% of the time, London Royal Ravens are breaking hills, and it's down to this man. 1, 2. Oh my God, Afro! Towards the back, can't find the third, but that might open up the door now for the side of Royal Ravens. Gizmo up this side, spawns in for London. Toronto just crumbling away here. Royal Ravens have found a route through.
Afro has made a difference. He's 10 and 5. They've broken in. They've completely and totally taken Ultra out of this one as he continues to get that motor running. Afro will not let them have any chance. And eventually they manage to break through somehow, some way. Ultra find their way in.
Straight through fire. It's just gunfights are won very, very easily by the side of Ultra. They find the breakthrough. The Royal Ravens now have to do it all again. The hard work was done. You've got to lock in the time. They're not going to be able to. A small caveat for the side of London, though. Ultra were pretty much dug in initially. Damage limitation maybe is what you can take away from it there, but they would have wanted probably a little bit more than that with the break that came in.
Yep, and London are going to have to try and figure it out now. They're going over to train. This can be a bit of a spotty hill to get a lot of time on, but they do have the setup in and the map control. Look how far up they are going to be pushed. They will be unwilling to cede any points over to Ultra here.
It's one of those hills that teams have started to adapt to just a little bit better as the game has gone on. It has become one of those that's a little bit easier to find the time. Nastie, though, gets caught with his pants down, and all of a sudden, Ultra finding a way through. These kills are starting to come on through. What side am I watching here? Because usually it's said it's those breaks in for London. That is a flawless one for the side of Ultra. They do have Nastie left towards the back here. He may be something that can help Ravens get back through. And back and forth we go.
Nastie in an unbelievable position has helped London retain some semblance towards this hard point as he bounces along the trains, eventually gets found. London looking to push out. It's going to be Zero out towards back train, and he stays alive. They are just causing issues for Ultra, who just want to lock this one up and throw away the key.
Good time for the side of Royal Ravens, but keep an eye on that scoreboard. Slowly but surely, Ultra have built themselves a very steady lead here. Heading over towards P5, they wanted to get those fights coming in through, but it's not going to work out. It's all about this rotation around towards P1, though. How often do we talk about it? Fire control on this hill is paramount if you want to win Berlin. Bansico trying to lock it in as best as they can here. Gunfights inside the middle will be influential, but still looks like Ultra will have the spawns that they want to keep a hold of here in 45 seconds. I say that, never mind, an overextension.
Well, they're trying to get a little bit of points on the P5 then, and make London come to them. If you can't get all the way round for this spawn, you soak as much as possible and try to get some points. And Cammy and Inside winning some gunfights. Felix is going to be seen and will go down, but Bance wins another one. The points slowly but surely ticking up for Toronto. But what they really want is this time on P1.
This could be huge from Cammy, though. 20 seconds remaining. Kill on to Nastie as well. The push from Secret's going to come through, and he should be dealt with. But the rest of Ultra, has he opened the door for them? Not quite yet. Insight is there to try and walk through it. Afro will be the first one here, though, for the side of Royal Ravens as we do convert over towards that second rotation now. London are inside the point, but Ultra are very much here.
They're looking to break in, though, but it will be London with the bodies. You see Insight is waiting to try and make that kill, but Gizmo gets a huge 2 towards the back. And Ultra will have to reset and figure out this push. Wait a minute, wait a minute. Oh, I was going to say, around the back it would have been Bance. But it's not going to be London in a dominant position.
Yeah, it has to be front door. Ultra got a lot of their points on that first rotation over towards this hill. I think it was around 40 or 50 or so. They were in a really nice spot. Ravens trying to answer back with a good hold of their own. It's been good so far. 20 seconds over towards them. That gap has closed quite significantly. Ultra trying to find a breakthrough. The grenades will help Bance clean next. Here we go. Gizmo will then fall. It's clean from Ultra. Nicely done. It's only Afro who can answer, but Ultra find a break with 20 seconds to go. Rotation over towards P2 incoming.
Bance, a little bit of gun on a 4th streak, trying to stay alive.
It's a perfect rotation. It's been phenomenal from the side of Ultra. Look, they were there. Gunfights go over towards London, though.
Crimsix looking to just hold this down. He knows his teammates are going to be a bit of a distance away, so it's going to be a bit of a hide and seek for it, but winning 2 gunfights so far does give the opportunity to get back into it. Zero takes down Insight, still trying to stay alive here, Crimsix. He knows more fights are coming towards him as Nastie bounces through. Cammy gets one back again. And Ultra do have a little bit of positioning so far.
They do. They got the lead as well. That control does go over towards Ultra eventually, but it was pretty much a trade fest that just is in the end Cammy finding the gunfight around the outside. Ravens now positioning themselves over towards Docks. They're yet to sort of spring into life in this game, it feels, Brycey. It feels quite flat from the side of Ravens. Ever since that rotation over towards P3 that they broke so easily on the back of Afro, can't find it here over towards P2. London Royal Ravens will have that rotation if they want to take it nice and early. But it's going to be a decent lead here for the side of Ultra. It'll be around 70 or 80 by the time we do get over towards P3.
And Vance is going to try and do what Afro did, and somehow he slipped the net
through. My goodness.
Oh, I can't believe he keeps doing this. I think he might be found at some point, but no, he is sitting deep. London trying to figure out exactly what is going on. And the Inside and Cammy get a couple of kills. Nastie going to go all the way to back and eventually find him. Wipe that sweat off your brow here for London. They find what could have been a very, very dangerous player as they look to lock this in.
Round the back though, here goes Crimsix. It's the SMGs that are breaking things open, but the ARs are there as well. Momentarily, Nastie is left all alone. Spawn out, Ultra break. It's happening time and time again. Royal Ravens cannot hold on to a hill here.
Oh, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. They're trying to put the pressure on. Plat and Fire are going to be where this catalyst comes. Zero goes to the gunfight and towards the front. Bance is equal to it. Players from London are going to be in fire. They're trying to hold them off here, but it will be the better position for Ultra. You can already see Crimsix says, hey, 20 seconds ago, I'm on the rotate.
Yep, he's already away. London will find that breakthrough. They need that scrap time. Ultra now ticking into around 200 points. Crimsix is here. He will be all alone for momentary time, and Afro will relieve him of that pressure.
They're looking for each other Insight.
Don't know who's got control here.
Just trying to find it, and of course, Afro wins the gunfight again. They needed this one. London got broke so easily. Last time we went to train, and we're looking not to repeat those past mistakes. And Afro is doing everything he can to hold on.
Need to start stepping up with these rotations, with these setups. Because Ultra just finding their way through so many times and so easily. It's another break that comes up through. Nastie lines them both up, though. As Cammy will then fall. London trying to fight from the back foot here, but Ultra keeping them off the point is absolutely phenomenal from them. They will happily take that one, and they've just been a step ahead, it's felt, throughout this whole game. Can they find a few more moments here and force this to a map number 5?
Well, Cammy to one, Bance finds another. No real points being scored at the moment. London going to still have that spawn control. Cammy jumps on for a couple of seconds, but London will take that 10. And it comes down to P5 and P1. London are not out of this. It's a very close game for them.
They have closed the gap here over towards P4. But something we spoke of there before, they're the best P2 team on the game, they're the best P3 team on the game. We have not seen any evidence of that throughout this map. And the scoreline is showing it. Ultra have walked away with the time here, and heading in towards P5, they've got the spawns over towards Fire. They'll lock that in as best as they can. They're also 40 points away from sending us to a map number 5.
And this is where Ultra have to hold their composure and where London need to be great. They're looking for this.
Oh, these are good gunfights to win for the side of London. It's good time for them as well. Rotations starting to come in. A little bit of presence over towards P1. Things may get a bit scary.
London are coming back into this one. Gizmo, it's a huge kill for him. Locking down P1, finds the second. A 5 streak for Gizmo. And they may be seconds away from finding everything they want here, London.
And staying alive and ticket would have been huge, but he gets taken down by Nastie. London in. Gizmo is still going.
Looking for a 7th. Eventually, Cammy will cut him down. And they did so much work. The benefit for London is the points they got to P5. If they can find a break now, it will put Ultra on the back foot.
Afro could do with winning this gunfight up against Insight, finds it as well. Is that going to be the break here now for the side of the Royal Ravens? Crimsix overextended. Can he be in a position to maybe flank here? Nastie, Zero, find the kills. Vance now needs to get inside and slow this one down. London in a really good spot to bring this one back to inside the point.
London have done it. They've broken P1. They're in. Insight finds 1 kill, but it's not enough. You can see Ultra are still miles away. Afro cuts down 1-0, throwing everything he can and gets 2. It's a 3 streak. And Ultra have a decision. Do we go or do we stay? And it looks like they're going to go. They're not going to win the gunfight for this one. London will take the lead.
Gizmo was the one that broke things open there for the side of London, who, as you said, will find themselves in the lead for pretty much the first time in this game at the most important moment. But let's take a breath now as Ultra have this setup. A couple of good kills coming on through. London need to do it all again. It may well be from train side as Nastie will find one over there, but the break needs to come. Ultra are dug in deep, and they are 20 points away from the win.
Cammy finds one. Ultra are trying to get this and lock it down in every single way, and they get 3. They're back in the lead, 15 seconds left to go. And here come London. One last roll of the dice. Insight finds one. Zero's trying to get the player inside the hill. They're filing in, they're getting it, but the purple wall is holding them back. But Kismet and Afro. Bance gets that trade coming through eventually in 2 more seconds, and Ultra are going to hide it as Afro cannot get it. We're going to a map number 5. We said before, Ultra and London does not disappoint. And the start of Major 4 turns into a map number 5.
Fantastic game out of these two. It felt like just a battle of the breaks, and so often we've talked about London being that team who can find the breaks, but their holds there were not good enough. A very respectable comeback towards the end. They found that break that we didn't see them find throughout the whole game over towards P1. But it is not enough. A 20-point game. Ultra will take it. We see a map number 5. And honestly, it never felt like London were going to come back and win that, though. Even when they were in it, it's always felt like Ultra were in control throughout that whole game.
And I got to highlight this at this point because we've spoken about it a lot, but it's worth reminding Afro has been lights out for London. He was lights out again in that hard point, but it was not enough. And you are right, I think the problem for London was they weren't holding in the position we expected them to. The breaks were coming in very easily for Ultra, a 20-point difference. We saw London have a great second half of it, but it doesn't matter, because I tell you what is happening now. It's a 2-2. That means it's a map number 5. That means we have an opportunity to see glory for either of these two teams on the main stage at the Major. London started off great. They won a hard point with 1 point. They got into the S&D, and Control let them down. And Ultra have jumped on that possibility. They see the light at the end of the tunnel, and a reverse sweep is possible, but we'll all find out after the break.
Are you ready to cook for you, Scar? You gotta chill, dude. Yo, get a couple deep breaths in, boys. Let's get it. Let's go. Dude, I think I can definitely cast F1.
Invites are out.
Oh my gosh. We're in the game. Yeah, we're already in.
Well in.
You're delayed.
Right. Simp, sell, Arcitys, aBeZy. Simp, sell, Arcitys, aBeZy. Simp, sell, Arcitys, aBeZy. Simp, sell, Arcitys, aBeZy.
Arcitys, sell, aBeZy, Simp. aBeZy, Arcitys, Simp.
Zero, Nastie, Gizmo, Afro. Zero, Nastie, Gizmo, Afro.
Blue Thunder Tracer Pack. Did they have them back in World War II? They had that. I've seen that in World War II documentaries.
They also had Snoop Dogg.
It's freezing. My are about to cut something, man.
You just have like a esky in the back where you just dip a whole head in there. Huh? What's an esky? A cooler. Oh. Just put it full of ice and water and just like after each map, everyone just dip their head and just sit on the setup dripping.
I'm defrosting my hand right now. Only my right hand though.
I should have brought like an ice pack or something. Would have been hella clutch.
Reply if you're a cool person. If not, that's fair enough. You're still cool.
I was playing on university internet. That was the best. You were in my dorm room.
Yo,
you were
on the super five before five.
I was in my dorm room frying.
Last week, it was my dad's birthday when we played London, and all he wanted for his birthday was us to win. We lost. We lost.
That's tough.
But no, it's okay. Because today is my mom's birthday.
Oh.
And she wants us to win, so we can redeem ourselves. So we can redeem ourselves.
I took pre-workout last night, and the gym was closed. Yep, so I sat there.
I'm asleep right now.
No, you're not.
I'm woke right now.
You twisted.
I'm just ready to go to bed.
I'll stream them like that.
What?
Probably.
Just keep moving forward.
Yeah, don't run backwards, you. Not you, Eli. I'm talking to everyone as a team.
Game is starting.
We'll see about that, ref.
Why don't we just move the day to tomorrow, Smut? Who's down? Why don't we just move it to next year? We'll come back next month.
Røkkr not prepared, maybe not ready for it. Attach gets out of dodge, but does he know that somebody is hot on his heels?
Your girl on my side, she my sidekick. First round draft, that's the right pick. 3, 2, 1, let's get it.
And it's only Dashy left for the clutch. This will be a 1 versus 3 if he can make it. Bomb is now going down, surely. Can Dashy do it again? Gonna get there in time. Down, that player is not out. It's a 1v1 in sight. He's gonna fire the chunks again. Now Dashy, over and over again, is clutching against Ultra. Gizmo Zero get it as well. They're back into it, and Afro gonna be on the flag. He's looking for the players. Finds a 2-piece, and they're now coming off a spawn, and Afro's going for the chow because of course he is. A Cellium drops as well.
He has got a lot to work with. As you said, Røkkr not prepared, maybe not ready for it. Attach gets out of dodge, but does he know that somebody is hot on his heels? He's got an Australian Shepherd ready to take him down. Not for one, but for two. Three out of Pred. Truly a predator. Standy's managed to make it through. He's on the bomb. He's going to get the blood. Gravity with the first blood. They seem to have some kind of divine purpose to drive this one home. It's a 2v2. Gravity wins the fight on the flank. All of it comes down to Attach.
At some point, you gotta flood out and check this bomb, and maybe Gravity fans it to him, or maybe Gravity guns him down.
Absolute gunny, and now it's only gonna be Cellium left in a 1 versus 3. A technical 1 versus 4 if he can make it, but this is a disaster.
Yeah, if you're Seattle, someone just commit to us hopping the bomb. There's no way everyone should be looking for where Cellium is on the map. And now he makes it a manageable play. 1v2, you know that one player is flanking. Gets a couple shots onto Mack, but accuracy is on a bomb. Huge one-on-one. Now you have to get him a bomb. And Cellium with the 1v4 for Atlanta FaZe.
It's time.
Who's ready to go?
Who's ready to go back?
To go back.
Who's ready to go to champs?
Who's ready?
Are you ready?
I'm in.
I'm most definitely in.
I'm in. I'm ready.
I'm ready. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
I'm ready. Where?
The best of the best of the best of the best.
You know.
We're locked in.
We are all in.
It's ring time, baby.
No.
Nope.
No excuses.
Excuses.
Between me and you.
You know we're winning, right?
We're winning. We're in the end game now.
Oh, you know
We're ready for another round. This is our year.
Our year.
I'm here for it all.
For it all.
Time to take what's ours.
Coming for that ring.
Wait, where are we going?
Yo, didn't you hear? We're running it back to Cali.
Never been. Do I need a hoodie?
Champs is going back to Cali.
Champs is back in LA, baby.
We're going back.
I'll be there.
Are you?
Are you gonna be there?
It's gonna be a good time.
See you there.
Vivid. Just open in it.
he got out.
Scump see him? Does Scump see him? Scump!
Hit the quick scope. Onto Bance. So now with 40 seconds left, Bance is gonna push right across.
Oh my! What? What was that?
Biggest threat on the map, and he's trying to make amends for, I don't know, 4-map losing streak. That's kind of crazy.
That's kind of crazy. What the world star?
Does Scump see him? Scump! Oh, there we go. Point of view. We can't. You can see him eventually as well. He's going to go down. 1v1. Dashy versus Vivid. Vivid makes a move. Dashy's going to see him as well. Vivid.
Incredible.
He's going to get the timing at the same time, and that's too late.
Incredible.
Seattle Surge, you will take it. Prez now set up for the kills. He's got himself an AR. He's got himself two. Here comes a third, and oh my God, the thunder from down under guns him.
Towards the other side, where I say they're flooding in. London are trying to find a hole, but it's only going to be 0 and 2 piece and 3 from 0. Finds it eventually. Oh my God! And they have managed to crack through this all off the back of one man. That's 6 now for 0. Holding it down when they need him the most. Insight coming to the gunfight as well as 0 keeps going.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We are live at Major number 4, and we did take a little bit of a break there to fix the audio because, I'll be honest, at home we love you, in the venue we love you. We want to make sure everything is right for this finale. It is currently 2-2 between these teams. We're going to a map 5 for London. It is staving off disaster for Ultra. The reverse sweep is on the cards.
Only issue with the audio is me and you. Problem really.
Yeah, sorry about that. I can't do anything.
Yeah, I can't do much about that now. But yeah, what a series this has been. Very much so. These Toronto and London games always deliver, and they are delivering here on LAN. My goodness me, we're here to a map number 5. I've been watching. I think I've watched the end of that map 1 about 15 times already. That was daft.
My throat still hasn't recovered.
No.
Just blew my voice out in the very first map of LAN. That's it.
That's it for the weekend.
I'm fired. But before we go back and talk about map number 1, we need to walk forward. The crowd is ready. Everyone at home is looking forward to it.
Is that Crimsix?
No, Ton. We're hyping up map 5. Okay, map number 5 is on the cards. Hello to everyone who can see us. Yes, we're way up here in this beautiful theater. And what a stage. Map 5. Let me get back on a point here.
Sorry.
I've introed map 5 about 12 times. Map 5 between these two. The winner will move on to top 6. That's 20 points in the bag. If they can get it, it doesn't matter that much for London, but it matters a whole lot more for Ultra. And of course, being top 6 in the major, that's obviously the big prize, continuing through the winner's bracket. But who wins out of this one? Ton, we were talking about Bacage before this series. Let me know how you feel.
Honestly, I mean, we barely seen Ultra play it. Barely. But then they played it up against OpTic recently, and they were really good. They were really, really good. It felt like OpTic every single moment had to clutch up, had to find a way to get it back into the game. They did so on multiple occasions, but Ultra were in the driving seat throughout it. London Royal Ravens, though, I mean, we've seen one of the best solo performances in a search and destroy across Vanguard from Afro on this map. They are going to need to shut him down. Cleanlex is going to have a game here if they want to stop Ravens on this map. But there you go, there's the statistics. The defensive win percentage there for Toronto, but there's not much of a sample size to see from it. Before we've seen them play it up against OpTic, we hadn't seen them touch it since May.
And this could be the difference. Just how do you split hairs on this map? London could have ended it, but Control has let them down and opened the door for a reverse sweep. Ultra did not win that S&D, something they were famed for. But it doesn't matter. None of this matters. Statistics, feelings, facts. It's all out the window because one map has to go and the better team will take it.
Here we go then. Crowd, if you can keep this up all weekend, we're going to have a good time. 3 more days of this to go and keep your voice as we head into a map number 5. Bacage S&D Things get a little bit crazy between Toronto Ultra and London Royal Ravens every single time. And let's just do it on the craziest map of all.
Well, here we go. This may be a little bit of a slow start for these two teams. They feel each other out and figure out where to apply the pressure. But Nastie with the first blood takes down Cleanex. There'll be a double nade that's hit him already. River has not gone their way. And Ultra will have to figure out how to break this, but the man of the moment potentially could be Afro for Ravens.
Let's see if he can lock this down. First blood coming in for the side of Ravens is important. And they are just offering absolutely nothing to Ultra here. Not even a sniff of a kill comes on through. Afro.
He'll get cold lying on the floor like that. But here comes the push. Ultra just waiting, trying to figure out if they can get through here clean, and Afro just laying like a rock and still not seeing anything. Ultra basically stepping on his head.
Oh, Bance is in.
Haven't seen him.
Did he see it? He didn't see it. 25 seconds left to go. One of these two teams is going to have to do something here. It is London with the advantage in numbers. Ultra have got to do something. You've got to do something.
Kismet's going to find him. Kismet's going to find Bance, and he has. The kill come through. Cammy gets one, but it's still 2 versus 3. The problem is time. Ultra have no time. Insight finds a second. It's a 2 versus 2, but the bomb is miles away, and Afro eventually comes into play. Finds Insight. Thank you very much. There's the 2. And the time was the issue. Ultra lost the first blood, and then burnt as much time as you can physically do. And the trades won't matter, because the clock will win.
London once again, first in that 4v3 percentage when it does come down to these teams. When they're finding first bloods, they are converting them 82% of the time. Absolutely huge to have that in your back pocket. If you're finding these first bloods, they are so solid. They didn't give Ultra an inch there. Can Ultra answer back themselves though? First bloods, they're last when it does come down to it, so that's not where you want to be. London though will be the ones trying to find this pick. Over towards A we go. Can they get anything done over here? Utility very important over towards the back, but the aggression not quite there yet.
They're waiting for this. They know a push is imminent. And then are stacking and looking. They are trying to get the position they need to be in. No first bloods yet. Gizmo checking out towards the back. Cammy could be the stopgap. They know where Cammy is. Some gunfights have already come through. And already found it, and it's just going to be on the tiniest little bit as Cammy runs into it, but somehow still alive! Cleanex gets the trade! How on earth does that happen? Bance gets another one, and London find themselves in a 2 versus 4 when they should have had first blood all locked up.
Gizmo should have found that kill. Inside, a little bit of a dangerous one, but Zero left on his own now. Will surely be challenged, will surely be killed. Oh, he just rests on the edge of a knife every single time. If Gizmo finds that kill, it's so different. Ultra lock it in, Gizmo cannot. And that is potentially a big moment further down the line. 1-1.
That's not how I expected that to go at all.
Not even remotely.
Somehow Cammy took everything Gizmo had to offer. But 1-1, an opportunity for redemption there for the Ravens. Can they get this round back towards them? But it will be Ultra on the attack again. The last time around, the first blood went against them, and then they just played it very slow.
Utility out from the side of London, no information gained. Bit more of an aggressive setup here from both sides, actually. We're going to try and find anything if you're Bance. Just information he's playing for that.
Ruining the resale value of that house. One spray at a time.
Look at this, London are ready for the push that's going to come through there if that's what's going to happen. Ultra, very passive once more. They love to do this, look for the picks. And neither team has found any bit of information on each other so far. Is Cleanex going to be the one to try and break through? Because Afro, we know how good he has been on this map for Ravens. It's the kind of spot you would want him in. Was there any information gained from that? The grenade comes over. I don't think it bothers anybody. That bomb is down, 4v4.
Still, nobody really getting into a big gunfight. Afro in a precarious position, but it could be the difference. Cammy already finds one. Advantage to Ultra. They've got it down to a 2 versus 4. They're looking for the last player. It's a 1 versus 4 now. And it's only going to be Afro. He's great, but I don't think he's great enough. It's Cammy with a 360 off the top rope. Brings it to Ultra, 2-1.
Again, very slow rounds, aren't they? It's getting down to the final few seconds, and whoever blinks first seems to be losing it. First gunfight comes on through. That bomb is down. It makes things so much easier for the side of Ultra, who can just back it up. But both teams are not offering anything, but offering a lot in a certain way as well. They're very much sitting back on the defensive side and inviting the teams in. but not showing face whatsoever. When that bomb is then down, you have no information if you're the London Royal Ravens, other than the bomb is down. And the retake is that much more difficult. I'm curious if both two teams just playing and maybe a little bit nervous, but look at this hit.
Oh, Cammy's going to move, but somehow clears to that first blood. Kismet gets one back on the Cammy. Already, Bance is coming through. And I tell you something, a change of tempo already into this one. London went for the fast hit, but they did not get the kills they wanted.
Next kill could be huge, Insight. Not going to play with fire there. Zero looking to try and find a pick, but London Royal Ravens yet to really get going here in map number 5.
Where on earth did London go?
Neither team has really had much information on these attacks at all. Both defensive sides very passive.
Problem for London is obviously they're going to want to plant, so that means a player has to do it and the other player has to overwatch. But without that information, it makes it a difficult prospect. They have to slowly but surely peek this one down. Nastie's been sent up towards the top, throws the shoulder and gets away.
It's looking like London are probably going to go down here. The shots are good from Nastie, but they're better from Bance. Zero now left in a 1 versus 3 with 20 seconds to go, and this would be something. Just doesn't have the time, doesn't have the info. Oh, does he? Gets out, 10 seconds to go though. Time is the ultimate issue here, and that is going to be surely another round over, or is it?
Wait a second, they're going to check this regardless. And he's not. Oh, wow, okay. Wouldn't have mattered if he had lost the gunfight. Ultra got up 3-1. The time was against him, Ton.
And that's more kills coming in for Bance. He's going to be very close to that streak now. I want to say that might be number 6. We'll keep an eye on it when we go into this next round. That is hugely important. Could just be an information tool when it does come down to it. It is indeed number 6. So can Bance find the 7th? Well, maybe be another nail in the coffin here for the Ravens, who are yet to really get going. We've talked about Afro, 3-3 from him, but Ultra have not played into it. They've been passive, they've been slow. They don't want to have to get too crazy with Afro inside of Grandmas.
Problem for playing for this streak is there's no easy way to get it for Bance.
This is perfect for Ultra. Look at the aggression coming in from London. They might just get picked apart.
They stay alive. London commit bodies towards A. They don't get anything for it. And Ultra could have got the first blood. They don't, though. Fight's going down. Cammy's already found Gizmo. Advantage to Ultra again. But where do they apply this pressure? Problems at both bomb sites for them as Nastie gets inside. Back to 3 versus 3.
Ultra just feels like have the read on this at this moment in time. Very slow and passive, and it's working out for them. ClearNex on the 3 spree himself. And things might start getting a little bit more aggressive here for this side of Ultra. They smell blood in the water and a little bit of a gap, but here come the Royal Ravens too. They're around the outside. Nastie and Afro combining, and that's just put Ultra off just a little bit, but a fight over towards the back. Afro will find another, and Bance is all of a sudden left in a 1 versus 3.
I think he tried to help his teammates out there. He's looking for Afro. That's going to be the glide. It's big for Bance.
That's huge.
Is he going to find anything else, though? A 1 versus 3 as he checks every single corner. But the time is against him, depending on what play he chooses to make here as he flies out towards River. Somebody's waiting for him. He was thinking that London would probably be around A for it, but the Ravens do walk away with a round win. The benefit for Ultra is they have a glide in the pocket now.
Yeah, a small silver lining to that round for the side of Ultra, as you say. So that glide bomb is now in. And will it make much of a difference for the side of Ultra? It's been quite a strange Bocage, hasn't it? It's been the least Bocage search and destroy I've seen in quite some time on Bocage. Well, neither team really won't commit to too much. It's not so much about the SMGs. It's been about Ultra just trying to find those picks, playing passively, and London not really having too much of an answer so far. 3-2.
They're looking up the pace here. The nades come through, but no information for London. This means one of two things. Either they go for the quick rotate towards B, or because they've got nothing, it means the way might be open for them.
And you can just see in their play, they're finding no information, so they're passive. They don't want to make this push too hard. They're kind of running in blind at this moment in time, and it's not really that anything that's going to work out for any team in particular, but for Ravens to have somebody like Afro, he has no info. He'll have to maybe just do it himself.
Well, the entry is what we're looking for. Ravens burning time. They are hoping for a misstep from Ultra. They are looking for just a hint of potential. And this could be it already. Cammy finds the first blood, though.
That was the bomb carrier as well. Bomb now down, 35 seconds remaining. London have to spring into life very, very quickly.
Afro, the movement's not going to pay out for him, and they get it all done. 0 in a 1 versus 4. Could potentially get the bomb down here, but there are so many Toronto Ultra players who are waiting for him to show himself. Gets the one towards the back, and Ultra, they may shut him down or they may just throw the shoulders.
Not going to happen for Zero. A valiant attempt to be spare, but honestly, Ultra just playing this really well. They aren't giving London anything, nothing at all. London need to maybe try and be a little bit more aggressive, but then there's been times that Ultra are sitting back and they're just countering it. Every single time, London need to find a little bit of fire here because it feels very, very flat at this moment in time.
And we start again, only a few seconds away from getting into this next round, 2-1. And Ultra have the opportunity to move forward. A 5-2 at this point with a glide bomb in the pocket would be huge for them. But they got to find that first blood. And it feels like an awful lot of time left in this round at the beginning. When it goes like 1:16, it feels like an age. But that quickly it disappears.
And both teams just seemingly not want to make any mistakes. Afro's just trying to position himself in places that he can then go off. Never had the opportunity, and how many of those have we seen from Ultra? Another grenade goes over, another Ravens man dies. And Ultra now, once again, it's like when they smell blood in the water, they just tighten their grip. They close on in, and they execute. But can Afro be the ace in the hole? Well, he's not going to have much to do now. Glide bomb coming on through. Nastie should be dead, and is. It's a 4 versus 2 now for Ultra.
38 seconds on the clock. Bomb will go down, resetting it at 45. Ravens have to do everything. They've already been found a little bit. Kismet tries to fly out there for the trade. Not going to happen. They're trying to get through all the way through the middle map, but Cammy says thank you very much. And now it's Afro in a 1 versus 4. Finds the first. Oh, not quite the second. He could have done with that.
And frustration will be continuing to grow here for the side of Roller Ravens. London have not had a sniff the majority of the time. Toronto Ultra are playing this wonderfully. They are reading Ravens every time. And Ravens don't have an answer to this passiveness. Bance is 10-2.
Benjamin Bance. A name that has echoed through European Call of Duty history in incredible ways. And now the Ultra are 1 round away from a reverse sweep of the major. Questions were asked, and they are looking to give us an answer that shuts down every bit of criticism. Already first blood. Bance is going aggressive. He's going aggressive. He's going to call this out.
Ravens have went aggressive themselves, though. And this is something we haven't seen so far. Ultra going to have to back on down. What can Ravens do with it?
They're pushing through. London are trying to change the tempo for this one. And already that's first blood. Cleanex finds the first one. Gizmo finds one back, though. A 3 versus 3. That's now a 2 versus it's Bance again. And it's down to a 1 versus 3. Ultra had found history. They have found a reverse sweep in the first game of the major, unless Zero can find something, but it's no good! And Toronto Ultra go top 6. They get 20 points, and they put the Ravens down. Ultra were not the favorites, but that doesn't matter at LAN. And for the Ravens, #1 seed walking into the major and now in the lower bracket.
And just such a flat performance in game number 5. It's things you hate to see. And they just couldn't get going whatsoever. When you think of Ravens, you think of Prakash, you think of Afro in there, in Gromos, finding these kills of attackers coming in, finding them to open up. Ultra position themselves to say absolutely not. Not even remotely giving Ravens a sniff at getting into their stride in game number 5. It is a reverse sweep to kick off the major. And what a series that was, from map 1 to map 5, back and forth. My goodness.
Hey, I'm okay if they keep giving us these games. Like,
I'm all right with it.
We knew it would be good. We knew it would be great the entire way through. It started off unbelievably. A 1-point difference in the hard points. A close 2-game series in the S&D. Then the weakness showed. The problem for the Ravens. The control reared its ugly head in this series. And it set off the catalyst for a reverse sweep. The hard point, number 4, was close. But Ultra took it. And then they strode, they strutted, they walked and ran all the way into this reverse sweep on the S&D.
Honestly, it was just such a good performance. There's so many teams who look at that and say it was very, very typical, to be honest. Every single moment, it just felt like they knew where Ravens were. They played exactly how they needed to. Do not allow Ravens to get aggressive. Do not allow Afro to be influential. They sat back, they waited, they were patient. And nearly every single time it works out in their favor. For our Ravens, though, it's back to the drawing board. He was so good online, looked phenomenal at maps 1 and 2. As you said, control, rears its ugly head, and things change very, very quickly. In the EU matchup, goes to the map number 5, the reverse sweep for Ultra to get the job done. My God.
And a lot of questions will be asked after this game as we go through the highlights. Essentially, you got to remember, Ultra did look obviously okay on that first hard point. They looked like a pretty good team.
It was close.
The S&D, they started pulling it back. And when you look at the entire series through that lens of there were potentials in those maps for them. Got to remember as well, the fourth hard point, it could have been. Realistically, Ultra's map set here was a little bit better than Ravens, and that matters in a 3-2.
It really, really does. Just honestly, from the side of Ultra, they will take a lot of confidence from that one. As you said, the maps that were close did go over towards the Ravens, but honestly, the maps that Ultra won, not close. Yes, okay, map number 4 was back and forth, but Ultra convincing in the map wins that they found, convincing in this series, and will get themselves into that winner's bracket. Still looking good for the side of Ultra.
It certainly does, and that means we get to send this down to the main stage. It's FaZe with Bance.
Thank you so much, Bryson. Time. My God, Bance, okay? All your wins in this stage have been from reverse sweeps. And looking at the way that this was started at the Major 4, some out there would say, hell, y'all pretty much won 5 maps, okay? We saw the closest control in map number 1. You almost brought that S&D back in map number 2. At that moment, when you find yourself down 0-2, how was y'all feeling?
We were still feeling confident. Like you said, both maps were close, so there wasn't really anything to get annoyed about. We knew we were playing like really good COD. We just had to start converting, you know, clutching up, and that's what we done.
Yeah, man, we saw right there in, you know, maps 3, 4, and 5, you guys really come through. Talk to me how you match up against the Royal Ravens. You guys always play up against them right here. Today, here in Major 4 with this awesome crowd, y'all found a way to dig deep again.
Yeah, I feel like every time we play them, we kind of know the map sets. Their best maps are our best maps. So it's literally a battle of just squaring up whoever's clutching up on the day. Yeah. They've had our number twice, we've had their number twice, so, you know, it just feels good. Feels good clutching up against them.
I can tell. I see the smile on your face right here. Talk to me about how the team is feeling, because like you said, the main 3 wins in which you guys got were all from reverse sweeps, okay? I know that's got to be taxing on your mental.
Yeah, it's definitely not how I'd want to win, you know. That nice, quick 3-0 would be nice. No, but it's good. It's good character building for us. Normally, we, well, we've had some unfortunate reverse sweeps, but now we're doing the reverse sweeping, so it feels good.
That's good, that's good. Well, you know what, Bands, best of luck to you and the squad, okay? That's gonna do it here for us on the main stage with our Game Fuel Victory interview. Desk, take it away.
11-2 in a reverse sweep to start the day off in New York. It is actually booming here in the Major 4. But I have a question, Nameless Man. What the hell happened with London?
Well, let's just say this. It's a Game 5. On your best map across any game mode. 10-2 London are on Bocage S&D. Going up against the Toronto Ultra, which is usually their auto veto when it comes to search and destroy, and you lose that. That is unacceptable if you are the London Royal Ravens. I mean, we're talking about Toronto Ultra slowing down the pace of the game. The London Royal Ravens did not know what they wanted to do there. When you slow down the game like that, Jay, you know it. You have to play as a team. That teamwork and the adjustments mid-round have to come into play. When you don't get that early kill, it becomes a lot more stressful, and we saw London dealing with it all game long.
Yeah, right there, Toronto Ultra, they just capitalized every single moment that they needed to. And that map closed it out in 6-2 to get 7 first bloods. They're just knowing their opposing team. Like, when you play the map so much, if you're London, you're going to go back if you're Toronto Ultra and just watch every single time that they play that. No player tendencies, and that's why you see them getting multiple first bloods with those nades. They just know where London are trying to set up around that map. When you pick them apart, put yourself in a man advantage, that's when they found a lot of success.
Well, I think the problems happened way before that. By the way, the audience is lovely at this event. I hope you guys can hear them. They are loud. But aLLeY, I think it all fell apart during control. If you want to take control of the whole event, losing that third map, it looked like London weren't even the same team anymore.
Well, at that point, So, like, we knew London was probably going to lose the control, right? Toronto Ultra, the only game that they've been looking good in this stage has been control, and London was 0-5 into it heading in, so we were like, okay, well, London needs to go up 2-0 series. That's what they do, but the issue is, like I touched on at the beginning of this map, is that Toronto Ultra is more of a momentum-based team than they give themselves credit for. They get that hot 3 on that control, they head into that Berlin, it's like the fundamentals found their way right back to Toronto Ultra. They were getting all the P3 early rotations. We saw that P2 rotation where they almost choked it, but Insight off the spawn books it deep docks to make sure they have that early control of P2 and end up pulling out the W there on that hill and then completing the reverse sweep in the bow cage. I was just Benjamin Pants getting gomped for a lot today, like Benjamin Pants I mean, Toronto Ultra, we know they're a very composed and teamwork-based team, so to see them have a reverse sweep like that against London Royal Ravens, who are 4-1 this stage, I have more hope for them.
It's late. We already got an upset here. I mean, like, guys, we're talking about London Royal Ravens. They were #1 in the standings coming into this event, losing in a Game 5 to kick things off.
Yep.
This tournament's going to be wild, man.
Okay, so the tournament was wild at the beginning anyways. It all happened in Hardpoint, the very first map, which is the Scump play of the game. Steady, that was back and forth. The crowd was going crazy. We were screaming.
Brother, it's a 1-point hardpoint game, man. A 1-point hardpoint game. But you can just see right here, the Ravens, they're at 248. They're thinking, all right, we start off with this initial 2-piece. We should be okay to hit the trade situation. But no, Cleanex at least stalls time for his teammates to spawn in the back, and then it's Ban's time to get alive. He gets a 2-piece. It's non-stop trades all around. And now you see London are all spawning out towards the middle of the map. You have one player who hits to P5. Cleanex is the cutoff guy that goes through bottom church. He gets traded, but eventually this player, number 7, which is Gizmo, he comes all the way from P5, finds that 2-piece to close out the game for the Ravens. In those crucial moments right there, the fact that he was able to set up that pinch play, tremendously great plays from him, because usually in those moments, you're thinking rush, let's just get to the hill. But great play from Gizmo to eventually close that one out for his team.
I honestly love moments like that where it's just at some point, like, you know, comms are just crazy and it's just every player, like, at that point it's just in sync on what to do when the game is that close. But I didn't even notice. I was like, the game should have been ended there when Nastie died trying to push out T.
Yes.
But as he was dead, a nade connected that he had thrown, like, right before he got taken out. And so he basically traded himself out, and that is what gave them the advantage to still contest that point and win the game. I didn't even notice that the first time watching it.
Absolutely insane. I wish we could get a replay of just that whole first map. But ladies and gentlemen, coming up next, we have Boston Breach facing off against Florida Mutineers. Jay Steady will not be on the desk for that one, so I'm going to have to ask your prediction before we send it over to break.
Oh, that's no problem, man. Boston 3-0.
Boston 3-0.
The way that they've been looking throughout stage 4, man, that team came out swinging, looking great in hardpoint, looking great in control, which they have been struggling with. They've been winning maps. They were 3-10 on like Kavutsu control. That team, ever since that roster changed, they're going to come out swinging.
All right, to put a bow on this first series, by the way, let's take a look at the Team KDs to see how everybody did. I personally want to see how Bans did, because ending that map on 11-2, he was insane, and rightfully so. Look at that, 190.
Yeah, I mean, these guys fried. And then also, Cleanex had some big moments in this series, man. Like, he's the guy who's prone to the bad game throughout it. But, I mean, everybody here, the teamwork came to life, and everybody played well.
Right, let's also take a look at London Royal Ravens. I'm not sure how this is going to look, but...
That's going to be abysmal.
Well, I'm not used to seeing that. Now, Afro did all right.
Afro always says all right, though, but my issue was with that Game 5 Search and Destroy, it was a lot to put on his shoulders, right? Most of the success that we saw out of the London Royal Ravens was when Afro was getting mixy and comfortable on that map, and unfortunately in that Game 5, you know, he just couldn't get anything going, couldn't get their foot in the door, because Toronto Ultra, the teamwork and getting those bloods, like Jay said, like 7 to 1. 7 to 1. Like, once you're a man down on a map like Bocage, yeah, it's chalk.
This is going to be rough. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the reason why these teams are going all out right now, the reason why that first series is amazing is because of the bubble. Everybody's trying to go to Champson. If they are, why aren't you trying to go right now? August 1st through 7th at the Galen Center. Trust me, you don't want to miss it. I personally have not gone to Champson. I'm Steady. I've never spoken to you about it, man. Champs is really like that.
Oh, Champs is the best tournament every single year, man. Because, like, this is the tournament, at least for me, back when I was a player that started my whole career in Call of Duty. Just one great placement right there could change your entire life. So I know for these players nowadays that are playing, they know that going into this tournament, we always say it. If you have a terrible year, at least you can end that with a bang at the biggest one.
You got that right. Hey, COD fans, get your 2022 Champs back today, all right? Dominate the competition with the Patamati Operator skin, SMG, and AR blueprints. Go to to CallOfDutyLeague.com to get yours now. But check this out. It's time to go to the second series of the day. Boston versus Florida Mutineers. I can't wait, but also whip out those cell phones because the calling card is there, and go ahead and get farmed. I like that one.
Maybe up in this upcoming series, we'll see one of these teams rocking them, as Jake predicted, a hot 3-0 on one side.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get ready for the second series of the day between Boston Reach and the Florida Mutineers. And remember, this is all about the bubble, a must-win game if you're on the side of Florida. We'll catch you guys on the other side of this break for some more amazing Call of Duty action out here in New York, Brooklyn. We'll see you there.
you and NYSL are giving away tons of prizes all weekend long. Grab your friends and join the Major 4 Metaverse event in Do Centraland for your chance to win. Visit nyxl.com/do.
Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Amazon Prime members get free games every month and a slew of free content for your favorite games like Call of Duty. Claim yours now at gaming.amazon.com.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to New York and welcome to Brooklyn. We have another game on the docket right now, and this is going to be a really fun one. Florida Mutineers and also Boston Breach, and I'm really curious to see how this one's going to go. On the desk, though, we have Chance joining us, and Chance, you were able to watch that last series, London versus Toronto. London dropped the ball.
I mean, did they drop the ball or did Toronto clutch? Like, every single win those guys have had through this stage has been, like, through reverse sweep. And, like, if you come into a tournament and there is just a game mode, even if it's the game 3, where you are just incapable of winning it, things like this are going to happen.
Right, in this match right here, there's a lot of implications when it talks about champs, right? Florida Mutineers are on their way on the outside looking in at the bubble as they currently need points, and this one isn't going to be easy at all. Let's take a look at the maps and modes and see where Florida is going to go into battle with Boston Breach, and aLLeY, I want to hear your thoughts about this.
Well, I think it's a good matchup overall. I mean, we're talking about an AR-heavy team, the likes of Florida Mutineers, and a Boston Breach team who were struggling on Gavutu, but the most recent seeds that we've seen from them, they look dominant on that map, specifically in the respawns. And Search and Destroy for me, Val, when it comes to the Boston Breach, it's just about playing their lives a little bit more. I feel like every time we watch this Boston Breach team now, when it comes to Search and Destroy, they're just getting blooded. You know, they run out of patience a little bit too quickly, and that could come from the fact that they have the fast SMG duo of Vivid and Nero who are just go, go, go. But Search and Destroy, calm down, take a step back, get your timing. I think they'll be okay.
I mean, I'm honestly a little bit worried about Boston with this map set just because looking at both Gavutus, you know this is the Florida team that's on a 6-game win streak on that map 1, a 5-game win streak on that map 3, and then also the 2 Search and Destroys we have in this series are ones Florida previously weren't good at, but since adding Major Maniac, he's gotten them some big dubs on both of these maps, so it can get pretty interesting.
Well, Gavutu is going to be interesting, very interesting to me personally because of the simple fact of, let's just talk about Boston Breach. Vivid was on Florida, and we saw Vivid with that AR play on Gavutu before, so adding that dynamic to this already good Boston Breach squad, aLLeY, I am loving everything about it.
I'm gonna be completely honest, is I think the reason Florida Mutineers was so good at Gavutu before was because of Vivid. I felt like that was a map that he was incredibly comfortable on, and he was just always trying to make the play. He was always trying to make the one-off right decision, and now that he's been added to this Boston Breach team, he has not only added in the slaying, added in the pacing, but added in the respawns as well. So when it comes to the game goal keys to victory, though, against the Florida Mutineers, Ant, take it away.
Got to stay strong in the respawn. These guys are they have a 10-4 record during the Major 4 qualifiers. I mean, Nero and Vivid have just both been frying. We've seen everybody stepping up on this team. And also TJ, man, with these people in front of him, like, he's been playing so much better, making big plays. And then bring the recent control form to map 3 Gavutu. We saw it in their last matchup versus the Toronto Ultra, how good that they've become on that map. It's going to have to translate into a W on land.
And the respawns are working well for this squad ever since Vivid came to the team. But his duo, Nero, has been on fire as well. I'm excited to see how this is going to turn out. But Chance, when it comes to the other team, Florida Mutineers, they're finding their way currently. But I will say this, there is a bright spot. I'm loving Major Maniac.
I mean, I'm loving what he brings to the S&D game as well. I'd say for Florida, that has been like truly the shining light. Like, it is 2 of their worst S&D maps in this series, but they've looked better. Like, this team got their first Bocage S&D win in this stage after they made this swap. So, I mean, he brings a new dynamic to the team. That has sort of been their path to success. And I'd say Florida, at least so far, have exceeded my expectations.
Right, when it comes to the game field keys to victory, aLLeY, what you got?
Something I never thought I'd say, but winning through the S&D least, they're second in round win percentage during Major 4 qualifiers. Boston Breach is 10th. It feels like these teams kind of just hot potatoed their positions from 1 through 3 majors. But again, that's been on the back of Major Maniac, right? Like, we've seen what he's added to the Search and Destroy. And for me, it's just for him to continue that greatness, and hopefully some of the respawn woes will just fall into place.
I'm gonna add another key to victory. I want to see 2 Real go absolutely insane. We've seen what he's done online. I'm gonna see even better on land, but it's gonna be time for pickups and chance to guess on the desk. You know the honors goes to you. Florida, all right, you got Boston. Who you got?
I cannot remember who I predicted at the top of the day. I think early on I was leaning Boston. After seeing the map set, though, I'm swapping it. I think Florida looking through.
Yeah.
I think they have a somewhat clear-cut advantage.
All right, aLLeY, how you feel about this news?
I'm a little disrespected from Chance right now, just flopping on us right that. But I will say this, I think, revenge tours usually go to the favor of the player that got dropped. So I think Vivid's got some serious fire under him, and I think Boston Breach is going to come out.
All right, Nameless man, I'm thinking Miami, I'm thinking Lobster Rolls in Boston. What are you thinking right now?
Honestly, Chance got stole my answer. After looking at those maps, I feel like Florida has this. Also,
What?
looking at this team, like, they have 2 tough losses versus the teams that were frying online in the qualifying stage. And also, Awakening and Skies play so much better on land. I feel like they're going to get this one, man.
Did this man not just like 10 minutes ago say he's picking Boston Breach to win this?
Oh, he saw the maps. He saw Gabutu and said, yo, I'm changing my mind. I'm not going to tip the scales, though. I'll rock with Boston Breach and make me proud, all right, Vivid? But, ladies and gentlemen, it's about time to get the second game underway. We have the Florida Mutineers and also the Boston Breach. Let's go.
Major Maniac. Hold him off for the time, 2 Real. Not expecting the angle out of the rookie. Get 2, but still Awakening on a 4. Whoa. Here from Florida. Oh my God.
Right-hand side up, will get taken down. Still holding this rock.
Does Scump see him? Oh, there we go. Point of view, we can see him eventually as well. He's going to go down. 1v1. Vivid. Incredible. He's going to get the timing at the same time, and that's too late.
Incredible. He has played that superbly.
Play ball right here. Good part. I got ball.
Four's not his best, but he's going to do what he can. Over to TJ now. Looks to find 4 over the zone. He's got the pass to the quote.
New York City, it's that time again as we hop into our second series of the day. The first one was a banger, but now I'm gonna have you all give some love and a round of applause to your regional rivals. I give to you the Boston Breach. You got Vivid, Methodz, TJHaly, and Nero. Into the breach they go.
When I look at this team, I think like, I'm Italian. My grandma has a secret recipe when it comes to her favorite pasta. You know what that was from Florida? It was Vivid. But you know what? They dropped it. The pasta ain't gonna taste the same. Vivid has been dynamic on this roster. We're talking about an overall bump in his KD. And the thing is, Boston Breach found a new duo to help lead the way. But Blaze, it's their first time on land. I think they're gonna pull it out. Bring out the other squad, though.
We'll see if they can help them lead the way, but they're gonna have to tread lightly because into the deep we go. I give to you the Florida Mutineers. Awakening, Major Maniac, Skies, and 2 Real. The Florida Mutineers.
The crowd seems to be against the Mutineers, but they're just going to have to use that as fuel. I mean, you're looking at a squad that can now finally win their search and destroys, and it's behind a guy like Major Maniac, who has been the leader for this squad to get them into the winner's bracket. I'm looking at Awakening and Skies to pop off in the respawns throughout this series. But what do you say, Guy? Let's get this match started.
Let's get it started, okay? The crowd is wild, and I can't think of a wilder caster pair to cast this one. Merc, Maven, take it away.
Buddy, all right, yeah, it's time to have a blast. This is gonna be a whole hell of a lot of fun. I did find it a little weird. You kind of mentioned, like, hey, we're in New York cheering for a Boston crowd team. It's a little odd.
Yeah, like what if I say like Red Sox, then what? Okay, well, okay, I don't get it though.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you're cheering for the Boston Breach. I'm just confused. That's all. I mean, I get it. Like, you love Zinni. Like, who doesn't love Zinni? But it's a little weird. That's all. That's all.
But we're excited for what is bound to be a fun one. We've got an entire weekend of incredible Call of Duty action for you. Thank you to those that have enjoyed the show thus far. And Joe, I'm not sure what way this is going to go. You kind of heard on the desk flopping going around, people kind of changing their picks a little bit. How did you feel coming into this?
Well, I felt pretty, I think Nameless kind of hit the nail on the head. I was feeling Boston just with Vivid on the team now. It's a player that they wanted. But then the map set kind of came out, and I don't feel great for Boston. You know, the records aren't fantastic on one side versus the other. I just think it's some maps that Florida have had a lot of success on. When you have a couple of Gavutus, you have Skies and Awakening on the team where he can pull out a third AR, I think you're feeling pretty good about it. But as I said, Vivid, he was great on this map. It should be a great matchup.
Well, I know we both kind of became big Vivid guys. Like, you really like what he does on the map. You like what he can apply for a team. You love this for Breach.
Yo, the pickup of Vivid.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, when you talk to Methodz or some of the guys on the team, they wanted a little bit more structure. That's why they go this way, you know, to pick up Vivid. I think the big thing for me, the big question mark, is going to be Cap. At times was a superstar. It felt like he had such high impact plays. Who is going to take over that? Who is going to make them? Two guys for me, it has to be TJ and Nero. They have to be more consistent.
It's all a little weird when he was like, you know, rookie of the year conversation and then not on the team. Like, what's going on? But here we go into map one, getting ready to rock and roll. We're going to kick it off with Vivid, who is the new guy here. It's been incredible to see what he is capable of. He's been bouncing around to get bit, but you hope he finds an incredible home.
And then on the other side for Florida, you know, two big roster changes that, you know, Vivid leaves this team. They pick up 2 Real, they pick up Major Maniac. 2 Real, not the best stats online, but I think bringing on Major Maniac is a big one for me. This is a guy who has had success in the CDL. You know, he can bring it in search and destroy, but I think he just brings structure to the team. That's what Skies and Awakening have been missing.
I think we might have an issue just the way that they're kind of looking over to a ref. There might be something going on. We'll wait and see what the call is going to be. But I saw Major Maniac looked like he was trying to flag somebody over. Now maybe locked in. We'll see what's going on. But a little confusion on the faces of the players. Juro, though, I love the cushions, man. All right, that's what I figured. All right. We're sorry. I thought something might be up. I was like, usually, you know, at the professional level, you're kind of looking at the screen. I saw everybody kind of looking left to right. Looked like they were trying to get a ref's attention. So we'll get back into it as quick as we can.
I'm looking down. Okay, so it's just it looked like Sky's controller. So I think they were just getting that fixed. And for you and I, it's always good to have like a minute warm up in the cast. So that's
that works out. No, I saw. I think we were in a Sky's POV, and he was literally just hip firing. I'm like, okay, something might be going on. But yeah, as soon as we're ready to rock and roll, we will get going. Everybody getting hydrated, getting locked in. I'm recovering. If you didn't see on Twitter yesterday, I decided to order a meat plate for 3 with duck and some steak and
multiple ducks.
I had way too much meat to eat, and I am recovering, but I'm ready to go.
You're just sweating it all out right now.
I've been sweating all day. Yeah.
No, that was impressive though that you almost did that.
I did my best, Joe.
The people at the restaurant were kind of like appalled by it. They're like, really?
Yeah,
Are you sure about this?
Our waitress looked at me. She was a little bit disgusted, but it was truly incredible. TJ, on your screen now is. I mean, I love him as a player. I'd love to see what he's capable of doing in this team. I'm wondering if maybe when you think about Vivid coming into this lineup, it could maybe help bolster him at all?
Yes, it should help him and Nero a lot. Vivid is a guy who plays fast, right? A lot of engagement, aggression on the map, going to be the first guy in. And I just think that's going to make their lives easier. It absolutely should. That should... Yeah, you know, he likes to play with structure. He was on Empire, had some success. He was on Florida, you know, just trying to figure things out. But, yeah, I think for Boston, again, it should help them a lot in the respawns. The one surprise was throughout the stage 4, their search was a little bit weak when you talk about the players on the team. Maybe a little bit of a surprise, but it's a new team. It's a new roster. They have have to work that out, and I think they will.
Well, let's check out Methodz and Awakening. We're going to take a look at some hardpoint stats while we make sure Skies' controller is ready to go and we get ready to get into the map. But, Joe, as you take a look at it, break down 2 of these monster players for me.
Well, I think, Methodz, he really, stage 1 and stage 2 really was popping off early in this game.
Oh, yeah, his stats look like the best player in the game, right?
Yeah, and obviously stage 3, not what they wanted. They bowed out pretty quickly at the 3rd major. And then for Awakening, it doesn't matter what weapon is in his hands, he can pop off. It's just a question of can this team, put a run together. It's like, you last major, you beat OpTic round 1, and then you fall off. That cannot happen. It has to be consistency round to round.
Yeah, I feel like every time we've casted Florida lately, they've been getting a dub, though. Like, whatever series it has been.
It's like, the first one of the tournament normally.
Yeah. I guess that's basically what it has been. But no, I think you saw Awakening kind of being a little sarcastic on Twitter. At some point he said,
Yeah, I want to run sub for sure.
Yeah, I want to run sub. Like, he's in a position that maybe he doesn't necessarily want to be, but I think it shows just how versatile he is as a player, what he can do on the map. Now, can they make it work? I guess we'll wait and see. But to be fair, a lot of times this year when I looked at their roster, multiple times I'm like, that doesn't really make sense completely compared to some of the other teams, but they've still floated around like that top 6 area.
Yeah, but now it's like it's a huge match here where we talked about making champs top 8. They're
true.
on the bubble. Again, I think they're underdogs in this matchup. A lot of people are expecting Boston to win. They go 4-1 in online, but it's just a question of
well, that's
what
why
do they have here.
That's why I think despite the New York environment, the rooting for Boston is going to happen a little bit now, just because if you are rooting for New York to make that run, to make it happen.
That's a good point.
This is one of those teams you want to see find a bump in the road.
Yeah, New York going to be up next. That should be a fun one. Just to see 100%. That roster bring it. If they can win a major match.
Oh, and I don't know if that's in the venue or if that's pushing out to the broadcast as well, but the Crimsix cartoons, the Fat Man, I don't know where all that's going out to. It's incredible.
Yeah, they made a comic.
It might just be here, but all the comics are sensational.
Yeah, Chisley, have you seen it? It's a guy on Reddit, and I think they had one made for this.
That's very cool.
Venue.
No, yeah, I can't wait for the next episode or whatever the hell you want to call it, but
Fat Man.
Whatever his issue is, you think if it's a controller issue, it'd be a quick reset and we'd be ready to go, but apologies for the delay. As soon as we are good to get cooking, we will. And we're going to check out, we were kind of touching on it right now. When you think about the overall CDL points and who's got to make a run, who's kind of sitting right above it. I mean, the big thing is there, that yellow line, you see where the bubble's going to be for the top 8 teams that are going to get into our CDL championship. And Subliners, they've got to overcome what? It's probably going to be either Mutineers, Røkkr, or Guerrillas. They have to hop. And when you think about that, it's like you kind of need Guerrillas, Røkkr, or Mutineers, one of these teams to really have several of these teams to have just come in, lose 2 matches, you have to make it run to like top 3. I mean, how it's going to get done is insane.
But the bracket played out for them, right? I think that's what you and I talked about. The bracket kind of does play out with some of the other bubbles.
Oh, 100%. When you look at the bracket, like it couldn't have worked out a whole lot better.
Yeah, I mean, you have this matchup. I think the loser of, so it would be London plays Guerrillas in losers round 1. That's a tough matchup for Guerrillas. You then have for LA Thieves, they're going to drop down and play Paris. So they should get in. It's really the focus for me is on Guerrillas. Boston, they win this match, they'd be at 180. They'd probably be safe. So there's that going on as well. They want to win this match, just make sure they're secured, but they should be. But really the focal point is for New York.
And we've been talking about how cool just this theater atmosphere is, right? Like
I've been wanting this for a while.
I know. We've had it a couple times in different esports over the course of the history of this thing, but it's just very, I don't even know how to describe it. It's dope.
It's a perfect size for us, right? Even I think we did this, Black Ops 4, the Hard Rock. They had a theater style like this. I love it though, man. I'm having a ton of fun, and this theater is gorgeous.
No, it really is. It's beautiful. I mean, just the ceiling alone, for those in attendance, I don't know how much that costs to do, but.
You think you could do that?
No, Joe, I'm not really good at anything.
If you had to perform on stage in front of this crowd, just
Hamlet, I'd be the lead
performance.
A Hamlet. Yes. No, not an omelet.
No, Hamlet. Yeah.
Oh, Hamlet. Yeah, Hamlet.
Really? Can you do a line? You know a line?
No, I don't know any lines, dude. I'm not Jordan Fisher. I don't act on Broadway.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Just the way you said that was so confident.
I tried to. Yeah, speak it with confidence, and maybe it'll come true.
I think you'd be a great actor.
Thank you, buddy. Mm-hmm. But you see a shot of the stage as they're just hoping to get going. Sky's just maybe trying to dial in the settings, make sure everything's working properly before we give it a go.
Probably just give it a shot. Maybe needed a new one.
Yeah, no, might have just been a quick swap. Had somebody from management come over and get another one in there. Oh, hey. We're trying to get it going. I promise we want to. I love you all.
Usually it's shut up. Usually it's shut up, Maven, but you're let's go.
Well, no, that's when we're in Europe. That's when we're in Europe. The shut up Maven chance will start. I get it. That started long ago, and it's truly incredible. But thank you guys for your patience as we hopefully are ready to go here in just a moment. But this venue, this weekend, just the lead up to champs, I mean, this is kind of where everything gets decided, right? Where heroes are made. I want something ludicrous to happen. When you think about how it started, you have the 250, 249 to kick things off. It just spelled something supernatural that's going to be happening this weekend, Joe.
Supernatural.
Supernatural.
Well, every major's been pretty nuts, you know,
very
talking
true.
about it, so.
Yeah, no, you're very true. But apologies, the chance of the crowd. We love you guys. We've got a quick break coming. We're making sure everything's ready to go on the main stage. We'll be right back.
I love you.
Hello and welcome back. Hopefully situated and ready to go. A beautiful shot of that ceiling that I decided to start talking about randomly as we were filling time as the controller was getting fixed for Skies. Now, to my understanding, they had to make a quick swap out. They were getting a new one in his hand.
And we're in a game, I see it.
They might be loading into it, but we'll be ready to go here hopefully momentarily.
It says 10 seconds.
Does it? Oh, I couldn't see past your beautiful head and that incredible head of hair.
Dude, sorry.
That's all right, Joe. That's all right. But thank you, everybody in attendance at home, for your patience. But here we go. We're going to try it again. Map 1, Boston Breach, Florida Mutants, which during the entire rehearsal I referred to as the Boston Beavers and Florida Mutants, and I was really worried that I was going to screw that up.
You did say Mutants. It's the Mutineers, yeah.
Mutants, yeah. I said it too many times during rehearsal, Joe. It's stuck in my head. Peekaboo, TJ here, ready and waiting, able to take down one before the entire onslaught of the Mutineers swings on forward. Major Maniac stepping it up. 2-0 start.
And I mean, that just feels like how it always happens on restarts. I mean, Florida had that break. They had early control. Boston this time, they were able to find the first 14 seconds. But Florida, they got the, they were able to break on through. Nero was trying to hold on. He goes for it one more time, but Awakening with that auto. And that's the thing with Gavutu, right? We talked about Awakening. He can run that third auto. This just seems to be when they are so darn good on this map. So that's what we were surprised about the map selection. You're going to have Gavutu hardpoint. You're going to have Gavutu control. Sky's going to get some of this time.
Yeah, it's just if there are any question marks around maybe the roster, it's like they'll go away once you get a certain map, right? It's just like, okay,
100%.
now it makes a lot of sense. And they become a powerhouse, but Big Wake trying to keep it rocking and rolling. Now at 5-1, 3 in a row. As he is hungry for more. Unfortunately for him, it's Methodz lying in wait deep that's able to put him down, but now over to the other powerhouse AR, and it's Sky's taking one before he falls.
Well, what ends up happening is Boston actually gets the flip over to P3 side. So you're only down 4 seconds. You have spawns for next. It ends up working out. It was a great start. As you said, his major's up to 7-1. He started off 5-0. On the rotation is going to be Skies. He's going to have a one-on-one versus Nero. Nero with the MP40. He just wants to get pushed up to that wall. Maybe the nade will connect, or at least buy his team some time. The spawns are still in for Boston Breach, but Florida with some good positioning to put the pressure on.
You got to go Skies on the X, right?
Major is beaming right now.
Yeah, he is absolutely on a tear. That's not going to be 4 in a row for him.
He's on another 5 spree, up to 10-1. Does get cut down. While that's happening, Vivid just soaking up time.
I know we're just happy to see it because Major's tweet, whenever he's been benched in the past, whatever the case, just kind of ownership, like, I'm going to work, I'm going to get back to the lab, I'm going to work to get better. You see him go down to challengers, you see him make the plays and get the results. Now back end showing what he can do, 10-2.
Now can the Mutineers just disrupt some of this time, rotate over to P4. You take this all day. You have the lead, you'll take the contest. Boston trying to put pressure on. Nero with that MP40 does get pushed forward. Too real though. He's gonna get right back to that spot, go for the challenge, try to bait him out. Tries to bait him out, goes for the gunfight, it does connect. Now another one. In Methodz going for the peak. Too real. Gonna take them both down, and this is perfect here for Florida. But Vivid trying to get pushed up to the middle of the map.
Nice bit of patience there, right? And kind of a crazy situation, just to kind of go from, bide his time, wait for the call, let's find the time to pinch, and gets it done as he pushes through. Now back to Awakening's POV, and that's gonna be a freebie there on the Methodz. Little snap up to the tree, not quite able to connect on the shots. It's Vivid that will take down 2. Now focus towards the hard point. It's TJ trying to find an opening here, Joe.
Yeah, trying to do what he can. They were able to find one, but 2 real off his spawn. He's going to take down 2. They make it 3. So TJ, the last player alive, all 4 down.
Beautiful.
And now Florida Mutineers with a 40-point lead. Going to try to extend it some more as there's still 30 seconds left. Sky's a Major Maniac. It's a bit staggered push here. It's 2. And then 2, you have to slow this down. If you are TJ and Nero, they're going to do that. They're going to find the first pick. Now you can go if you're Boston.
Nice job, Nero. Beautiful little snap there. They'll get into the hard point with about 20 seconds left, but you kind of mentioned, you're pushing 2 by 2, it's staggered. Sometimes you're so hyped up for the first map, right? You're on the main stage, the crowd is nuts. How do you kind of bring it back to reality and slow down?
Well, I think that just comes down to comms, right? Just trying to slow things down. You need a vocal leader. Hey, let's wait for one another, one of the veterans. Whether it's probably a guy like Methodz, maybe even Vivid. But on the rotation, Florida was able to get out of that P4 trap, so the trap doesn't come in. Awakening goes on a very long route, and you already have the P5 set up here for the Florida Mutineers.
Yeah, it's like you don't really mind losing the final 20 seconds, do you? If you're able to set up down and get a lot of time, but it's getting a little bit scrappy here. Major and Sky's able to step up in and around the hard point, though, and that'll be Awakening now actually getting in to soak up the time. Major continues, up to 17-7 now as he drops. Sky's mid-map, just trying to hold off the angle. He's able to do that. Now back down, headshot after headshot coming through. Nearly another one. There is one team kill though after TJ's double. Methodz will take out Nero.
And this is a big engagement here for Methodz, but he messes up the slide. Awakening is gonna catch him. They're not gonna find the rest of that scrap time. I thought they would have the early rotation. That doesn't happen. So it's gonna be Mutineers set up here at P1. After the first rotation, they have that with 45 point lead. We'll see if a break can come in for the breach.
Well, Florida, they're in a pretty good spot right now, just trying to run away with this one, building upon this lead. Let's go to listen in now with Florida Mutineers.
We're missing. Yo, I'm going mid. Make sure he's not here.
Pick it up on spawn. Looking over you, Joe.
I'm mid now.
I'm starting to
hit it. Hold my mid.
I'm looking here deep.
There's two of them.
Okay, one shot. I'm one shot.
I stunned him hill. Nice, one more there. Yo, the other side. Baby first guy.
Get time.
Stay no.
Wait, no, you.
I stunned first guy. I can ring stairs. He's weak first side. One shot. I got needed. There's two other side right now. Blind spot old.
I'm playing behind green. One shot P5. Methodz.
Two in ring. Methodz
is absolutely P5.
One's in here, one's on the right. Secure it, guys. Good fucking win.
Methodz P5.
Beat down. I'll pick up your mid off spawn.
Beat down dead.
Guys, I have your mid. I'm watching their hole. Beat down. Nice. Last guy gold. He went the ring stairs.
Well, Joe, they are fired up, and where was a 40-point lead now continues to build, approaching 70 now as they are looking to double up their opponents and getting close to it. Mutineers feeling hot.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the top right? You have two players on 20, Awakening 17 and 11. The slaying is so one-sided. Breacher just not able to break, right? They have a couple of opportunities, but then it's a two-piece from someone on Florida to shut that down. They've had the early rotations, everything going the way of Florida.
And this is maybe a reason why you're feeling pretty good about this particular map set, especially with the map 1. 5 in a row for Skies. How far is he going to be able to push this as he looks to reposition, maneuver for another angle, but his teammates are able to pick up all the kills as the autos are popping right now. Another one tries to hit the slide and get the pistol through. Not quite able to do it, but has the damage been done? A monumental wall now in front of the Boston breach.
Now, if you are Boston, this is kind of the opportunity. Can you put these two hills together? You're right, you're gonna have that one player ringside, make it two. You're gonna get set up, but the spawns are gonna come in. So Skies and 2Real, they're all the way in the back. As TJ spawns up, that call out is gonna come in. Now they have a chance here to transition and maybe combine both of these hills. But in the middle of the map is Major Maniac. He wins a one-on-one. So the spawn sort of split again. Vivid just trying to stay alive, but Skies is there, and now in the ring is Awakening.
What an unbelievable sequence that could have been if he was able to get both, but it's Skies that ends up with 2 before ultimately dropping. 30 seconds remaining on the hard point. Lead still significant out for Florida Mutineers. Another team kill gonna come through for Boston Breach behind the frag grenade. Just dialing it back, trying to get in. Make sure you soak up this time. You really need every second if you're going to bring this back. And, well, really, it's like, yeah, I mean, these next couple, you're right. They're going to have to chain this. They're going to have to get an early break and get set up. It cannot be staggered like last time.
Yo, I see how you do it. I mean, Florida just kind of playing back, right? They're trying to play in safety. Sometimes it gets a little bit dangerous if you corner yourself on one side of the map, but they're able to find 2 kills, make it 3. So they're going to find the first 10 seconds. That's going to go their way. Now, if you're Boston, can you trap them in the back of P4 and maybe do the same thing that they wanted to do as a transition of P5, but they have to step up the slaying every time you look at the kill feed. It is multiple players of Florida finding it with these autos. They are just popping off.
Yeah, it is just the kill feed. I mean, if you've just been watching the bottom left, it feels like every time it really lights up in a crazy engagement. It has just been so Mutineers heavy. This time it's 2Real popping off. Sky's there with him. 20 seconds remaining. Near a flawless hold. Once again, doubling up their opponents. 112 to 221 going to be the scoreline. Is Mutineers just looking to bury this map 1. Put the pressure on Breach.
Be over to P5 now. I mean, Awakening working through the middle of the map. You still have 2 players set up, but nobody really set up by P5. So Florida, they can go through both. They don't know that right now, as Methodz is cutting them off through the middle of the map. And he's going to find 2. There is 3.
All right.
Really a big set of kills there, but it's got to be flawless hard point here from Boston to try to get back in the game.
For so long. They have to be perfect for a very, very long time, but this will be the start of the perfection if they are able to do it. Eyes on Vivid in that tank-to-tank heady fight. Major from top boat, though. Still hitting his shots, and he's kept it going. I mean, he started out unbelievable, right, at 10-2, but still 30-17. What a map it has been. And those are the numbers, like, for the most part, you've seen from Awakening Your Skies, right? Like,
well, they are. They're right there.
Yeah,
that's
I guess
what's crazy.
That's true, yeah.
They are right in that conversation with the 3 ARs on this Gavutu, which, again, just comes into the map vetoes, deciding to play this. And, well, they are just punishing Boston right now.
Well, they only allow them to get, what, 1 second over that sequence. Nice little reach out there. And another little buddy hop out.
He's
but this
feeling
time,
it, baby. Heat check.
Yes, back and forth we go. A little hoppity, hippity, hop, hop.
Okay.
It's a double. Not quite the trip, but now they're in the hard point. Mutineers can close out this map 1. Just 3 more seconds needed. The contest's going to come through. The shots are on point. Map 1 is done. And the autos of Florida Mutineers just light it up.
Yeah, they just do what they do best. I mean, everyone getting involved from those 3 ARs. A major right from the get-go. Skies and Awakening, they step up. Again, there was opportunities, I think, for Boston, but there were like no breaks that really come on in. Here's the slang. I mean, you can see Vivid -12, just everybody negative besides Nero on the Boston team. And that's big because their search really struggled through the qualifier. Now Florida takes a big hard point in map number 1.
Yeah, it just looks a lot of times like a very frustrating map for Breach. Like, you're just running into very good autos in positions of power and trying to win like a nutty fight or getting smoked. Like, it just looked frustrating. It did. And that's what happens sometimes when you go down early in a map like this.
Yeah, and that was the other thing. Even when Florida had to rotate early, right, not make a lot of mistakes, not allow them to get back into it, they won the rotation. They won the key gunfights to not allow Boston Breach to really combine multiple hills in a row.
And that's probably, I mean, the early rotation is probably what made it look frustrating too. Yep. Like, more often than not, they had the spots they wanted. And you thought maybe there were a couple openings, but around that scoreline is where I started to, you know, sort of think it was over. Like, usually...
Well, I was just thinking of ways, how did they get back in?
Yeah, I don't know 100%, but when you're up like it's an 80, like 160 type game on this map, you don't usually see swings that are too insane. They kind of kept that scoreline, doubling up the opposition throughout most of it. And you saw some nice plays from Real. I don't think it's realistic for him to really pop off that much when you have your airs putting up that many kills. But
who cares?
Being the bait, being in position, getting the calls, and yeah, just shoot over me, boys. You're fine.
Yeah, here you go, though. Here's that map set. We're going to go back to Gavutu in map number 3. That's where the scary part. I mean, you just think if you add just a trio, right? You talked about the ARs on one side for Florida. Look at the other side with Nero, TJ, and Vivid. How fast that trio can play. I think that's really the question mark coming into that with the map vetoes. But yeah, they decide this is just what's going to happen. You know, they veto Tuscan. They don't want to play it. And if they can get to the Berlin, they'll feel much better. So, they got some work to do.
Yeah, and for Search and Destroy, I mean, you've got both teams have made a change recently, right? You've had some time, some reps to get things working on your end. You would think, you know, just when I kind of interviewed Methodz and talked about this particular team before when they had Cap, I think it was Search and Destroy where sometimes, you know, he was just saying, like, there's these incredible plays that Nero Cap will make sometimes, but I also don't know where they're going to be at certain times, like this two-edged sword of are they going to make a play or are they going to cost you? Vivid, you would hope in some of these scenarios would help a bit. I know the search hasn't been there, but you would think with more time, more repetitions.
Well, I think the focal point for them coming into this, like this last week, would probably have been in the Search and Destroy. They had such a good qualifier. They go 4-1. They beat some top teams in respawns. So you would think, all right, you just got to tighten up the Search and Destroy, right? Get it on the same page, try to get as many reps as possible.
See, now, I love this. You know, he's one of the few players we've seen with, he's got a pillow, and I got to think that this is mostly to do with posture, right? And I know for me, it's something I worked on a ton, like back when we were grinding and stuff. I used to arch my back, sit forward a ton, like my neck was killing me, back was killing me. I got to think this is got to be mostly around posture. Look at that thing.
It's also a fashion statement.
Yeah, 100%.
He's making it look good.
That's a Gucci pillow.
I don't know if that's true.
No, I don't think it is. But no, it's interesting to see because you haven't seen many players like that. And Nameless kind of joked last night at dinner. He's like, if I saw that across the stage, I know I'm 3-0ing them.
That's an Nameless thing to say.
Yeah, no,
I kind of agreed with him. But
really
listen, man, these guys got to take care of their hands, right? I mean, with what has happened with iLLeY, with Zuma, I mean, you know, take care of yourself.
I could not agree more. I think this generation, with all the gaming going on, esports, all the hours, all the grinding, yes, take care of your hands, take care of your back, take care of your neck, take care of whatever you can so that you're able to eat a bowl of cereal without the assistance of duct tape when you're 50.
That'll be us.
Yes, it will. It certainly will. We're just waiting to get into the search and destroy. We'll see if Boston Breach can fire back and tie this one up as Methodz talking to the guys, trying to get them focused up for the search. Skies, after dealing with whatever controller issues he had, I mean, props to him if he did get a brand new controller, which I don't know if that's what I heard, was they were grabbing him another one.
Yeah.
He fried. I know sometimes, listen, they're professional players, but you know, you swap that new controller, it feels a little bit different. It just feels, you got to break in the thumbstick
you got
a little
the dead zones down, the thumbstick's feeling good, they fit right in your thumb.
So I'm not entirely sure what the call was, but at least what we heard from production, they had to get him a new controller, and he was fine.
Here we go, Desert Siege, Search and Destroy. Can Boston bounce back, tie this series up one apiece? And if you're a London fan, I believe we were told coming into this, if they win this match, if Florida wins this match, London is guaranteed a playoff spot, top 8. So
yeah, which would feel good after, you know, getting reverse swept and how things kind of went to start.
Some good news.
Yeah, exactly. They still got a chance to make a run, but that would certainly feel good. But now we're getting ready to go. Map 2, Desert Siege, about to get underway as Boston Breach look to answer. And Florida Mutineers look to stay hot. I mean, there's just pressure all over the place. You think about, I mean, if they get the win, that helps out London. But if you're NYSL, you're starting to panic. There's so much that's going to be going on over the course of this weekend. And of course, the headshot from Skies to kick it off. 2-Real right behind it. 4-2 advantage as Nero's trying to bring it back. And he take 2 with him. Not going to happen, but able to get 1 and get out.
Yeah, he was able to find the bomb.
All right.
He's going to turn this into a 2-on-2. So they had a 2-man advantage, but then they end up getting picked. And everything just kind of slows down now. And I was just looking at the qualifier stats. It was 3 repetitions for Florida. We talked about the reps, how important with the new roster. It's 1 and 2 for Florida, 0 and 1 for Boston.
Yeah, it's difficult when you're looking at some of these stats. You know, you're looking over the course of the year, and they made a lot of changes and stuff. And obviously, it's going to be a different team. Really, what you can look at is the qualifier, just how things improved. Did they improve?
Well, again, 1 and 2 is not great. It's not what you wanted, but those reps in the matches, the mistakes that they're able to go over and fix.
Losing is learning, right?
Yeah, that's going to set them up for success, you would think, in this matchup.
Big Wake, able to hit the beams. Methodz going to get caught out. Nero gets there on the edge, but the eyes.
That's trust.
Omniscient is squad looking over him. Able to hit the shots. We'll see from Awakening's POV now. Is that deadly duo. Last 2 up, and they're able to close it out. But he gets the last 2, right? He gets beams on both, so big plays there from Big Wake. Oh, yeah! Oh, I like that. The crowd's freaky, Joe.
We're freaky, too.
We don't need to get into that, Joe.
Oh.
Well, haircut's going out as the Snipes hitting 10 HP for TJ.
Sorry, too far.
No, that was good. No, it's never too far with me. Ever. Well, let's see if you can hit the nade over the top. Not going to connect. Is Wake with that 2-0 start from the round 1, still hunting for more. 4 up on either side of it. Now up the ladder we go for Major. The first pick going to be 2-Real. The trade instantly there as Methodz able to connect.
And now it's on this retake, and it's all about, you know, what utility is left. You know, a lot of these players, a lot of the nades gone, the stuns are gone. Major still has 1, but he's not going to check the corner. Nero gets the bomb down, able to find a kill. So 2 on 3, and this could be the difficult part with having a sniper, is the bomb is planted, but he's able to find the pick. He's going to find an auto on the ground. Now into the 2v2. It's TJ looking over Methodz. They're just trying to play corner to corner. And now it's on TJ, 1 versus 2. There's the trade. The peak. He's afraid of the defuse, and Skies able to clutch on up.
Crazy sequence there over the end of it. You said it might be hard with the sniper in that position, but he puts one directly through. Yeah, it looked painful, but he hit the shot, Joe, right off the map.
Yes.
Freaky.
Florida now with the retake. I mean, Nero, he hits the bomb down. He gets that first kill. Still, the trades were there for Florida. And then 2 on 2, I mean, TJ and Methodz, there's nobody, there's no info, right? Where are they pushing from? They could be on the bomb. And with those plays, Florida able to clutch on up.
This is kind of going how you're worried it might, though, right? Considering the surge, the Gavutu, Mutineers cruising as of now. They've done a great job with the first bloods. Granted, Boston Breach have traded back pretty efficiently to make these instant crazy rounds, but that's a fast plan and Nero there, though, with the kill. Methodz still lurking deep in the dunes. Nice shots, picking them apart. Sky's last one up, and finally, maybe there's something right home about if you're Boston Breach.
Yeah, it was fast on the side of Florida, but it was Vivid and Nero through the middle of the map, numbers 1 and 4. They just cut it off. You know, they have the info, they're working the bomb. They take map control away from Florida so fast. They find those picks. Vivid, Nero working well together.
Yeah, I was gonna say finally you get a first blood, but like that happened so quick. You got one, you got the fourth within a matter of seconds, it felt like. Oh, is there like a Yankees Red Sox trash talk going on in the crowd? Did I hear that?
No, we gotta be careful.
Oh, you guys are getting nasty. All right. Okay, well, Wiggin deletes one. Just headbutting through the wood boards is real. You know, that's what I would do in that situation. Yes, hit right through it, Joe.
Listen, it's your playground, you know, at any moment.
It really is. Just like Shotzzy says, that's how I feel. It's my playground, but mostly for headbutting stuff on the map. Now as Wake gets the kill, he gets a position here around the bomb. I heard that. Bomb now. And see if they can, make the push. Oh! Timing a little bit awkward, but the snap back
works out. That man is fast. Must have had chicken parm last night.
Yeah, a couple of them. Tracking on point as he hits the shot. Skies once again left alone on an island. 1 versus 3 this time around. Does the mighty Skies have a chance to bring this one back? Info on one, not gonna happen. Put down back-to-back rounds for Boston Breach.
Yeah, I think the key for me here is the way Vivid is being active on the map. We saw it last round, taking it through the middle, and then here. I mean, he's literally in the defensive spawn. He's finding the routes, he's picking them apart. But Methodz, with that huge one-on-one kill, I mean, the timing works his way. I thought it was going to go the opposite way, but he hits the slide, catches Awakening off guard.
Yeah, no, it looked tragic, and then it wasn't. Major, who had the insane map 1 from start to finish, just a beast, and obviously known for what he can do in Search and Destroy as well. He is 0-4 to get going. See if he can find anything behind that, but Skies with the snipe out once again. And Methodz, who's been crucial at 4-2, just watching his POV for a moment. The information is there to both nades hit.
Okay, so we saw this last time. Is again, middle of the map, but this time Major's looking over. Nero tried to go through the window. Vivid's gonna be the next player up, but they looked over too real, but too real. I'm gonna hit the bomb down, probably sit here and die. I did that a lot in my career too. It's fun. It's a good time.
I thought there'd be a second nade and might, you know. Okay, TJ, all right, young man. The Iceman hitting the flick. Now a little snipe-on-snipe battle. Skies on one side, TJ on the other. But it's all TJ now to try and make the plays. 20 seconds to go. He's got to work this defuse after the quick plant down.
Yeah, has info on one, but not the other. Yeah, not the other. They go right back to that fast plant, does Florida. Right, Boston, they had the middle of the map control last time. That's where they put all the pressure. But Major looks over the bomb planter, doesn't allow Nero to make that play and find the first blood.
I shouldn't have said we get freaky, because now the crowd, they're making sounds, Joe.
Yeah, this is going to be bad. It's going to get real bad.
This will be my fault.
We're going to start joining in here.
I'm going to have a meeting this afternoon. Yeah! Yes! I love it! 3-2 Mutineers is Vivid trying to dance with disaster, and he will drop 2 real. Able to get in and find the opening. Another first blood there to Mutineers.
Now Boston just going to try to slow down Nero. Maybe the playmaker here, but he does have the bomb. Could be one of those situations where if he wins a fight, maybe they're right back in the round. If he loses it, drops the bomb in that spot, could just be over. Relying on TJ, maybe to get them back in this, and that's gonna be info, right? He's on the bomb, you immediately see what Nero does. He's going for the train. Now they're trying to find where Major Maniac is, but there he is, and he gets a kill. That is not great for Boston, but there's the quick trade.
Yeah, I just didn't spot him when he first wrapped and looked left around the edge. You love to get that done a bit cleaner, but not going to happen. 3v2 now for Mutineers.
I think that's what it would look like if you tried to run through a wall. You'd probably just hop right, like maybe hit a board and then probably just fall backwards.
I'm built like a tight end, Joe. That is fat. I'm not in good shape. Under 20 to go now. Now they work to get the plant. They'll have to clutch up. In the 2 versus 3.
Look how fast, though.
See, they're starting to fan around the map, and everyone is pushing on forward. There's going to be the first one. As soon as he's off the bomb, he will be dropped. Methodz, last alive. Hello, sir. I'd like to dance.
He's had some big clutches in his career. Is he going to realize there are 2 reels behind him, 2 reels behind him? He took such a long route so early as the bomb was being planted, works the flank, doesn't allow Methodz to make a play.
Been just some insane timings, right? Like, I mean, that's just search and destroy or Call of Duty.
Well, and honestly, I think for both of these teams, they're reading the map well, right? What they're giving up, where the offensive teams are, and they're just taking the middle of the map away. They're not allowing anything to develop. They're being very quick with their calls.
All right. They showed Zinni on the screen. People got very excited. But if you are in the crowd, I struggle to hear you at times. But please, no spoilers, guys. Let's behave. I know I said we can be naughty and freaky. That I'm okay with. But no spoilers, because Joe, he'll smack you. He'll lay you out. He'll put you through the wall. I don't know if I can say that, but
a different Joe, maybe.
Yeah. Security guard Joe. Great guy.
Right back to B. I mean, they just go for the bomb plan. It's going to be another 4 versus 4.
Until they stop it. It's like, we're going to, well, I guess they did the first
They did it the first round, but then they made some adjustments. And now look at this. Look what they took away from them. They have 1 player all the way in the offensive spawn. They've worked up through Palace. They're able to find that first kill, but 2Real is going to respond, but you're not going to expect this, are you? Sky's able to find the first and just backs away. It's just buying time for his team.
It's almost like he looks like maybe he's back there, and then it's like, oh yeah, no, he sure is. Skies tries to buy as much time as he can. Major is taking a nap. Awakening is on the point. 13 seconds to go. Peekaboo comes Major. As he pops up from the trenches.
Yeah, I want to see Major's point of view. Is he like building a sandcastle here?
I believe he was. Oh, yeah. He's deep in the dunes.
He was playing with a bucket, dude. On the beach, playing tic-tac-toe in the sand.
100%. But he pops up at the opportune time, gets the kill, and closes out the round. Now 5-2 Mutineers, a round away from a 2-0 edge, and it would be comfortable in both maps.
We'll see if they can get to another defensive round, what adjustments they make. They have to stop them from planning towards B, but they need to win this one first. It's going to be aggression right down the middle of the map. On the other side, it is 3 players lower B. This could be one of those timings, one of those plays. It might work out for either side as Awakening. He's just going to go.
Send it. He's just going to go, and he's going to win his one. Method's going to get picked, and they are dropping. Major wins a gunfight after the clutch in the previous round. The autos, what do you know? 1, 2, 3. They're dropping like flies. The dominoes collapsing, and it's now just TJ looking to do a final dance, but unfortunately behind him is Major Maniac, and that will be the final kill through. Mutineers dominating thus far. Up 2-0, and yeah, they're making it look clean and easy.
And I think this is just the addition of Major Maniac. I really do. Like, they are fast on the map, Florida. Just with their calls, what they're giving and taking away. I mean, on offense, they just went to B. On defense, they were taking away B. All right, all right, we can work the flank. There's nothing over towards the mounds and the dune side, so let's get pushed up. Have them have to focus on the flank, and Boston, they just were not ready for it.
No, and then it just felt like, even when they were, those like crucial fights, like just got gunned for the most part. Like how many like one-on-ones, and this was a stat for Big Wake that's like been a thing throughout him coming into the league, like back in MW, right? Like he just wins one-on-one gunfights. And a couple times you relied on him to take a fight and win it, and he did. Like the guy's a beast.
Yeah, him and Skies, 8-5 out of Awakening, 7-4 out of Skies. I mean, it's not the craziest stats, but it wasn't a crazy game. 6-2 is Florida. And now we're going to go back to Gavutu. I mean, we know with control how important it can be. We just saw it last series, and you get the momentum on your side.
Yeah, I feel like Wake just goes into a search, like, just like no one's going to gun me, and just wants to take one-on-ones.
Yeah.
Like, just has that attitude that, like, I'm going to smoke whoever's in front of me.
Yeah, no, I mean, sometimes it's great and sometimes it doesn't work.
No, 100%.
You can get smoked playing that way, but you're playing with confidence.
I feel like you have to have that confidence, though. You do. Whether it's you're an NBA athlete or you're here competing in the CDL, like, you need to have that, like,
delusional confidence at times.
Sort of. It's like, I'm going to gun whoever
It's not
is
too
in front
delusional.
of me. Yeah, not too delusional. But
no one to back away.
It's 2-0 for the Mutineers. They are one map away from continuing on. A win for Florida Mutineers would guarantee top 8 in a championship run potential for the London Royal Ravens. But we're not done yet. You saw in the first match, a reverse sweep is always possible. The control, so massive. Joe, what was your tip?
Win control.
That's the big one, Joe. Map 3 after this quick break.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew and Zenny. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
Oh yeah, we are back and ready to go. We're taking a look around the venue and all the awesome setups we have. Desks with cool items and PCs and drinks and headphone apparatuses, Joe. We've got it all here in New York.
And we got beautiful fans.
Oh
yeah. Bunch of giga chats.
Why am I barking again, man?
barking like a
I
dog?
don't know. Sometimes I start barking.
You want me to bark with you, dude?
Yes.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, we're getting a little turn here. We are ready for the map 3. We're gonna see if Boston Breach can bring it back and start to make a run. Implications all over the place for everybody in the league. I'm excited. I'm ready for the map 3, but Joe,
I can
we
hear the
started with
rain in the
Gavutu.
background,
I do too, yes. We're at the beach. We're getting back to Gavutus.
It doesn't look like a great beach. I don't know.
No, it looks like a dirty beach, Joe. Or
it's not a dirty beach.
Okay,
There's
maybe
just a
not
lot of
dirty
rocks. Like I probably wouldn't lay there.
Oh, I figured like a gun, like shells and like missiles, and it's probably not a beach you want to go to, Joe.
You're correct.
Yeah. No, I'm very smart. All right, map 3 underway. Mutineers looking to close it out. They have been dominant thus far. Crushed it in the map 1, 6-2 in the search and destroy. To Gavutu we go, and 2 real with it. As he slides around the corner, he'll open it up with the kill on the Nero.
TJ gonna try to get up that ladder. Not gonna happen. Too real. He's just doing what he's got to do. Finding kills with the MP40. This is where you are just gonna win so many gunfights with that weapon. And well, the first ticket A is going to be done. The rest of his team just winning gunfights, pushed forward by Green, but Vivid's gonna bring them back. And while this is happening, Major, he's gonna work his way over to B. Gonna try to make a play. Method's gonna be the first player in position. Try to do something. His elbow, he's getting shot at, try to stay alive. Major's trying to stay alive. They're doing a pretty darn good job until he died.
Just buying whatever time he can, but that takes, what, 2 or 3 players kind of wrap over to deal with him. So now on to A you will go as Mutineers try to find the opening here on offense. You know, it's been interesting with the change. You know, it was kills only at first, then it came down to ticks. Saw a tweet from Carstar Stats guy the other day. It was sort of like, it's just gotten harder and harder to win this on offense. It's gotten so difficult. And usually I feel like historically for Control, it's like it gets a bit easier, right? As teams learn different executions, and not really been the case.
Well, no, because you gotta run about a mile and a half.
Yeah.
And then there's just all the nades hit.
And sand slows you down. You don't get the grip you want.
That sounds about right. Yeah.
Isn't that what people run on the beach, like more of a workout or something like that? Did I just make that up?
I don't do that.
Okay, I might have made that up.
I don't live by a beach.
It's 3 in a row for Major Maniac. I take that back. He's gonna drop right as I say it. But Awakening right back to business. There's gonna be the point secured, so that'll tack on the extra minute. You got just under 90 seconds to go and off to the beaches in the sprinting. As we try to find an opening on the cross, but you've got 3 players there and 1 set up mid-map right now for Boston Breach. Sky's just doing what he can to try to find the opening, but no opening as of now. Boston Breach holding on.
And that's huge if you are Boston, because, you know, mid-map control is important, but they were also down a couple of lives. There was one of the scenarios where if you get ring control there, if you were Florida, maybe get 1 player on a B just playing his life, right? Just dodging all of the nades. Then it comes a bit of a TDM, right? The clock would have paused. You would have had the life advantage. They would have to be coming at you in power positions. But now, that advantage is taken away. There's only 45 seconds left. And you can see what Florida's just trying to do, trying to find an opening. But Vivid is going to take care of that.
Staggers it back for 1 second. Can one of these autos find an angle? Give yourself a favorable gunfight. I thought maybe that slide cancel around the edge would be it, but Methodz puts him down. There's a nade through. Major Maniac drops though right after the nade's gonna hit.
TJ gets through. He was able to flank lower beach side, but what angles is he's finding? He's trying to find the players as well.
Hello?
Where is everybody? There we go now. He's gonna pop on out. He's gonna find 2. He's got a 3rd to his right. That's gonna be Major, but you know what? He deals with, doesn't allow them to get to that point.
It looks so awkward though, right? Like two of his teammates drop. You know he's starting to panic. Like where's everybody at? Then he needs to hit the shots. He's able to do it. Boston Breach, they lock down the second point. Make sure you can't get the offensive win if you're Mutineers, because around 1 offensive win,
it's only 3 ticks as well, right? So that's huge for Boston. Only get 3 ticks. So someone in the crowd write that down so I remember later on. Thanks, guys.
I believe in you, Joe. You're very smart.
That's 3 for Boston.
You're one of the smartest Call of Duty players of all time.
I don't know about that one.
Guys lie.
Probably.
Some shots into the cankles of skies, but he's able to get through. Nero tried to say peekaboo up top. That's not going to happen. Now Methodz just pistol up, coming up the ladder, looking for anything he can find. They've swarmed around this A site. Now they're finding the kill. Sky's going to drop. Major's going to go down. Methodz on the point. And you've got one on the other side of it, too. You've got TJ pushed up ringside, taking one-on-ones, keeping him honest.
I was going to say, him just winning that gunfight, look what that does. Awakening and Major, they have to go back, right? They're just making sure nobody transitions over to B for right now. As TJ continues to lock down ring. Skies, though, he's going to win a one-on-one. Maybe to open up some of the middle of the map, you would think, but TJ locking it down. He's up to 11-5. It feels like him and Vivid starting to get hot. She is ripping wigs right now. Nero now on the flank. A moment here, maybe for Boston to get on to B. Does get shut down, but they are winning in the lives department.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing. You know, they probably had a good shot at A. They want to take that gamble, try to take it over towards B, but you feel pretty good where you are in the lives department. As you mentioned, taking wigs. Methodz continues to find the headshots. That's going to be 2 down yet again. The point is about to finish. This could be a nice relay in transition right now for the squad. Vivid started to push up the wide flank. Look at that number 1 on the minimap. Vivid might have the angle behind both players, and he does. There's Vivid with the opening. Now Vivid, give him all 3. They are on to the point, and you are in trouble in this round 2 if you're Mutineers.
Not even just due to the ticks, but also the lives. They're down 9 lives, make it 10. They're going to try to retake. You already have a tick. There's that advantage. Methodz pulling out the pistol. The truck's exploding. Major Maniac takes down his teammate. Pistols are out. TJ wins another one. Boston is firing on all cylinders.
They've got to be fired up right now. Let's go to a Boston listen in right now as they're running away with round 2.
Oh, we're going to hear some nasty stuff.
Oh my God. Let's go.
Okay, I thought it was going to be crazy. I thought it was going to be nuts. I'm not sure what happened there with the audio, but the fact is, it is a brilliant round, and that is one of those rounds where you're down 0-2 in a series that gives somebody life, Joe. That's why Control, that map 3, that swing game has always been important, and this is just a small part of it within this map 3, but it is a moment.
Well, they just, you know, I think they had to get to that map 4, right? You have Berlin coming up. You have Bokas. Not saying this is over by any means, but up 2-0, you're on defense. The way they're slaying Methodz is looking for a glide bomb right now.
Oh, this guy's hot off a chicken parm stromboli. 2 slices of pie, just ready to fry.
What, nice, dude. That sounded good. Woo!
It felt good, I'll be honest with you.
Nice.
Oh, this crowd, we love you. 13-5, 6 in a row. Where's the next one going to come from Methodz? Just trying to hit it through the ship, not going to be there. As 2Real's going to take down 2 of his teammates, their top boat.
You know, he wants it. He was playing for it. You know, he wasn't getting pushed up. And while that was going on, Florida, they are able to get a take. They get some mid-map control. I mean, if he has that, it's just that insurance, especially on defense over at B. But no glide bomb going to be coming in. Now Florida bouncing back strongly in this beginning part of the round.
Isn't that, though, like, just real quick to rewind, like, that route from Vivid, like, that's why you got him, right? Like, I know a lot of players could do it, but he was where he needed to be. He was in the spot. He made the play.
Well, and that's just on Florida, right? Comms, you know, calling out names, making sure you have an idea of where everyone is. A's going to be done. Boston, though, they're getting pushed up middle of the map. This is what they did well in their first round. There are still 2 players in the back, but Methodz is going to take care of 2Real, and now Sky's just trying to lurk. But now they're trapped. Now you are trapped if you're the Mutineers. As you're going to have Nero inside a ring. You're going to have Vivid out front here by the cliff.
Lots of time. Just how long does it take you to get out of this? Up the ring goes Major Maniac. We'll see if he continues to hold the angle. He does. It doesn't matter. Vivid is, dude, he is snapping onto 4 heads right now. And so is Methodz. Zenny, man of the year. Man of the decade. Put him on the cover of Time magazine.
Well, I mean, yeah, we'll see if they end up winning this series.
Yeah, good point, Joe. All right, bring me back to reality.
He's got a lot of work to do still.
He does. I got a little carried away there, Joe. Whew. He's just so attractive. I don't know what to do sometimes.
Well, Florida, they're able to get out of that trap now. Awakening. He's going to be the only one left, though. Just every bullet on the map is coming towards him. As he is finessing. Play slide left, slide right, cha-cha slide, but does get taken down.
Yeah, old merry-go-round, a bit of a circus there for a moment, but they're able to regain control. 15 seconds left on the clock. Boston Breach still advantage in the lives department. Just looking to close this one out, move on to the map 4. Don't allow any sort of collapse. Make sure the comms are on point. Your number 4 just spawning up. You got to pick this up. He might get behind enemy lines. That's going to be what major that's gotten him behind.
Well, they're going to know, I think, now with Vivid spawning there. They have to know. Yeah, Nero's on the hunt. Nero's on the hunt right now. Probably giving the comms to his teammates. Just going to spot him. And while Vivid was able to find a couple of kills when Methodz, they hunt down the teammates. And really, I mean, even if Major gets a kill there, it's not like 3 lined up, right?
Yeah,
like Vivid did.
Yeah.
And Boston was able to find the kills middle of the map, so he would have had no help. They could have isolated him, but now 3 lives remaining for Florida. They had to get back in this game. Did Boston, Methodz, and it
And that is what a lot of the New York fans like to see. They want a Florida loss here desperately as NYSL are trying to make this run at the home tournament. And Boston, they come alive in the map 3. I mean, it's that round 2. The round 2, the offense, we talked about the defensive. That's how it has been harder and harder and harder to get those offensive wins. They do it in round 2. Vivid makes a play, man. I mean, you call it bad comms. I mean, you call it a big play from Vivid. You look at it however you want, but fact is the play is made, he hits the shot.
And I think the key, right, I mean, we are playing an FPS, like the slaying, right? I mean, they were winning more gunfights, plain and simple.
Compared to like you talking about one hard point? Yeah.
Yes, I mean, just look at the stats. Methodz died 8 times, Vivid 24 and 17, TJ 18 and 12, everybody contributing on the side of the Boston Breach, and they are continuing this series. Now we get to a Berlin hardpoint, a little bit more aggression, a little bit faster, and this is where Boston wants to be.
Well, we're gonna take a look at some of the highlights as we get ready for that Berlin, and will we go the whole way? Will we kick off the event with 2 back-to-back reverse sweeps? I mean, anything seems to be possible. It would be absolutely
back-to-back Game 5s, I'm in.
Yeah, no, 100%, but like after those first 2 maps were just, it's not like you had in the last series really like a nail-biter map 1, right? 250, 249.
All 3 of these maps have just been
kind of blow-ups. They've been blow-ups. They all have. You got to feel like that wild one's going to be coming soon. Maybe it'll be this map 4, but anything else, you talked about the slaying. Obviously, they stepped it up big time. The guns got hot. Vivid made that crazy play, but anything else that really stood out to you?
I don't think so. I think that was really it. I don't know what happened after the map 2, like if there was a pep talk from a coach or whatever. I know Zed gets real fired up every now and then, but they needed it. I just felt like there was something. They're playing with a little bit more intensity throughout that map 3.
It's been a Zinni speech.
Maybe, yeah.
Listen, boys, we get a win, I get a whole pie.
Whatever
we lose, I get half a pie.
Whatever you want to say, yeah. I
Did I say he was going to be on Time Magazine?
I think so.
Okay, well, that's fine. That's fine. Just waiting for the players to get ready to go for the map 4. This is how it's played out. So if you just joined us, you heard us kind of talk about how it's been blowout sort of all around. Yeah, I mean, 100-point hard point, not close in the search, 3-0 there. As fans, they are fired up and ready to go. They're wanting to see, I mean, the big storyline, no matter what we highlight, this is the New York event. Big question is, can NYSL make this happen? This, I don't call it Cinderella story, is make this dream come true where they're able to get there. Because outside of the Pro-Am, like it has been struggles. Can they do it again?
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, right, that's, they got to win. I think the first match is
I just hope they make it interesting, like at least like win like the first 2. Like, get me to a spot where this is madness and you've got a chance to make it happen. And really, I just want more of the Crimsix cartoons.
We'll see more. I mean, you're on the edge of your seat, I know.
Yeah, no, I really am. I really am.
Building up the tension to see what happens next in the Chronicles of Fat Man. Never know.
So good. So good. Berlin. All right, so you kind of said that you thought for Boston Breach, you kind of pick up the pace a little bit. You like this for their particular squad. They would like this a lot more than Gavutu. Anything else that jumps off the page for you when you think about this for the map 4?
I mean, this is a map. I mean, for Florida, I mean, it's their map pick, right? Obviously, it's something that they've been working on. I think they out-rotated Boston pretty much every single time, and it's a map where you really can make the other team get punished, but by those rotations, winning some key ones. Can they play with a little bit more spice than what we saw in that map number 3? Maybe they thought they were going to run away with it.
Listen, I am the #1 2Real fan. Not only does he have the pillow, but he is also stretching his hands. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I started doing.
Everybody starts stretching right now.
Yeah, everyone stretch your hands. Take care of them.
Yep,
you need to go over the top.
Straight out.
You pull your fingers back over the top. You do it underneath as well.
Show the crowd. They need to see your form.
I have great form. Oh, now the lights are out. Okay, now you can't see me at all. All right. Seriously, though, stretch your bodies. It's very important. You need to take care of your muscles.
Yes, please listen to Maven's health advice.
Yeah, hold up. I could be a physical trainer if I wanted to be, Joe. I know a lot about the physical anatomy of bodies.
Okay.
That sounds smart?
No.
Thumbs up. Let's get ready to go. I just realized I yelled thumbs up and they can't see that you did a thumbs up yet in game, but that's okay. That's all right. Map 4, Berlin. Boston Breach looking to get the W here, push this to a 5th and final map. Now, can they get it done? Is Nero, everything's blown up in front of him. His teammates, though, are finding kills. They're starting to rally early as they're on to the point.
Well, you talked about starting strong side on Berlin Hardpoint. That's what they're going to do. Skies and Awakening, though, are going to find 3. TJ trying to hang on. He's the lone man by himself.
The win percentage has been nuts. I mean, when you talk about starting on that strong side.
You can see why. I mean, immediately off to a 22-0 start. And it could be more. As Vivid on the flank, he finds the opening against Florida. He's going to take down 2 on the other side. Major tries to get behind enemy lines, but he is cut down by TJ.
You got to be like an owl. Owls are the ones that can turn their heads the whole way around, right? They can see behind them?
Yeah.
Yeah, owl. You got to be like that, because Vivid is just constantly on your flank, Joe. Head on a swivel at all times, Joe. I'm also a bird expert.
Methodz on rotation. We talked about rotations from map 1 was all Florida. But here, over towards a P2. Boston Breach with early advantage and Vivid making plays, but Awakening.
Ooh, okay.
This man can take over at any point. Starting to do it here as he heats on up at P2.
Where can he take the 4 in a row? We'll see if he can push it beyond this, but not a man you'll see the sub in his hand at all times, so he's going to have it out here. Can he step up for the team? Skies now right through the window. Welcome to the pain train. Is Vivid inside and lurking. It just feels like every POV we're hopping to now deeper in the series, people are turned and they are hitting their shots. They take it back as Awakening puts them wide left.
Well, I think you're talking about from Boston's POV.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the kill feed. That's going to be all 4-10 for Florida. 10 seconds left, so rotation is clear to P3. It is 70-6 for Boston Breach as they have just come alive on the main stage.
I mean, they've taken advantage of this strong side start and they have not looked back. Just absolute dominance. Zinni now to 7-3, 3 in a row. The chance just trying to fire up Boston Breach to keep this run going. Get them to that final search and destroy. 4 in a row now for Methodz.
And you might have close spawns due to Awakening's position. He was able to get to the back, but you could still hold if you're Boston. Can TJ make a play? Able to find the first, slides out, snaps, finds the second. There's one player here.
Oh, Mr. Haley. Mr. Haley. He's a bad man, Joe.
He certainly is.
Yeah, there's the 8th point. I was waiting for it.
Okay.
They needed it. You had 7 on the board for what seemed like the past 90 seconds. Like,
well, that's what happens when you win 3 hills in a row.
Yeah, that is true.
But they are not slowing down as Boston. 3 gonna go down as Methodz finds 2. Nero with another over the rotation of P4. Guess who's in position? It's gonna be a Boston Breach. Is Vivid trying to take it to his old team. Spawn kill him with the auto.
Now, for Mutineers, do you take those 20 seconds or so and finally start to show a semblance of life? But Nero is just shutting it down. I thought the slide and hip fire might put down a 3rd, but eventually will drop. It's Methodz and Vivid that are able to take down the final players there. You just stopped shooting where you likely had another one to go, but what do you know? It's hard point control again for Boston Breach, Joe.
I mean, 1-25 to 20, and even if you're Florida, you start to get heated up. I mean, it's just tough to find a lot of time here at P4. You know, even at P5, the real big chance is going to be when we get back to P1, but it might just be too late. At this point, Sky's off spawn trying to do what he can, but they're not finding those multi-kills. The trades are coming in as 2Real. Gonna finally deal with them on the hill. Down 100 points.
It's like, can we just have a close map?
Maybe map 5, maybe they saved it.
Yeah. Save it for a round 11 nail biter. Bokash, yeah, perfect.
Okay, some control here for Florida.
Yeah.
Now they need to get on the time and really just keep this trap, right? Keep them spawning on the right side of the map. As you go to P1, that's where you're going to find a way back into the game.
It's like now you flip it on its head, it's like we sort of have strong side, right? Like, can you set up? Can you do exactly what Boston Breach did the first time through? But one's already leaked through. That's going to be Methodz that's making the play.
Are going to flip. That is just not good. Vivid and Methodz find the kills. Boston now in a strong position. Vivid and TJ, he's going to deal with it by himself on the point.
Yeah, that looked pretty good on the minimap.
Oh, he is still going.
And then it looked horrible as Mr. Haley continues to put in work. Woo! They are just firing on absolutely every possible cylinder. They weren't clicking for the first two, but they sure as hell are now. He's just shooting between them, around them, left, right, but finally gets both.
And now we go to P1 and Dashy. Yeah, Boston, they did a very good job of dealing with the setup out of Florida. Now you have the pinch coming in from Nero. So Florida, they're gonna have to deal with this. They're not gonna be ready for it. There's another kill. He's gonna try to find number 3. It's too real. Surreal does fight back, but he is all by himself.
So much work to do. And just look at it. It reminds you of the map 1 where it was just like pre-aimed autos. So often for Mutineers or in the right position, it has just been Boston Breach throughout this. I know the flashy plays have been there, but when they need to lock down a spot, they have done it. Yeah, it's really TJ and Nero that are kind of flying around.
Yeah, that wasn't an auto.
No,
Nero just punched him in the face.
Yeah, he sure as hell did. This scoreline is just getting worse and worse. 200 points now hit, 58 up for Mutineers. Just mollywopped right now in the map 4.
Awakening trying to do it again to bring them back. Skies as well, finally a setup here. Whew. For Florida, as they find the first 15 seconds. It's just possible scenarios like we were talking about with map number 1. What does Florida need to do? It's find a ton of time here, then you have to flip them out P3 and pretty much have a flawless full 60 to maybe bring you within 50 points.
Yeah, honestly, you could do that, you get it within 50, sure, it becomes possible. That's just what you have to do.
And for Boston, they know that, right? They're gonna be playing very safe, calling out names, making sure they don't lose P3 control. As Awakening's gonna be on 5 in a row.
This is where you just cannot let someone sneak through. You can't let somebody somehow get through here.
A 5 spree for both Awakening and Major Maniac. There's gonna be number 6. Now they're gonna go. They're gonna try to push up this street. But Methodz and Vivid, that's gonna be 3. Can they find the 4th? All 4 dead. Right as the hill pops, it's what they needed, and they got it.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Major, he gets what, 2 before he drops? Yeah, I think maybe that's the opening, but it's a triple from Methodz. I think Vivid had the 4th, and they just shut it down, retain control. Now the next push is gonna come in. You still have a presence here if you are Mutineers, as they're swarming around the point. But like that 20 seconds already, that makes it that much harder.
Yeah, up to 220 now is Boston. They're gonna try to pressure just through the front. Hope that their nades can connect. You're gonna have Nero work through fire. Oh, and I like that. Vivid just waiting for his teammate. Plays his life, draws the fire his way. The stun doesn't hit. Some bad timing. But 2 real Major Maniac gonna make sure this goes the way of Florida. But that's big scrap time is Nero. He's able to win the one-on-one. And look at that. Everyone on Florida just kind of has to back on up. So the map is going to go the way of Boston Breach.
Now it's just Major. Instead of thinking like the reinforcements are coming right away, he's kind of just mid-map by himself. But now they'll get there. Unfortunately for him, they've already dropped. Vivid just continues to shoot missiles.
You gotta go. You need a break now. You have to break now if you're Florida. This guy's taking scenic routes. It just can't happen. They need to hit their nades. They need to win the gunfight. Sky's and Awakening able to do that right now.
Methodz just kind of waiting to pounce as the pressure comes through. The stun going to hit onto him, relying on his teammates to step up a bit. I think he lost a little bit of aim assist there as you see him whirlwind around the doorway. He's trying to hit the shots. A little drop shot around the side, but that'll be 4 down, and that will be the map. Boston Breach, back to back to a map 5 we go. We're not done yet. We are not done yet. All tied up 2-2. And this has just been, yeah, I mean, who's going to uppercut the other team, I guess, each map for the most part?
Well, last year have been a little different, though. I mean,
yeah,
it just feels like, I mean, Boston have been.
And I can't tell if it's like the crowd.
I mean, look at it. All 4 of them, 20-plus kills.
I mean, but from a scoreline perspective, it was pretty similar. It's about a 100-point win.
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe it's just the crowd a little bit, but it feels that way, right? It feels that way in the venue. Like, Breach have just come alive, and they are dominating in a way we didn't see Mutineers do, but... And the fact that you get 2 respawns probably a little bit too, like Verse kind of having the search and destroy win where they dominated, but they're just laying each other out, man.
And I guess for Florida, I mean, you know, I think what the key to victory was when the search and destroys. You at least get here to a map number 5. You give yourself a chance as we go to Bocage. We saw it in map 2, just how quick they were on the map. Yeah, you talk about the addition of Major Maniac, just what he can bring on this level. And this man can be clutch. I mean, he has played in some of our craziest series in the CDL.
Oh, without
we know he can step it up. It's just a question of, can they find some life on the side of the Florida Mutineers?
Do you have anything, any analytical genius that you would like to add to a map 5 Bocage?
Not much, no. I think we're just going to hit some stuff. Let's run through doors and walls and let's get nasty.
Yes!
That's what I'm thinking.
I think that is exactly the case. It is time to get nasty. This map 5, Mutineers, Breach, so much on the line. The other teams watching in attendance, their hopes, their dreams, as you think about champs, they are looming as well. But how will it go down? Will it be Breach in the map 5? Will it be Mutineers? Who is going to step up? Is everything on the line? We'll be right back.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by TeamSpeak, the official communication partner of the Call of Duty League. And AimLab, official first-person training partner of the Call of Duty League. Unleash your potential. Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Here we go, baby. We are back, and it is a Map 5. Back-to-back Map 5s to kick off this NYSL event. But now let's take a look at our Scuff play of the game. And of course, it is Vivid with the routes, Mutineers with the blunder, the opening that Breach needed.
I mean, it's just started this comeback, right? I mean, you're down 0-2. You win an offense on Jibutsu control. We know just how tough that is. But Vivid was able to find the route, makes the play. The crowd's going nuts, and we got ourselves a map number 5.
Yeah, we absolutely do. Now we get ready for Bokaj. Through the window, through the whatever it's going to be. I almost fell off this balcony.
They would have catched you,
I'm okay. I hope so.
They would have caught you. Who's down there, dude? They would have caught you for sure.
Yeah, please. We need very strong people right below us here. But the crowd ramped, roaring, ready to go for this Map 5. Again, you're going to hear a heavy push for the Breach team in attendance right now as they are, well, a win here kind of helps that NYSL run. And the fans have certainly got behind that. But you now take a look at the Bokaj S&D ranks so far this season, and there's so much you can put into the season. The fact is, you've got some new rosters, you've got some new players that are going to be coming in here. Who is going to step it up on the big stage? And you thought Major might be one of them. He opens it up with the first blood, 2 real right there behind him.
Yeah, it's the new additions, both finding those first kills as Boston just tries to get aggressive quickly over towards A. Things, though, going to slow down for TJ and Nero, 2 players. They know how to clutch on up, but again, you know, if you look at that map number 2, what they were able to do, Florida Mutineers, they were just taking the map away. They were reacting so quickly, not allowing Boston Breach time to think about what's going on and react. As TJ in a 1 versus 3.
And there was a time in his career where it's like, it felt like any sort of clutchable situation, he was the Iceman, right? Like he could pull anything out of a hat. Does he have some of those moments now in the Map 5? As he is in a tough situation with 3 remaining for Mutineers. Puts it down to 2. Can he get out with his life? Able to do just that as the man continues to dance.
Still got 30 seconds. He can work some routes here. Finds an MP40. And he's just going. Oh, so you're going to have both players rotate through A. He's going to spot 1. Oh, he doesn't find the kill. He would have been a 1v1. He's challenging everything. He's going to try to work this as well. 2 real, though. He's going to be close. And they're going to check this bomb here. I would imagine the first couple of seconds, that's going to happen. A chance there, but Florida, they're going to win round 1.
You need what, another bullet?
Another bullet.
Another bullet?
It's only like 3 in this game, yeah.
I was about to say, if I said that about TJ, he comes out and pulls this off, that'd be
You're a prophet.
That'd be awesome. I'd love to see it. I mean, he has some of the most amazing clutches in Call of Duty history. Just not going to be able to do it there. Needed 1 more to put it into the 1v1. But it's Mutineers to get the round. And it was what? Major Maniac and 2 real that had the quick kills early. And if you're 2 real, you stay alive on a 2 streak.
That's just what adjustments are they going to make. And I mean, on offense on Desert Siege, Florida, they just kept going to the same strat over and over and over again. Will Boston have better adjustments? They lose some early rounds. It'll be pretty slow to start. Everyone kind of dodging nade spots going off, just trying to find any info you can. First 30 seconds, not much happening on the map.
He's just tucked right outside, just waiting patiently, biding his time. Now some shots going to come through at range. They try to work up towards his bomb site.
He's just pre-firing that corner, just trying to see, you know, you have some players prone right in that spot. It's 2 real. Starting to get sneaky.
Well, sometimes you'll see.
But Nero's here, but the team shot right onto his face. That's going to be a first blood for Awakening.
Yeah, what's left of his face, he just got evaporated as they hit the edge. You'd love to get 1.
They both must have snapped.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, it looked that way. Major's going to get another kill, big for him. TJ through on the flank, but the trade there instantly. All down now to Methodz. You can run, you can hide. But it's Mutineers that have the angles, and that'll put them up 2-0.
And that was a very they took their time, does Florida. And when you're taking your time, working up the middle of the map, you're clearing spots with nades. You know what the setup's probably going to be for the defense. In 2 real Awakening with that first blood, they find Nero, and then from there, the dominoes fall on the Boston Breach side.
Can you get a first blood? Get some strong control right now if you're a Boston Breach. Not gonna happen. It's another one now for Florida Mutineers. That'll be back-to-back first bloods on the map. Skies, as he tosses one over the top, he'll get the kill.
And a frustrating couple of rounds for Nero. I mean, he's the one getting blooded both, back-to-back rounds. He wants to be a playmaker. We know what he can do on this map, especially with the MP40.
And it's one of those things
caught.
you can't necessarily change what you want to do, right? Like you get a little flustered, you change how you play, that can throw things out of sorts more, right?
Here's another one of those mid-round plays, right? Florida, they are just going. They find the first blood, they're gonna try to play with numbers. Vivid, he's gonna find one. Is there anything else? Methodz, though, goes for the gunfight. Now we're into a 2-on-2, so no trades. They did not overstep.
Okay. 1v1. Skies, Methodz. Here we go. Now crowd, behave yourselves. Let's focus on the 1 versus 1. Is now the plant's gonna get in? Methodz gonna get it down. The challenger on the edge. Sky's gonna get a shot in. He's gonna finesse.
He's on MP40, so he will take a gunfight inside. Gotta check the bomb goes for the pre-fire, nothing. But Sky's gonna know his position. He's going for it. He's
oh no!
Line through the bomb.
So awkward. It's so awkward. Just doesn't have the angle to spot him. Little peekaboo as the gopher pops up and Skies wins the 1 versus 1. And that is one you want so desperately if you're Breach.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he has the MP40, so he's trying to take this gunfight.
That's so awkward there.
He wants to take this gunfight, but you could say, I mean, he pre-fires the bomb. No, he's not on it. He could have backed away, played something a little bit differently, but he knew his spot, knows he has the auto. He's trying to take the weapon advantage in his hands. But Skies, man, 3-0, so good in one-on-ones.
And that just, crouch and pop, the timing just could not have been worse for Methodz or better for Skies. Unbelievable. 3-0 now for Skies.
Now's his time, right? Start to make those adjustments. What do you see? I think that the key, though, is those first bloods. The last couple of rounds, going the way of Florida. Trying to play around info. Well, Methodz spots one. But really, it's that duo of Awakening and 2Real. They're going to be the ones pushing the aggression, trying to get pushed up. But Awakening, he gets through. He's able to find an opening through the tunnel. Which could be another one for him, but Methodz is going to find 2Real, and that's going to be the bomb down.
Vivid just holding here. Awakening just trying to get through to find the angle, but not going to happen. Vivid lying in wait. That'll be another one as they drop. Skies last alive. Skies continues his streak. He's at 4-0. They're surging forward, though, and they're able to drop him.
They needed that.
Yeah, I mean, you needed the last one, maybe 2, but this one, yeah, this is like, it feels like that 0-4 versus 1-3. It's just like a do-or-die round. You got to get the win.
Yeah, I think just to win a defense, I mean, even on Desert Siege, they had so much trouble there. But Methodz is able to find that first blood. And you could see Florida, they worked up the middle of the map. They found an opening. I mean, maybe if TJ's in a different spot, Awakening wins that gunfight, and then things get crazy. But 2Real gets picked. Boston able to run away with the round, but now back on offense. This is fast. This is fast from Boston through A. 2Real, he's going to see multiple. He's going to give the comm to his team. The adjustments are there, and Nero and Vivid get taken down. They just fly out.
He just keeps shooting, and it's able to connect. His stun's going to hit as well, so that'll back TJ up for a moment as he continues to hold the deep angle. Oh! And my lord, TJ, what a snap. Is Awakening plucked out of the window.
He's going to have another one.
Ah! TJ just winning fight after fight. But it's not gonna matter much. Is it his Mutineers to get the round win? You think after watching TJ's POV, it's like they're getting this done, but it's Skies with the last laugh deep out of the tank.
Well, it's just what 2Real saw. I mean, 2Real spots it, he's pre-firing the door. And I mean, listen, it's a call, it's a ballsy one, but Nero and Vivid just flew out. I mean, they flew out right into gunfire, and well, they get shut down as the numbers just go the way of Florida.
You're about to have some fights go down mid-map. You can see Nero just tucked away in a corner here. Can he get them an early freebie? Yes, he sure as hell can. There's another one there. Snap back. He's going to get pushed, though. It's from the steps push. He will get dropped. Now, can Methodz get any kind of trading? Because 2Real's been able to take down 2. Methodz has got to go big. He's at least able to take down 1. Now to a 2 versus 2 we go. Skies in the window had an angle, and you see he gets the kill in the kill feed. Vivid, though, through another window, able to drop it. Now 1 versus 1. Skies, Vivid, and Vivid with a monumental gunfight win to keep them in the fight.
They needed that. I mean, 2Real found 2 kills, right? I mean, it's basically a 4 versus 2. Then there's the trade. His Methodz was able to find Major Maniac. There's a, he takes the next gunfight, but with that information, Vivid gets the bomb planter, and he knows where Skies is, right? That gunfight from Methodz just ends. He's watching the kill cam. Where is he going? He gives that call out, and Vivid, it's easy for him.
Just staying afloat. Staying in this game. I think I heard a "Let's Go Florida" chant, booed just instantly. The crowd fully behind Boston Breach. We tear through walls. It's another first blood for Mutineers. God! They follow that one up. But Vivid, he's still alive, and he's coming off the big round.
But think about every defense, it's the first 2 kills for Florida. Like, I mean, Boston has had chances to clutch 2 versus 4s, and they're in the same spot. This time it's Vivid and Methodz. They were able to find 1. So 2v3, Vivid's gonna make it a 2-on-2. The stun is out. There tries to be a quick trade, but he's gonna get away with his life, and now a lot of time to work with.
Yeah, I mean, that stun's great. You get some information, it also gets you out with your life.
They just don't have the info, right? Should someone be working the flank? Bombs need to get planted.
Vivid on 4 in a row, and he hears somebody stomping around.
These are very loud wood floors.
Mahogany. Oh my God, Vivid, there's 8 hit markers there. It felt like Method's gonna go clutch. Can they bring it back in the 2 versus 3?
Oh, that man is fast. He is running. He's able to get on top. Only 17 seconds, 7.5 to defuse. Awakening, he's got to go. He's got to try to find a gunfight. He's able to find the first. Now, if you're Vivid, you do not peek this. Do not peek this. And he doesn't for a couple of seconds. There's the cross in the round. That's going to do it. Boston Breach 2 in a row.
Whoa, these are
clutching up. I mean, again,
these are nail biters, bro.
2 kills go the way of Florida. Right, you get into that mid round. They're trying to get away with their life. This time, though, Vivid and Methodz clutch on up.
I feel very stressed, Joe.
I'm stressed.
Yeah. Whoa. It's just like the rounds they win, it's taken every ounce of their beings to get it done. Now, within 1. And Vivid has been the man of the final final few rounds. 7 and 5 now. Yeah, can they get something going early in the round, especially defensively?
Well, last time he had early aggression from Nero. He was the point man. And it's this same sort of slow build-up on the Florida side. They're just going to work the middle of the map. It's that duo of 2Real and Awakening. What do they find? 2Real's just kind of pre-firing through, trying to get info for his team. It looks like Nero's going to be the first one up again. The first man to be tested for Boston Breach. Does he get some help from TJ? He does. First blood, bomb down.
And you haven't had a lot of that to write home about over this map 5. You have the numbers. Tighten it up. Get the round. My God, another one there, and Vivid likely gone. But he'll get back to full health, and the repeat comes in. And Vivid holds his spot and stands strong. And we are real close to having this tied up at 4-4 after what? It was a 1-3 game.
Still some time, 20 seconds. You never know.
Oh, Lord God.
Bomb, did it be picked up? Awakening will be weak. Nero trying to find the kill. Awakening, he's still going. He's still going. Where's the help? There it is. Methodz comes on in. Now it's a 1 versus 1. He's got time. He's got time to plant. He's going to go for it right away. Methodz is going to peek it, though. He's going to peek it. He's going to get out the bomb. Now he's going to run. He's got to go. Run, Methodz, run. Run through that.
Go, go.
Stay alive.
Oh, God. It's the fastest man alive.
Stay alive. Boom, boom. Oh.
I like that.
Staying alive.
Woo! What are some of these rounds? Like our 4th 1 versus 1? 3rd, 4th? I don't know. Round 9. Woo! Offense back to Boston Breach.
Here we go, mid-map aggression early on. TJ trying to go for the gunfight. There's a trade, but they are flying out. Again, first 2 kills goes the way of Boston. Now, what can Methodz do in a 1-on-3?
He showed his speed. He showed the clutch. He's got a lot of time. I mean, that's about it.
Yeah, that's really it.
Which you need, obviously, but...
Yeah, they're just not going to... Look at the way they're playing, though, right? They're not going to allow him...
Ducks fly together.
It's the flying B from Coach Von Bombay.
We are so old.
Everybody knows the Mighty Ducks, right?
I hope so. Can he give himself a one-on-one? He might. He does.
That is a mistake. That's a mistake from 2Real.
It absolutely is. 30 to go. 1 versus 2 now for Methodz.
I mean, this is the right call right there. Wrapping back over towards B. He's going towards A. It's just he's going to have to work a bomb. He's got to go soon because they're going to check B and not see anything. Skies is going to stay.
He's just kind of lurking mid, right?
Stay, and he's just going to check the top window cross. He has it, but maybe the bomb could be planted.
Ah!
He has the right read.
Yeah, he read it. He read it.
But early aggression from Florida. They have been so good on their defense early in the rounds. I mean, you've had a couple of clutches out of Boston, but that's been the key to the game for the Mutineers. Now 1 round away.
If he could have hit first bullet there, gave him a little flinch or something, he had a shot. Just that gunfight, once you get hit first, even harder. Like, Skies makes it look easy. 1 more round for Mutineers. They can breach, get the back-to-back.
And with that early aggression, I think Nero's just been the one just not able to find anything. He's just trying to do what he can. But 2 and 8. We'll see. They're going to go to that setup.
It just feels like he's been dropped a lot of times, and yeah, there hasn't been a trade. Like it's been not the most fun of maps for him, I'm sure. But it's not done yet. Maybe he has a historic moment in him still.
The team Methodz just getting info, trying to dodge the bullets as the pre-fire comes in, but Major's able to work the B-bomb. And again, gets to this tunnel, so that is an option. Vivid, I think, is going to watch that angle as he backs on up. Probably, you know, the comms come in. That could have happened. All the different timings on Bocage just back and forth.
Well, remember, Vivid held that spot previously when Awakening, I think, got underneath.
He's working up right now. He might have a first blood. Oh, the shots don't connect. Is there any trade? Vivid is there. He finds the first blood.
Unbelievable. Major snapped pretty well, too. He got some shots in, but...
Methodz, we saw how fast he was. Just dodges the bullets.
He literally is the speediest man alive.
Now it's Awakening who's behind enemy lines.
Oh.
The bomb planted into a 3-on-3.
The push is there. Oh, back and forth we go. Now 2 versus 2. 30 seconds remaining.
The problem is they don't know where 2Real is, and he's in the spawn with Skies. 25 seconds to work with. And there's just so much to check if you're Boston. So much to check. Now the intel is there, and TJ has to go. This is just so hard to clutch.
So little time to work with. You get the information of your Skies, and now you know you just have to go. A dream, a prayer, and it is over. Mutineers, they close out an absolutely ludicrous map 5. What a weird series.
You get to that map 5. I know the middle was all Boston breach, but we talked about keys of victory. The search for Boston has struggled with the team change. They haven't gotten on the same page. And well, Major Maniac, 2Real, I mean, they were just so important early on in these rounds. You can just see the way they're playing. They're playing so well as a team.
I mean, to be fair, you almost brought back a bunch of those rounds if you're Boston breach, but yeah, I mean, going in a 2-4 hole.
Yeah, you can't rely on that time and time again.
Yeah. It was a fun one. It was a wacky one, but it is Mutineers that seems to play spoilers. I mean, whether it's been beating OpTic when the crowd roaring behind them, now it's Boston. It just feels like they've, I mean, kind of had to embrace this like villain type role. At least it seems like it with the crowd, and they get it done. Unreal.
Yeah, you can see the stats there. I mean, you get double digits from Awakening and Skies. Awakening and 2Real, that duo on their offenses was really fun to watch. I mean, that's when you saw like Nero get picked. You know, 2Real was finding the openings on defense, on the Boston breach defense. What was open? Where can we play? They were just picking them apart.
Yeah, I mean, now for Florida, I really just like, you know, we've seen them come in to get around 1-1. I know they've gone further than that before, but it's like, what What do you got? What more can you show us? And for Breach, yeah, I mean, you've got significant work to do. You're going to be in the losers bracket. Lots that you're going to try to be getting done, but it was a wild, wacky series. I mean, that search, to be fair, that search was wildly entertaining. We've cast a lot of game 5s that are really, really slow, not a bunch of crazy moments. We get a bunch of 1v1s, a bunch of clutch rounds. I mean, that was everything you could want.
The problem is the losers bracket's scary.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, there are just some titans
all 3 of our major champs are down there, right?
Yeah, it's just not a fun place to be early on in this tournament. We'll see if Boston can bring it. And now for New York, the pressure even higher on this next matchup. I mean, they could potentially beat Røkkr, who's a team on the bubble, then play Florida right after that, potentially beat them, but it's going to take a lot, and I think this next matchup is huge for them.
Well, it's like, how far are we from just setting up for a they have to win type scenario?
They do got to win.
Yeah.
Or at least maybe get to a final.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, are we going to get to a point where they just have to win the entire thing? I mean, that could be dramatic if somehow they're able to make that run, but what a ludicrous series. I mean, it just felt like Mutineers were running away with it early, then Breach just so dominant over a stretch, but you said it multiple times. I mean, the search and destroy was going to be the question mark. It kind of remains the question mark for Boston Breach. They're going to have to improve there if they're going to make a deep run. They're going to have to.
Yeah, I mean, I think at times we saw what they were able to do, and they're very clutch. It's just early in those rounds. It's early in the rounds where Florida found the openings, just time and time again. I think someone needs to work with Nero a little bit better. Maybe that Vivid Nero kind of duo. We know how aggressive they can be. I think they can do something similar to what we saw from 2-Re on Awakening.
We'll see if they're able to do it, but on stage now, we've got Blaze and Major Maniac. Buddy, welcome back.
Thank you so much, Clinton, Merc. It was a ludicrous series, back-to-back. New York, make some noise for the Florida Mutineers. Even though we got a lot of boos in the crowd, y'all cheering for you now. Now, Major, as we go through that series, you all were up 2-0, right? And then during the midway, Boston started to bring it back. The crowd started to get a little bit louder, and we come to round number 9 in that S&D. How y'all close it out? What was going through the team's head?
It was just kind of reading their setups there in that Bokaj S&D, just their tendencies on playing back right tank, back left tank. But I think it really spiraled out in that control. There was a little miscommunication there on our first defense that ended up getting them on that B point. And then obviously starting on the Berlin bad side, we went down 100 points. So yeah, this feels good to be able to close out that Game 5 surge. I live for those kind of moments. So
Sky had a fantastic map up in there too as well. Just 4-0 to kick that one off. He was on fire. Talk to me about your teammates and how does it feel for you to be a Mutineer?
It feels good, man. Just playing with a new environment, a new team. I just love competing, love being here with the crowd, the fans, everything like that. It's just it's very hard to relate to, so I'm just happy to be back. And I'm ready to just get our next series on the way.
All right, man. Speaking of the fans and speaking of the new love out there, you got any shout-outs for your Mutineers and Mrs. family out there showing you some love?
Sir, yeah, we're down in Boca right now, but I appreciate everybody that's out here supporting us. We play the winner of New York and Minnesota, so either way, that series is going to be awesome. So.
All right, give it up for Major Maniac one more time and the Florida Mutineers. Belly, take it away.
I'm absolutely loving it. Major Maniac, a class act. But by the way, one of the most influential pickups that we've seen this year. I love what he's doing for Florida, by the way. But aLLeY, when we saw the map pool, there was a lot of talk and discussion about who won that battle. And how did you honestly feel about it after watching that series?
I feel like it was kind of like a telltale sign. Like the maps, obviously the opening Gavutu for Mutineers, we joke around, being 3 main ARs. Obviously, I mean, they were in control that entire time. Desert Siege, it's more longer range. Obviously, we saw them have control there. The Gavutu control, we pretend like we didn't have it. So that is wiped from our minds. But I will say this, when it comes to the Boston Breach, it's just like how we talked about at the pre-match setup of when their search and destroy woes is they just get blooded. They constantly putting themselves in a man-down situation, and that's what all these teams are going to be able to capitalize on.
And I think specifically for the S&D, Nameless, I know this is what we were briefly touching on. It was just a weird map set. Seeing the Desert Siege go through, last time I watched Boston play that map, they got 6-0 Thunderclap. So they brought that one back. It seemed a little bit strange, especially because Florida, they've actually started getting wins on that. Same for Bokaj, ever since, Florida half squad wiped. Those are the maps they've been trying to play and get in the mix. So I think not even the Gavutu was really the standout for me. It was just the S&Ds where I was like, I'm super confident in the Mutineers.
They get rid of the Berlin Search and Destroy, which is their best Search and Destroy map. So it almost seems like they looked at Florida's map records and they're like, okay, let's get rid of these two maps. Let's play these two maps. These are their worst S&Ds all season long, but they didn't take into account how much better they've gotten on those maps throughout this stage. The reps that they've gotten, bringing in Maniac. It looks like the crowd is getting hyped here.
Yeah, New York is walking out on the stage right now. There's a reason why the crowd is getting hyped, because we all want to see NYSL win, right? Well, let's take a look at the points, because a lot literally just happened in the last 5 minutes. Now, with that latest win from the Florida Mutineers, London has clinched their ticket to champs.
And look, they had a 99% chance of making it anyway. What this does for Florida, those guys now are in 8th place. This puts all the pressure world on LAG. It puts all of the pressure on Minnesota, because those guys right now not gonna make the cut. Obviously Minnesota, they literally get to play next, but also for the Subliners. I don't know how much attention everybody's paid, but these guys came into the tournament in a situation where they needed to place top 3 just because Florida got that win. I mean, unless Paris beat LA Thieves, and that's if LA Thieves make it to losers, Subliners might already be to the point where they have to get top 2. It depends on a lot of things, but Florida just completely put up the pressure for 3 other teams.
And I believe they get 20 points from that win as well. So now they're at 160, which actually puts them in 7th place above the LA Thieves. So it is setting up for the Cinderella story for New York. They are quite possibly going to need to get top 2 if not win this tournament.
Hey, yo, neighbors, you know who they're underneath right now? Boston Breach. Boston Breach are not convinced. I mean, I'm not convinced Boston Breach has it locked down for champs just yet, which makes this major just so much more important, right? But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to move on, because we do have another series to go. NYSL just took the stage to set up champs.
Oh boy.
Minnesota, NYSL, don't leak the maps yet. Who do you have winning?
I have to talk about the maps. So if you had asked me before I saw the maps, I would have said New York, and I would have been confident. I did see the maps, though, and I don't know, man. It literally, in my mind, is a 50-50 series.
We're going to save the rest for later.
This is going to be like the Toronto series.
So good.
I'm going to pick Minnesota in this one as well. I'm telling you something about the LAN atmosphere in these S&D squads. Minnesota's about to come to spoiler. I just have a feeling.
You know, we're going to see what the Brooklyn crowd has to say. But before so, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to head over to a break. But coming up next, the hometown team is about to take the stage. You don't want to miss it. The New York Subliners, and their race to go to champs is all on the line as they face off against the Minnesota Røkkr. This is a matchup you don't want to miss. We'll catch you guys on the other side.
MG and NYSL are giving away tons of prizes all weekend long. Grab your friends and join the Major 4 Metaverse event in Decentraland for your chance to win. Visit nyxl.com/do.
Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Amazon Prime members get free games every month and a slew of free content for your favorite games like Call of Duty. Claim yours now at gaming.amazon.com.
About that time, we're finally getting ready for the New York Subliners to take the stage against the Minnesota Røkkr. I don't think y'all ready. Hey, y'all, New York! Y'all want to go ahead and make some noise? I don't think they hear me. My mic ain't going out to the crowd. There we go, there we go. I was saying no, but ladies and gentlemen, yeah, we're gonna have an amazing matchup right here. We have Joe, aka Merc, on the desk. It's gonna be a real fun one. Joe, how do you see this matchup going? And I'm curious, man, how do you genuinely feel about the New York Subliners run?
Oh, I think that they have the bracket to do it. I think they can get to a final, honestly. I think, though, that this first match is very important. On one side, you have Minnesota Røkkr. They are an icy team. Like, they have played, you know, in some crazy events. They have won a major before. But for New York, it's all or nothing. And this first match is so important just to get some momentum going on their side. They have struggled in majors. That is obvious. So this first match, to me, it's the one.
Right, so hopefully it is one. And let's go ahead and take a look at the Minnesota Røkkr. aLLeY, this squad right here, they kind of fallen off, but the thing is we still can't doubt them, led by Attach. Listen, the boys in purple are coming in here to play.
I will say on the flip side of this, Minnesota Røkkr has also struggled on LAN every major we have had thus far, and they do have the roster change with Havok now, but again, they've been underwhelming this stage, and we did get talk to Attach. They've recognized their issue when it comes to search and destroy it, but when it comes to keys to victory, I mean, they need to be on point this series. NYSL is 9-1 in a hardpoint record. They're #1 hold during Major 4 qualifiers, so the maps don't really go their way so much in this series, but it is LAN. It is possible for them to ice up and improve your opening hills on Tuscan hardpoint. Their last opening hill plus minus on Tuscan, that's -15 points overall. New York Subliners is 10-1 in their last bow cage hardpoints. That's going to be the opener, and the game 4 is going to be that Tuscan hardpoint. So Minnesota Røkkr, they're going to have to get with the search and destroys in this series.
All right, now Nameless, the squad that Minnesota's going against. New York, man, they're going to have that Empire state of mind right now. Must-win mode. They can't afford to lose. 110 points. They're in 11th place.
They have to come with that additional fire, right? Like you just said it, it's must-win time. Headed into the series, though, it's going to be really tough. They're going up against the dark horse team in the Minnesota Røkkr. I mean, Attach always gets his piece of the pie. We've known this for years. And, you know, with this New York team, they're coming off a match where they lost, you know, to the LA Thieves. They lose 2 search and destroys. And in this series, they have those same 2 search and destroys in Tuscan S&D and in Desert Siege S&D. At times when we've seen this team lose series or get knocked out of a tournament, it was through those S&Ds. But for the game fuel keys to victory, they need to bring a second strong game mode with the hardpoint to win the major. Their first in hardpoint win percentage. I mean, these guys have been dominant, 9-1, but they're 9th in S&D round win percentage and 8th in control round win percentage during the qualifying stage. And then play your life more in Berlin control rounds to find offensive success. They are last in average kill advantage after the first capture on Berlin, and they're going up against a team in Minnesota Røkkr, 3-2 on Berlin, statistically the better Berlin control team. So in 3 out of 5 maps in this series, they actually favor the Røkkr.
All right, now a lot of talk has been about the maps and modes favoring the Røkkr, by the way, but it's about time we get that up on the screen. aLLeY, you got a smile on your face. Were you able to take a look at the maps and modes as well?
Absolutely. I mean, we're heading into, like I already said, bow cage and Tuscan map 1 and 4. That Berlin control, like Ant said, though, and maybe in the favor of the Minnesota Røkkr. But like I said, they've been having a little bit of cracks at the seams when it comes to composure overall with this squad. And should Paul and Hydra get comfortable, these are some close quarters maps.
We also got to talk about like the bow cage hardpoint. A lot of teams will be like, well, why? Or a lot of people will be like, why are you playing New York on that map? Well, the Minnesota Røkkr are 6-1 in their last 7. They're one of the only teams that will really G-check New York when it comes to bocage. And if they come out here and they win that map, New York is gonna be shook. I'm telling you, I've been in that spot before. It's not a good one to be in.
Yeah, 100%. And I think you look at those search and destroys, as you said, I mean, those are the 2 S&Ds that New York got knocked out with, right? You know, or at least bounced down to in that losers bracket. So I just think for New York, it's about the repetitions with this roster.
Oh, yeah.
This is the time now, right? You've had a couple of bounce outs where you're going to learn from that, but this is their time. They got to bring it.
Right, and talking about how they need to bring it, let's take a look at the points to see just how bad it is for the New York Subliners and why this major is a perfect storyline for them to win it all, right? Because Champs is around the corner, and when it comes to points, the bottom, who you got? You got Paris Legion and also the New York Subliners, and right above them, Minnesota Røkkr really aren't too far off. So Nameless in must-win mode right now. New York has to strike, but Minnesota can't afford to lose as well.
I mean, to be honest, like, if New York lose this match, they're basically chalk. Like, you cannot. Florida just got an additional 20 points, so they're sitting at 160. And then if Minnesota Røkkr win this game against New York, not only does it bump New York down to losers, then Minnesota Røkkr will also be sitting at 160. And it's not likely that New York make a run from losers bracket round 1 all the way and win the tournament, right? So they are going to have to win this, remain in winners, not allow Minnesota to get those additional points, and punch your ticket to champs. So this is a massive game. The stakes have never been higher for these players on that stage. They got to turn up.
Well, the stakes are definitely lit for these players, and if you're on the NYSL roster, one of the names are way bigger than the others, and you know, it's Crimsix. Crimsix not going to champs would be absolutely brutal. aLLeY, I can't imagine champs without him.
I don't think many of us could. I mean, I'm pretty much a baby when it comes to CompCon. I've only been here for about 2 or 3 years, and Crim has always been there. So it would be very, very weird to go to a champs without him. But like I said, I feel like his fate's in his own hands at this point. His young guns have been absolutely frying this stage. I mean, not like he hasn't a .95 overall, but he's got to take it to the next level to really make this run.
Right, Joe, man, who's going to be the player to watch on this New York squad?
Well, I'm going to go with Crim. I am. I'm going to start with Crim right away because I think, you know, on the other side, you've had Priestahh who stepped up in the AR role this stage, especially in the hard points. Crim needs to respond here. You know, not anything crazy, but he can be better, and he knows that. I want him to set the pace. Obviously, we love what this guy brings to the team, and they play with so much pace. But I just think Crim, he could be the X factor for them to clutch on up.
Right, and aLLeY, we were talking about this, I believe it was, what, 2 weeks ago? Crimsix turned it up another level. I saw more speed in the man.
We know what he's capable
He wasn't joking about getting carried anymore.
No, not at all. Crimsix, to me, I thought he was gross at this game since the beginning, and since then, it's just been the ease off of his shoulders because now he's surrounded by even more talented players. Honestly, beyond Crim, I think a player to really watch is going to be Kismet. He is that master, like we saw in the hype video leading into this, and we see the plays that he's making on the map, and I used to be a little bit critical of, like, you know, when they go against these high-slaying teams, I don't know if Kismet's going to be able to keep up. Well, he certainly has this stage. He turns up when need to be, so I don't think this is going to be as hard for New York Subliners as the storyline is predicting.
Yeah, I mean, for Kismet, like, when he came into this squad, like, he was playing all right, not really putting up the big numbers. In stage 4, though, guy was top 7 SMG.
He evolved.
He was lighting it up, taking over games, like 25 non-traded kills in some of the hard points that they've had. So, you know, for me, I would agree. I think Kismet is the player to watch in this series. He's the X factor for the squad. He just makes cerebral plays. He makes it so much easier for the rest of this team. So, hoping he has a big one if you're a New York fan.
So let me ask if this is a fair comparison then. So we talked about Crim and Kismet just now, but what about on the flip side, attaching a player named Havok?
Yeah, I mean, Havok played good at the last LAN. Like, I know there was that, you know, stigma that Havok plays so good online and then doesn't play great on LAN. And the team didn't find much success, but Havok had some pretty big moments. So I honestly expect him to continue that. It's the rest of the guys. They need to find that consistency. Also, Attach, I want to see him dropping bombs once again throughout stage 4. You know, he sort of teared off at least a little bit while they were focusing on fixing their search and destroy, which they did by the end, right? They won their last 3 search and destroys in a row, and the one prior to that 3-game win streak was around 11 loss. So the search woes seem to have calmed down. They found their identity there, and they're back on point.
Well, what's already added to such a crazy day has been game number 3, right? Control. And you guys talked about Berlin Control, and it favors Røkkr, but a player that has struggled in Control for Røkkr has been Standy. And I mean, Standy last year was a breakout player, a potential superstar. We haven't seen that too much this year, but, you know, this could be maybe the start of that for the end of this year to get into champs, but really looking at him on that map 3. When you talk about Berlin with the MP40s, just there's so many of those clutch big moments to either, you know, win an offense. He could be that guy for Minnesota Røkkr.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, things are about to get spicy right now. I say, hey, let's go ahead and have some fun. It's gonna be time for predictions right now. Nameless, starting with you.
I already told you twice,
at the very end.
You're gonna make me say it again.
You're holding on that strong to Minnesota Røkkr.
Listen, I went over the maps.
I like
we talked about everything. We just broke everything down.
Yes, we did.
And crowd, I'm picking the Minnesota Røkkr to win this series. I think they take it in a game 5. There's something about these search and destroy teams and on land. By the way, I'm 2 for 2 in predictions today. I'm looking to go 4 for 4.
That's true.
I think Minnesota Røkkr take this.
He said maybe y'all could learn something. aBeZy, are you gonna get the crowd happy or upset as well?
I'm sorry, I can't do the crowd any disrespect. I have to go with the New York Subliners, but it's not even like a bias at that point. Like, they have been discussing this stage. Their respawn is looking lights out, and I think the composure inside Minnesota Røkkr has just been a little bit too shaky heading into this.
Now, Joe, we're talking about 2 teams right now that really can't afford to lose. Minnesota's just in a much dangerous spot as New York. Who do you think's coming out on top?
I mean, both of these teams backs against the wall. The pressure is going to be there right from the get-go. I'm going to go New York Subliners. I think they make a deep run here with the bracket that they have. My only concern is that, like, they put too much pressure on themselves and try to come out a little bit too fast, because we have seen that happen before. And as strong as a hardpoint team as they have been, losing like a map 1 to Røkkr, that could be fatal for them.
Yeah, you know, it's going to be in their mental as well.
I was just going to say, like, New York's been unbelievable when it comes to hardpoint, but they have not been great elsewhere. Like, they're coming out of series, they lost 2 S&Ds, and then they're 2 and 3 in control. So it's like, these teams have weaknesses. We just saw that with London. They were looking equally on par with a team like New York, and they come out and they lose to a search and destroy specialist team that has that composure and has those land reps as a squad. So it's definitely possible Minnesota come out here and win this.
I will say to that point, like what Joe said, like if they lose that first hard point, then I think they are in very dangerous waters. But to the flip side of that, New York isn't a team like where London is 0-6 in control now, like where they just can't pull it out at the end, and that's where it gets a little shaky. Like, they still have multiple opportunities in the series if they get both hard points under their belts. 3-3 in search and destroy, like that's a 50-50 toss-up. 2-3 in control, like a player like Paul, a player like Hydra could just go off on Berlin and could just have the map of his life in that series. So I think there's ample opportunity for New York to still pull this out easily.
Basically what we're saying is it's about to be a banger on that stage.
It's about to go down, baby. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to send this to a short break, but when we're back, best believe we're about to kick off the first game of the day with the hometown team. It's going to be the New York Subliners, and they're going off against the Minnesota Røkkr. You really don't want to miss it. We'll catch you there. It's so beautiful, by the way.
For New York Subliners, they had 2 huge chokes to get bumped out of the tournament at Major 3.
It's because of the point disparity, right? New York, they sit in that 11th seed, only 70 points to their name.
This is a must-win game for NYSL, and really in a scary position to even make the top 8.
And it's Paul again! It's Paul again!
They need every match win that they can possibly get.
They're on the outside looking in the champs.
Crim, this could be the first champs he's not even going to be at. He's the GOAT of Call of Duty.
Don't say that, Jay. Don't say it. It feels like this game 1 is about to be theirs.
After all this struggle, and after all this pain, I'm just gonna keep on fighting. The world gon' know my name.
London Royal Ravens really came out the gates and surprised so many people at the beginning of the season.
The question still remains, what about now? What about the future?
Well, it's time for Gizmo to really show us what he's made of.
The fans of this team are excited to see if he can kind of right this ship.
Gizmo, it's a 2-piece!
A round 11 ace.
And the London Royal Ravens cause an upset.
You know they tried to stop me, they tried to bring me down, but now I'm at the top seat, so how you like me now?
Nero is flying around the map like Prime Scump here. He's 12 and 4. Look at Nero, he's still going.
It's Nero the hero, over and over again.
It's a casual 49 and 33 from Nero. 5,500 damage. That man was running around shooting suns out of his MP40.
You know they tried to stop me, they tried to bring me down, but now I'm at the top seat, so how you like me now? I can't stop, I won't stop until the top.
It's going to be the debut of our champion from Major 3 heading into Stage 4, the Seattle Surge. Every single one of these players, you could call them an MVP for what they bring and what they do on the map.
Fred's now setting up for the kills. He's got himself an AR. He's got himself 2. Here comes a 3rd.
What a shot from Simp!
And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. It's a 3-0. Seattle Surge get the job done. Your major champions have not skipped a beat. They have not missed a step, and they have come right back in swinging.
Seattle, they're just flying high.
warriors. Confronting them like challenging the winter itself. The snow that blinds you gives them strength. And the ice belongs to them. Prepare yourself for a cold wind blows.
All right, Call of Duty fans, it's that time again. It's time for that third series of the day, and what a day it has been. Now, New York, I'm not saying you gotta cheer, but make some noise for your toughest competition all day. I give to you the Minnesota Røkkr. Priestahh, Attach, Standy, and Havok, your Minnesota Røkkr.
They're playing against the odds, they're playing against the crowd, and they're playing against the hot New York. This is a tough matchup, but Røkkr's trying to play spoiler. They need points to make it into champs. These are S&D specialists, and if there's anything that I know from the history of COD is Attach always gets his piece of the pie. He's looking to do it here, starting with a win versus New York. Guy, let's bring out the hometown heroes.
Yeah, it is about that time to bring them out. I give to you, New York City, make some noise, the New York Subliners! But first, we gotta bless the stage. Make some noise for Paulehx.
With the way this season's gone, only a prayer can save the New York Subliners. And with that said, repeat after me. Our COD Father in heaven, hallowed be thy game. May Crimsix eat these burgers, and Paulehx make them pay. Let Paco bring his movement. In Hill, Kismet will slay. As we stand clear and force their tears, and hear skirt begin to play. Give us this day our needed points. Bring luck upon our bullet spray. For we are the New York Subliners. And champs is not too far away. Amen.
Brooklyn! Stand clear! I give to you the New York Subliners! Coming out first It's getting steamy in here. All hail Hydra! And last but not least, your hero, give it up for Crimsix! 38 championships, 3 rings, the Godfather. Now New York City, blow the roof off of King's Theater and give it up for your New York Subliners!
Have you ever seen a goat in dash shorts and shades? That's exactly what we're looking at. On the left side of your screen, Crimsix is doing everything to make it a champs. But for me, I'm putting my last dollar on Big Cheese, aka Paulehx. Ever since he joined this roster, he's been phenomenal, boasting a 1.23 in S&D. I'm gonna tell you now, there's a reason why that wins championships. NYSL are on the Cinderella story right now, and I don't think anybody's about to stop him. God bless. Man, that was a good intro. Let's go ahead and get this game going.
Des, take it away.
Hey, thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much. Let's get it, boys and girls. New York, you know how to do an intro. That was something special. Miles and Chance here taking this one away. This is going to be an incredibly important matchup, not only for the fans here, but for the standings of the entire CDL. This is a big deal.
This is going to be a grueler of a series. I mean, Florida just put the pressure on everybody. Both of these teams on stage are beneath the bubble, not qualified for champs, need to make a run in this tournament. And obviously for the Subliners, the pressure is on even extra. They are down by 30 points from the team. They are playing across this stage. Now, a bit of good news for them. If they get this win, well, then they square up against Florida in the winner's bracket, another team they need to knock down. But look, it is a long way to go. Subliners, I mean, at minimum, need a top 3 placing, if not more, but it is one series at a time, and for these guys, they got to start against Røkkr.
It starts here, though. The long road to champs has been a miracle, one after the other, and here we go. One more opportunity for the New York Subliners to prove that they've got what it takes to make the most historic run in the Call of Duty League world. This is going to be a big one. Now, toughest thing for the guys right now, I would imagine, Chance, is breathing the fire out the lungs after that incredible opening. This place is on its feet.
I mean, dude, it is unreal. I mean, Gersh over here, like, sending a prayer for the team. It is wild stuff. Anytime the Pope is in the building, you know it's going to be a good time, but it is locked in faces. I mean, all across that stage, all of these 8 players, it is desperation time. I mean, pick a player, pick a world champion, honestly, that are right now with the pressure on of not even making that final tournament. Obviously for Crim, the GOAT on one side, attached, the iciest player of all time on the other, and this is it for this Major 4. This is time to ice up.
Yeah, it's now or never, do or die. As we have said for so many weeks, it feels like now in the build-up to champs. We finally find ourselves here at the Major, and it is one series at a time for the New York Subliners. Exactly the same situation for Minnesota Røkkr. They're in a similar spot, not quite as far down the standings as New York has found themselves, but this is it. A big win today against Røkkr sets themselves up well. Again, a few more dominoes have to fall into place before that perfect run can happen, but right now for New York, win this, go as far as you can in the tournament. Top 3 is the goal.
Again, truly is just one match at a time. Got to get out of the way, and honestly, a one map at a time situation. The 5 that we have in this series, honestly, it could be one of the best series we have all year long with how much of a nail biter this can be. I mean, we kick it off with the cage, and then we got to find out very quickly if these players just show up and are ready to slay, right? Especially for New York, it has been just like a cataclysm of like a catastrophe of things that have happened to them. I mean, Hydra is going to be a player that I am very much focused on right from the jump on map 1.
Yeah, we worried about Hydra's health, obviously, in the previous few weeks. Now he seems to be fighting fit. Now rocking and rolling for the Subliners on the starting roster. There was rumors of Clay making an appearance, having to fill in there. But for now, it's the full might of the New York Subliners going up against Minnesota Røkkr.
And just another thing to add to it, right? When we're talking about the CDL points for the New York Subliners, all 110, it has been accrued online at the actual majors. They are still yet to win a single series, and they have started from winner's bracket before, and they have ended top 12 literally at Major 3. It was a Game 5, Round 11, 1v1. They lose it. The team that ends up that they lost it to won the entire tournament. So that is how close this competition is, but it's not just Subliners that have struggled on land. Minnesota Røkkr in that same conversation. The same thing through stage 3, dominant online, not quite as clean on land.
Well, the Subliners have yet to be able to rip off a big win on land, but Crim had no problem ripping his pants off. Here we go, bang! Actually had a little bit of trouble. But the pants were clean off. Dad shorts, the shades, rocking and rolling, WWE, this quite ain't. Crim did get a fine for that one, I'm afraid, ladies and gentlemen. He had to get it done in one, and he didn't. But that's okay.
That is a grown man right there. I mean, that is so much energy coming out. And also, I mean, just the pure look of fierceness and focus getting ready into this map. I mean, I hear the guns clicking out and abound. Bocage getting ready to go.
Map number 1, a perfect square up, 2 teams with great records on the map, current form to be considered. This is going to be a true square up on a map that both teams know how to roll in.
Dude, it is going to be dangerous, and we get to see what the GOAT can do. Everybody on Minnesota, they're going to be hitting out towards River, so maybe Crim the opportunity to square up with just a few. But obviously, this is just to set the scene. Any P1 time is good time, and right now, Minnesota happy to take it.
And Minnesota happy to take all 4 kills as well. You set the Subliners back onto spawn now. They're going to roll their way into the hard point as fast as they can. But as you can see, Bocage, standard affair. First hard point, a tough one to get time on. Kismet, the man in there. Will the COD God's prayers be answered? As Kismet can't find any more. Standy, though, has had an outrageous start. That's a 5 spree.
All right, perfect break right now for Minnesota Røkkr. He's on the 5. They get clearance. New York pinned in their spawn. We said any time on P1 is good time. This is one of the best P1s we have seen all year. Røkkr, talk about starting with the fire. Woo! This is as good as it gets.
Standy's nearly got streaks. His teammate manages to take the last one, but Paul there to get him. Takes good care of that, but the first hard point comes to a close. Towards the top side of the map we now go. Over towards the tanks. Fields there. Attack trying to slow down the hit, and he nearly gets the job done. Minnesota Røkkr, once again, back in control of the new hard point. Here come the Subliners.
What more can you want, though? Again, they get all the clearance. Number 1, Paulehx maybe finds an opening to contest the hill, but these are the gunfights Priestahh not quite ready for. Kismet, he's able to take down 2. Nice little wipe for the Subliners.
Nice wipe, bit of a break, but Havok is still out and about now. He can still contest the hard point, waiting for the boys to get going. Will he be the first player to get a kill here and make the play happen? No, Attach is there. Havok strikes. Havok strikes. There's plenty more to be had. And that is all down, New York.
Look at the subs, man. It's a force free from Havok right now. Standy obviously got off to the hot start. In 20 seconds of scrap time, that is not scrap. This is the golden hour to try to make that collection. And you see Subliners trying to rotate, but this is already a tough spot. Kismet, hey, I mean, you get the clearance, you get the back spawns. That is a massive one-on-one gunfight win, but being down 40 seconds after only 2 hills, right now, Minnesota, they're feeling good.
Minnesota got to be feeling great. Again, one of the game fuel keys to victory was Minnesota Røkkr's breaks on hardpoint. Let's see what they've got now going into the bottom side of Granny's. Priestahh through the outside, trying to find the shots through front. Kismet with a big win. Paul gets into the feed as well. Now attached to the back line. Nice bit of work from Hydra. Onto the point we finally go, and it's attached. The lone man finding the kills is attached. Somehow stays alive. Gets another. Great bit of work out of Røkkr. That's the break.
And with all this pressure, all this setup, Crimsix cannot buy a kill. Every single player on Minnesota has taken a turn going on a spree. You got to attach that one at 5. They're in the midst of making this just like a clean break on this Granny's Hill. Still a 40-point lead. Subliners can't get anything going.
That's a 6. Now nearly a snow. Comes to a close. Sprees on the other side, though, for Standy. Now a 3. Another quick contest. Final 10 seconds here on bottom side of Granny's is an electrifying Bocage on your screens thus far. First map in the series.
I mean, hey, it's nice for Crim just to get a single kill, and Hydra as well needs to start stepping up the slang. You have attached on this map has like a 1.41 or something completely bonkers absurd. And right now, simply the Subliners cannot match. Now, again, they at least get to this hill first, but they need some sort of conversion.
Here comes a bit of aggression. Nice work from Priestahh. Locking down the back side of the hard point. Kismet trying to get through side. Can't get it done. and it is a blowout on the inside of Barn. That is all Minnesota Røkkr all day. They're going to keep the time going in their favor as the rest of the subliners try to catch fire.
I mean, yo, look, 5 and what, 25 combined right now from, like, again, the GOAT and your phenom player. This is not enough. This is dropping the ball right now on Bocage, and you cannot afford to slow it. Now, don't get me wrong, plenty of Call of Duty left to be played, but even for this scrap, Minnesota right now is making them fight 15 seconds, and honestly, they should be good to get it. One gunfight win, and hey, maybe Kismet trying to do his work inside the hill, but right now, this is already just looking to be devastating.
Røkkr running this one real good. I must admit, they didn't have to come out to that fire walkout, so they're a little bit more composed, I feel. But for now, Røkkr trying to make their way across map. Rotation's down, and this is the setup from the boys of NYSL. So far, all good in the kill feed. Paul's going to be the big man now, trying to take care of the gate side. Can he catch this player up top? Good spin! Nice shots out of Standy. Not able to get the kill. Over to Kismet now, locking down that hard point time, soaking it up. May he slay from the hill indeed. A Hydra gets into the feed. It's a two-piece, and it may be enough to get him going.
Hey, this is good time, though, right? I mean, you get the first 20-25 seconds free and clear, but now the fight's inside the point, and Røkkr just bully their way through. You get a break on the money hill, you maintain that 50-point lead. With the spawn kills coming through, it might be even more. Røkkr right now playing this perfectly.
This is disgusting out of Røkkr. The final 15 seconds here on River, as we now make our way back over to the center of the map. Second set of points upon us now. Kismet trying to get something going, and Hydra, he is slowly but surely picking his game up. 8 and 15 for him, 5 and 14 for Crim. The two slow runners now on the New York Subliners, but we now go back to the center of the map. They're in position. Let's see how they play the trades.
I mean, hey, able to get it maybe a little bit of time. The trade's coming through. Paul able to get 2, and hey, he's looking for a couple more. Trying to get the ball rolling, Paul, 4-4.
One kill at a time. It was a force spree there. A big win from Priestahh on the point. Now sliding into the action. Going to be Hydra. Trying to get back into that central hard point. At this moment in time, is don't let Røkkr get the time. It's keep an eye on that top left-hand side of the minimap. Watch the spawns as well. But hey, if you're the subliners and you can soak up on P1, get it done.
I mean, this is good time. Still good time. And again, maybe just waiting for the gunfights to pounce. But timing does not go Hydra's way. And Minnesota trying to make sure they can jump and pounce on this hill. In the meantime, Kismet, maybe the opportunity to try to clear out the P2 side of the map, but he's just looking for this timing. But all things considered, you go into this hill down by 50. You've at least chopped that lead to 30. If you are getting outplayed this heavily and keeping it this close, that's the name of the game. Start getting kills, and NY, they'll be back in the mix.
They're back in the mix. As far as I'm concerned, that's Kismet. That's Hydra. And that's a nice set of kills to keep the point going. Havok flying into the hill. That's exactly the play you've seen from him all major long, all stage long. As an incredible addition to the Røkkr squad now, getting the job done here on Bocage. Crim ripped off the top of the tank there by Priestahh. The opportunity for a big pinch here, and the turn. Oh my good God. P-Dog eats Hydra alive.
I mean, it's clinical, and now they're trying to hunt down Priestahh, but too many players to look for. Easy trades that Priestahh doesn't even need to get the kill, but the one-on-one inside the point, Kismet actually wins it. He found the route and maybe the break for the team. Obviously, with a couple of those back spawns coming through, well, not the window of opportunity, at least not yet. Time is uncontested. Minnesota's certainly closer, but New York again, just trying to keep them away.
Oh, Standy. 22 and 14 for Standy after that brilliant start here in the hard point. 159 leading 113. Now the New York Subliners not able to do too much there on P2 in the second set. But once again, rotations go down. Subliners are in. Standy, though, making a play towards the backside of the spawns. Good read out the Subliners. They commit multiple players to take care of the job, and that's all good for now. Hard points up. Here we go.
And first time around, New York cannot hold this hill. This is their second attempt at it. And right now, Kismet, the roaming Slayer, trying to make sure he's at least should be able to tell his teammates, if anything, they're up top. But once again, Minnesota straight in through the front, win every single gunfight. And just like that, the break is in.
And the breaks, once again, from Røkkr have been sublime. Now, though, New York Subliners trying to fight their way back into Grannies. Let's go for a quick listen in.
Might be on the street, probably on the street, probably on the street. Get on the street, on the street. Watch out the street. Yumming. He's absolutely front. One shot. Kitchen. Watch your back. Go around. Out the back. Out the back. Watch your back window. I got 2 needed. Street. Go on. Street. Kitchen, dead. The other side. Nothing on the left. No, the kid's gate hop. Gate hop on the right. One is gate hop, one is low right. Low right dead. I don't see the guy. Yo, one tree door. Jump inside. Left one shot. Top one shot. Havok me. One shot. I need time. Yo, he went top.
Slowly but surely, New York Subliners get themselves back into this now. Once again, here comes the break from Røkkr. They've done it all map long, and they continue to do it here.
I mean, again, every single hill, it seems like Minnesota, at the very least, had the slight edge, if not a massive one. The massive thing has been the slaying disparity. Subliners continuously cannot get anything going, and even the comms just seemed a little bit off for Bocage, and, well, we go again. A 50-point lead for Røkkr. The final 20 seconds, I mean, good news for New York. They should be able to collect, but we're talking about a few hills back-to-back for New York. They just need to turn things up, man.
Maybe there's one kill at a time, man. They've done it a few more moments, but again, at the moment, Chance, you called it. They're getting outslayed so heavily, but 164 to the 206, it's closer than it should be, given the kills department. Over towards bottom side of the river we go once again. Røkkr have got themselves in a sweet spot. Here come the kills. Hydra is going to do a lot of work now to stay alive.
Speaking of all the kills, I mean, Minnesota have killed everyone on the Subliners, including the crowd. It feels dead in here, and it's understandable. Attach and Standy right now are world class. You go back to a River Hill, you get the ARs in the power positions, and hey, it's a bit of a dog fight, and Subliners finally come out on top of one.
Barking, baby! Back into the point we now go. 30 seconds remaining of this one as Hydra tries to delicately balance the backside of the spawns. One kill at a time, no, for Havok and Røkkr as they fight their way forward. Open hard point for now. No one in. Here comes Priestahh. Diving out, trying to stay alive. Kismet can't get it going. Standy keeps slaying his way through. 34 and 22 for him.
Hey, dude, it's a multi-kill for someone on Røkkr. I mean, again, anytime it seems like New York have a little bit of life, it is the instant response, the instant two-piece, and the SMGs even for Minnesota Røkkr are in the midst of popping off. It's 330 bombs only on the side of Minnesota Røkkr right now, and honestly, it's a P1. Any little bit of scrap time you get, it's already massive lead, and on a map like this, Røkkr, I mean, just truly in the midst of running away with game one.
Unbelievable run so far. I mean, this crowd booed Attach, and they pissed him off. He is going, what, 30, Sandy's 36 kills. It's 33 for Attach. They are going wild. Havok has 31 as well. The slaying department right now for Røkkr is out of control. Whoever's in running the management there got to be feeling great indeed, though. It's all 4 down now for Røkkr. What have we got, Subliners? 30 seconds on P1.
This is it. As far as Bocage goes, you get the clean 4 down. You're rotating over towards the P2. This is where you have to turn the slaying up. This is where you need the kill.
Here come the trades, though. Kismet trying to get in the back line. Get these players out of the point as best he
look
can.
at the spawn. Look at the spawn. They're not going to read it.
Top left-hand side of the mini-map. Røkkr, they've been blessed. Can Crim get over there in time? It's not a 2 just yet. The stun may get that kill. Now, though, fighting their way forward, attached with a 2-piece. Kismet has managed to sneak in, able to deal a little bit of damage here. The best thing you could do now, though, is still keep Røkkr off of the point.
I mean, it's good shots, but you got to fly. They're just so far away in Minnesota. Blessed by the spawns, and now blessed inside of P2. Last-ditch effort just to try to contest Attach, though. That's his home. He does get traded out, but is it enough? It's 2 bodies right now for Røkkr. Kismet can't get them both.
Oh, he can't get them both, but he forces them off the point for now. Allow the Subliners to move in a position and try to get some angles on the point, though. Attach finding the kills. Trades now through. You've got Røkkr in the point. Anyone there to stop it? The answer is no. Minnesota Røkkr take map number 1.
And what a way to set the tone and silence the crowd. You have New York. They have won 9 of their last 10 on Bocage, or 9 of like their last 10 in the hard points, let alone Bocage. Like hardpoint is where those guys have run the show. And Minnesota Røkkr just came out, and I mean outclassed, outslayed, outperformed from start to finish. That's plus 25. Plus 30 in the kills column, literally right from the jump. I am not kidding. One of the finest opening breaks on Bocage we have seen this year. And Minnesota truly never looked back. I mean, there was almost never a single moment where I thought the Subliners were going to be able to get back into it. And I know the theme has been dubliners and 4, but this is not how a series has ever started that they've been able to actually win.
Not to be the gloom merchants, but yeah, this is the worst start we've seen the Subliners have in a series so far. Unreal performances out of Attach and Standy. 4.5k damage nearly each. Standy there with a 4.2. That is huge work.
And look, man, we talked about Kismet just a few Bocages ago about the unreal stat line of top kills, top damage, and the objective kills. That was the Standy performance. Like, it was weird about whether or not he was going to be played today. Standy's like, what are you talking about? I'm definitely showing up on the main stage, and he wasted absolutely no time. I mean, literally 22 objective kills, 2 minutes and 20 seconds in the hill. That is truly as good as it gets.
You square up up in a big way on Røkkr, a map that both teams are pretty solid at, but at this moment in time, we're handing the crown to Røkkr. They ran the whole show, start to finish. The highlights compilation here will mostly be of the Minnesota squad soaking time and absolutely slaying out. And at the end of the matchup, Standy certainly letting the crowd know that, yeah, hey man, they want to go to champs as well.
I mean, it's always so much fun watching the reactions of players when they're getting booed. I saw Havok like giggling, like he truly lives for it. Attach is stoic as ever. And honestly, for Attach, like it is the iciest moment because it is not just New York that need the miracle run, because Florida, who Minnesota are tied with, just got that win. It makes their journey that much more difficult. And of course, if Minnesota can pull this one off, well, they can breathe at least a small sigh of relief. So they came out hot, they came out hungry, and they're just trying to get their fill.
A big worry again for the pundits again, asking for the New York Subliners victory here, because we got to search and destroy up next chance. And Nameless brought this up on the desk. It has been the strongest mode outside of hardpoint that the Subliners have got in their repertoire right now.
I mean, truly, I think, what, the #1 hardpoint team, maybe #2 as of late, especially so in the online portion, but that is a tough look for map #1. If you're relying on the S&D, where, you know, they're the 8th, 9th best overall in terms of record, not ideal, especially not on Tuscan, where I think they're on like a 3-map loss streak. And, well, we know exactly how good Minnesota's S&D can be. So you need the instant response, man. I'm seeing double neg out of the GOAT. I'm seeing double neg out of the Phenom. Talk about the guns needing to be hot for map 2. See if they can pull it off, but right now, Røkkr, I mean, this is just looking clinical.
I mean, the walkout and the pre-match show was hot as hell. That gameplay, not as much. Still, though, keeping it competitive as they could on Røkkr. We'll see how things fare now on map 2. Tuscan, search and destroy. We'll go to balloon control after that, guaranteed. If all things go to plan for the New York Subliners fans, Tuscan hardpoint, Desert Siege, search and destroy for the end of this series. Man alive, does this theater want that map happening?
I mean, you know, Nameless already said it, right? If Subliners lose this, their year might be chalked. Like, you still have that losers bracket run potential, but if you're gifting away points to the teams that are directly above you, it makes it that much more difficult. And because these are bubble teams, like, one of them might make it to champs, the other's year, it ends in July.
Might end here indeed. I mean, crowd's getting into it. It's been brilliant here in the King's Theatre so far. For those of you in the venue, thank you so much. For those of you watching at home, hey, you should have been here. It's dumb lit in this venue, Chance. Unreal stuff so far out of everyone.
I mean, top 3 venue of all time, like a historic place to be sure, and a very unique atmosphere for a Call of Duty crowd. So it's been exciting thus far, and I think the gameplay has been incredibly hot as well. But I mean, towards Tuscan we go. And you know these coaching staffs, you know the preparation when it comes into effect. I mean, how much detail are you gonna go into when you rock into search and destroy? It is Paulehx on one side that has been lights out in the game mode, but on the flip side, it's Standy. It's a little bit map dependent on him, but when he's hot, he is one of the finest S&D players in the world. It is gonna be a battle on the map we're going to, and I mean, honestly, if you wanna talk about even map specific, this is where it's actually he's rocking a 1.41 on Tuscan S&D. So, I mean, pick your poison for Minnesota Røkkr on who you want to watch.
Yeah, Jack knows what's up. He's actually in the venue, aren't you, Jack? Tweeting that one out, getting everyone involved, and Standy certainly feeling fantastic. Ice cold stuff out of Minnesota Røkkr as per usual as we now load in a Tuscan search and destroy. The stakes just got higher. The journey to champs just got harder. And for now, one map at a time, trying to pull this one back. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen, map #2. Tuscan, search and destroy.
And just to add to it, I think the name of the game is who's going to be able to win more of their offenses right now. Obviously, both teams very much struggling, especially since that spawn that they came through. I mean, all the way back in like stage 2, but offense is more difficult. Neither team has a great deal of success, and well, it'll be Røkkr we see with the opening approach. We'll see how they try to break it down.
And here we go, the opening round, the aperitivo, if you will. Hydra's managed to make his way across mid-map, essentially, but we've gone to B with the bomb now for Minnesota Røkkr. They have cleared over the halfway line immediately.
And B is wide open. It is normally Standy that plays this spot, but this time they've got him in the bomb over towards the open site, and I'll say, by yourself defending with this, a sniper, not a fun time. Attach gets the first blood.
What a read there from Minnesota Røkkr immediately now, trying to watch the backline. Here comes a big fight. Kismet wins it. Bomb planted over towards B. It's a good old-fashioned retake, 3v3, 40 seconds on the clock.
And you got Hydra maybe waiting for his teammates. He's going to be the guy in the full flank, but right now, Røkkr, they have all their bases covered.
Here we go. Backline. It's going to be a big win from Standy. Flying through the back door now is going to be the players of Røkkr, the remaining 2. Havok gets 1. It's a big move. It's a 2-piece.
and it's Røkkr with a round.
It is a two-piece, and it is way too easy for Minnesota Røkkr to win that round again. Both of these teams have struggled on offense. That was done perfectly just to kick this game off. And for Røkkr, I mean, we can go back and look at the VOD from the past few weeks. It is Standy that plays with the bomb in his own spawn. They have not had success. They completely switched their players around on the map, and well, it was the perfect first round. I mean, York not even trying to defend this site, and I think after this one, they'll start making more moves over towards B, but now we see if the Subliners can respond on the attack.
A team we know with a deep strategic playbook. Here come the nades. No one home, though, over towards the A side of the map for Minnesota Røkkr. A bit more of an even spread across map. Two of them inside the church, one towards the back, one player on B.
Nice little reload. It looks like Røkkr very happy just to play these retakes. It looks like that bomb is going down for free. The nades and tacks coming out, but you get the bomb down, and Kismet, he's out with his life. You get a 4v4. This is a great spot for the Subliners.
I wonder just how much utility and lethal you have left to throw now for Minnesota Røkkr. That's the question, but don't worry about that. Havok's going for the site. He has some backup now. Two members of Røkkr flying forward, desperately trying to get into the mix. Kismet, though, the man with the first blood. There's the second there from Crim. The defense holds. 3v2. The Standy tries to make his way forward as well.
I mean, just so many of the clutch spots you have to take care of as well. The time is ticking down, and that is bad timing for Kismet. But again, you still have Crimsix in the clutch spot. Subliners should have done enough in this moment. Kismet has the plays. It's the setup for Crim. Leave him here in top fire. It is a guaranteed round win.
And that's the time taken away. Standy will not have enough time to defuse the bomb. However, he does get the kill. Finds himself now on a 4 spree. New York Subliners equalize.
And it's just great work from Kismet, right? The man that's able to get the bomb down, gets out with his life, has a little bit of finesse, little timing, sometimes going his way, sometimes not, but back-to-back offensive wins. Both teams putting in a little bit of work, and I think the adjustments we're going to see should be instant. Subliners have to send at least one player over towards the P5 side of the map, and I'd say Minnesota, next time they're on defense, well, maybe don't give up A for free.
Let's see what happens now. 2-2 split out of the Subliners. 2 through, actually 3. They were so close together, I could barely tell. They've overwhelmed mid-map now. Look at the read towards B. Crim, the first line of defense. Here comes the nades.
It's the double hit down low, by the way. It's the double hit down low. Attach has absolutely no idea. It's the freebie.
Oh, no! Hydra! Havok slides into the fight, and there is a little bit of discord here between the players of the Subliners on point. The player with bombs made it out. Is this a blunder?
Well, you gotta win the gunfight, but Havok shreds them. It is bomb down in church, and it's a 2v2. Two players for Subliners in the back, and it's a ring around the rosy.
Oh man, they're gonna be running around that church side. Where will the bomb end up though? Priestahh and Standy doing the best job they can now as Kismet and Hydra pick a corner and get themselves nuzzled in for the fight. Here comes the play. Damage dealt. Kismet trying to find something. Flying into action. It's the shots are there. It's now a 1v1. It's Standy versus Kismet. And Standy is still on a spree.
Hey, he's got the corner too. He might just be trying to play the patient game. He's going back and forth, waiting for Kismet to overcommit. And Kismet, he's a little loud. And if Standy's on a 5 spree, talk about an important 1v1. I mean, Kismet, you have to win this.
This is a huge moment for both teams. A swing, a blow to the confidence of either side.
And look, bomb's going to go down for free, but Kismet's got the MP40. Standy was running around, maybe with both, but especially with the automaton. So he can watch this from a few different clutch spots of Kismet. He's got to find a way to be aggressive, and with that nade coming out, he knows where Standy is. He's making moves.
Oh, here comes the play. The gunshots are there, wow. And Standy. It's a clean win in the 1v1 as Røkkr take the lead.
And just massive. Has the right gun for the job, playing back and forth, and New York right there kind of offered him nothing towards the end, even towards the start. I mean, you got Hydra team killing Crim, and the funny thing is, they didn't even pounce. Like, Crim's probably calling the guy out. They know he's in the corner. You had 2 players there, but just scared to try and attack him. Røkkr, they get a gift, and obviously with Standy being on a 6, they're trying to take full advantage of it.
Glide bomb obviously very helpful. We've seen how unpredictable and extraordinarily lethal they can be on this map. Subliners with slow approach through every angle of the map right now. Bomb still making its way towards B slowly.
And it's Kismet right now. I mean, Kismet is most aggressive, but he gets red. Attached with the sniper.
Okay.
Outguns the MP40. Could you ask for anything more from Attach? What a way to get the first blood.
That's a kill that just sits with you so hard. Kismet knows that was a little bit of luck, a lot of skill. Man down now for the New York Subliners on the attack. They're still making their way towards B.
And look, Standy plays this spot. You know you're going to be attacking Standy. This is where he lives in his home. He does it with an MP40, but again, 1 kill is all he needs.
Yeah, he's managed to hit these shots in the past. 1 kill is all he wants. Attached with an MP40 now as well. We are equipped. 40 seconds left on the clock. Subliners trying to make their way through mid-map. They've got a bit of A coverage now to work with. Timing could be amazing right now for Hydra, but Attach knows something's up. The clock is ticking. 30 seconds remain.
I mean, Subliners are praying for a mistake, but Attach instead has the angle. He's working with Standy in these moments. Set up Standy for the kill. Attach might fall, but Standy's here for the late flank, but now it's a 3v2. Subliners have the man advantage, but with this little time and this flank coming through.
There's a pinch on the site as well. Here comes Havok. Havok gets 2. Crim, last man up. Time now ticking.
Oh,
and
it's there,
my
man.
God, they get it. That's Standy with the kill. That's Standy with the streaks.
And that is Minnesota Røkkr with godlike communication. It is the setup. It is the player watching his back. It is Standy not overcommitting and pushing the flip. I mean, granted, he had it, but he doesn't know that. So he's playing it smart, and that might be just Havok screaming at him, I got this on site. They don't know where I am. Just let me make the play. He gets the 2-piece. They get the round. They get the glide. I mean, they have everything. And then some. Minnesota Røkkr. Dude, if you get this bomb down and you got a glide in the back pocket, for Subliners, what can you do?
We'll find out. Kismet's getting aggressive. He's going to run into trouble. It's Havok.
Easy reads.
That's an easy read, and first blood out like a light. Now Røkkr across the map they go.
I mean, we see Kismet playing the same spot. Minnesota Røkkr, the adjustments they have made from the past few weeks on point. Now you're flying in, you're feeling the pressure, and you are getting picked apart. Minnesota Røkkr right now in the midst of 2 perfect maps. There's 1 on the cross, 2 on the cross. B, bombs going down, cuts covered. Paulehx 1 and 5, and Crim for the 1 versus 4. Good luck, have fun.
And this is a stressful situation, as New York will opt to take that way out.
And if you're jumping in the fire, that means you are feeling the heat. Minnesota Røkkr, flames in the gameplay, everything done to perfection. I mean, literally, even just Kismet playing the spot. Normally, he's patient in that moment, waiting for the opportunity to strike. And Havok just in the corner saying, I know you're going to show up. Just make it quick. And, I mean, ends his life. The first blood's on point. The glide bomb's still available. Even Havok now is on a 4 spree. Minnesota, they're doing this in a 3v4. Priestahh doesn't even need to get a kill. And look at the hard counter. It's the hard counter on defense.
Here we go. It's going to be a headbutt through that P5. Havok once again, another big first blood. Attached with the nades. Attached with the nades. As Havok trying to dance his way forward. Tracer there. Priestahh gets on the board. It's a 1v3, and Crim is up. Shit creek. There's the paddle, though. Stays alive. Can't get it done. As Røkkr, it is now map point.
I mean, it's a single paddle where you need like 3 life rafts and a vest. I mean, do nothing. The hard counters on defense. The glide bomb still in the back pocket. Almost every single first blood, if not every single first blood, has gone to Minnesota. I almost feel like with some of these like setups for Minnesota, it's almost like they were like sort of toying around in the online portion just to like show different reads that they are switching things up right now. And this is not looking like it's fun to play against.
If you condition a team to, you know, every single play you've got and swap it up when the matters most, that's the move.
Oh, this is a big gunfight too. You need to make sure you kill Attach. Number 3, Kismet, he's going on the hunt. And you do clean him up. I think this is the round where they were going to commit to the glide, but now you commit in a 3v4.
Are they going to land anything here though? Crim might go down. It does catch him out. Havok gets involved in the kills as well. Now 2v3. Dead silence now activated for Priestahh. Back in a P5 we go! That is it! Minnesota Røkkr. What a performance. Standy once again is on his feet as the squad is absolutely decimated. Your major 4 hosts in the search and destroy.
Legit, not even close. Never a moment, never a doubt, not a sweat on their brow. Literally, I mean, the opening break on Bocage was damn near perfect. Everything since then has been the exact same, damn near perfect. I mean, the first blood's going their way. The hard counters on defense going their way. 3 first bloods for Attach, another one for Havok. There was only 7 rounds, they got half. Even when they're getting first blooded, hey, boom, Standy's got the glide bomb in the back pocket. Talk about the 1v1, he had to set himself up for it. I mean, easy rounds, easy reads, a perfect 10-0 from Standy. I mean, truly, that is too easy.
All right, this is a real ugly maps and modes for New York Subliners fans. 6-1 on that Tuscan. Hey, blink and you might have missed it. We go to building control in a moment, but for now, Chance, a quick recap of the series. It has been all Røkkr from start to finish.
I mean, it's truly unreal. I mean, for the New York side, something has to be going wrong right now. A breakdown of comms, a bad week of scrims, a poor map, whatever it is. I mean, that is truly as rough as it gets. And I mean, again, on the flip side for Standy, this is lights out performance. Attach is literally, I mean, so in that round, Kismet was top church in the perfect spot, waiting for someone to push up those steps. And Attach just quick scopes his life away.
Yep.
I don't even know what he did to make that happen, but nothing right now can go right for New York.
Nothing whatsoever. I mean, I think I'm sweating a lot more than the players on Røkkr. This is an unbelievable performance out of those boys. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to throw to a quick commercial break. We will find out, though, upon our return, if the New York Subliners can compose themselves as we go now on a Berlin control. Map number 3, here, Major 4.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew and Zenny. Armor your eyes with Blocks gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
The comeback really has to start right now for the New York Subliners fans, as this has been ugly thus far. They have been absolutely smacked with the first two maps, but this is far from over here in the glorious King's Theater in Brooklyn. New York City put on a show so far, and man, the vibes have been out of control, but everybody waving to the camera.
Oh my God. That is just, I mean, look, the crowd beautiful, the arena beautiful, everything else right now, it just looks so good from a dude. A 1.81 for Standy. Like Havok has a 1.4 in this series in any other circumstance. That is completely godlike, and it goes under the radar because of how good his teammates were. I mean, Standy literally was not killed a single time in the search and destroy, a perfect 10-0. I mean, he's walking all over New York, and right now Minnesota walking away with the series.
Hey man, I can't give it to him without giving it to Attach as well. First two maps so far, 43 and 27 overall. Your boy is absolutely frying, let alone the snipes. Massive influential plays. He was crazy on the cage as well.
And this is the thing, man. They were neck and neck with Florida in the CDL points. Florida won their series. Minnesota trying to respond in kind because these guys also desperate to make champs. For Attach, a world champion, it would also be the first chance he has missed in basically a decade, or at least since he was allowed to play in them. And I mean, look, the KDs on the season have been fantastic for him. Basically, I mean, there almost needs to be a before and after for Attach when he started running the AR full time, because he has truly been one of the best in the game. 3 first bloods in the last one. The dude can snipe. He is clearly icy. You cannot ask for anything more for, I mean, honestly, what has been a phenomenal year for Dylan Price.
He's a wonderful conversationalist, and I bet he can cook too. Ladies, he hasn't already been snapped up. Get it. Here we go, though, into Berlin. Map number 3, sorry, Berlin Control. I got way ahead of myself there. I was hoping that was a Freudian slip and a half. Control, though, is up next.
And, you know, funnily enough, coming into it, this is one of the few maps that actually Minnesota, like, have this statistical advantage. It's obviously not a great one. I mean, again, it is a 50-50 series on paper. In practice, Minnesota, I mean, again, how many mistakes have they made? 2.5, like, if that, like, it has been clinical Call of Duty, and Minnesota will be on the attack first. If you can clutch up, make progress over towards the A-point, or maybe straight through the middle of the map.
2 zones, 30 lives for each team in each round. And let's see what happens here. The opening flurry of activity now coming to a quick close as Hydra may be the last man alive for his team over by the B side of the map, as he's trying desperately to make his way. Hello, my name is Paco, and I'm securing B.
I mean, no, he's defending B, and Minnesota maybe in the response actually starting to attack A. Paulehx, last man standing, and Paulehx, hey, he gets at least the 1 big kill and stays alive, so no funny business there. Minnesota not the opening to attack A yet, so back to Old Faithful.
Back at it we go. 2 spree now from Hydra. Lakes of 3. Check every possible corner of that building, the mail room. Not an easy thing to do, as the first segment of B now comes to a close. Capture 2 more, and we add an additional minute to the clock.
And you see Subliners doing a great job as well, reading Attach, trying to be sort of that annoying guy in your spawn. So Subliners right now, maybe the comms better on point than they were, certainly compared to the cage. Making sure no one's slipping through, and again, fairly standard stuff right now. The slow capture on B, Subliners happy for it. They know where the pressure is gonna come, and I think right now Attach maybe just waiting to make the move. I mean, this is 2 kills. If you ever find this opening through train, which Attach is putting in work, Kismet now maybe eventually going to get hunted down or feed a kill away, but a big win, you keep the train pressure alive.
Train pressure's alive, now you have to turn around though, because Priestahh makes that big old flank, gets himself in for a brief moment. It should be an easy trade, but it ain't now. Priestahh, a 4 spree. As you're slowly capturing A. Here comes the pressure. Kismet, big win. The rest of the squad now, Røkkr making their way onto the point as well. Havok, in through the window, he finds the shots. Is it able to get the kill? No. Crim, back into the mix, we go for the go.
I mean, hey, clean on defense so far. You haven't exactly pushed out Train, so it's not quite the ideal setup yet in Attach. Again, he's the player causing him all sorts of problems. You go out of Train, Priest is there, so Røkkr covering all their bases as well.
Crim's still trying to keep the spree going. Teammates are helping out in a big way. Now the pressure towards Train once again. And again, it is Priestahh now. The lower side of the map trying to make sure that side is safe. If New York managed to overextend through Train, they put Røkkr in a tough spot. That's the look for the play. Attach says no.
And Subliners, they are playing this aggressive, right? That is all 3 players bunched up right at the front. So Crim, maybe when he's in his spawn, he has to be worried about a couple flanks coming through. And right now, Paulehx the first to fall. So Minnesota, you see, just trying to enclose them in around this train area. Got to check your corners, but the setup, honestly, from York, pretty good. Hydra for 2, and you're clean on defense, whether or not you're skipping around.
Yep, kills are good. Crim now cut down. A small, brief window now for Røkkr to work with through train. Paul eyes on. Fully aware of these players all around him. So he tries to now hold the defensive line down. Tags are out. He's got himself an MP40 to work with as well. Priestahh once again on that flank. This could be a massive moment for Røkkr.
Well, the biggest problem is 2 of your teammates have already fallen, and you might get the intro, but the trade's on point. Both of these teams on this map, I know the map plays close to 50-50, but these guys are defensive-sided, and so far, Subliners have just shown off why.
Yeah, 10 lives left for the Subliners on defense. 6 for Røkkr now, trying to make the attack. As they find themselves left without air, suffocated now in the relentless aggression out the New York Subliners. 10 seconds to go, attached with the kills. These shots are all good, but there's no way they can stop the clock and take care of 8 members of the Subliners. It has been a good start. The main question is, can New York maintain the pressure?
I mean, hey, this is the first time Subliners have shown any life in this series. It was a very solid round on defense, and maybe something long-term that is going to be very important for them. Hydra starting to slay. And obviously, he's 12-5. Standy 3-10 on the flip side. And again, though, both of these teams a little bit more defensive-sided. Looks like Subliners trying to hit the harder point off the rip. You get a good break, who knows what could happen.
Yeah, looking for the kills right off the rip, and it's going to be Paul. First blood now into the point we go for Hydra. If you clean this one out, this could go well. And that's
perfect,
it.
perfect.
Here's on the flank. That's huge. You have 2 members now of Røkkr trying to stop this happening. First segment gone. Pace is now set. This is huge stuff out of the Subliners.
And they're trying to read the flank as well. So right now, New York, all their bases covered. 2 ticks have already gone through. You stay in this window. The flank at least has halfway been taken care of. Oh! Priestahh gonna fall. Subliners. That is the opening break you need.
Defensively minded, but well and truly an incredible aggressive round now out of the Subliners. And we're not done yet. Over towards B now we go. You have to take care of these players. Hydra's got a big role to play in that. Through the mid-map they fly. Priestahh does manage to make the cross. Good covering fire now of attach. Into the point, and it's Paul, and he is slipping and sliding through the inside of these doors. Reinforcements now have arrived. And it's a 1v1 on the point, just to try to keep the pressure up. Havok checking corners! Paul stays alive.
And right now, New York, again, you can play for kills. 2 minutes left in the round. As long as you don't get spawn trapped, you will win this round. You're trying to keep the pressure. You're still winning the gunfights on the point. You just got to make sure you continue to get these trades. It's Crimsix, the last one alive, around the point for his team. You can see Minnesota, they're trying to swarm, but look at how close New York is. I mean, they've done the hard work. 1 more tick to go, and you are good to go.
They're trying. They're still here, but Havok is the man alive and kicking. Attached now. Pressure on the spawners. He's been cleaned up. There's an opening. There's a chance. And I don't believe it. New York win the offensive round back-to-back.
I mean, again, what more could he ask for, right? Round 1, they come out. Whatever speech was given after map 2, maybe working just a little bit. Hydra starting to slay, clean on defense, and then right from the opening jump, the perfect opening break on Berlin. And now for Røkkr, you have to be feeling the pressure in response. You need to find a way to capture this 8 point. You had no success. So they need the same thing, the perfect opening break, and it'll be a 4v2.
Røkkr are going to send everything they've got. They're all in. Every chip is on the table. Kismet likes these odds. The first kill comes through the trades now on. You've managed to get Standy into the point, stops the clock. Here comes the counter-attack now onto the Subliners. Desperately trying to flood this point. Priestahh wins a big one. You've still got players on point, and this is a big look. Oh my word, the shoe is on the other foot now as Minnesota Røkkr. It's a 2-man stack. First segment's gone.
Why do you only send 2? Because now the pressure's on. Priestahh's able to pick up a 2-piece. Your only hope right now is the flank, or maybe Crim through the front. The final one falls in Subliners. I mean, look, they hold on. That's a happy moment for the team, but still, 2 ticks have gone through. Røkkr, they're going to be happy with that moment.
That's a shaky table now. You've taken care of the legs. There's only 1 segment remaining on A. Paul trying to secure the outside of B.
Back onto A, we now go.
It's still the A call. It's still the A hit. You still get a person on point. Hydra trying to look for every corner, but he's getting flanked. Minnesota, they're kicking the pressure up.
Pressure's on. You still have at least one member left. It's going to be Crim. Can he do it again? Can Lightning strike twice now for the go? No. The answer is no. As Minnesota Røkkr have cleaned it up. The A point is secured. 2 minutes on the clock.
And I just don't get it. How do you let that happen? How do you only send 2 to A on defense? And now, I mean, this might be Standy's opportunity to start to heat things up. There's a 2-piece for him. He's around the point. He just needs to look for the trades, and I mean, I think he might be able to find it.
Uh-oh.
There's number 3.
He's playing this very well indeed. Staying airborne for as long as he possibly could. Eyes on Crim. Can't read it. Gets gun. Trades are now on. Priestahh, the last man up and alive in the point. He has another teammate to work with. This is good numbers right now. Can Hydra, who's been on a tear, level the playing field? Kismet's there to help him out. It's a clean set of kills. Here comes Attach. Now through the back door. You haven't managed to secure the second segment yet. If you're Røkkr, the defense holds.
The only way, though, you have to set up the spawn trap. And actually, this might be it, or actually, no. Players are still behind enemy lines. Røkkr right now, you're playing for trades. You're playing for distance. Standy, every kill you can find is a good one. All might be here, but it is still so chaotic. Nearly impossible to defend.
So much time as well. 13 lives left for Røkkr now on the plate. Here we go. As Big Cheddar keeps finding the kills. That's a great 2. Back over to Kismet now. Tags in his teammate as the players from Røkkr are so close on spawn. Here we go. Crim, Kismet, Subliners absolutely running it.
And keep in mind, this is an IBA. This might turn into TDM at a certain point. And if you're playing on lives, that is not a good start.
Not a great start. Hydra now trying to cut the reinforcements out. Can't get it done. Standy making his way forward as Paulehx, the last man alive on the point. Just over a minute to work with and 8 lives left for Røkkr. This is going down to the kills for sure.
I mean, 8v6, you're playing for pigs right now. And cannot be stopped. At least the trades come through. You still don't have the clearance. You still got him in the point. But New York, down to 4. You are down to 4 with 50 seconds. You got to find a way to not lose this on live.
No more lives for the Subliners. Bye-bye, Paul. No more lives now for Røkkr either.
3v3.
It's a straight-up TDM 3v3 with just over 30 seconds to play with.
I mean, you just got to control the pace. There's the advantage. Right now for Røkkr, you got to contest the point. They know Priestahh is in the back. They might not have eyes on Attach, but with 25 to go, it's all about the pace.
And Priestahh's trying to play patient. He's trying to play smart. He does. Guns down Hydra. Makes it a 2v2. Crim, back over to the point we now go. 15 seconds. The pressure is now on. Kismet on the outside. He could flank plate this one and get there in time. Crim makes it very winnable. It's a 1v1 for the round. And the New York Subliners, in an unprecedented look, right there on Berlin, the 3-0 gets them right back into this series.
And that is a moment, that is a rarity. How many times this year have we seen rounds end on lives? I'm talking 5, 10% of the time at best. And how often have we ever seen a team on offense capture A and not win the round? Unreal stuff out of New York. Applied that pressure, and that was a moment where they basically did the impossible.
I've never seen a control round like that, I don't think, in Vanguard so far. Finishing like that tight, a 1v1 to end it, unreal. Your boy Hydra absolutely smoked them, 24-12. Good looks there out of Priestahh. He turned things around after a slower barrage and, of course, a slower look on the search. But wow, 8 minutes 46, are you kidding?
Dude, you know what? I'm thinking long-term in this moment. We go back to hard point. I know Røkkr pieced them up in the map 1, but I think New York going to be a lot more confident after that, and we will have a very spicy map 5 if we get to it on the Siege. An interesting turn of events, and I will say, Subliners, if we go to that map 5, it has been a 1-4 record on the year. It has been Dubliners in 4 when they have success, and I mean, again, it is the miracle run for this team. They got to do the impossible, but as far as impossible things go for the reverse sweep, it's not a bad start. Nice little 3-0, and we might get a little bit of a Hydra montage as well.
Yeah, the highlights will be a lot of Hydra. He ran that B side of the map so well. You see the way they play the inside of those broken walls, all those windows. There are so many entry points to that zone. Hydra did a great job of finessing his life, staying alive, making the most of it. Huge amount of kills.
Unreal stuff.
And so much credit to Paulehx as well. I mean, I felt like we were watching him in the mix around those steps for God knows how long. Even this moment where Standy starts to get things going, I'm thinking, look at the pressure Røkkr had on the map. They had players at different points that were inside of fire. You think they'd be causing problems, but I mean, New York there to make the reads time and time again. And I mean, again, what a hell of a way to win the Berlin. And obviously the third round was spicy. The first two, though, for New York were damn near perfect. So, hey, they are on the board.
That's quite an unbelievable scoreline. On Berlin as well. We don't see too many 3-0s on Berlin whatsoever. A beautiful turnaround here. However, Tuscan hardpoint coming up next. We're going to dive straight into this one. And again, for the looks we saw in that first hardpoint, Bocage massively outslayed Røkkr did. They were doing incredible work in the kills department. But Chance, Tuscan's an entirely different map to the nature of Bocage.
Absolutely. So, I mean, again, we're talking about, New York winning 9 of their last 10 hardpoints. We even talk about how good they are on Bocage. But also, when you're looking at Minnesota's record, they were godlike on that map. That's why we were calling it a square up. As far as, like, statistical advantages go, Tuscan is where New York, in my mind, have the largest advantage. They have been incredibly strong on the map. 5-2, like with this roster since the Pro-Am, and it's where Røkkr are solid, but not super clean. It's a 2-3 record overall, but a couple of those losses, I mean, it has been down to the wire games, losing by like games that are within 5 points. So I know the record ain't great for Minnesota, but make no mistake, they're going to show up to play on Tuscan.
It's never chalked. We're going to take a quick look now at our Scuff play of the game. It's going to be the final few moments, that nail-biting 2v2 there in the control.
I mean, and it's just, you are balancing so much in these moments, staring at the clock, but I think Subliners know you just let them get to the point. They're going to be forced to get there. It's a perfect flank from Kismet, basically saying, Crim, you have one direction to look, and I mean, does his job down to 24 HP. He takes Priestahh. And in the end, a perfectly played 3 versus 2. And that is incredibly difficult because, again, it is so rare of a situation. Even in scrims, you maybe run into that moment once, twice the entire year. Well, New York had that heads-up gameplay, took care of business, get on the board, and, I mean, hey, at least force that map 4.
We'll see what they can do with that map 4 now that we have it. For Tuscan, tight matches either way. And this is going to be a big one for the New York Subliners. A win here would mean so much to them. They're going to force that game 5 in front of so many friends and family here in the King's Theater.
And this is a great battle we're going to have as well, because on Tuscan hardpoint, Havok rocking a 1.19 KD. Phenomenal for an SMG. Hydra rocking a 1.19 KD. Literally dead even between your main slay and subs, and we'll see how it goes on Tuscan. Obviously, Standy is going to be a player to watch out for, too, because, I mean, lights out the first 2 maps. Not so much on the Berlin. Maybe he'll be the X factor.
Pressure is on for the Subliners, looking to make the comeback here. For Røkkr, it's a single hard point, all they need to win to net themselves 20 points in the CDL and advance further in a Major 4. I've got no idea what they're saying, but the crowd's having a good time. Here we go. Tuscan hardpoint.
And this is what you live for, man. It is these moments on the main stage with the pressure up to the max. Start with Crim off the opening break, and he will be straight towards the hill. See how much of this hill time he can collect, see if he can stun himself or his teammates, get a heal off, get the nades through. Flanks have been red. Now the gunfight's through the front. It is the AR gunfight to, hey, Crim's there to take him down. Hydra straight through, now thinking about flipping those spawns.
Clean 3, looking to flip spawns. But what you've done is spawn these players right next to the inside of Church, and Hydra could read this and maybe get the kills. He gets at least 1 out of this. Fall back through mid. A lot of damage dealt, brought to his knees now as an unusual and unfortunate series of events takes place.
I mean, that's unreal, actually. Yeah, you get 2 players behind enemy lines, and then you go chasing as they thought they flipped. So a slight misread there from New York, but still overall a decent opening break. Already, players like number 2 are in the mix, trying to work on spawns for new. Standy, though, ready here, able to gun him down, but obviously, New York, there's a lot more around.
They did a good job there on the first hard point. Whoa, Priestahh. Crim's a little weak, but that was still a tight 2. Hard point's up now.
What the hell?
There's Røkkr. They're in the point.
I don't even know how they got there. I don't know if someone from New York was able to sneak. Minnesota partially making the read, but not well enough. Maybe a little bit of a gift, and Kismet trying to take that a long way. Subliners, they get outgunned, they get out-rotated, but they're still keeping things mixy. They've made it through.
The break isn't finished yet. Havok, he's flown straight in off the spawn, straight into the point, and he's now doing circles around the New York Subliners. Doesn't check it. Oh, Kismet guns him. There's 30 seconds remaining here on column. And Røkkr have been slowed to a halt.
I mean, this is beautiful time. Keep in mind the way the Bocage went, it was Minnesota from start to finish, but now you actually have a pretty decent lead potentially going into new. Priestahh may be looking to take an extra gunfight down, but you see Minnesota actually are able to make the break for the moment. But now you got number 2 in the back, Hydra. Forced to make the big play. Standy, though, on the hunt, and Standy there, him and Havok to take him down. So nice little fight for scrap for Minnesota. They're down by a bit. But they should have the rotation, unless Kismet has something to say.
Yeah, Kismet's definitely got something to say. Havok tagged up, brought down. Paul's now getting involved. He was at 0 kills a moment ago, now finds himself on a 2 spree, and in the hard point. Mid-map, though, it's all Hydra! That's a big 2-piece. The backside of the hard point now it's attached. Managed to scuttle to safety, getting right into the barrel spot. Now he's in a great position, but the nades coming over the top. Subliners, good heads up, magnificent lethal usage. It is still, though, not enough to bring him down.
I mean, if you can hold it from this direction, York will be happy for the moment. Still players inside the point, but the flank is in, and the flank for 3. That would have been the glide bomb, couldn't connect. And fun enough, after all of that, you still have Paul in the hill.
Paul! He's hunting for it. He's hungry. The man seemingly doesn't miss. Oh, what the hell is going on? Paul's on a 3. As the kills keep coming, attached now trying to bring him down, but he ain't man enough. Hydra's got his back. Subliners are running away with it.
And Kismet's got the cross. He spotted both of those players. So number 4, Crim, is going to be in the back. Minnesota, they got to work the break, but they are losing the intel game.
Yeah, they're losing the intel game. They're going to try to make the break. As these things start to get crazy here in the King's Theater, let's go for a listen in. Minnesota Røkkr.
I know I keep stepping on it. I'll try to avoid it. This monitor.
One back door, I can help you, Flowers. One back door, too.
Flowers, one back door, one field. One back door, one field.
Yeah, one field left, one field. Back door, guys. Yeah, back field.
Behind piano field. They spawn off field.
Hydra back door. Hydra back door. There's a big time over here. Good shot.
No one back. He's going front door. He's talking front door.
I'm gonna pressure this. Look here.
Let's get a new rotation.
He's stuck.
We're at front door.
Dead. I hit him in.
Nice.
Did he get to me, dude? Yeah, we're getting you. This is where I come back.
Yeah, he's side door. Hydra's an old.
So only gonna make up.
I still on their side. I'm holding mid. They can only field, okay? I'm on mid.
Grim dead.
I'm a rapid player.
Green got me. Paul.
I need your push.
Came out close.
And in some incredible twist of fate now, the lead, the New York Subliners, has grown to an immeasurable 152 to the 44 chance now of Røkkr, but they have made it into the point. Here comes the New York break.
I mean, yeah, it's getting red, though. Havok in the back makes the reads, but you got to win the gunfight, and he's going to get traded. New York are hitting this from both angles. This is time Røkkr are desperate for, and this might be time that they are not going to get.
Here we go. Standy trying to stay alive. Can't get it done. Attach with 2. His teammate Havok brings him back there, and it's a 5 spree now for Attach. Staying alive, trying to pull his boys through this. 25 to go.
I mean, look, Røkkr feeling the heat, but Attach, that is why the ice is in his veins. Talk about a hill where you needed to make it a damn near full 60, and Attaches on a 5 while collecting all of this time. The glide bomb would be huge, and hey, there's number 6. Dish him up for one more, and maybe that'll be your avenue to attack. One more kill. That's what Attach is going for. A 70-point deficit right now in this game.
Oh, he came so close to that one. Here comes the covering fire. As Crim looking for it. That's a big gunfight to win. P1's up. Second set upon us. The Subliners trying to keep the lead. They work so hard for. The flank is on. And here we go. Trying to lead the way. That's it. That streaks. And that's a big win from Kismet as the hard point just remains in the hands of the Subliners by the fingertips.
I mean, yo, look, the glide bomb, that's only a small win because you are still not actually getting this hill time. You might be forced to call on the glide here, and Attach makes the commitment. What can you get off of this play? Paulehx is going to fall, Crim the last man standing around the point, and Havok winning the gunfight on rotation.
Whoa.
That is as good as it gets. You do not flip the spawns, but at least you can get the time.
Big break for Minnesota Røkkr now, trying to pull themselves back in. Slowly but surely. They're making it work out. 15 seconds remaining on P1. Rotation to the bottom right-hand side of the map is the next target, but Kismet is already there. He's got himself into a sweet spot, and now the rest of the teammates trying to identify the angle of attack that Røkkr had taken.
And well, I mean, they're going to be hitting this from every single angle. So Hydra, take your pick. There's the opening gunfight you need. You at least tell your teammates Priestahh is coming through P5. You are ready for the push, or maybe not. Couple players from TJHaly. Minnesota Røkkr run straight through the alley and take over the hill.
Røkkr are in. Hydra's playing sneaky. Havok a little bit sneakier.
through the back line now. Big nade coming through from Crim, Paulehx. That's an explosive start. The back line is all safe. Oh, the Subliners, they're driving forward. That's the break.
I mean, they dropped the ball and picked it right back up. The nade, though, keeping him outside the point, and maybe someone trying to recover. It is a nade fest right now around this P2 hill, and Kismet at least able to heal up. Has one gunfight against Priestahh, one he's got to win, and he delivers. Stays alive inside the point, yet get the clearance, and Subliners get all the time.
The boys are back in town, baby. They're going to pick up this hard point time and try to make the way across towards New. That's on a Hydra. As Kismet pushing forward, no fear whatsoever. Hydra was there. Attach wins a massive gunfight over to P3. The trades are there from Paul. What can Priestahh do?
Well, I mean, they're thinking full 60. They're thinking you got to make the big play. Priestahh, the man in the back, to make it happen. Able to get one, but Røkkr fighting through the nail for the time. Doesn't matter. Flanks coming through. Havok shot in the back, and Subliners break it again.
Subliners with the break now. Subliners with the time. Counter-attack opportunity now is on for Røkkr. Standy's got to win this. Pinned down, covering fire, gets it done. Now pressure is on. Can you make your way through Fireside, through the front now as well? Kismet, the man in the hard point now, tucked away, safe and sound for now. Here come Røkkr. Their attacks are good. It's a clean 2. Here comes Crim and Hydra into the feed. Hydra from the back line, trying to stay alive. But once again, it is trades on trades, and Crim stays alive at the back.
I mean, it's just too good. You got the perfect setup that you want. I mean, in the game, you can lose this time because you can get the rotation. Hydra already posted in the back. Everyone's spawning up field side, and Kismet, he's winning these rotational gunfights. There's the 2-piece just to make it easier. Hunting down for the 3rd, and you know he's gonna get it. Kismet will connect. 25 seconds, and Subliners will force the game 5.
Kismet right now, huge bit of work. Not over yet. 20 seconds for the win for the Subliners. Pulls the next man into the hard point. Through the front door come Røkkr. Priestahh guns them both. That's huge. Now Kismet back into the fight he goes. Stays alive for a brief second. Hydra next man in. Trying to find the break. The shots are good. The movement as well. Oh my God. What a 2-piece. Crim on the outside. Finding the shots. The damage is done. But now they identified the angle attack. Kismet the next man to hold this one down. And you got to go. Røkkr, you got to get in. 5 now for the win. And I tell you what, boys and girls, it absolutely reeks of a game 5 in here. Well, well, well. Game 5. Here we go.
Job not finished. Not just yet. But oh, how the tables have turned. Whatever was said to New York after map 2, that's something I need to be able to listen to, because that is a ridiculous turnaround. I mean, there hasn't been a close map. Every single map this series has been a smoke show. Subliners somehow, I mean, they have not made it easy on themselves, but they bounced back. But Miles, we have already touched on the game 5s. New York Subliners on the year, 1-4. Their only game 5 win, not counting the pro-am at the very least, was back at the Major 1 qualifier.
Oh my God.
Dubliners in 4 has been their path to success. Now they need to clutch up at the very end. And obviously, I mean, this is only the first series. It is only day 1. And it has already been a banger.
You mean that's Crim? Oh, wait.
Crim 7. Crim 7.
It's Crim 7. My God, it's Crim 7. The King Theory is on his feet right now. Let's go, baby. Game 5 awaits us. And yeah, Dubliners in 4. Now they have to shed that skin, and they have to become the greater team that they know they can be and go all that way to the game 5. If they can win it here, I mean...
Yeah, well, that is a great way to put it, more eloquent than I could. And at the same time, though, for the Desert Siege, Minnesota Røkkr, 5-2 record on the map. And this is also one of the maps where they dropped the ball on land at the last major. That's where we're going for the game 5. And honestly, you know it's going to be a bloodbath.
We couldn't have it any other way with 2 teams, essentially their run towards champs in the balance at game 5 to decide it all here in the winner's bracket. It's only day 1, ladies and gentlemen. When we come back, game 5. Desert Siege. We'll be right back.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by TeamSpeak, the official communication partner of the Call of Duty League. And AimLab, official first-person training partner of the Call of Duty League. Unleash your potential.
And here we go. In Game 5, it's only Thursday. It's only their first series, but it is truly an important one right now for both teams. For the Subliners, keeping the run to champs alive from quite the deficit, and the same thing can be said for the Minnesota Røkkr. Before we get into the Game 5, crowd, we must ask that you do not call out player positions during tense moments. Either side, Røkkr fans, Subliner fans, your teams do not want that help, nor do they need it. You will be removed from the venue. No kizzy. Here we go, though, Chance. Let's get into it.
Well, there is one kizzy, but that's Kismet on the side of the York Subliners, right? But it is a Game 5. This is for everything right now, especially for the New York Subliners. Desperate for it. You cannot afford to give away points to Minnesota Røkkr, even if you think the loser's bracket is on the cards. There are situations where New York can win the tournament and not qualify for champs. So this is the team you have to put down. We talked about their Game 5 record, not the finest, but when it comes to Desert Siege, New York can make some special things happen. Paulehx can be lights out with a sniper. Kismet can be a force, but of course for Minnesota, guys like Havok and guys like Attach will be right there to match them.
Here we go. One more. And Paul's running a snipe. Oh my good God. We've seen it happen quite a few times thus far in the CDL, but everyone has learned thus far. And it's an aggressive look on attack from the Subliners already. Kismet's already on the bomb, and he's perfectly covered himself. The rest of the squad's there. That's the plan.
It's like a round from Tuscan, but the player's not actually going to be able to survive. Hydra tagged up, but the trades are in. You get a 3v3.
Kismet the hitman. Now Paul trying to find something with a snipe. It's a 3v3. Standy will take an early dip. Oh my word, you might have seen his leg there, Paul. I'm not sure. Attach, great work on a Kismet there. And he's sneaking over towards it. So now, Paul is going to do the best he can to try to catch a player out. No way! As the pressure now is on for the Subliners.
And if he's back down, you're going to feel like you have to fly and check that bomb. He's got it, check the bomb. Now he's going to get shot back. There's number 2, 1v1.
1v1 for Hydra, and I tell you what, Attach has nerves of steel. 3 on the round. And the defuse.
Watch this player of all time able to get 3. And that's unfortunate. You can't finish that first gunfight because what do you have to do? Do the 180, turn back around and finish the job. And I mean, don't get me wrong, Hydra, freakish skill to even force that situation, but needed it a little bit sooner in that round. I mean, you get the bomb down for free, can't convert. Minnesota, their S&D map 2 was perfect. That's a good start.
It's a nice 3 from Attach to get things going. Now, Minnesota Røkkr on offense. Bomb in the hands of Havok. As the opening sortie will be closed out pretty fast as Hydra, woohoo, gets things going and gets out.
I mean, you'll take it. And number 3, he's pushing the base as well. Kismet, up in your face. That's bombed down. That's a 4v2, and well, maybe easy trader, maybe not. He stays alive.
Oh, he hit Attach in the face with that stun, and now Attach is chasing him down. Wins the fight, 3v2. As Crim's still going, Paul from mid-map now, and it all comes down to Priestahh. And that, damn, is a very, very swift retaliatory round from the Subliners.
And that is incredibly important for Kismet as well, just to stay alive, let alone forcing the 4v2, but to make sure he does enough work to make sure that Attach gets shut down. No streak coming through, no crazy plays, and a round on board. And for Subliners, I mean, what do you want to do on the attack? You basically got gifted the B plant last go-around. Make the same sort of play. If you don't trust yourself, maybe play a little bit slower for picks, but it looks like they're going to hit it.
Røkkr with a fast read. They made their way towards the B corners. That's a massive opening from Kismet. Man, alive. He truly flew into that site. Absolutely owned it. Standy with an A's now, trying to counter-attack. Hydra in the same spot he was in previously when he got first blooded, but for now the bomb once again has been planted to be incredibly swiftly by the Subliners. That's a big win. That's what Hydra was looking for.
I mean, this is the difference maker. You get the bomb down for free, but you get the first blood before, or maybe not. You just catch Kismet way too aggressive, but Paulehx finds the next pick, but it leaves it to Attach.
And it's 2 world champions now with 20 on the clock. Attach, the most clutch player in the league. Crim, the GOAT. Here come the nades. Here comes the fight. Subliners take the lead.
And that is a moment where I see, you know, the 2v2 coming through, turns into a 2v1. I'm like, oh, 90% certain New York get the round. And then I see it's attached.
Yep.
And I go, oh my God. But it is Crim there to shut him down, to give nothing away. Right now, Subliners, I mean, they're pushing the pace. 2-1 lead in this game.
How many 1v1s, how many battles those guys have had in their careers now? So long. Another round, though. We go at it again. Røkkr now on offense. Havok once again, bomb in hand. Not quite as swift now on the first bloods for the New York Subliners. But now they're getting big for their boots. They hit mid. There's the trades.
Yeah, at least the trades come through. You'll take it, but Kismet tries to make the play up top, and Havok there to shut him down and to get on the board. So being off the donut, always a little bit nicer. 2v3 though. Paulehx is close, and Paulehx is down. Attach has the coverage, and Crim now for the 1 versus 3.
And Crim didn't see Attach. Now he's got to make his way forward in the 1v3. He's got a lot of work to do, and the positioning from Røkkr. It was a great setup either way. If he finds 1 kill, he's in trouble. 2 would have been unbelievable. But for now, Røkkr equalize.
And just a good setup, right? You have New York trying to be aggressive, just trying to make a nice little play through the middle of the map, and obviously the trades come through, but just the read from Havok there to shut Kismet down and keep that man advantage. Nice little moment there for the Røkkr. Keeping things close. And I gotta say, so Subliners 2 for 2 on the attack, at least able to get the bomb down towards B.
And this
looks like though, yeah, Crim working over towards A. They're mixing things up. How well will this counter the strat? It's really only Attach watching this cross, but that bomb is in the middle of the map. And obviously, this is Havok's home.
Let's see how the first bloods go. This is the House of Havok, and we're about to see how crazy things can get in there as Kismet and Co have made their way in upstairs. Attached with a second kill on the round from the top tower. He's in a great piece of... Well, he's got a magnificent spot to be in, good coverage. Gets out with his life, and Havok, you're in his house now as he finds it. It's technically a 1v4 for Paul.
I mean, how good is Attach? In the meantime, by the way, this is round number 5. Dude already has 10 kills. He is fighting for his life here, for his squad, and Paulehx in this situation. You collect the bomb, but it is a full spread. Neither bomb site is going to be open. Even the players standing underneath him can roam to either side. I don't know how you break this down. The angle, maybe it can help.
Whether he takes the fight, what a kill from Paul.
30 seconds.
He's got time to work with. 2 players remain. There's the bomb plant. No one is home whatsoever to read this in any way, shape, or form.
And right now, Røkkr, I think, maybe going to group up together.
Oh my.
But he gets it down. And they are still split.
Oh my God, Paul! It's now a 1v1, and he has the bomb down. Attach is still atop his tower. Will patience pay off?
Oh my God.
It does. Attach. He will not go quietly into the night. A 5 spree, and another ludicrously clutch play. Røkkr take the lead.
It's one of those moments, man. When you see the last man Attach, you trusted, shakes his finger. No, 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 I got this. It is not a problem. Round advantage now to Minnesota Røkkr. And I mean, there is one game plan in my mind for the Subliners. When you see Attach on the map, you have 2 options. Either kill him / trade him out immediately or run the other way. Because this man right now is the hard carry of the lobby.
This could be a crazy offensive round out for Minnesota Røkkr. 3 of them have dead silence. They could grab that bomb, they could fly into mid, and they can do a lot without making a single peep. We'll find out what happens. That's Attach with the opening shots, trying to get himself some streaks here. That's a Hydra. Absolutely eviscerated there early on. And another point we now go. Paul trying to do what he can now to catch these players out on the transition. Standy from up high does lose the fight to Kismet. 3v3.
Attach is still alive, though, so as far as I'm concerned, it doesn't matter if one player falls. And obviously, he is desperate, looking for this glide. You go for the full flank. I've never seen someone play this spot that attaches in. If you're New York, how do you read this?
Are you going to read it? Oh, Kismet cross. Did he see it? He does. There's the fight now. Tags are in. He doesn't quite finish the kill, though. So now it's anyone's game.
You have to kill Attach. You try to cross past him, you have to kill Attach. He's still got the angle in the back. You got the angle in the back, but the glide's not there, and Attach's teammates are falling.
Attach does manage to finally get Kismet. Crim now does take care of Attach. 2v1, 20 seconds on the clock. You got to make the move now fast for the Subliners. They need to get this kill, then to get on the bomb, and it's all down to Priestahh. This is going to be a huge moment for him as pressure now on. The Subliners marching valiantly through the desert, and a sneaky Priestahh now trying to make the play. And Crimsix, the Guardian Angel. Paul manages to successfully defuse the bomb. Subliners equalize.
Good news, you get the round. Bad news, Attach gets the glide. The reaction time on point from Crimsix. And hey, he might only have 3 kills, but it's a 1v1 against Attach. It's the kill to at least stop Attach towards the end, and the kill to win that round. So Crim right now winning some massive gunfights. But now the situation, this is the most wide open map we have ever seen, and Attach has the glide. Good luck trying to play around that.
Forward across Desert Siege now, the Subliners wash as they are flying, and yes, Standy has no kills, thanks crowd. Yep, Standy might be able to get something. No,
0-6.
Hydra got him, 0-6. He was 10-0 in the opening search and destroy, and thus far has been silenced. Kismet now with the bomb plant. Priestahh, he does take care of Crim. Hydra looking to snuff him out in the desert, he does. Now it's 3v2. Subliners with the bomb planted.
And if you get the man advantage, if you get 1 kill, oh my God.
Oh my God, Havok now on a 1v3. Subliners. It's getting spicy.
I'm thinking Glide Bomb. New York are shooting nukes. They got the bigger bomb, and it is in their hands. I mean, that is perfect. That is the bully shot, man. They love that B bomb site. They find the opening pick. They continue to shut Standy down. 0-6 for one SMG. 2-6 for the other. You still have to deal with the glide, but if you're down on rounds, maybe you feel forced to call it in if Standy's posting up with an AR. And you have what? Attach roaming to the back. I think this is a glide bomb play, but what are you gonna get?
2 members of the Subliners are put on cold blood.
Wasted.
They go completely unseen. They stay away from the obvious spots, and the glide is now wasted. Quick bomb plant now is going to make this round that bit more interesting. Kismet's first blood, and in we go! In we go! Kismet catches the second. Ruthless aggression now out the Subliners. A 4v2. Priestahh spotted. Nades up! Doesn't land.
And they're hunting him down, dude. They know he's in the stand.
God!
And they put him in the dirt.
Say what you will about the first 2 maps. Pope Gersh, we said a prayer at the start of the series. It took a little bit of time for those prayers to be answered. Match point, New York Subliners.
1 more round. On the attack, New York Subliners. They have been so successful at getting the bomb down at B. Røkkr trying to square up.
Here we go. 1 more as Kismet flies. Can't get it this time. Havok though with the trades. And a team kill. An unfortunate team kill as Hydra's still alive now. Can he take care of Priestahh? No, Priestahh makes amends. As penance has been paid on the outside of the map now, looking to do even better than that and take care of Crim. Slow things down, 2v3.
And it's the map spread right now for Røkkr. And Paul, he is waiting for it.
Here he goes. No kill. Into the point we go. Standy gets himself onto the board, and better late than never. Crimsix now in the 1v3. As he is playing this one slow. You've built up a wonderful bed to lay in right now for the Subliners. You can afford to let a round go. But the attacking rounds have been so crucial for them.
And you know, give up the bomb plant. Nothing can happen here as long as you just don't overcommit to anything. Too good of a spread, too good of power positions, and Crim looking for the angle on Attach. He knows what the situation's gonna be, but doesn't make it any easier. Røkkr giving him almost nothing. There's number 1. You know where Priestahh is gonna be, but again, just playing around the clock.
1v2. Woo! Last time we saw Crim get air like that, I think it was back on Checkmate. It didn't work out there. And it did not work out here. 5-4. Røkkr, stay alive.
And I gotta say, I mean, that is what, the 4th team nade of this series we have seen from Minnesota Røkkr. I know early on they were on point, but that pressure starting to get to them a little bit. They still convert. Standy gets off the donut. A few small wins, but 2 big rounds Røkkr needs. Map's gonna be spread once again.
They're not out of this just yet. As Røkkr, it is truly never chalked. A team known for their historic comebacks. What do they have here? With a very different look in the squad. Nades up from Paul. Doesn't connect. as we are slowly running out of things to throw at each other.
He just loves the angle. I mean, you get so much information. Nade's coming through, gonna connect with nothing. They're gonna be working the A side of this map. But number 3, Kiz has got one cross, Paul has another. He's fearful of getting picked, and look at this angle.
Oh my God, he can see Havok. He can definitely see something, but now Havok's getting a bit aggressive now. Inside the middle building we go. Nope, maybe back over towards A. Oh, spotted on the cross.
How many nades do New York have, by the way? If you got players speeding near the bomb, but there's the first blood. You try to flank, Crim catches you 4v3.
Numbers now, confidence swelling. Paul! An unfortunate team kill. Is that going to be enough now to help Røkkr make their way forward? It might be. As Kismet now on the flank. Doesn't stay alive for much longer. 2v2 now as Crim going toe-to-toe with Standy. As Paul now puts him in a winnable position. I tell you what, friends, this could be it. It's a 2v1. Standy, last man. New York, your prayers have been answered. Subliners in game 5.
Truly an unreal series from New York. First 2 maps, no signs of life.
Nah.
They got the hype speech in the background, came out and started looking unstoppable. Their first game 5 win since your Major 1 qualifiers. Your first win at a major all year long.
Wow.
In a reverse sweep fashion. The miracle run still alive. That dream ain't dead.
And they have a few more miracles they need. One of those comes up later today. But that was one hell of a Desert Siege. And as much love as we give to the Subliners, for Røkkr, you put up one hell of a fight in this series, and you took 2 maps from the Subliners that absolutely belong to you. Attached 13 and 7. Your boy was frying.
And like, I mean, it was, yeah, Attach was frying, but those final few maps, how many nade team kills did we see? Cracks in the surface starting to develop. Because keep in mind for Minnesota, I know we're at the New York Major, we're selling their story, but at the same time, Florida got their win. Røkkr also desperate for points. And the loser of this series, I mean, there are 3 different major champions in the losers bracket. They're getting fed to Seattle. So right now, when it comes to making champs for Røkkr, I mean, it is just so difficult. They got their work cut out for them. It is a dogfight for these bubble teams. I mean, the voices right now can barely handle it.
Highlights are almost finished, as the New York Subliners and the fans can certainly breathe a tremendous sigh of relief.
I truly can't believe they did it, Miles.
Yeah, that was sick,
I mean,
right?
they got smacked around the first 2 maps. That was just like...
That, after the bocage was bad enough, the search and destroy, I was like, man, this is the saddest thing. In front of this crowd who's been so great, this is the saddest thing, to have your heart ripped out in front of you by a team you so sorely needed to defeat. To make the miracle run happen, it's not over. Again, there are still many dominoes that have to fall into place. The same for Røkkr, but it is so hard now.
I mean, unreal for both of these teams. It is just, I don't know if you can pull it off. It'll be so much fun to see over these next few days. Even the round from New York where they're dealing with the glide bomb, the players that didn't have cold-blooded playing towards the middle of the map, but they left the tower open. So I think Dash makes a good call to drop it on a common spot, but nobody was home. Like, I don't know, New York, whatever happened after that map too, that could be a historic moment.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, there you see the maps and modes. Again, the first series win for the New York Subliners on LAN in a major tournament. The first reverse sweep they've got. A historic victory here. The first of many miracles they need to continue to make the run towards champs. But for now, as I'm sure you can hear on the stage behind us, true elation here in the King's Theater as your heroes, the hometown, have managed to pick up the win. We're going to throw this one down to Blaze, who's with Crim.
Thank you so much, Miles and Chance. What a great cast. But my guy, Crim, at your major in New York, fighting for your position in champs with your back up against the wall, down 0-2, and you find a way to come back. How you feel?
Honestly, like, you know, that was our first win on LAN at a major. We are horrible. Oh. We are horrible, yet we're good.
But you got it done.
Sorta.
Sorta.
Yes.
Now tell me about the series, because how are you feeling being down 0-2? You've played a lot of great series of your life, more than probably anybody in COD.
Yeah.
How did you get through this one as a squad?
Honestly, you know, after maps like 1 and 2, me and Paco just plugged our controllers in.
Okay.
That's literally, I mean, we were getting fried. Like, we are terrible. Paco, where you at?
Paco!
Come up here. Paco, come up here.
Man, you guys were getting tore up, but he managed to turn up.
Yes,
Hydra was not playing around. Shot after shot. As we got the whole venue, they looking for Paco. Here he goes! Give him the mic. Paco, how you feeling in this moment with this crowd?
I'm feeling good. I hate doing the interview, but
you're here.
But I'm here.
And you had a fantastic series. You got any words for these people out here who's been supporting you? You got any words for the people that's been supporting you out here?
Yeah, I mean, just thank you for the support. I got shit on first map.
But you here.
But we won, so yeah, thank you for the support, guys.
What's next going into your next series? What you looking forward to? What are you looking forward to going into your next series, Paco? Last
next
question.
series, we're playing Boston, or I don't remember. But anyways, I'm just excited to play, and yeah, I don't know.
Florida next, Paco.
Florida?
Florida. He said aye! Okay? Everybody in New York, give it up one more time for the Subliners! Valley, break it all down for us!
Let's go! New York walking away with the win when it looked like it was all over. And when it comes to Hydra, aka Paco, you don't know what day it is that the team he's going against next. I don't even know if you know what his name is, but I do know one thing, Nameless. He knows that New York were able to come back and take that game, man.
What a bounce back. I mean, we're talking about the first 2 maps. New York got absolutely obliterated, and Hydra got smoked on that map number 1. Then they go into game 2. It's just a smoke show, 6-1. Every single thing New York tried to throw at Minnesota, they had an answer for it. Standy had an unbelievable performance there, but then we get to that control. And, you know, they win that first round, but it was really that offensive push when they instantly go and get that A site. It was so beautiful, and you just could see it was like a switch was flipped on the side of this squad. From then on out, I mean, Hydra and Kismet in those 2 respawns absolutely popped off and took over as that SMG duo. And like we said, when it gets down to the very end in that game 5, just some clutch plays out of the veteran.
Oh, yeah. And talking about the vet, Crimsix, he did a great job. Paco was on fire, but aLLeY, you know who was really killing it to me? Kismet was something incredible this season.
Oh, throughout the entire series, he was just doing what they needed to be done. Like we said, he is a puzzle piece. He's the glue for this squad right now. Like, Hydra is the last person I would have thought to have a struggle map 1 and map 2, especially on both cage.
Right.
But even with Crim and Paco going double neg, it was only a 50-point game. I have to give it to them. They kept it mixy the entire time throughout. And what is with the game 5 stage?
Yo! No, what's up with the 2-0s? You go to control, like, someone gets 3-0. Merp, I don't understand this here of Call of Duty.
Bro, you gotta circle that in the map 3. In all of our series, you have to circle map 3 control. It's gotta be a focal point for all of these teams.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, London, how good they look. Guess what? You lose that map 3, you make that turnaround there, you can see it attach. I mean, listen.
Oh my God.
What he was doing in map 5 too, I mean, he is just so difficult to beat. He lives for these moments. I think that guy walks around on 3 legs, honestly. That guy's something different.
Can we give that guy some flowers,
Yeah,
dude?
I'm
The
serious.
fact, even after a role change, mind you, is being the most consistent and best player on this Minnesota Røkkr team. He has consistently turned up in every game mode for this Minnesota Røkkr squad. And we're not even talking about him being in the top AR conversation. I mean, this guy is gross.
No, he was absolutely filthy.
He loves these moments. I mean, you know, when he plays OpTic, he always plays at his best. When he felt the crowd. Like, you know, just a lot of people in those map 5s crowd against them, cheering against you. It's like, I don't know, he just takes over. He loves these moments. He did it again. Unfortunately, he couldn't carry them to a victory, but man, he's fun to watch.
Almost plus 30 in the KD department. The tweets are going crazy. But ladies and gentlemen, check this out. Take a look at the upper side of the bracket. Paco might not know, but he might know now. The New York Subliners, their journey continues on, and they play against the Florida Mutineers, who turned out to be a great team on land so far. But their journey still is going to get easier, Nameless.
I mean, going up against the Mutineers, like that's another tough search and destroy match. Like what we're learning about the Mutineer squad is they might be like a top 2, top 3 S&D team in the game, so they're certainly going to get tested there. But you know, we're talking about Attach and the big plays that he was making, but let's talk about Crimsix and some of the huge kills, neutralizing Attach, winning the 1v1 against him, and then also stopping Priestahh from killing his teammate off the bomb. Like, that was massive out of Crimsix, stepping up when they need him most. He's going to have to do it again against a player like Major Maniac.
Yo, Attach was looking like a final boss in Search and Destroy, by the way. Killing him was like killing the whole team. But, ladies and gentlemen, check this out. Today's been crazy. This is the best day one that we've had this year. The crowd is absolutely lovely, but check this out. It's going to get even better. Taking the main stage shortly on the other side of the break, we have Atlanta, we have Los Angeles, Thieves and FaZe. We're going to see who comes out on top, but still, the storyline continues. New York Subliners are racing for that champ spot. The question is, will it continue on? We'll find out. But also, I can't wait to see this last game. Catch you guys on the other side.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can. And upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Amazon Prime members get free games every month and a slew of free content for your favorite games like Call of Duty. Claim yours now at gaming.amazon.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We're in Brooklyn, New York, and the matches are absolutely fire right now. My name is Velly, I'm the desk host. We got Nameless, we got aLLeY, but also we got yet another guest, my man from over the seas. Ted, we've been having fun on the desk, man. How you been?
I'm hoping I'm fun on the desk.
We have fun together.
We do have fun together. Exactly. I've been having fun in the crowd. These guys are wild, by the way. I mean, it's just Thursday.
Yes,
I can't actually comprehend it. It's going to be wild.
So for the people at home right now that weren't able to come to this event, how nuts were the crowd when New York won?
Oh, dude, it went crazy. Because I think if it wasn't a reverse sweep, it would be like, oh, yeah, it was pretty good. But it was the fact that, I mean, after the first two maps, I was like, it's chalked. It's done. There is no shot. They got smoked. And then all of a sudden, the crowd got hyped. It was so good. But the crowd have been great for everybody as well. Yes. It hasn't just been for New York. They've been absolutely insane for every single game. So, yeah, props to these guys.
Yeah, New York's definitely bringing the energy, but I'm bringing you the maps in modes to see what's going down, because for this matchup, the last one of the day, matter of fact, we have the Los Angeles Thieves facing off against the Atlanta FaZe. Now, both of these teams up and down certain stages of the CDL so far, but more than less, LAT, a lot more, yeah, but this is where we're going. We're going Tuscan. This is terrifying.
Triple T into double B, as I like to say, and right now it is looking heavily in the favor of Atlanta FaZe, not only because the last time those teams matched up, they 12-0'd them in Search and Destroy. And I mean, granted, even though Atlanta FaZe has been struggling in Respawn, they've not only gotten rid of Kavutu, which LA Thieves happen to thrive in, they've put themselves in a situation where they have 3 opportunities. They just need one.
Right, and Ton, how are you feeling about LA Thieves this year? You and I, we don't talk a lot about them, man.
We don't. Has there been much to talk about on occasion, though? That's the thing. It's kind of just been a bit mid all the way through. They haven't necessarily got to that level that we thought we would see from them that often. We've seen a couple of flash in the pans, but that's been pretty much it, honestly. Nothing too much standout from them. They've had their ups, they've had their downs, but it's mostly been downs.
But when it comes to the spark that does get this team the W's that they do get, it's going to have to come to one of the players that has been heavily criticized this year. Nameless. Kenny, after that little drop-off last stage, he's come back and he's been so much better. He's been more dynamic for this team. And this team is fast again.
Oh, they're fast again. I mean, he's been playing phenomenal. Like, this guy has really stepped it up. You know, obviously switching to a new role is going to be tough for you. But, you know, this is a team that plays so much better on land. It's just the concern that I have about this roster is how up and down they've been in Search and Destroy. Haven't found their identity in that game mode yet. We've seen early in the season how they like to have Envoy sort of play on an island, and then if he dies, they basically just lose the round outright. And then the other problem is they went up against Atlanta FaZe a couple weeks ago in our online stage qualifier. They got absolutely obliterated in Search and Destroy. The worst S&D performance that we have seen all season long. They got 12-0'd. Octane didn't get a kill across both of those maps. So, I mean, obviously for the game fuel keys to victory, you have to stay hot and control. A 4-1 record during the Major 4 qualifiers. You know, that game mode's huge. They won control last time they played against Atlanta FaZe. Then neither convert your first bloods in the S&Ds in this series. LAT, they are last in 4v3 win percentage on both Tuscan and Berlin S&D. You got a 4v3, you got numbers, you have to win that, right? Like, slow it down, move the bomb to the other side, or dissect what the offense is trying to do and respond to it.
And I think for me, you know, you can have one of those stats like in the 4v3 percentage on one map, but the fact that you have them on 2 maps tells the whole story around your S&D. It's not just a flash in the pan. That is your S&D needs to be fixed.
Well, talking about stats and telling the full story, aLLeY, lately we've been looking at the stats of Atlanta FaZe, one of the most dominant teams in the CDL once upon a time, right? Seems like it was yesterday. They're not the same dominant team anymore. And also in the Respawn, they've been dipping in the rankings.
I mean, we talk about Atlanta FaZe that once their Search and Destroy was on it, like all season, we'd be like, once their Search and Destroy is on par, this team's gonna be unstoppable. Well, now their Search and Destroy is unstoppable, but their Respawn has heavily, and I can't emphasize enough, heavily suffered for it. This is a team who fundamentally was getting by their outslaying, by the talent on this team, with Cellium having a 1.6 overall throughout the entire year of Vanguard. But now they are struggling to break. They have 11% break percentage. That's 20 less than they did through Majors 1 through 3, and they are struggling. And against a team like at LA Thieves, though, they should be feeling confident because, again, last time these two teams matched up, it was a search and destroys where there was just absolutely no contest.
And when it comes to the game field keys to victory, Nameless, what you got for us?
I mean, looking at the Atlanta FaZe, like, I'm thinking about this team, right? And I'm looking at Cellium. This guy had a 1.44 the last time he played against the LA Thieves. Who can hold in the map 1 Tuscan as well? Looking at LA Thieves, they've lost 7 of their last 8, and their only win is against Paris. So for me, that's an auto dub for FaZe. And then get going on the map 4 Berlin. They've lost 3 of their last 4. Obviously, the respawns have been tough for FaZe. Their break percentage has dropped over 20%. They have to get better when it comes to breaking these hills. Comes down to communication and honestly slowing down at times and collapsing on it.
Yeah, absolutely agree. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time. We got predictions. Ton the guests on the desk, baby. Who you got? You got ATL, LA Thieves, knowing you. Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah, it has to be. I'm very sensible when it comes to these predictions for the most time, and I'm going to be that way this time. I don't see a way that Thieves win this one. I'm going to flat 3-0.
All right,
I think it's that hot.
aLLeY.
I'm not thinking Thieves in this series, well, I'm going to be completely honest. Mostly because I do think this has probably been the biggest struggle of qualifiers for the Atlanta FaZe. But the way these two teams match up, it is just not in LA Thieves' favor.
You're like my hot take twin. You know, usually we'll be like, yeah, maybe, maybe. You don't feel it at all this time around.
I'm not feeling it, no.
All right, I love that.
I just sense something crazy coming for you. Who's winning this series?
Atlanta FaZe.
Okay. There we go. So the desk unanimously agrees. I just think FaZe, I mean, like, they were already better than LA Thieves when it came to search and destroy, and then they've also improved in that game mode in this last stage. And then with Atlanta FaZe, I mean, Cellium's at the top of this game. He can win them a respawn literally by himself. Not to talk about the rest of the players on this roster, just absolutely unbelievable talent. They're gonna be good when it comes to respawn, especially in a LAN atmosphere. They win this series.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the points. You know, I like that you asked me that question because LA Thieves, they seem to turn on the switch from time to time, right? And they excel on LAN. The thing is, I love a hot take or two, but LA Thieves just can't beat Atlanta FaZe.
If it was any other match, like
I would say
like
LA.
I just think matchup-wise, this is like it's the toughest one you can have for anybody, but specifically for the LA Thieves because they are so consistent.
Yeah, I mean, and they are better on LAN. We can say that to that point, they made an incredible run at Major 3, but like for me, LA Thieves right now, like we're used to maybe one player having a bit of inconsistencies, maybe two in the likes, maybe Kenny and Octane, but now Octane looks like their most consistent player. We saw Envoy have a serious struggle at the beginning of their series, the last of the qualifiers. Drazah has also had a couple of diff-offs. Like this team to succeed, especially in a matchup against Atlanta FaZe, needs everybody on the same page throughout the entire series. You cannot have one player on LA Thieves going off because unfortunately, I just don't think there's caliber players on this team to backpack them through. Like on the side of Atlanta FaZe, you have Cellium, you have Simp. Like LA Thieves, I feel like just doesn't have that superstar.
Consistently, and even though we're going to test and that's like aBeZy's playground. Let's take a look at the bracket right now, see how things have evolved, and also see the journey that both of these teams are gonna go through. If you're Atlanta FaZe, I'm feeling good. LA Thieves first round, you're right with a second. I like that.
I mean, let's talk about like what's at stake here, by the way. The LA Thieves are on the bubble. Like we haven't talked about that yet. If they lose here, they go to losers bracket. They lose there, like they're out. And right now, yes, they're currently sitting in the top 8, but let's talk about it. Mutineers just got 20 points, so they're going to be above them. And then we're looking at this New York squad coming off a big Game 5 win. They're only 20 points away from where the LA Thieves are right now, and like with one more win, then New York ties them in points. So like for LA Thieves, everything is at stake here. You have to win this match, or at least get a game, right? So this is super important for them, and if they can pull off a massive upset here, it'll just set them up to go to champs.
Absolute must-win. Backs are against the wall, baby. Ton. Player to watch on LA Thieves. Lay it on me. Who really needs to step it up against Atlanta?
There is no way that Octane has as a bad S&D performance as he did online. So it has to be better. It has to be. And we know he can do it. Look, we absolutely know he can. So if he can go and have a good S&D performance, look, I don't want to say that Thieves look bad in the last game that they played up against FaZe outside of the Search and Destroys. I think in the hardpoints, there was a feasible opportunity for them to win that in 4. They didn't, and then the Search and Destroys where they got punished. Well, so who knows? Maybe Octane, possibly.
Hopefully.
Let's say. I hope so. I hope so.
Well, you know what? Hopefully both of these teams bring it in. This is a high-octane match. But, ladies and gentlemen, the last game of the day, we have Atlanta Thieves and also, the Atlanta FaZe and the Los Angeles Thieves. Let's go ahead and get it going.
little too nice for y'all. Now I gotta up price on y'all. Snake eyes on dice for y'all. Shoulders on ice for y'all. A6 all the hate. I won't get involved today. Got loves in the ball and A's. I'm flipping the bars. I'm flipping the.
Octane.
That's what we wanted. That's what I'm talking about. He don't miss. All record deals. Tell him talk to Colin for the quote. All record eyes. Still want to act, not the ghost. For the record, I'm done trying to make y'all comfortable.
All right, New York, it's time for one more match. And what a day it has been. Game 5s all throughout the evening. And this one is looking like it's going to be stacked up the same way. Coming to the stage to stick up the competition, I give to you your Los Angeles Thieves. Give it up for Octane, Drazah, Kenny, and Envoy. Run it up.
Albeit champs in their hometown. They've got to get it done here this weekend.
Oh, that's what Drazah's doing. He needs to put that down on the main stage. And I'm looking at Kenny right now. When Kenny's going and that man is hot, he brings a different type of speed to the LA Thieves, and it's exactly what they need to go against the likes of Atlanta FaZe. With Blaze, bring Atlanta out, man. I'm ready for him.
Yeah, Belly, Kenny and the LA Thieves looking locked. But when it comes down to this next team, they stay locked. Give it up one time for Atlanta FaZe. Give it up for Simp, aBeZy, Arcitys, and Cellium, your Atlanta FaZe.
It's the guts, it's the glory, it's the preparation for champs, for this squad at this point. With this win, they can secure the first seed heading into LA, but we talk about players to watch. For me right now, it's got to be Simp, a 1.09 overall, but when that player gets going, especially at an event like this, the Atlanta FaZe look unstoppable.
Yeah, the Atlanta FaZe does look unstoppable. It's time to get this series started. Make some noise for your casters. Lando and Standy, take it away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Yes, what a pleasure it is to be in New York. Jay, you just got to watch on home soil the New York Subliners pull off a crazy W. Tell me in short, man, what is it like to be in New York with all these unbelievable fans?
Oh my God, I said it on the desk earlier. The first time for me, at least going to an event, not going to the airport, absolute blessing. But to see the home squad fight back with their backs against the wall, all the way down 0-2 to win all the way into Game 5, that was one hell of a series. And their very first series win of majors.
On land. Yeah,
that's crazy.
On major lands. I remember Crim brought that up, and it was like, what the heck? How does that exactly even happen? But when it comes down to this series, buddy, Atlanta FaZe versus LA Thieves, I mean, we saw this one happen at the Major 4 qualifier. The desk was touching on it. A great showing from LA Thieves. Outside of the S&Ds, not a single round victory. Do you think that changes coming into today?
It definitely does. I feel like Atlanta FaZe, at least the last time, they're not going to have the two same S&D maps. We're going to have a little bit different one. Not going to have that bow cage all the way into Game 5. We're going to have that Tuscan in the Game 2. But when you look at these maps and modes, it just really scares me for the LA Thieves. When you talk about map number 1, which is Tuscan Hardpoint, usually a strong one for them. They have lost their last 7 out of 8. And if you're Atlanta FaZe, definitely another strong one for them. They have lost their last 4 out of 6. But as we get deeper into the series, the search and destroy, in the back of your mind, if you're the Thieves players, you know that that has to be one of those things that you have to focus on versus a team like Atlanta FaZe. And then also the control. You're playing Atlanta FaZe on their best control map. So this is tough if you're LA Thieves. For me, it has to start in this map number 1.
Yeah, I mean, you and I talked about it coming into this series, the importance, the stress that really is going to be on this opening hardpoint for the LA Thieves, buddy. It feels like it's going to have to be a W here. As we said, given the recent records, and honestly, given how wild today has been, it feels like this one very well could also see a Game 5. But here we go, the final match of day number 1 here at the New York home series in Major 4, LAT, Atlanta FaZe to P1 we go.
And Atlanta FaZe starting off on the good side. They get their initial 3 kills, make it all 4. So now they're going to be aggressive through that field side, and usually On this map specifically, Thieves are the best P1 team in the game, but Atlanta FaZe, they always respond with the best P2 in the game for them. Early start from Atlanta FaZe, getting a good chunk of time. They also were able to flip these spawns. Final 25, Thieves are here.
Yep, final 25, still up and ready to go. Atlanta FaZe still contesting for this. One guy we always got to talk about, though, when it comes down to this matchup is going to be Cellium, starting things off 4-0. Jay, it feels like every time we're talking about stats, the guy, if he doesn't have a 1.2, it feels like he's having an off series.
Yeah, he's been the most consistent player all year long. 1.2 in every single game mode. The guy is MVP caliber kind of player. So far, starting off this game hot as Atlanta FaZe. 35 points on P1, now off the rotation. Gonna have LA Thieves early control of top plat. They're trying to put pressure on towards the back, knowing that Atlanta FaZe do have those spawns. But the numbers are currently here for Atlanta. Drazah and Kenny do find 2, though.
Yeah, they are able to find 2. Simp still lingering toward the back. The only player for Atlanta FaZe that is going to be here. However, FaZe get those close spawns. Envoy's able to deal the damage off the rip. Thieves with some much necessary time. However, the teammates of Envoy continue to get poked away. Nice little elimination comes through there. 30 very valuable points still being contested for.
Yeah, LA Thieves have a bunch of players here as well. They're winning a bunch of these gunfights. aBeZy and Simp do combine for 2, as it's all going to get scrappy from here on out, but aBeZy is able to at least release some of that pressure. Atlanta FaZe still spawning in towards the back, so the final 15 is going to be theirs. But if you're LA Thieves, you need to execute a hold on this P3.
And something coming into the series as well, Jay. Recent content pieces from the Thieves, they were talking about their Tuscan HP. You and I have talked about this numerous times over Cast versus the Thieves. It feels like this team is only winning on the big maps, right? It's on the Berlins, it's on the Gavutus, and recent content pieces, they've been saying if we can get this Tuscan under wraps, what that would mean for us is everything. But take a look at this break opportunity from Atlanta. We're talking about Thieves, the things that they can improve on. Well, on Tuscan, it's got to be holding your hills.
Yeah, that's a struggle for LA Thieves on this map. They are 11th in hold percentage compared to Atlanta FaZe, who are 3rd, and you can see the difference that it's making. That Cellium is able to find 2. Spawn still here for Atlanta FaZe. 15-point game as LA Thieves are causing them a lot of problems, even though they're spawning all the way towards the middle of that map. Eventually, trades go back and forth. That's going to be LAT with the 2-piece, trying to potentially flip these spawns. They're finding every single kill in the feed as well.
There are indeed explosion after explosions. Bombs bursting in the air. I want to put my hand over my chest, for God's sake, given how this one is going down at the fountain. But 3 come through from Drazah as he will remain on the 4 spree, heading in toward Church. A great start for FaZe, but it is going to be a lead change for Thieves for the moment. And how about the shots from Cellium trying to lead the way, a 3-for-1 trade in favor of Atlanta.
And right there, the Thieves had 3 players off the rotation, but they lose their gunfights. Now the only player left in the point is going to be Envoy. Just trying to stay alive, trying to stall some time for his teammates to get into the play. At least flood through that field side. Arcitys and Kenny do trade back and forth, but eventually aBeZy with the 2-piece. Last player up is going to be Envoy towards the back. He's just trying to stay alive for his team, waiting for them to get back into this point.
Doing a great job so far. Getting ready to have a few members enter in toward his perspective. He gets dealt with. Now Drazah, the first line of defense, able to cut down 1. FaZe still lingering, still strong toward the backside. But it's Kenny who's able to deal the damage. As we said, a player that we always talk about with this Thieves team, Jay. And when he's got that SMG in his hands, the spotlight is even brighter.
Yeah, right now, starting off at 9 and 7, this has been a great hold from LA Thieves to grow this lead the way that they did. Almost a 40-point difference now, forcing Atlanta FaZe to rotate early towards this P5, but aBeZy's going to be the only one there. Another rotation going to go in favor of the Thieves. Their early setup.
Drazah does get taken down, but as you said, Thieves, they're ready, they're prepared, and they're also locking down the seconds. Simp checks both ways before crossing, enters in, but he gets dropped as well. Another 3, favoring the side of Thieves, dealt with and accomplished. The first team fight goes the way of LAT. And now, Jay, I mean, we're talking about hill after hill. They've just now doubled the score of Atlanta.
And Atlanta FaZe, they're just going 1 by 1. You got to slow down and let the teamwork prevail, and that's exactly what they're able to do. They're all 4 dead. Execute the break on towards P5. Final 25 seconds. And Atlanta FaZe can potentially pick up, but Octane with great shots, able to find that 2-piece. Now the pinch is going to be here from LA Thieves, and Envoy, he finds the 2 to eventually allow his teammates to get this final 20. Oh my!
Envoy starting to piece. And thinking about that rotation toward New, we were looking at that scorecard just a moment ago. It was Atlanta on top. Now it is Thieves doubling the score of their opposition, feeling good and feeling ready for the second set of rotations. But let's step aside and see how the other side is sounding. A listening now with Atlanta.
Come in, middle. Right here, there you down. I'm still mid. You
Nice, good shot. Let's see, get time. Yep, I got it. I spawned flip. I'm trying to get mid fast. Alright. Same time. I got pitching me. How much? I'm gonna get well. Top fire. I'm gonna be on our side. Top fire drops, guys.
Kenny, they're mid L.
Top fire dead.
You go heavy. Make sure you have time.
Five your mid. MC stay down. Stay down. He's out there. Kenny, I hit him once. Two on top. He needs help.
They're you.
Ah, shit. Okay, 1-3. I need a rock one middle. I'm gonna pick left, okay?
I'm spamming you.
Listen,
slow the game down and let them come to us sometimes.
Yeah. One's middle, hitting bottom trip. Actually, he's going top radio. I'm only fire, nothing. They have P5.
I have the back, alright?
Yeah, I have P5.
I don't radio, bro.
Okay, that's fine.
Call out what we have, alright?
It was arch. Okay,
I have the back.
Oh, some panic there on the comms out of Atlanta FaZe. You're hearing them say, Jay, we got to slow the game down. We got to allow for the Thieves to come to us. And, well, that may be a venture that Thieves are happy to engage upon. As we said, up big at this moment. Atlanta trying to hold this hill from the front as Thieves invested in the flank.
So far, good 15 seconds for Atlanta FaZe, but 3 go down, make it all 4. They take control of top hat. They're going to be aggressive through that left side of the map, forcing all of Atlanta FaZe to continuously spawn out towards the middle. They're going to decide to wrap back towards P5, but Envoy, he reads the play beautifully. On a 6-free, can potentially pick up the Sky Bomb. He spots Arcitys, he finds that kill. And right now, LA Thieves, they're playing like a full-on roster. Teamwork is at its point.
I mean, they are flowing right now. I mean, the score just continues to go their way. Double century mark reached, and FaZe, all they can do is stare at this hill from afar and just pray that this next rotation is going to be a full 60. Thieves have been the masters so far at breaking into these hills. More specifically, Envoy has been the master at breaking into these hills. aBeZy finds himself on the 5 spree, hot on the heels of Envoy. That streak is going to be eliminated. However, threat averted for the moment. Kenny, though, eager to bring up the SMG, tosses nade, says a prayer, and here comes the glide as well.
Big kill from Kenny right there to at least allow Envoy to spawn right on him. They know that they have roost control. They can push the pressure on towards the back, potentially flip these spawns as Kenny wins a huge one-on-one versus Cellium. Unfortunately, not strong enough for that stun grenade. It's now Atlanta FaZe trying to get themselves back into this game by soaking in the time from the front, but it's going to be all Thieves players. Octane with 2, Envoy with the 3rd, and the last player drops as well. LA Thieves are not making any mistakes.
Jay, this is dominant. I mean, we don't see this happen very often. 221 to 126. 10 seconds left, and again, if you're Thieves, you've got so much flexibility around the map. I mean, they can continue to invest in these flanks. And ultimately for Atlanta, somewhat shell-shocked given the way that this result has turned. I mean, what a crazy run that Thieves have gone on. As we said, a team that we talked on the other side is great at breaking. Well, Thieves have been that team so far on Tuscan, and here they come right into the church, sliding between the pews. aBeZy doing what he can to stay on up. The trades are in. The 1v1 finally favors FaZe.
aBeZy and Arcitys combined for all 4 to secure those spawns for Atlanta. Not give them a little more time. Try to get back into this one. Now the pressure from LA Thieves is going to be from the front and field, coming from every single direction. I don't know if they're going to read this many angles, and that's going to be 3 dead LA Thieves every single time. At the final 25-second mark of every hill, they are getting this remaining junk time, forcing Atlanta FaZe to early rotate, and they can win it here.
5 more seconds. 5 more seconds is all it is. Atlanta FaZe eager to jump back on in the HP, but they are dealt with. They are handled. And how about that start? A statement. Game 1 victory out of the LA Thieves. Putting FaZe in a box, Jay. Woo!
Right there, Atlanta FaZe, they were just playing a lot of single player, basically. That's all they were doing. No teamwork from them. All single challenges, and then for those final 25 to 30 seconds at every hill, they just allowed LA Thieves to execute that break and then gain that final 20 to 25. That grew the lead substantially towards eventually when we got towards the end of this game. If you're LA Thieves, you come out swinging off the rip. That definitely throws Atlanta FaZe off, because last time these guys played, it was the LA Thieves who were able to win it, but it was only by 13 points. So if you're Atlanta FaZe, you just come out really slow. The SMGs don't really go positive. Simp goes 14 and 26, aBeZy 23 and 27. But on the opposite side, Envoy 34 and 20, 26 non-traded kills, earns himself the glide bomb, doing all the dirty work for this LA Thieves roster. They come out and absolutely smack Atlanta FaZe on this map number 1.
Yeah, and like I said, we don't see W's happen like this all the time. I mean, what, the Devs touched on it. aLLeY was discussing. It feels like the S&D has dramatically improved from Atlanta, but almost at a fault because the respawns have taken such a dip, and you can see it happen for that very reason. I mean, we were talking about both teams really struggling on Tuscan as of late, but again, just a very welcoming sign if you are a Thieves fan, not just to see the team play well, but the way that they were dominating on the breaks. It was FaZe with the rotations, and it didn't really matter, Jay. It didn't matter if they had the rotations or not. They were breaking in regardless. And as you said, a standout performance there from Envoy. Sensational stuff. What a wild day it has been so far, Jay.
I know. And now if you're the Thieves, you are in control of this series. Because when I first looked at the maps and modes, I'm thinking, all right, Atlanta FaZe. It's probably going to be a 3-0. But the Thieves, they come out and answer with strictly teamwork. Like I said, for them to get every final 20 to 25 seconds of junk time, that's why they were able to grow the lead the way that they did. Now you have to go into the search and destroy in the back of your mind that you're thinking last time you played these guys, you could not win a single round. And if you're Octane, you couldn't get a single kill. But the confidence right now for LA Thieves, we know when they enter the LAN setting, they're a totally different team. Find themselves up 1-0 in this series. And now if you're Atlanta FaZe, you need to be as dominant as you were throughout all of Stage 4 and search and destroy to at least tie it up.
Yeah, and I mean, even after that loss that the LA Thieves suffered versus Atlanta, right, those back-to-back 6-0s, I want to say that LA Thieves went on to like win 4 of their last 5 search destroys too. So, I mean, you just have this mixture of the back and forth. Like we said, both teams really starting to implement that search and destroy, and so you wonder if that's going to change this time around. But I think you brought it up perfectly, man. Everything changes now that LA Thieves have claimed that game number 1. It sets the table now for what could be a very entertaining search destroy. And hey, we're staying on Tuscan. We're going to be here for a while.
Yeah, we're on Tuscan. A little follow-up on
Triple
Berlin.
T's followed by the double B's. I think that's what aLLeY said, something like that.
Yeah, it was something like that. Something like that.
Very nice. I like that, aLLeY. I'm going to take that, and I'm going to use it for the rest of the year. I think we have some stats that we want to take a look at actually coming into this search and destroy. As we said, Atlanta FaZe, LA Thieves, 2 teams who are very well acquainted with each other, but we're taking a look at the Atlanta side. And Jay, these numbers, well, they're quite terrifying in Major 4.
Definitely very terrifying because so far, at least for Major 4, they were dominant in search and destroy. 5-1 record, over the 70% round win percentage, which is absolutely insane. Team KD of a 1.26, 4v3 situations, 93. That's basically a guarantee. But you also see the stat right there. 3v4 situations, 43%. That's almost 50% of the time that they're winning that situation as well. So if you're Atlanta FaZe, you just need to do exactly what you've been doing all throughout Stage 4, playing with non-stop aggression, fast A plants, fast B plants. They were simply just not slowing down all throughout Stage 4. LA Thieves need to be prepared for that.
Yeah, and I guess on the same notion of that, who are you looking at from the LA Thieves side to really try to counter that aggression that we expect to see from FaZe in Game 2?
Oh, it's definitely based off of that map number 1. It has to be Envoy. He's playing with a whole different level of confidence right now. Almost double positive in that map number 1. He's the guy that I'm really looking at to shut down the pressure from aBeZy and Simp. We know what they like to do around that P5 area. Double work towards that late flank, or at least slow play it as well. So whoever's going to be on that B side for LA Thieves, take your time, play for the information. And if you're Envoy, you have to match the aggression of Simp and aBeZy.
Without a doubt, my friend. Tuscan search destroy, loaded up and ready to go. We, I guess, already getting the conversation, right, of LA Thieves, what a search destroy win would mean for this roster, right? Given how many times we have talked about, okay, LAT, great, you're good at hardpoint, awesome, you're great at control, cool. Search destroy, it has plagued them so many times in the past. And a team, a franchise rather, that LA Thieves has never beaten in their last 2 years. Can they do it here? And honestly, it feels like it is going to start with this search destroy. As we fly in for round number 1, Atlanta starting things off on the attack. And at least off the rip, it appears that B could be the initial target.
It's gonna be all on pressure, at least through P5. Simp finds the first, but Drazah and Envoy, they answer, keep the man advantage in favor of the Thieves. So now Simp just gonna work towards that bomb plant. 3v2 situation now in favor of the Thieves.
Thieves with numbers, Simp and Arcitys. Look to scatter, look to separate at the same time, trying to lock down these crucial angles. Arcitys does get the info, basically sees 2, if not all 3 players pushing out of P5. Octane eager for information, but it's Kenny who ultimately finds the pick. Now up to aLLeY in a 1v3, takes down 1, ultimately falls. LAT play the number game. They counter at P5, they lock in the defuse, and round 1 belongs to them.
Teamwork is just simply on point right now for the Thieves. When right there, you thought it was going to be a complete blind counter. Right there, Atlanta FaZe send 3 players at least towards that P5 area. They lose the trades and immediately rotate over towards that A bomb. But you see the Thieves, 3-man army, just right through that P5, commit towards the flank, get the information on Arcitys, and then also assist each other towards the middle map to find that kill onto Simp. Very, very clean round from LA Thieves to start us off.
Teamwork makes the dream work, and so far it has for LAT. Round 1 goes their way. Atlanta FaZe, now their first opportunity at defense. We'll see what they can try to pull off of, considering that they are on a 3-game Tuscan S&D winning spree. See if they can increase that, get back into this one, and ultimately level the rounds at 1. LAT at least do push out P5 a decent amount. However, that bomb is staying somewhat stationary toward the back. Trying to play for picks, play for information, and Octane has got exactly that.
And this is their best way to attack on this map. 75% win rate when they have a neutral setup, just simply playing for that information. You know how aggressive Atlanta FaZe like to play. Get some information on aBeZy, and Envoy strikes first. Gets that first blood onto Arcitys. Takes a little bit of that bottom end map control. Now this is forcing all of Atlanta FaZe to start to back up.
That's such great aggression because Atlanta know that there's someone around their bottom church. There's somebody hiding, somebody lingering. aBeZy takes down 1. Quick little high five from the LA Thieves players, but it's Cellium taking 1 down through the wall. Not going to be enough to shut down Octane, but how about the AR duo coming through hot? 25 seconds on the clock, all up to aBeZy.
aBeZy in the 1v2. Bomb is going to start to rotate over towards that A site. Drazah just going to get this one down, force aBeZy to come to them. He's going to wrap his way in towards the field. Should be able to get some good timing here.
Does indeed. First one found. Octane given the information. 35 seconds to play with. 35 seconds ultimately to defend. And it's really going to come down to aBeZy. Searching. Looking around every corner, every nook and cranny. Where could Octane be hiding? Checks both ways before crossing. Clutches out the 1v2. And Atlanta FaZe sweat off the brow. Round going to them.
Just a great play right there from aBeZy to be in the perfect position. At least close towards that bottom church area to where he was able to immediately go towards field, find a player that plants that bomb, and wrap his way in towards church to eventually find the second. Atlanta FaZe tied up at 1 after a great clutch from aBeZy.
Great stuff as well from that guy. I mean, we talked about it a lot right throughout Vanguard. Hasn't been the best title, obviously, from aBeZy's perspective, but still has been playing his role, been Mr. Aggressive when Atlanta FaZe need him to be. Ultimately has a great round there. Quick visuals found from Arcitys. Octane looks to bring out the big boy coming into round number 3. But little does he know, Atlanta FaZe, they have a free site over at B. Octane, the first line of defense, looks to toss out a nade. Is it going to land? Get some hit markers, but bomb goes down.
Bombs goes down, but Drazah finds the first, and then the second nade comes in to take down Simp. So it was just a 4v4. It's not going to be a 3v2. Make it a 3v1, all left up to Arcitys. He's in a great spot to at least take down the first. 30 seconds to work with. Cannot win the gunfight onto Kenny. And I thought that that was going to be a complete blind counter. Atlanta FaZe had multiple players towards that B site, but the teamwork once again from the Thieves to set up that team nade to get that guy off bomb as Drazah finds that first kill. So it eventually closes out the round for the Thieves, now up 2-1.
It's almost like you can see the communication, like what they're experiencing throughout the round in front of their very eyes. I mean, you're seeing, despite not having that B site instantly with some eyes on it, they're tossing nades, they're getting information. Octane is at least contributing. And like we said, despite having that portion of the map very wide open, LAT conquer once more. Kenny sitting on that 3 spree. We see another look at this B site. Both teams very, very fluent inside of P5. Well's going to be open, ultimately favoring the Thieves for the time. And they're setting up for a pinch. They're setting up for the pick, and the pick they will get. Ultimately traded out goes Envoy, but Kenny has got the information. Oh, somehow Simp stays alive.
He's eating car bombs. He's absolutely one shot.
What is this?
As Octane finds another, Kenny finds Simp. All left up to Cellium in the 1v3. They know his positioning, and the Thieves, again, clean teamwork. Take your time on offense. Play for your information. Get the first blood. And they close out the round up 3-1.
Jay, these are some of the cleaner rounds that we've seen, not just from the Thieves, but honestly in this game. Like what they've been able to do. Like you can just tell, as we said, the mindset is flowing right now. Oh, look at that!
Hey, Golas!
It is
Big Pierce.
Big P in the crowd. Love to see that. Not a doppelganger. There's a lot of people who look like pro players, but that is actually Mr. Gunless in the flesh. Hope you're enjoying the series, buddy. Here we are into the next round. Atlanta FaZe on the attack, and it looks like it could be somewhat of a distraction. Once more, that B site is left open. Octane, only one in year's distance.
Yeah, Octane is the guy that's giving the information up. So now if you're LA Thieves, you just line up those team nades once again. Potentially earn yourself that first blood, but Atlanta FaZe, they're not going to rush plant this site this time around as aBeZy does find the first. Kenny with the trade. 3v3, bomb going down at B.
Oh, great utility. I mean, Atlanta FaZe not even close to Drazah, but yet stunning him, getting him out of that position to allow for the bomb to go down. He and Cellium look to tango. Drazah brought down to 6 HP. Ultimately stays alive, keeps numbers even. As that time continues to tick away, LAT have got to get a plan of attack going.
Yeah, Atlanta FaZe just basically flipped spawns. Took control of the back of the base. Envoy finds the first, Cellium with the trade, so now in 2v2. But Envoy's gonna be on the bomb. Someone has to check it. Kenny's just watching over them. Kenny finds that first. That's all he needs to do. And Kenny finishes it off with the final 2 for LA to now go up 4-1. And I'm pretty sure he also earns himself a glide bomb. Kenny having himself one hell of a search and destroy so far.
My brother's keeper, how about that play? Coming in from Thieves once more. As we said, I mean, the word that comes to mind is teamwork, teamwork, teamwork. Thieves up 4-1 in this search and destroy. They have a glide bomb to work with, and panic starts to set in right now from FaZe. As we said, this has been their mode. We saw the stats coming into game 2, how dominant they have been recently in this very mode, and right now, they are getting dominated. Arcitys at least able to change up the pace of what has been a very interesting search and destroy. Finds the first blood with the nade. We'll see what LAT elect to do now.
So down to 3v4. If you're Kenny, you know at least a couple players like to play towards top church, get that hit marker with the nade. But the SMG is on LAT. Gonna potentially try to set up this push through P5. Kenny's gonna push right out towards that top plat. At least puts himself in a better position. He finds that kill too, 3v3.
Kenny gets erased. Glide bomb not going to be able to be utilized here. Quick 2v2, aBeZy, okay. Somehow gets out of dodge. Everybody at the King's Theater clenched and ready to go. Drazah now brings it, or rather is left in a 1v2. 25 seconds to work with if he plants this fast. He still has the ability to clutch out this round. Gonna get met with some fire early. And aBeZy there to drop him. How about this round out of aBeZy, bringing Atlanta FaZe back?
That's 2 rounds right there on defense, where aBeZy has gotten a 3-piece both times to secure the round for Atlanta FaZe. So they're just gonna stall out this clock, wait for this dead silence to develop, so they can potentially have it for later rounds. As Atlanta FaZe are able to eventually stop the bleeding, get a round on the board. Now down 4-2, but you gotta keep in mind, Kenny still has that glide bomb to work with. It's going to be really difficult to try to attack towards either site.
Yeah, if you're Atlanta FaZe, that's just always going to be in the back of your mind when it comes down to the comms. It almost makes you want to hesitate, right? When it comes down to different strategies. If you're over at the field, if you get a little bit aggressive over in middle, and who knows, honestly, if you're in church as well, it just feels like you never really know where those glide bombs are going to come in and take you down from. Atlanta FaZe now put themselves in a swing round type of moment. And if you are Thieves, as we said, the S&D would be a sigh of relief if you were able to conquer Atlanta here, go up 2-0, but 2 rounds left to go. Somebody actually just dives. It looked like for a moment over toward the top, maybe a bait. Envoy gets the information. And the nades are tossed out toward fire. aBeZy taken down first.
Kenny finds that first kill. The teamwork from him and Envoy has been tremendous so far in this series. It's now Atlanta FaZe. Man down, just have to play for some picks. Drazah at least puts up aggression, gets out with his life. It allows Envoy to eventually find the second. Bomb gonna be down, 45 seconds to work with. Cellium and Arcitys have a lot on their hands.
A big job to do. And Arcitys looks one way, gets challenged from the other. It just feels like it has been one of those search and destroys where Thieves can do no wrong. Challenge first. Kenny hits the deck. Cellium not able to clutch it out. Too many bodies, too many lives, and Thieves now up 5 rounds to 2. How are we here? How are we here, Jay?
They're just playing beautiful search and destroy teamwork at its finest. Once they get that first blood in towards P5, you see that all of Atlanta FaZe, they start to put the focus on that side of the map. That allows Drazah to be aggressive through field. Eventually, he gives up the positioning, but gets a player at least a little weak for Envoy to eventually find that second kill. Right now, the Thieves not making any mistakes in that map. Number one, continuing on in this search and destroy, one round away from finding themselves up 2-0.
As you said, how about that partnership out of Kenny and Envoy? 17 kills, and Octane, to say he's been in the Jansport so far throughout this S&D, able to find a pick. Ultimately traded, but here comes the glide bomb.
He gets one.
And he lands it onto Cellium. A 1v3 now for Simp. Just to keep this one alive, 2 players line up, but LAT handle business again. A crazy surge in the Tuscan HP and dominance here in game number 2. Tuscan search and destroy. We were talking about how it felt like Atlanta FaZe surely gonna go up at least 1-0, maybe 2-0 in the series, but that has not happened at all. A total reversal in our late night match here at the New York Major, Jay.
Atlanta FaZe on the map were on a 3-game win streak, but you could just tell, if you are LAT, the way that you just played that game was flawless. On defense, every single time they took mid-map control, they forced Atlanta FaZe to be super aggressive through that B side, which basically played into the exact way the Thieves wanted them to play. They had the team nade set up, they knew exactly where they wanted to position themselves, so at least execute the retake. That was beautiful, but on the attacks, like I said before the map even started, their best attacking rounds are usually when they have a neutral setup, 75% win rate. They know that Atlanta FaZe love to play aggressive. At least throughout all of stage 4, it was all about aggression. They slowed the game down. They eventually got a majority of these first blood in this game. And then when you find yourself in that man advantage, you're allowing players who are usually the iLLeY players to make those plays. LA Thieves did not make any mistakes so far in these first 2 maps. Now put themselves in a dominant situation, now be up 2-0.
And it's crazy too, because we came into the search destroy. I mean, literally after like round number 1, it was like instantly those thoughts had left us. The back-to-back 6-0 losses just like 2-3 weeks ago, totally out the door right now as the Thieves find themselves up 2-0 in the series. Folks, it's been a day of game 5s. It's been a days of near reverse sweeps. If not, actual reverse sweeps. Can it happen for Atlanta? Or in our final match of the day, will we be given a sweep? Points on the line and a loser's bracket position on the line as well for who will fall in this game. When we come back after the break, it is Tuscan control. Stay with us.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew and Zenny. Armor your eyes with Blocks gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL. zenny.com/CDL.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back to the final match of the day, and what a doozy it has been so far. If you're not here in the venue, if you're at least in the surrounding New York area, I highly suggest that you try, get a ticket. I literally just saw a lady get awarded a trip for 2 anywhere she wants to go, Jay.
It's crazy.
Anywhere she wants to go.
Flights.
A perfect vacation. Love that. Where would you like to go?
Me?
Yeah. Of course, in the off season.
I think definitely Hawaii. Hawaii is like at the top of my list of places I want to visit.
That's the one. That's the one. Okay, if you're here, we recommend Hawaii, by the way. But like we said, so far it has been all sunny skies. It feels like it's been a vacation so far for the LA Thieves throughout these first 2 games, buddy. Wild stuff. I mean, we came into this thinking, okay, Atlanta FaZe going to display this level of dominance again. Yeah. They're off the W versus this team at the Major 4 qualifiers. No search destroy round wins, and it feels like everything has been flip-flopped up to this point. Every series so far has gone to a game 5. Every series so far today has started with a team going up 2-0. Do you think it remains the same, or do you think this series is different?
This one's going to be a tough one for LA Thieves because on offense, they're 10th overall throughout the entire league, and on defense, they are dead last. Going up against a team like Atlanta FaZe, this is their best control map for them.
Yeah.
3rd on offense, 2nd on defense. But just the way that the Thieves have been playing, it's all about teamwork. They need to continue that here. Arcitys finds that first. But you see early pressure already from Atlanta FaZe is just trying to get this A-point out of the way.
It just feels like if you're Atlanta, right, just get this A-point, just get focused, get the guns hot, and then give yourself as much time as possible to really hone in, to really zone in over at that B capture point. First hit gonna be through, somewhat uncontested so far. Out of LAT, they look to finally make their attack as aBeZy, aggressive as ever. Inside of the church, looks both ways, and now will try to be a thorn in the side. Thankfully, his teammates are winning a majority of these gunfights. Drazah gets handled, and again, FaZe continue to look for map control.
Yeah, right now, Atlanta FaZe find themselves up by 3 kills. They do have a lot of map control. Simp sitting himself in a nice corner towards that top flat. Should be able to get a couple here. At least the trade comes in for the Thieves. So it's looking like they're just going to give this one up, force their way through P5, potentially put Atlanta FaZe in a little bit of a spawn trap to try to get their lives back in their favor.
What a great work coming in from Drazah. Once more, it felt like the teamwork was on point for LAT throughout that S&D, and I guess in particular in regards to that life, it is so as well. Envoy having a phenomenal series up to this point, put up like 34 and 20 in the hard point. Great numbers in the S&D. Off to somewhat of a slower start as that initial capture point did go the way of Atlanta FaZe. A is in their possession, and now it is all about B. 4 players sitting strongly to the middle side of the map as LAT look to play the long game.
Yeah, and Atlanta FaZe, they're just completely disregarding Octane in their spawn. They're just going to try to attack this through mid. I think LA Thieves, with their setup, they are prepared for that push. Just cannot lose the trade gunfights in this situation. Drazah with the first. If you're Atlanta FaZe, you do have top green control, but favor in trades going in favor of the Thieves. Last player up in a position is going to be Cellium, and the Thieves hold strong on the first push.
Yep, first wave down. Solid stuff so far from Thieves. Octane sitting on the 6th spree. What it would mean to have a glide bomb. Again, if you are LAT, they've had them in back-to-back games, and that nade comes through. Perfect timing out of Atlanta. Envoy. Again, the next line of defense is Atlanta somewhat bruised and battered as they made their way past that 50-yard line, but Envoy comes up clutch again, and most importantly, stays alive, making Atlanta FaZe work for every single bit of map positioning.
Yeah, there's only 45 seconds left. Atlanta FaZe have like 2 good pushes. Just have to fight for this top plat control. Do win that first gunfight, get the nade onto Kenny. As Cellium wins one towards the middle of the map, all out pressure through P5. This is basically going to be the last push for Atlanta. Octane with the first, Envoy with the nade. Fortunately, Kenny cannot find the third. And this potentially can be the opening for Atlanta. They have top green, they have top plat, they have to get on that point.
They got to do something, right? At least somebody's able to hop on it for a moment. Cellium, eagle eyes toward the back. He eventually gets dealt with as well. Headshot after headshot still. LAT with the numbers. And a desperation Hail Mary type of play as Atlanta run right into the blender. Arcitys falls. Octane again on a spree. Closes things out on a 5-kill spree, 11-3 so far to start off this round. FaZe, they never had a chance at that zone.
Yeah, Octane was just beaming, not missing any shots. He was on a 6 spree to start us off, couldn't earn himself the glide bomb, but now he finds himself on a 5. Can potentially earn it here on this attacking round, but the Thieves do not give up any segments at that B point, so they are currently down by 3. But if you're Octane, you're thinking big picture. This glide bomb can change this game if he earns it.
LA Thieves, we've talked about it numerous times, right in the search and destroy. You got to go up 2-0 versus Atlanta. It honestly feels like you got to go up 2-0 in this control versus Atlanta FaZe. Don't allow for them to have any breath, any bit of positivity. As Octane did fall off of the spree, so that streak is not going to be earned. Ultimate positive for Atlanta. However, 3 do fall for FaZe. And because of that, Envoy will look to try to get all kinds of comfortable inside of the base. Establish himself quite nicely. Maybe toward the tank. Does get foiled. And with that, LAT revert back to A.
Yeah, right there, Atlanta FaZe just had to put their focus on Envoy. You cannot allow him to slay in your spawn. So they give up that map positioning towards that A site. First segment is going to be here. Envoy, the player off spawn, watching this flank. It's going to be 2 players from Atlanta FaZe, at least trying to take him down. Great shots, not able to finish the kill. And on the opposite side, Simp finds 3, able to take him off of that A point. Now 53 seconds and counting. LA Thieves need 1 segment to at least extend this time by a minute. That's going to be a lot of trades going in their favor.
My
but Simp
goodness.
has woken up on a 6 spree.
On a 6 spree, currently is Simp 1 away from the glide. We're talking about it, and it could be in possession of LAT soon. Now it could be on the Atlanta end. 1 player makes it into B. That is going to be Drazah. I believe Simp did earn the glide bomb in the end. So positives and negatives really floating throughout the map. Is damage control done for Atlanta? They wiped the player off of that B zone, but now it's back toward A. Look to dive in for a moment. And Atlanta not able to hold off that capture. An extra minute added on to the clock. LAT make their first look at the attack.
Down by 6 lives. So about gaining some map control. Right now, Atlanta FaZe all the way pushed up through P5. aBeZy finds that kill onto Drazah. He's going to potentially back down, but right now, Envoy, he was able to sneak his way through back plat. Kenny also does find 1, so a potential stack can be here, but they still have to know where aBeZy is. He's going to cause them some problems from top green as both players from the Thieves get taken down on the opposite side of the map. Now everyone off spawn. You have to just take your time through P5, open up with some nades.
Yeah, some unfortunate timing ultimately from LAT. As you said, hold on to those nades, get them somewhat placed well. You see player 3 and player 4 to the top side of your map. That's Kenny and Envoy. They're trying to do some work while their ARs try to handle business over in P5, but they get taken down in the end. And LAT, constant staggered pushes just based off of what feels like an awakening right now from Atlanta. Cellium starting to heat up as well. Sits at 12-7 as he makes his way off into the night. The life count favoring FaZe dramatically. And with 25 seconds left, LAT will see if they can get at least 1 good look at this, but they've only got, what, a slim amount of lives to handle left.
Yeah, it's only 15 seconds. This one is going to be done. Atlanta FaZe hold strong on defense. They earn themselves a glide bomb. They do not give up any ticks as well. Basically a tie game now. If it does come down to segments, Atlanta FaZe do outslay in this round. Kenny does find 2, so there's potential 2v4 here, but nope. Too many players from Atlanta FaZe here. Simp finds the final 3 to close it out. And Atlanta FaZe get themselves on the board.
And again, it's not anything like unbelievably impressive, but at least it's a positive if you're Atlanta, right? That's how often we talk about it, right? When it comes down to the controls, like at least get a defensive win on board, see that 1-0, or obviously in Atlanta's case, that 1-1 score. Get something going, get the streaks flowing, get everybody in more of a positive mindset. Atlanta get granted with that, but now they will take the tedious task once more of seeing an attack on to Tuscan. Big moment in this game. As we said, for Atlanta FaZe, an offensive win would be huge. On the other side for LAT, going up 2-1 would be just as massive, all things considered. Let's go ahead and step aside and see how the LAT camp is sounding.
I went there pitch. I'm deep pitch.
Tyler's in our church somewhere.
I don't see him in church, bro. He comes up there. Well, all right. Well, going top blue. Alec.
I'm pots right now.
I think I watch the pitch.
Tyler's
top
missing.
blue.
Let's go
Alec.
south. Tyler dead. Save it, church.
I can help you, church. I'm here. Church, not front door. You get my short.
Church,
nice job. I'm hitting our side A. I'm gonna nade our top blue. Top blue. I'm nading our block. I need our pillar. Top blue. Pillar. I'll slide for you, Zach. I didn't hit our nade. Oh, I didn't hit him. He's laying out pillar, bros. I can slide on Zach. Pillar laying out. Nice guy. Pillar on me. Pillar on me.
Super
I'm
weak
dead,
there,
bro.
side.
I'm dead. I'm
All
dead.
good. 2-2.
Chalk it.
They could cut
I
faster.
close. I spawn it back.
Okay, I play
Yeah, I'm playing the kill with Sam.
I'll play it. I'm
Bottom press me, aBeZy, bro.
P5 absolute. Outside maps.
I'm not okay, that's all y'all.
He's on point. One short.
Statue, one shot. Absolute statue. I promise you. Go on statue, one shot.
Alec
is alive in our spawn.
Alec got me dead.
B-side.
I'm one shot, that's him.
I'll play your right.
That's fine. I have bottom turret.
There you dead.
I have bottom turret still.
They're spawning Ivy, guys. They're spawning Ivy.
I can help you.
I am right, yeah. They're spawning Ivy. They can cut low well.
I hear you right. Okay.
Comms right there for LA Thieves are clean. Clean as ever. Right there you can see a little bit of that frustration when they were trying to shut down that A point. And then eventually, when both of his teammates die across the map, Octane finds that 2-piece with the nade to at least not allow them to complete that A capture at that time. But eventually, Atlanta FaZe, they're able to close this one out. 1 minute and 30 to work with, up by 1 life.
Oh, great work from Envoy. Able to handle business, at least for 1. The 3-to-1 trade favors the Thieves in this first push from Atlanta FaZe at this B zone. Simp looks to get out of dodge, and it feels like for the 3rd, if not the 4th time in this Tuscan control. Octane sitting on a 5 spree. Glide bomb would be big, but the future of this match. But take a look at what Atlanta's doing. They're getting everybody established, getting everybody focused toward the ramp. They've got all 4 players hanging out. We'll see if LAT can ultimately handle them in the end. Octane now 6 in a row. And FaZe get cleared off, but they do get that 1 tick.
Oh, that 1 tick can be so big for Atlanta FaZe. So now they find themselves up by 4. If you're Atlanta, you still have that glide bomb to work. This is still a potential round that you can walk away with. Now you just have to worry about Octane. The guy who's currently on a 6-3 can earn himself a glide bomb of his own. He does that. Great shots from him and Drazah combined to at least find that 2-piece. Cellium gonna be the last player up. He drops in. Now with this map positioning that the Thieves do have, you see all of Atlanta FaZe having to overextend through mid.
Atlanta FaZe have got to change up the strategies a decent amount. Drazah finds himself on 5 in a row too. So without a doubt, you got to be looking at that number 2 arrow. As he flies through P5 in a gun engagement, looking to try to stay alive for the moment. Again, double glide bombs could be everything for Thieves in this next round. That's going to be 6. FaZe handle business. And that 1 tick looks like that's all that they are going to get. 1 final push. McKinney established, set on up. LAT claimed this defense. However, they allow for that 1 tick to slip.
They are just continuously pushing out P5 when Atlanta FaZe are working towards that 8 point. Octane is on a 4-5 spree every single time he finds himself around that roof's area. And then even when they give up P5, they're forcing Atlanta FaZe now to push through the front side to try to get towards B. They're fully set up for it. No one is losing their gunfights, and even when they are trading efficiently to keep the numbers in their favor. So now the Thieves, down by 4 segments, you have a glide bomb to work with. I think if you're the Thieves, all you want to do is get done is at least capture that first segment at B.
See if they can do it. Not an easy task by any means, especially versus this very crafty Atlanta FaZe team. As Kenny looks to set the tone off the start of this round, jumps in the field, and that will be his final resting place for the moment. As we said, glide bombs, things that you got to think about. Either side has got them. It's really going to be about that strategy. It feels like A is ultimately going to be guaranteed, as it typically is here in Tuscan Control. And it appears, based off what the Thieves' strategy is for the moment, all 4 arrows looking every single direction. Get this tick, get it out of the way, and ultimately, Jay, set yourself up to use that glide bomb in however many pushes that you'll have with 2 minutes on the clock.
That's just great work right there from the Thieves to watch every single angle. Put themselves up in the live department currently by 1. As the A segment is going to be complete. You still have Kenny at least in a great position. He's going to be able to sneak his way on towards his B point. 2 players here to contest him though. It's Atlanta FaZe, they're going to be able to shut down that push. But now 2 minutes to work with. If you're the Thieves, you have a glide bomb as well. Octane is not missing any shots. But just right now, if you're Atlanta FaZe, it's all about the map control. Continuously pushing out towards P5, forcing LA Thieves to push their way through field.
Oh, and Drazah not able to sneak his way through. Again, it's really just about cutting down those numbers. Not allowing for all 4 players to thrive inside of your base. Getting past the mid-map mark as well. Job done. Threat thwarted so far. Out of Atlanta, Envoy not having the greatest of games. As we said, he has been the difference maker in map 1 and map 2. Can this light be the difference? Nice shot on the Simp. as that'll make him sit a little bit differently in his chair moving forward throughout this game.
And that's a big
Here
kill.
comes the glide. Here comes the glide.
The glide is going to get invested. But now they know that at least 2 players are going to be towards that top green area. You have 1 player in Octane working his way towards the back. Finds that opening kill to Arcitys, but Atlanta FaZe, they're trying to break this from Plat. Cellium and the Tiny Terrors just need to win their gunfights as the first tick is going to be here. LA Thieves do the dirty work now as they eventually get broken. Cellium and aBeZy combined for 3, shut down the push. Now 1 minute and 10 on the clock. LA Thieves down by 3.
As you said, the summary ultimately is that LAT at least get that tick, so they're going to be even for the moment. 1 minute on the clock, 1 more would guarantee them that defense heading into round 5. 2 obviously would net them the game, the series, and the 3-0 win as aBeZy doing great work toward the top side of the map. As we said, trying to cut down the forces, cut down the cavalry out of the opposite end. An unfortunate team nade is going to set the Thieves back for the moment. With 40 seconds left. They've got a few players pushed up nicely, but Arcitys giving Drazah a haircut. Now with 30 seconds, Thieves have got to go.
Thieves have got to go, and they got to trade these gunfights. Cellium does find 2. Last push coming in from the Thieves. Gonna decide to put all out aggression towards the middle. Drazah does find the first towards the back. And the next player he has to take down is Simp, but Simp with the trade. So efficient right now, both squads, but that's going to be a 2-piece from Octane. Might be the opening.
It could be indeed. As we said, just looking for that 1 tick. 2 players left for Thieves, and they are in the back of the base. Drazah and Kenny kiss this round goodbye and get prepared for this round number 5. Atlanta FaZe, hold on.
And I'm pretty sure both of these squads tie up in segments. But Atlanta FaZe should be able to secure themselves the defensive round by simply outslaying in their first defensive side. And Simp still has that glide bomb to work with. That's right. Your LA Thieves, you need to have some success at this beat point, at least early on, because every time you're allowing Atlanta FaZe to set up properly, they're just trading efficiently to never lose control.
Atlanta FaZe get the defense in round 5. As you said, the glide bomb's going to be there. Arcitys has a hunch. Is it going to be early aggression from the Thieves, as it tends to be in these round 5s? And so far, it is being handled quite nicely. The great double comes in from Envoy and allows for map positioning to be in their favor. But trade after trade, former teammates dueling to the top side of the church, as the time will be halted right now in 1 minute and some change. Everybody from Thieves trying to go hunting, get these lives in your favor, and get this zone captured as quick as possible, Jay.
Exactly what they need to do. And then transition over towards that B point. But first tick is going to be complete. Now 2 minutes to work with. You're the Thieves. It's all about maintaining map control, putting the trades in your favor. As once again, Atlanta FaZe are going to take control of P5, force all of LA Thieves to overextend through field. They have been able to find this opening kill, but everything after that has been all Atlanta FaZe. Envoy with the first. A lot of players from the Thieves towards the back. This might be their break.
It could be indeed. A lot of players set up for 1v1s. A few players from Atlanta FaZe out of the picture. Kenny hops on the point. SMG fires well. Arcitys towards the top. He gets doubled as well. That's going to be 3. The final player alive is going to be Cellium. Trying to halt, trying to stop for the moment, wait for his teammates off of spawn. Able to do so for the moment, and Simp accordingly brings down the glide bomb, brings down the business, takes down a teammate in the process. 2 players still here for Thieves.
2 players still here. They still have somewhat control as Kenny does find the first.
Goodness.
Kenny finds the second. Kenny finds the third. Finds himself on a 5 spree, can potentially find all 4, but he's just stalling time for his teammates to get into play. Cellium and Simp, they shut down that pressure. That's going to be 3 down, and looked like that was going to be the moment right there where the Thieves could have closed this one out.
They were just inches away from getting that 3rd tick and locking up this series, but still, they've got 1 minute to work with, 1 tick to go, and as we said, that glide bomb is out of the picture. You did what you had to. But can they close them out? A team that they have never beaten in the CDL era. Can it happen? And in a 3-0, Kenny ultimately gets dropped. They jump onto the point. 2 players here. Envoy and Octane trying to stay alive. Octane will do so, but he can't say the rest about his teammates.
And right there was all on Simp. At least puts himself in a great position to find that 2-piece, relieve some of the pressure for his teammates. Now 45 seconds, 12-12 in lives remaining. LA Thieves Gonna try to execute this play towards the back again. They do get some information on where Simp is. But as long as Atlanta FaZe just trade efficiently, they should be able to close this one.
Just take a look at what the positioning is right now from Atlanta. You got players almost like forming a rectangle inside of the point. Looking for every single corner. Information found, and it is currency. aBeZy's floating on air. Arcitys will put away the third. Nearly makes it the fourth. 8 seconds to go. Thieves, time to fire away. Time to throw yourself onto the point. Give it all you got, because it very well could be your last moment in this game, and that will be it. Thieves got incredibly close. Moments away, a gunfight away from closing out this Tuscan control, but Atlanta hold on just by enough, Jay.
Just keep in mind, if you're LA Thieves, if you don't get outslayed the way that you did in your first offensive round, you potentially set yourself up to have defense going into this round number 5. But Atlanta FaZe outslayed. They did the same exact thing on the attacking rounds when it came to the segment. But just a little too strong from Atlanta FaZe on defense. The Tiny Terrors really had themselves a great map. 37 and 28 from Simp, 28 non-traded kills. aBeZy right next to him, 29 and 28 with 23 non-traded. They were just causing so many problems with the Ds. Every time they try to attack from the back, it was always that one player that was set up around P5 that wins that initial gunfight to slow down the trade process. It was great work from Atlanta FaZe now to come alive in this series, now down 2-1.
Yeah, without a doubt. And as you said, I mean, that glide bomb that Simp is able to earn, I mean, if he doesn't have that, that probably could be the game. That streak alone allowed for Atlanta FaZe to have a foothold as everybody, it's getting a little bit late, but the passion is still there. Fans going back and forth as the rivalry continues to be established. Atlanta FaZe hold on, and I don't know about you, Jay, but I mean, it still feels like it was a solid performance out of Thieves, all things considered. Like, normally, you know, if we were to see a team, you know, come through, win a control, sometimes your thought process is instantly different. It still feels like LA Thieves put up a great fight.
They definitely did, man, because if you go with their first attacking round, they get no segments at B. Second attacking round, they get 1. The last attacking round, they do get 2, but it just takes me back to the moment where Octane uses his glide bomb. Like, you spot 2 players in towards top radio, you also see 1 in towards church. He doesn't get a kill with that, so that probably potentially is what causes them this map. Was just the Atlanta FaZe. When it came to their defensive setup, they always had a player in a trade situation. Every time they needed to hold down the top plat, the player who was holding that angle always found the opening 2-piece. Just Atlanta FaZe just doing everything they needed to do to hold strong on the defensive end to now find themselves down 2-1 into the series, so at least force another map.
Yeah, and the one thing as we saw the final few seconds tick down was really Envoy's performance. I mean, as we said, he has a phenomenal first 2 games in this series. We could talk about player stats. Obviously, it's not all onto him, just not winning gunfights, but just in general, not put in a position to succeed, whether that's off of his efforts or his team's. Does not see a ton of success on that Tuscan, and they are going to need him now coming into this Berlin hardpoint. Jay, give me some early thoughts, my man. The way that these 2 teams sit on this map, players you're looking out for, all the goodies. What do you got for us?
I'm looking at the players that definitely need to step up. Is going to be the ARs on both sides. Octane and Drazah going up against Arcitys and Cellium. That's an absolute battle. But if you saw what map 1 taught us, it's all about teamwork. The way that LA Thieves in this series have been able to find themselves up 2-1 has been all teamwork. They did it in map number 1. Map number 2 was absolutely flawless. They lost that map number 3, but they still find themselves in a powerful position. Now they're going into a Berlin hardpoint, which has been one of their stronger maps, sitting at overall, I think, 10 and 7. So that's good for them, because on the opposite side for Atlanta FaZe, this was usually their auto veto, at least in the beginning of the season. So far throughout stage 4, I'm pretty sure they only played it once, but they're just trying to get this into their map pool, knowing that they are solidified for that champs with the number 1 seed. Try to expand that for them, but this is going to be a tough one.
Yeah, very, very difficult task for LAT to try to lock this one up. But the same notion for Atlanta FaZe. I mean, as we said, these 2 respawns have been so close. They lost that dominant search and destroy on Tuscan previously, but I don't know, Jay, stats aside, like, give it to me straight. Be honest with me. Does it need to be a closeout here for Thieves? Like, does it have to be a 3-1 win? Or do you think that if they get to that game 5, it probably goes the other direction?
Yeah, I think in my opinion, it has to be right here where the Thieves are able to close this one out, because you have bad history on Berlin Search and Destroy versus Atlanta FaZe. And just the way that they have been able to change their game plan on that map, fast A plant, fast B plant, they take the play to you. And that's usually difficult for a team like LA Thieves, because they always play for that information, at least on their defensive side. So this is where, at least in my opinion, they have to try to close this one out. It's all going to come down to the rotations. I'm pretty sure we have the #1 and #2 overall rotating teams on this map. And just based off of what we saw on that map, #1, as long as LA Thieves put themselves in position to fight for the final 20 to 25 seconds of junk time, you're forcing Atlanta FaZe to early rotate, and then they weren't able to execute holds as well. Atlanta FaZe need to show me some teamwork to at least force game 5.
Yeah, that's what it's going to take. As we said, they're able to rebound in that Tuscan control, but by no means are they safe. Atlanta FaZe come into this Berlin hardpoint for what could be the final one of day 1. And what could send them down to the elimination bracket, LAT, it is all on to this one. Close them out, and boy, does that make your lives so much easier when we talk about the top 8. With all the madness that we've seen today, a W would allow for you to sleep quite nicely after day #1. But here we go, folks. Berlin HP, Thieves versus FaZe. And starting things off on the more preferred side are going to be LAT.
LAT just had to hold strong. You cannot allow Atlanta FaZe to break you right off the rip. Octane with great shots, Envoy with the second. Fortunately not able to find that kill onto Simp, but they still have the numbers advantage here. All of Atlanta FaZe now coming off spawn as Envoy, the cutoff man, at least does take down 1. And now this has been greatly uncontested time so far for the Thieves.
And I love that look, right? I love that we're already seeing Envoy with a sense of urgency, try to rush out, get something going, get some momentum flowing, try to pressure FaZe after what has been a 36-0 start for LAT. Finally, aBeZy and co. able to break in. These last few seconds are going to be valuable. However, it is going to establish that lane, given the spawns for LAT to make their way up the street and ultimately arrive at this hard point first.
Now Simp's going to have his hands full. Going to be the first player here from Atlanta FaZe. Unfortunately, cannot win the gunfight. So now if you're the Thieves, it's all about maintaining map control, continuously holding these spawns, because you know how impactful that P3 can be. They find their initial gunfights. They're winning them. They're able to extend that time. Already find themselves at 50. Atlanta FaZe just need to slow down, execute a break as a team.
It just feels like right now they've yet to really find that lane. aBeZy hops on in, trades. It felt like we're going Atlanta's way, but Kenny explodes for a few. 3 in a row for him. Waits for his team, somewhat off a spawn. Atlanta are able to flip the spawns in the meantime. Kenny, full aggression, pistol out, does get dropped. Atlanta still spawning for this next hill, but if you're Thieves, you're happy to grab these last few seconds.
Yeah, you definitely are. This is exactly what they were able to do all of map 1 to grow the lead the way that they have. As now we're going into Atlanta FaZe's worst hill on this map. Pretty sure they're the worst P3 team throughout every single CDL squad. They are initially here off the setup, perfectly reading the players coming through that street side, but Envoy might have slept through. Finds that first kill. He's going to be the guy to potentially flip these spawns.
They don't see him back here. Cellium eventually takes him down, but how about that push that comes in from Envoy? It sets his teammates up for success. Cellium, the sole man in the back, thankfully holds on for just enough time to have everybody off of that spawn. Sticky ones indeed. When we talk about P3 on Berlin, Cellium does what he has to. But again, it was so close. That play from Envoy, that goes the opposite direction, and that clearly impacts the score line.
And that's a big gunfight from aBeZy. To not lose that one to Octane, you see what that does. Now putting pressure on towards P4. Spawns are starting to flip. Kenny cannot win that gunfight. Time he goes big to at least gain this remaining 15 seconds of junk time. Now all about this rotation. Thieves have full control of train. Atlanta FaZe have full control of back warehouse. These gunfights can be a drastic change in this game.
Yeah, they definitely can. Arcitys gets taken down. By the way, he's at 1 and 9 as we come into this HP. Envoy handles business, gets aBeZy off the streak and turns for 1 onto Simp. A platter for 2 as LAT flip the spawns. They're in a great position to obviously reach that century mark. And Atlanta now in somewhat of a scrambling moment. They can't get any looks at this hard point. 4 down again. Thieves rolling.
Every single angle is cut off. They're forcing all of Atlanta FaZe to spawn all the way across the map towards fire. They're continuously growing this lead, getting closer and closer to that 250-point mark. I don't even know the last time Atlanta FaZe were able to get a kill. That's another clean 4 dead in the feed for the Thieves. Up by currently 60 points. They're going to have full control of P5. but you know they're thinking big picture. They need to flip that so they can get P1 once again.
Without a doubt, Atlanta, you got to play for this. Like, obviously, you have the spawns for next, but as you said, you just cannot allow for these seconds to go the opposite direction. You put yourself in such a hole that it can't allow for you to be flexible. Envoy eventually gets taken down. Kenny still alive, still thriving. A few of his teammates begin to fall by the wayside, and now it comes down to a 1v1 challenge. He takes that one as well. And Jay, I'm getting shades of when LAT took down OpTic Texas on this very map, and it was all because of this guy on your screen started to go on a heater, and from there the Thieves rolled 3 in a row for Kenny. Kylo Ken has arrived in New York, forcing his way throughout the map and does not fall. 100-point advantage and growing right now for Thieves.
LA Thieves are playing perfect hardpoint. They find every single kill and we're able to flip those spawns. Now they can chain all that time that they just got off P5 now to a full setup at P1, forcing all of Atlanta FaZe to try to break this from Train. Kenny does put himself in a great position, runs out of bullets, unfortunately. That's how you know the guy is beaming. But that opening 2-piece might be the break that Atlanta FaZe were looking for. All 4 dead. They get the break on P1.
Finally, right? Finally, Atlanta FaZe at least get a break for a moment. They spot a little bit of sunshine on what is a very dark map in Berlin. Able to at least erase that 100-point advantage, now bring it to 90, but again, LAT knocking on the door. They've got 3 players here. They're right in front of you. Simp able to handle business onto 1. The hill lays vacant for the time. A 1v1 goes the way of MC, and now we start talking about this next rotation. Atlanta do what they have to, and now it comes down to a lot of these early 1v1s, Jay.
Yeah, you just have to win your gunfights off the rotation. Trades going back and forth, but the Thieves have more bodies on this side of the map. Envoy finds that crazy kill onto Simp, but that's going to be the Thieves winning their rotation battle. Able to get this initial time. Drazah with the AR. Big kill onto aBeZy, almost finds the second onto Simp, but the spawns do flip. So now if you're the Thieves, it's all about just soaking as much time as you possibly can on this P2.
Yeah, it's not as if you broke as well with like 10 seconds left. There's still 40 seconds here in the library. MC decides to slide on through. He eventually gets taken down, setting up Simp for success. Trying to go on the flank, but again, just the timing not favoring Atlanta at all. He goes for the flank, but nobody is there for the initial challenge out of Atlanta. Double century mark reach for Thieves. They continue to dominate. They continue to take down players, winning these team fights, winning these 1v1s.
And now if you're Atlanta FaZe, you need to potentially stop this bleeding. You have to have a flawless hold at this P3 hardpoint, because it's been a great hardpoint after hardpoint so far from the Thieves. So far find themselves up by 100. 40 seconds away from closing out this series. Atlanta FaZe fully set up. A lot of pressure from the Thieves going through that street side, as Kenny does win at least that initial gunfight. If you're Atlanta FaZe, you just have to hold strong here.
You gotta hold strong, trying to do so. Last time around it was MC who went big for the team. Kenny ends out on a 5 spree. Octane, the human turret, eventually falls. I had to get it at least one time.
I see it, I heard it. Good one.
Atlanta locking things down for the moment. First wave cleared. It just feels like if Thieves are able to break in one more time, that could be what seals the deal. And they do. They do exactly that right on cue. 3 fall. And if you're Atlanta, you want to try to go for this contest because you just got the most recent spawns, but my word, what are these pushes from Thieves?
That's such a big kill.
What are these
Drazah.
breaks?
Right there to Thieves, and also aBeZy. He was early on the rotation. He knows that we have to get those spawns. We have to at least try to chain a couple hills together. Especially when you have 3 teammates, you are basically forcing them to win their gunfights for you to try to get back into this game. But the Thieves off the rotation, properly set up for P4. 15 seconds away from closing out this map number 4 and winning the series.
They can feel it, but you can never count out a team like Atlanta FaZe. Kenny having a phenomenal map, 26 and 18, 1 HP, goes for the chow, wins it on to 1. Keeps his teammates with at least somewhat of a farther pushed up position. Cellium on the 5 spree. When we talk about numbers, only 9 more points left for Thieves to lock this one up, but FaZe will not go away. They break, I guess not at the perfect time, but ultimately when they had to. And as we said for LAT, they can play flexible. They can try to go for this contest, set up for P1, rather P5. The choice is theirs.
Yeah, now if you're Atlanta FaZe, you have to have multiple bodies at every single hill. And now you have to fight for this P5 control. And I'm pretty sure they are the best P5 team in the game currently. Just that first go around, they just let the Thieves run away with it. 5 seconds from the Thieves closing this out. Trades going back and forth. As Cellium eventually comes out on top, but Drazah with the 2, and the Thieves, they win the series.
Unbelievable! LAT come out again. Revenge is sweet. Just weeks ago, humiliated by the team on the other side of the stage. 6-0 losses in Search and Destroy. Donuts were handed out, but it's a W now for the Thieves here on LAN. And my goodness, that battle for top 8 gets even more interesting now with that win. And for Atlanta, instantly in the elimination side.
And that is the gauntlet. We have all 3 major winners in the losers bracket side. When you add a team like Atlanta FaZe, it only gets a little bit more scarier. As LA Thieves, from start to finish of this series, let me just tell you, the teamwork was out of this world from the Thieves. Obviously, in map number 1, they dominate. The Search and Destroy, every single time Atlanta FaZe were trying to play for somewhat map control, the Thieves with their teamwork, team nades, positioning, was all on point. They lose the control in a grueler all the way in around number 5, but for them to respond, taking 2 of these hard points versus a team like Atlanta FaZe who have been struggling in this mode, great work from the Thieves, especially on this Berlin. That was flawless textbook plays from them. They were able to, at least in the first go around, get a good chunk of time at P5. And then if you're Atlanta FaZe, you have to play a little bit safer at that point. You have to back up, secure that time for P1 so you can potentially get yourself back in the game. But they were super aggressive through the middle of the map. They all lose their gunfights. They were able to flip it. And I think that was the turning point of the game for me. When you allow the Thieves to chain hill after hill, you could see what that does to the lead. Atlanta simply just didn't have an answer.
Yeah, and it's crazy too, Jay, because, I mean, what? LAT are arguably 1 kill away, a glide bomb kill away from a 4-0.
Yeah.
Like, that was the thing. It wasn't as if these were unbelievably, you know, close games that went down to the wire. But we're talking about a 250 to 170 game on Berlin, like a 250 to 130, 140 game, and the opening hard point, a dominant S&D win on top of it all. This series is one that you're going to look back on and think very, very highly of if you are an LAT fan. One of their biggest W's this season. And as we said, it's their first W versus Atlanta FaZe and the CDL. What a W. What a way to close out the day as well.
That's just got to feel good if you're the Thieves, man. Throughout all of stage 4, they go 3-2. They have a couple struggle maps, but to come out here and get a victorious, a very dominant win versus a team like Atlanta FaZe who consistently been placing second all year long. Oh, these guys have definitely turned into one of my favorites at this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely, my man. LAT come out, they look solid, they get the W. More importantly, they get the revenge versus Atlanta FaZe. And now that's going to do it for us here in the caster booth. Now we send it down to the stage. It is Blaze, joined alongside by Kylo Kid.
Thank you so much, Lando and Study, for a fantastic cast. Give it up for the LA Thieves coming out with the last victory of the day. Kenny, man, this series right here, okay? It's a victory for you guys. 3-1, you ran the pockets of FaZe, okay?
Yeah.
Tell me about this heist and how difficult was it for you and the boys?
Honestly, it was some of the best COD we played as a unit. Honestly, that's what we're talking about. Our comms are all calm. We were all shooting together most of the time. We felt like on the control, if we got the defense, we would have won it. But overall, I mean, I'm excited because we played some pretty perfect COD, to be honest.
And what equates to that, okay? You guys got a talented coaching staff.
Yep.
What's been a big difference maker from you guys in the beginning of the season, playing fantastic, to coming up to this point and trying to get back there?
I think initially with the roster, I mean, not the roster swap, the role swap, it was just getting me comfortable on the map with a sub.
Okay.
And then after we got to that point, it was just kind of just how we take practice and going over macro things, whether like it be like focusing on certain maps like touch and control. We didn't play it for a lot. a lot of the time, and then yeah, just not micromanaging every play that we could, and just going over our macro ideas and what we want to do as a game plan.
Nice, nice. Now, as Champs is coming up on the next event, we know one thing, it's all about qualifying.
Yeah.
How you feeling about the LA Thieves' chances at getting to LA?
I mean, if you've seen that series, I think any LAT fan should be happy, because I feel like I'm pretty... Yeah, I'm pretty confident. I mean, after that win, it was like the one win we felt like we needed because we haven't beat them. So that was a pretty confidence booster.
It was. Well, Kenny, I know you're ready to get back to the squad, start breaking that match down. Got anything you want to say to the fans out there?
Thank you, guys. Thank you for all the support. We hear you.
They hear you. Give it up for the LA Thieves. Belly, close us out.
Bend, don't break is the motto, and hey, it's a combo breaker. LA Thieves just 3-1 the Atlanta FaZe, and Ali, what do we make of this right now?
All right, well, first and foremost, production, can we please put it on my one for just a moment? I would like to formally apologize for my statement earlier, specifically to Map 1, Envoy 34 and 20, Drazah 25 and 17, Map 2, Kenny 12 and 4, Map 3, Octane 36 and 26, Kenny Map 4, 27 and 22, and Octane 25 and 18. I apologize.
Jeez, LA Thieves seem to just run just wild on them. Nameless. I should have said LA Thieves when you asked me earlier about my prediction, man. You set me up.
That was just, what a performance. Like, they were just talking about in the interview. Kenny was like, that was flawless COD. It really was. Like, a glide bomb away from winning that Game 3 control as well. Like, this team really came out here under pressure, clutches up time and time again. But, you know, we got to talk about it. FaZe looks so sloppy in that series as well. And then the veto strategy, like, going in and not playing Gavutu, that is their best hardpoint. I get it, like, they lost to Thieves last time they played Gavutu, but that's your best hardpoint. Come out and play that instead of Berlin, which has been their worst one all season long. But granted, it might not even matter the map because the boys on the Thieves were individually taken over, but more importantly, as a team.
I believe this is the most times in 1 month since I've been working in Call of Duty that Atlanta FaZe have lost the most amount of games. But also on the flip side, we have a Scump played a game in 10. I want you to help me out, man. I want to hear your thoughts about this series. This has to do with Kenny and Envoy popping off and going crazy.
I mean, it's just all game long. I just didn't expect this kind of performance out of them. We've had no real evidence to suggest that this has been coming. Things seem to have just clicked. For FaZe, we talked about it so often throughout the online stages, like, oh, they may be testing stuff. When we get the LAN, will they step it up? But they didn't at all. Thieves were there all day long. We were sitting down there. Kenny couldn't miss a bullet in that fourth map. That was absolutely crazy. I'm just sitting here waiting for, you know, in Stranger Things where the grandfather clock floats across the screen, and like, I'm just waiting for Wagner just to pull me into the. I'm done with it. I just don't understand how we can predict any of this at this stage.
No, not at all. But the one thing we can say is it's not like we kind of didn't see this coming, because in stage 1, LA Thieves were my pick to win the whole event. And Atlanta life comes full circle. Atlanta FaZe broke LA Thieves with that reverse sweep. LA Thieves were never the same. We all talk trash about them. And now look, you got to give them their flowers. LA Thieves, man, they put in the work and they won it out.
Oh yeah, 100%. You have to say that that was much better. But it's just that this is the thing. Most of the time, we don't have the evidence to suggest that this is going to happen. We looked at, honestly, we sat in the green room there before, and we seen the stats come up for the control. It was like Atlanta first and everything, and how close it was. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense how close that was. It just shouldn't be. This should be a closeout for Atlanta, and then move on and see how you do. It is so hard to predict what is going on at these majors, but it's making it entertaining, at least anyway. I would say it's just every game, you do not know which way it's going to go.
We want to give so many flowers to LA Thieves, and they absolutely deserve it for their performances on LAN. I mean, I feel like every time I'm mind blown by what they are ended up pulling out, but the Atlanta FaZe, we have to talk about it. Their search and destroy was supposed to be disgusting. The one team that they went 12-0 against, pretty sure that set a record. They lost. They lost the search and destroy. I mean, this is the Atlanta FaZe, who when their search and destroy is on point, they are the scariest team across the board in any game, and they're in losers. After day 1, this is Thursday, and then the Atlanta FaZe has already dropped down to losers bracket.
And tomorrow we're going to see if Atlanta FaZe goes home and gets double eliminated in Major 4. But let's go ahead and recap.
They play Paris, by the way. Could you imagine?
Can you imagine?
There's no way Vanguard
I'm predicting Paris Legion tomorrow. But let's go ahead and recap the games that went down today. We kicked off today with the little European rivalry. We had Toronto Ultra and, of course, the London Royal Ravens. Now, when it came to both of these teams heading into this matchup in this event, One team was significantly better than the other. London Royal Ravens were 4-1, and Toronto Ultra looked lost.
Listen, I mean, this series was just absolutely insane. Bonkers right off the rip with a 1-point difference in the hard point. London able to clutch up, but it comes down to the control, man. We were so worried about this London Royal Ravens team and what happens if they can't figure out their control. Well, we saw exactly what happens there. They go ahead, they lose the control, 0-6 now in their last 6, and then they go up into that Berlin where Toronto Ultra, that's their best hard point. They lose that, and then from then on out, we know what's the deal. I mean, it's Toronto Ultra in a Game 5 S&D. Like, they expose the weaknesses of the London Royal Ravens. You can't come into a major with a game mode that you just can't win and make a run. It's not possible. So they have to fix it in order to do something in this tournament.
Right, and also the second game of the day. All right, Florida Mutineers, right? They picked things up to 3 ARs. Apparently, you're still working, and they were able to beat out the Boston Breach.
Honestly, I will say this, that this is probably maybe the most predictable series of the day, with the fact of once we saw the map layout, the Gavutu and the Desert Sieges of the Florida Mutineer squad that we have joked about all season having 3 main ARs, and to square up with them on this map is just like LA Thieves in the beginning of the season playing Gavutu hard point, and it set Boston up for failure because they have been struggling in Search and Destroy so much recently, and we saw that in both Search and Destroys in this series, because yes, they pushed it to the Game 5, but they still could not close it out in the Bocage. They just kept getting blooded round after round, and a team like Florida, with the likes of Major Maniac added onto the squad, and I have to give the flowers to Two Real, because in that game mode is where we see those two truly shine, close it out.
And Vivid was unable to get his revenge against his previous team. Now, let's go ahead and move on to the hypest game of the day done. NYSL, Minnesota Røkkr. Minnesota looked like they were going to put it to bed early, but New York, they're the city that doesn't sleep, right?
Oh, I mean, they came through. The crowd behind them, a phenomenal performance to bring it back. But my main takeaway from this series is not even what happened in the series.
Okay.
New York are now in a terrible spot to try and win because of Thieves winning. Nobody would have thought it. So this game, yes, a massive win for them, and I know we're going to go through it. We got the stats and the leaderboard of where everybody's sitting, but that was a horrible result.
Top 2 now.
They basically have to win the event. It's crazy.
I mean, the storyline overall is that anyway we wanted New York to win the event, right? Like it's their home event
Possible,
series,
right?
you know, without the whole over-looming thing of having to make it to champs. It's, you know, their home series. We want to see them succeed and make it all the way to the end, because what's better than your home team being in the grand final? But there's so much more pressure added on top of that now.
And by the way, we have to say it outright. We've been saying it over and over again, and it kind of sounded like we were saying it to chill. Nah, this is the most competitive event that we've had all year long, and this is just day 1, by the way, but check this out, Nameless. We have a game field tactical play with Standy and Havok, who were on the Minnesota Røkkr, who put on such a good performance, but couldn't close out.
Yo, dude, listen. Standy went 10-0 in the Search and Destroy game 2, and then, like, I mean, you know what these guys are capable of, man. It just fell apart for them throughout the rest of the series. You could see in the game field tactical play here, this is the pinch, the retake here. These guys had so many different clutches. Like, Standy also had a 1v2 earlier in this map. I believe it was round number 1, honestly. This guy just literally was taking over, doesn't die the entire game. Like, there's only been like 3 or 4 times we've seen that. TJHaly had one of those, I believe it was last year. Like, those don't come by often. And to go into the next map and lose it, that is just so crushing.
That is absolutely crushing. That's heartbreaking. And,
wow.
Yeah, the updated points.
Bell. This is also crushing to look at, especially if you're the New York Subliners sitting at 130. Once again, just like the qualifier woes, all the teams that they needed to win today, unfortunately, were unable to pull it out.
New York Subliners goes against the Florida Mutineers, and Florida, if they win that one game, New York are in a lot of trouble. Can you even imagine that?
I think it might be. I think if Florida win that, I think it's done.
Yeah, I think it's done.
That's it.
Yeah, because then they would have got too many points. The Subliners, even if they do then to go on win the event, they won't be able to overtake them. I think quick mental maths, but they need to literally win this event. They need everybody else to do terrible.
This is great.
We were talking
this
about.
is great.
We were talking about the green room though. If they if this team had sort of kind of turned up at Toronto or something like that, it's a completely different scenario. But it's their struggles on LAN that has been the issue. Online, especially in the last stage as well, they look great. They just haven't been able to convert it to points on land, and it's hurting them now. It's really hurting them.
Oh, it's definitely hurting, but you know what's going to hurt a lot more? Everybody in that losers bracket, baby. Let's go ahead and put it up on the screen because 3 of the 4 last champs are going to be down there, and
This might be
Nameless.
the scariest loser bracket
Woo!
ever. You have the 3 major winners. Then you have Atlanta FaZe in losers bracket round 1. If I'm in the winners bracket, I'm sitting there, I'm like, yo, we got to do whatever it takes to avoid that.
Wait. Let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule as well. Let's break this down slowly. We're going to name off every single one. This is going to be thick with action. Paris Legion, Atlanta FaZe. Can you imagine?
Can you imagine? Paris Legion are coming out on top of that series. I'm going to say it with my chest right now.
There we go. Hey, we're laughing because it's scary, okay? After that, LAG versus London Royal Ravens.
Trap game. I have no idea who's going to win.
Complete trap game.
That is an absolute question mark. LAG looks so much better in the last couple series.
LAG has been phenomenal with Neptune. Third game, 8-10. Seattle Surge, Boston Breach. This is like a top 4 matchup.
Can I just say, what's the point in predicting games? I don't know what to say about it. Surge won last major, looked terrible afterwards.
And to the technicality, Boston, I'm pretty sure, is undefeated against CDL Surge, or at least has 2 wins against them. And
That's
then following
crazy.
that,
So Breach will probably lose.
Yeah, last time they played, what happened? Yo. And then the second to last game of the day, we got OpTic Texas versus Minnesota Røkkr. This is doable.
Exactly, and what we saw in Minnesota today was like they looked like the best team in the world the first 2 maps, then completely fell apart the remainder of it. So if they're able to bounce back and play like that, who knows? Versus OpTic Texas, who just got iLLeY back. Tomorrow's matches are literally the most unpredictable matches we've ever had.
Everybody's breaking point predictions are just going to go out the window. I'm absolutely dead. Allie?
can I just say, how did we manage to have a crazy major 1, and then an even crazier major 2, and then an even crazier major 3, and now we're in major 4, all 12 teams, like, who knows what's going on? What is Champs gonna be?
You know what Champs is gonna be? Phenomenal, sensational. Okay, make sure you copy your tickets right now, because in August, we're gonna see all of you in my beautiful state of California. It's gonna be live at the Galen Center August 4th through 7th. I haven't been to Champs before. I'm ready to blow the roof off the place. I'm ready to get the whole crowd hyped. I'm not ready. They're not ready. The players aren't even ready. We don't even know who's going yet.
Who knows? Honestly, at this stage, if Paris can make it, I'd say it'd be plausible. Based on what has been happening this weekend, it's been stupid. Honestly, coming on this analyst desk, I do not know what to say anymore. That's at what stage I'm at. That's at what stage I'm at.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time to close things out for day number 1. We have 3 more days of CDL Major 4 action. Let's go ahead and close this desk down, all right? Today has been nothing less than phenomenal, baby. Upset, surprises, and explosiveness, it was everywhere. It was all over the place. The thing is, in King's Theater, there's basically just storylines just coming out the wazoo, man. New York Subliners are in desperation mode as they cannot afford to lose one more game, but the upsets, the surprises, Atlanta FaZe and OpTic will be playing for their lives tomorrow. We don't know what the outcome is going to be, but if you watch anything that happened today, baby, you know that Major 4 in Brooklyn is going to go down as a legendary event. Can't wait to see what's going to happen tomorrow for Elimination Day. At the same place and the same time, we'll catch you guys here for some more Call of Duty action. I love you. Thank you so much for tuning in. I hope all of you have a good night. Catch you next time.